Chapter 1. The Tides of the Qiantang River. In the spacious and brightly lit kitchen of the He Yuzhu Hotel, the five-star hotel chef He Yuzhu was busily preparing dishes for dinner. His techniques were deft, each slice and stir revealing a profound passion and dedication for the art of cooking. However, amidst this concentration, his thoughts quietly drifted to another realm. Just moments ago, during a brief respite, he had surreptitiously watched an emotionally charged television drama set in a traditional courtyard. The storyline tugged at his heartstrings, particularly the character sharing his name, He Yuzhu. Despite facing a family of leeches, remained steadfast in his kindness and determination. Unable to contain himself, he muttered aloud, "This foolish Zhu is truly naive. If it were me, I would have cast aside that family of leeches and gone to Hong Kong to reunite with Liu Xiao." Before he could finish his thought, a stern voice suddenly erupted from behind him. "He Yuzhu, what do you think you're doing? During work hours, you actually have time to watch television dramas? No wonder someone reported you for idleness. Did I pay you a 30,000 annual salary just to watch shows in my He Yuzhu hotel?" Boss Wang's voice thundered like a clap of thunder, causing He Yuzhu's hand to tremble, almost slicing his own finger. He turned to face his furious employer, anger surging within him. "Damn it, who reported me? Boss Wang, you've gone too far. What have I ever wronged you? Does your 30,000 salary buy my loyalty? I am not your slave." His performance at work had always been exemplary. He merely indulged in a bit of leisure reading or watching television to add some flavor to his life. Should the boss even dictate this? Did he truly believe himself to be a master over him? Facing the livid Wang, his frustration burned like a raging fire. "Boss Wang, you should reflect on your conscience. I, He Yuzhu, have dedicated many years to the He Yuzhu Hotel, always striving for excellence without a hint of negligence. Is it fair to chastise me for watching a drama during a brief interlude? Can 30,000 a year truly buy my freedom and turn me into your servant?" His voice trembled with barely contained fury. He recalled the countless nights he had toiled for the hotel's reputation, always aiming for perfection, often working until the early hours. He had never anticipated that his diligence would be entirely dismissed due to a mere report. As a chef in a five-star hotel, his duty was to ensure that every dish met the highest standards, and he had accomplished this. Yet life encompassed more than work. He needed moments of respite, and watching dramas was his way of unwinding. He had never considered this a sign of disrespect to his profession. You watch a television series during work hours, and you still think you have a leg to stand on?" Wang's voice quivered with rage, his eyes wide with disbelief. In his fury, he raised his hand and struck He Yuzhu across the face. The sudden slap sent He Yuzhu reeling, his cheek ablaze with pain. His anger ignited instantly. An overwhelming impulse surged within him. Smack! Without hesitation, He Yuzhu retaliated with a slap of his own, his eyes blazing with fury. "Damn it, I quit. I am your hired chef, not your slave." With that, he swiftly shed his chef's uniform, flinging his hat violently to the ground. He then strode past the astonished Wang, making his way out of the He Yuzhu hotel with purposeful strides. Once outside, He Yuzhu inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air, feeling an unprecedented sense of relief and freedom. Finally free, after nearly a decade of being a chef, constantly surrounded by flames and smoke, he realized he had grown weary of it all. Now, with Boss Wang providing him the opportunity to resign, he chose to seize this moment and leave the oppressive environment behind. He recalled that during his time in Hangzhou, he had never truly appreciated the beauty of the city or witnessed the majestic tides of the Qiantang River. He remembered the awe-inspiring scenes he had seen on television as a child and felt a deep yearning for that river. Having saved enough money over the years, he thought it would be an opportune moment to explore the West Lake in Hangzhou and then observe the tidal waves of the Qiantang River. With determination, He Yuzhu began to prepare for his journey. He selected a few lightweight garments, packed his camera, and gathered essential travel items. The best time to witness the tides of the Qiantang River generally falls around the 18th day of the 8th lunar month, when the sun directly shines upon the equator, causing the maximum centrifugal force on the ocean's waters combined with the pull of gravity, resulting in tremendous surges at the river's mouth. Thus, He Yuzhu meticulously planned to arrive in Haining City on August 18th, 2022, as he had heard that a grand tide-watching festival takes place there every year on this date. He researched travel guides online and established a precise itinerary. The following morning, He Yuzhu woke up early, completed his morning routine, and embarked on an impromptu adventure. He donned his backpack and stepped out of his apartment with a light-hearted stride. Following his planned route, he visited the West Lake in Hangzhou, Wuzhen, Shitang, Lingyin Temple, Qiantang Lake, Suzhou's Lion Grove Garden, Zhouzhuang, Qiantang Lake once more, and Hangzhou Temple, among others. Finally, he arrived at the Qiantang River, a place he had long yearned to see. On that day, by the Qiantang River in Haining, He Yuzhu finally witnessed the long-anticipated tidal waves. The evening sun, blood-red, cast a golden shimmer across the river's surface, creating rippling waves of light. In the distance, the tide surged like a stampede of horses, crashing in layers, seemingly intent on swallowing the entire coastline. The loudspeakers at the tourist site announced, "Attention, dear visitors! The tidal waves will arrive shortly. Please ensure your safety and move back quickly." The onlookers were awestruck, retreating in a flurry, their faces painted with fear and reverence. Amidst the chaos, only He Yuzhu remained, camera in hand, eager to capture this magnificent moment, wishing to etch the grandeur in his memory forever. As the waves roared in August, towering high, crashing against the mountains, he recalled Liu Yuxi's words, "The waves roll in, engulfing sand like snow." Just as He Yuzhu was lost in thought, the announcements grew increasingly urgent, now stating, to the gentleman taking photos, "The waves are imminent. Please retreat quickly, quickly." However, at that moment, as he prepared to step back, a colossal wave surged forth like a monstrous beast, its speed astonishing. He Yuzhu had no time to think, as the powerful tide swept him into the depths of the Qiantang River. Chapter 2. Transformed into the foolish Zhu, He Yuzhu slowly opened his eyes, finding himself in a space that was both strange and familiar. He vaguely recalled the moment he was swept into the Qiantang River by a colossal wave. The icy water and the desperate struggle, all vivid in his memory. Yet at this moment, he discovered himself lying in a modest room, surrounded by rudimentary, old-fashioned furniture and rough walls, rubbing his still, throbbing head. He endeavored to recollect the events that had transpired. Suddenly, an influx of foreign memories surged upon him like a tidal wave, rendering him momentarily speechless. Foolish Zhu! My heavens, he had inexplicably traversed time and transformed into the foolish Zhu from a love-filled courtyard. Moments ago, he had been caught peeping at Qin Huairu while she bathed, only to be discovered by his father, He Daqing, who had struck him with a rolling pin, knocking him unconscious that a torrent of indescribable emotions surged within him. A blend of astonishment and helplessness. He never anticipated that he would find himself in a love-filled courtyard, and moreover, become the genuine foolish Zhu that moment. Hurried footsteps approached from outside, followed by the voice of a middle-aged man. Foolish Zhu, you little rascal, you've finally awakened. You have any idea what trouble you've caused? If I hadn't discovered it early and knocked you out to bring you home, our family courtyard would have been embroiled in a struggle for ideological criticism. He Yuzhu looked up to see a robust, middle-aged man, standing tall with an imposing demeanor, storming into the room. That he recognized this man as his original father, He Daqing, and a wave of emotion washed over him. He understood that from this moment onward, he was no longer the chef He Daqing of the 21st century, but rather the foolish Zhu, He Yuzhu, residing in this courtyard. A bitter smile crept onto He Yuzhu's face as he realized that He Daqing was undoubtedly referring to his earlier indiscretion of spying on Qin Huairu. In this era, such behavior was undoubtedly considered highly immoral, especially since his father had caught him in the act. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm the tumult within and to immerse himself in foolish Zhu's memories. It turned out that the year was now 1951, the time when Qin Huairu had just married into the courtyard, and he was merely 16 years old this time. He Daqing was only 36, and he had not yet abandoned the 16-year-old He Yuzhu and his 7-year-old sister, He Yushui, to go to Baoding. Thus, there was still time to alter the course of events. With this thought, He Yuzhu stood up and sincerely addressed He Daqing. "Father, I understand my mistake. I shall reform and strive not to disappoint you again." Upon hearing this, He Daqing's eyes flickered with surprise, but he quickly donned a stern expression. "Humph, spare me your rhetoric. I doubt you'll change much. However, since you're awake, hurry to the kitchen and check if the buns are ready. I still need to take Yushui to school." "Yes, father," replied foolish Zhu as he hurried into the back kitchen, lifting the lid of the steamer. A fragrant aroma of meat wafted toward him. Wow. With He Daqing around, foolish Zhu's life was indeed rather pleasant, but he must not allow his father to follow the widow by away from this home to the distant Baoding, leaving himself and his little sister Yushui to rely on each other. Thinking this, He Yuzhu called out, "Father, the buns are ready. Please call Yushui to eat. Afterward, I will take her to school." He Daqing was somewhat taken aback by foolish Zhu's words. He thought to himself that this boy, typically the rascally troublemaker of the courtyard, had been caught peeping at the Jia family's daughter-in-law bathing just the previous night. Had he not discovered it in time, it would have led to a scandalous reputation. Yet this morning, he had suddenly transformed, even volunteering to take Yushui to school. How strange. Nevertheless, this was a good change, as it would ease his own worries when he departed. A warm current surged within He Daqing, bringing him comfort and reassurance. He silently nodded and went to call Yushui to eat. Foolish Zhu stood at the kitchen door, his gaze wandering to be honest. Upon arriving here, he felt both familiar and alien in this environment. He could not comprehend how, given He Yuzhu's circumstances, he could be considered a high-status figure in the courtyard and yet still struggle to find a wife. There were simply too many spirits haunting this place. Now that he had taken the place of foolish Zhu, he certainly could not allow the Jia family to continue draining his vitality as in the original narrative. Besides, it was still 1951, and he was supposed to be an apprentice at Fengzhen. True, the original owner had a competent father, He Daqing, who shielded the family. But even so, his own culinary training at Fengzhen had been rather lackluster. 3 days of diligence followed by 2 days of idleness. That would never happen again. While He Yuzhu pondered how to live out this life on behalf of foolish Zhu, He Daqing entered, leading the neatly dressed little girl. He Yuzhu promptly set a stool at the table, pulled out several meat buns from the steamer, and retrieved 2 eggs from the nearby iron pot. Placing them in front of He Yushui, with her 2 little braids, blinked her bright eyes and exclaimed with delight, "Brother, are you really taking me to school today?" "Indeed, Yushui," He Yuzhu replied with a smile, gently ruffling her hair, his eyes filled with affection and warmth. In his previous life, he had been an orphan without siblings. Having experienced the harshness of the world, now, having such a lively and adorable little sister filled him with immense happiness and contentment. "But Yushui, remember to behave and study hard from now on." "All right," He Yuzhu smiled. "Brother, I understand." He Yushui nodded obediently to a tea that moment. He Daqing walked into the room and took a seat, his gaze shifting between foolish Zhu and He Yushui, contemplating his impending departure with the widow Bai. He felt an overwhelming guilt toward these 2 siblings. "Foolish Zhu, you 2 hurry and eat your buns. After that, take Yushui to school, and then you must go to Fengzhen to learn culinary skills. Your master has told me countless times that your culinary talent is commendable, that he wants you to take it seriously and graduate early." He Daqing's voice was steady and powerful, hoping that he could soon stand on his own feet, thus easing his own worries. "All right, father, I understand. Don't worry," He Yuzhu responded promptly, his gaze scanning the table for napkins, but finding none, he resorted to using a washcloth to wipe the grease from the corners of his mouth. Turning to He Yushui, he asked, "Yushui, are you done eating?" "I'm done. Let's go," He Yushui exclaimed, immediately grabbing the leftover egg from the table, excitedly standing up. "Brother, I'll take this egg to school." He Yuzhu chuckled as he stepped forward, taking He Yushui's little hand. "Yushui, I'll take you to school." With that, the siblings, hand in hand, exited the courtyard and made their way past the front yard toward the direction of the Red Star Primary School. In the front yard, Yin Bugui witnessed this scene, a look of astonishment spreading across his face. Chapter 3. The first glimpse of culinary skills, he secretly mused. This foolish Zhu, who usually spends his days causing mischief. How could he suddenly become so obedient today, happily escorting Yushui to school? Could it be that He Daqing's upbringing is finally taking effect? Yin Bugui shook his head, finding it hard to believe. However, he thought little more of it as he followed the two siblings toward the Red Star Primary School. Half an hour later, Yushui looked up at the Red Star Primary School before turning to He Yuzhu and said, "Brother, we arrived." He Yuzhu smiled in response. "I know. Yushui, hurry and go in." He Yushui nodded in agreement, bouncing into the schoolyard, disappearing into the depths of the campus. As He Yuzhu watched Yushui enter the school, he turned to head toward Fengzhou, only to unexpectedly see Yin Bugui arriving at the school gate as well. "Teacher Yin," He Yuzhu greeted with surprise, "that you're here so early today." Yin Bugui chuckled and replied, "Foolish Zhu, I have my first class today, so I need to arrive early. What brings you here to escort Yushui to school today? I remember you didn't have this habit before." He Yuzhu scratched his head and explained, "Teacher Yin, I was actually on my way to Fengzhou to be an apprentice. And since it was on the way, I thought I'd drop Yushui off that saves my father another trip." Yin Bugui nodded, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. He patted He Yuzhu on the shoulder and said, "Foolish Zhu, you're quite considerate. Helping out at home." He Yuzhu nodded nonchalantly, bid farewell to Yin Bugui, and set off on his way to Fengzhou. Fengzhou was not far from the Red Star School, but due to its peculiar location, He Yuzhu took nearly half an hour to arrive. Upon his arrival, the breakfast service at Fengzhou was bustling, with most of the apprentices present. The Sichuan cuisine master, Li Chuqiu, was busy in the kitchen. Spotting foolish Zhu, he quickly exclaimed, "Zhuzi, you've come just in time. We have 2 tables of distinguished guests coming for lunch today. You must come and help out." "Master, just tell me what you need me to do. I promise to study culinary skills earnestly from now on." He Yuzhu replied earnestly. Li Chuqiu chuckled heartily. Zhuzi, you've finally woken up? Let me first familiarize you with today's ingredients, and then teach you to prepare some signature dishes." Upon hearing this, He Yuzhu followed Li Chuqiu into the kitchen. Inside, numerous individuals were busily engaged in chopping, washing, and preparing various ingredients. He Yuzhu trailed behind the Sichuan cuisine master Li Chuqiu, weaving through the array of ingredients laid out on the counters, the air thick with the rich aroma of spices and the freshness of produce. "Zhuzi, look at this pork. It should be a balanced mix of fat and lean. Only then can the red braised pork be rich yet not greasy. Melting in your mouth," Li Chuqiu patiently explained, pointing to a freshly cut piece of pork. He Yuzhu listened intently, as if rekindling his desire and passion for culinary arts. "And this bass, it must be freshly caught, with bright eyes and a smooth body." Li Chuqiu gestured towards a basin of live fish, signaling He Yuzhu to take heed. He Yuzhu nodded, committing these details to memory. Subsequently, Li Chuqiu began teaching He Yuzhu how to handle the ingredients, master the cooking techniques, and blend the seasonings. He Yuzhu attentively mimicked Li Chuqiu's movements, his fingers deftly navigating between the knife and the ingredients, as if performing a silent symphony. Li Chuqiu felt a twinge of astonishment. It had only been a day, yet Zhuzi seemed transformed. He meticulously observed He Yuzhu's every move. The skilled knife techniques and adept culinary skills left Li Chuqiu marveling, further solidifying his belief that He Yuzhu would undoubtedly become an exceptional chef. By the end of the morning, He Yuzhu had gained profound insights in his Sichuan cuisine. The renowned dishes, such as Fuchi Fipian, Mapo tofu, Dompa pork, Dang Dang beef, Kung Pao chicken, spicy chicken, and Shui Zhuyu. Each time he witnessed Master Li Chuqiu prepare a fresh dish, he would commit it to memory. Savoring the flavors gradually, He Yuzhu found scenes of various dishes being crafted vividly, replaying in his mind, rendering him intimately familiar with the methods and tastes of these new culinary delights. He Yuzhu was somewhat perplexed. While working at the Hangzhou Hilton Hotel, he primarily focused on Hangzhou's famed dishes. The top 10 dishes of Hangzhou included West Lake vinegar fish, Song Sisters fish soup, Longjing shrimp, Dompa pork, Beggar's chicken, fish head tofu, Hangzhou chrysanthemum chicken, West Lake water shield soup, crispy fried sounding bell, and stewed bamboo shoots. In the entire Hangzhou culinary circle, no one could rival him. Yet he felt somewhat estranged from Sichuan cuisine, despite his inexplicable familiarity with it now. Could it be that He Yuzhu had been concealing his talents? Li Chuqiu had been closely monitoring He Yuzhu's expressions and noticed the dawning realization on his face, which relieved him. "Zhuzi, have you remembered?" Li Chuqiu inquired. He Yuzhu nodded and replied, "I've memorized it." "Master, I've been learning all along, so rest assured. Li Chuqiu smiled and nodded. Zhu, you possess the highest culinary talent among all my apprentices that I will impart all my culinary knowledge to you. He Yuzhu responded with a grin. Master, you can be assured, I will strive diligently to ensure your satisfaction. Haha, excellent. Li Chuqiu nodded contentedly and continued. Zhu, in that case, prepare a few dishes with the remaining ingredients for everyone in the kitchen to taste your skills. Master, understood, I will start right away, He Yuzhu replied. As night gradually descended, He Yuzhu stood before the countertop in the Hangzhou kitchen, his gaze sweeping over the leftover ingredients, his heart calm and untroubled. Potatoes, cabbage, tender tofu, bits of beef, half a fish, and a small portion of lean meat. These seemingly ordinary ingredients held infinite potential in his eyes. A faint smile crossed his lips as a plan began to form in his mind. He first picked up the potatoes, skillfully slicing them into even shreds. Next, he retrieved pickled vegetables and chili peppers from a jar in the corner, intending to add a tangy and spicy flavor to his upcoming dishes. He then began preparing the beef and lean meat, meticulously chopping the beef into fine powder and slicing the lean meat into uniform strips. His movements were methodical, as if crafting a work of art, with each step infused with ingenuity. Once everything was prepared, He Yuzhu took a deep breath and began cooking according to the steps etched in his memory. He first stir-fried the potato shreds with the pickled vegetables and chili peppers, the sour and spicy aroma wafting through the air, making one's mouth water. Chapter 4. Fish-flavored shredded pork. Once the sour and spicy potato shreds were plated, he mixed the beef powder and shredded lean meat with a special seasoning, creating a fragrant and visually appealing dish of fish-flavored shredded pork. The boiled cabbage involved placing the cabbage hearts in boiling water until tender, then drizzling it with meticulously prepared chicken broth. Simple yet delicious. Finally, he crafted a dish of mapo tofu, with silken tofu and a spicy, fragrant flavor that lingered delightfully. As the last dish was presented at the table, the kitchen staff gathered around. They gazed at the array of dishes with curiosity and anticipation. This was He Yuzhu's first time independently cooking without Li Chuqiu's guidance, and they were eager to discover the flavors. Shortly thereafter, Li Chuqiu approached and announced to the crowd, "Everyone has worked hard today. Let us eat." Upon hearing this, several staff members eagerly picked up their chopsticks and sampled the dishes. The delectable flavors danced on their tongues. Astonishment sparkled in their eyes, their faces alight with delight. So delicious! This dish is simply exquisite, rivaling the master's skills. This flavor completely surpasses my own level. Li Chuqiu exclaimed, "Zhu, you truly are the successor I have been looking for." He Yuzhu smiled shyly. "Master, you flatter me." "No, I am not exaggerating. Zhu, you are genuinely talented. Your apprentice salary will increase by 5 yuan each month. From now on, I will simply watch while you cook." Note: here, it should be noted that the second series of renminbi had not yet been issued in 1951. But for ease of reading, I will uniformly use the second series for calculations at that time. He Yuzhu's apprentice salary was just 5 yuan a month in the first year, increasing to 10 in the second year, and only reaching 15 in the third year. He Yuzhu had just entered his third year, earning 15 yuan monthly, and now Li Chuqiu had raised it to 20 yuan. 20 yuan a month was quite substantial at that time. "Master, this is Zhu. My lifelong ambition has been to perfect Sichuan cuisine. I have been worried about finding a successor, yet here you are, a gifted apprentice. I am truly delighted. Your cooking skills have surpassed my own. I finally have a successor." Li Chuqiu expressed with emotion. "Master, you overestimate me," He Yuzhu quickly replied humbly. "Zhu, I am never wrong in my judgments," Li Chuqiu said earnestly. "Uncle Li, what are you two chatting about so happily?" Suddenly, a sweet and vibrant voice interrupted their conversation. The voice was melodious and full of life, as if imbued with the essence of spring. Li Chuqiu looked up to see a young girl clad in a red garment, her face radiant with a smile as she entered the kitchen. She appeared youthful, around 14 or 15 years old, with fair skin and bright eyes, resembling a dazzling pearl. The red attire shimmered under the setting sun, enhancing her already striking beauty. "Oh, nothing much, just a casual chat." Li Chuqiu shook his head, a warm smile gracing his face. He gazed at the approaching girl, his eyes filled with affection. "Ji Huan, What brings you to the kitchen?" The girl was none other than Shen Jihuan, the daughter of Boss Shun of Fengxi. Though still young, she had blossomed into a graceful and extraordinary young lady. Whenever she had free time, she would visit Fengxian, and as a result, she had become quite familiar with everyone. Boss Shun, having only one daughter, was not the type to impose strictness. He recognized her lively and outgoing nature, allowing her to develop her spirited personality. At that moment, upon hearing Li Chuchio's question, she playfully blinked and replied, "Master Li, I came to see if there is anything tasty since we ran out of dishes earlier." Li Chuchio couldn't help but chuckle. He understood her nature well and knew her craving had led her to concoct an excuse to sneak into the kitchen for a bite. With a smile, he pointed to the plate of fish-flavored shredded pork that He Yuzhu had prepared, saying, "Jihuan, you've come at the right time. Try this fish-flavored shredded pork made by Zhuzi." Upon hearing that the dish was prepared by He Yuzhu, Shen Jihuan was taken aback in her impression, while He Yuzhu was straightforward. His culinary skills were not particularly remarkable. Curiosity piqued, she approached, picked up her chopsticks, and sampled a piece of the fish-flavored shredded pork. That moment, as the flavors danced on her palate, her eyes widened with surprise and admiration. She quickly swallowed the food and nodded in approval, exclaiming, "This is absolutely delicious. It surpasses anything I've had before, even better than what Uncle Li makes." Turning to He Yuzhu, she curiously inquired, "He Yuzhu, how did your culinary skills improve so rapidly?" He Yuzhu, taken aback by Shen Jihuan's unexpected praise, scratched his head and replied with a hearty laugh, "I'm not quite sure. Perhaps I just had a sudden epiphany." He was indeed unaware. It was only upon taking action that a sense of familiarity enveloped him. Could it be that his fortuitous journey had finally arrived? He Yuzhu, felt a surge of excitement within, as if divine providence had bestowed an opportunity upon him. In his past life, he had traversed the world alone, leaving without establishing a family or a career. Now, with a second chance, having crossed into the life of Sha Zhu, he resolved to live fully on his behalf, no longer playing the fool, by raising the children of the Jia family. "He Jihuan, this is the first time I've tasted such delectable dishes prepared by Yuzhu," Li Chuchio remarked, patting He Yuzhu on the shoulder. "Zhuzi, you've brought honor to your master." He Yuzhu quickly responded with humility, "Oh no, master, you are too kind. It is all thanks to your guidance that I could cook such delicious dishes." In truth, he owed much of it to the meticulous instruction he received from his master. "Zhuzi, spare us your modesty." Li Chuchio chuckled heartily. "With your evident talent, you shall undoubtedly achieve great things in the future." Shen Jihuan gazed at He Yuzhu, her eyes sparkling as if she had stumbled upon a hidden treasure. Suddenly, she lifted the plate of fish-flavored shredded pork and declared, "Yuzhu, this dish shall be mine. I will have someone fetch another fish shortly, and you shall prepare another dish for everyone to enjoy." Without waiting for a response, she strode away with the plate in hand. The kitchen staff stood in stunned silence, exchanging glances, pondering the girl's directness. However, they held a favorable impression of this Miss Jihuan, for she never looked down upon them due to her wealth. Each time she visited Fengzi Garden, she would lend a hand in alleviating various difficulties in the kitchen. "Hey, little girl, that plate is mine. Don't snatch it away. Put it down." Li Chuchio finally reacted, hastily pursuing her. "Uncle Li, I'm sorry, but I must take this plate of fish-flavored shredded pork. I'll have He Yuzhu prepare fresh dishes for everyone later." Shen Jihuan mischievously winked. "Jihuan, you are truly something else." Li Chuchio mused, watching Shen Jihuan's departing figure with a helpless smile, shaking his head. Chapter 5. Is he Daqing leaving? Before long, Shen Jihuan indeed reappeared with a large black fish. Tossing it into the kitchen, she chuckled softly and hurried away. Observing this, He Yuzhu had no choice but to prepare the black fish anew, also procuring some pork belly, slicing it into shreds, and once again cooking a plate of fish-flavored shredded pork for everyone. Due to the size of the black fish, this new dish was significantly larger than the previous one, and the kitchen staff relished every bite, showering him with compliments. After dinner, He Yuzhu placed the remaining fish-flavored shredded pork into his master's lunchbox and brought it to Li Chuchio. "Master, there's still quite a bit left. I've brought it for you to take home for Annie to taste." Upon seeing He Yuzhu return after a 2-day break with improved culinary skills and newfound concern for others, Li Chuchio wondered if He Daqing had imparted some wisdom during his brief absence. This thought left him feeling as though he had somehow gained an unfair advantage over He Daqing, stirring a sense of guilt within him. Thus, he divided the fish-flavored shredded pork into 2 portions, handing one back to He Yuzhu. "Zhuzi, you have a father and a younger sister at home too. Take this fish-flavored shredded pork back for them to try." He Yuzhu accepted the lunchbox, warmth spreading through his heart. He looked up at Li Chuchio, replying, "Thank you, master." Li Chuchio patted his shoulder. "Silly child, there's no need for such politeness. You can take a portion home every day from now on." He Yuzhu nodded, understanding that his master's permission to bring home dishes was a recognition of his culinary skills and appreciation of him. In these times, food meant everything to everyone. Thus, he no longer declined, and, clutching the lunchbox filled with fish-flavored shredded pork, made his way back to the courtyard to the entrance. He Yuzhu was already waiting for him. Clad in a red cotton jacket and sporting 2 adorable double buns, she appeared charming and delightful, her sweet smile and obedient demeanor warming He Yuzhu's heart. He Yuzhu waved the lunchbox in front of He Yuzhu, saying, "Little sister, I prepared a meal today. Master said I did exceptionally well, and he asked me to bring some back for you and father to taste." "Wow, really?" He Yuzhu's eyes widened, sparkling with excitement and anticipation. Seeing her so happy, He Yuzhu solemnly nodded. "Yes, since you like it, I'll bring you dishes every day from now on." "Yay, that's wonderful." He Yuzhu gleefully nodded, grasping He Yuzhu's left hand. "Brother, let us go home." Father must be waiting eagerly. Upon hearing that He Daqing was waiting for him, He Yuzhu's heart jolted that he froze in place, memories rapidly replaying in his mind. According to the original storyline, He Daqing had sent him and Yuzhu away to Baoding in 1951. Could this be his father's final concern for them, or was it to arrange their futures? He Yuzhu realized he might not be able to keep He Daqing around much longer. Well, let it be. But before departing, he must ensure that both his and his sister's rights were secured. He had to ensure that He Daqing transferred the 2 houses to him and left enough living expenses for both him and his sister. He could no longer allow Yuzhu's living expenses to be sent to the hands of the moralistic Tianjun. They must all be sent to him instead. He Yuzhu took his sister He Yuzhu's small hand and swiftly headed toward the courtyard. Passing through the front yard, Yin Bugui immediately spotted the lunchbox in their hands and caught a whiff of the enticing fish aroma. Curiously, he inquired, "Silly Zhu, what have you brought back for your sister and father today?" He Yuzhu was reluctant to elaborate, but considering He Yuzhu's presence at Hongxing Primary School, he replied, "Teacher Yin, it's nothing much. Just that today, Master praised my cooking and asked me to bring some back for my sister and father to taste." As he turned to leave, he added, "Teacher Yin, you can call me by my name. Please don't refer to me as Silly Zhu. I am not silly at all." Yin Bugui's eyes flickered with suspicion. He thought to himself, this Silly Zhu, usually incapable of even holding a spatula, how could he have suddenly learned to cook and receive his master's praise? Who would believe that? Just a few days ago, Boss Shun from Fengzi Garden was seeking to dismiss him. If it weren't for Li Chuchio's kindness, he would have been expelled from Fengzi Garden long ago. The more Yin Bugui pondered, the more he felt something was amiss, that he suspected that this lunchbox of food had been stealthily taken by He Yuzhu. When no one was looking, he decided to keep a close watch on He Yuzhu to uncover whatever scheme he was plotting. He Yuzhu sensed Yin Bugui's skeptical gaze, but paid it no mind, that he knew that no matter what he said, Yin Bugui would not believe him. He simply wished to return to the courtyard promptly, to ask He Daqing when he would be leaving and what arrangements he had made for himself and his sister. Upon seeing the siblings return, Qin Huairu immediately smiled shyly. "Silly Zhu, Yuzhu, you're back." He Yuzhu felt a wave of disdain wash over him. "Oh, you Qin Huairu, do you still think of me as Silly Zhu? Haven't you drained enough from me in the original tale? Do you wish to do so once more?" Feigning ignorance of her attempts at flattery, He Yuzhu maintained a stern expression and coldly replied, "Yes, we're back." Then he took He Yuzhu by the hand, turning away without a backward glance as behind him Jia Zhongshi's loud voice rang out, "Qin Huairu, you sly vixen, you just married in and already wish to seduce someone." Qin Huairu's expression shifted from pale to flushed, and she stood there biting her lip, wanting to explode in anger, yet knowing she had to endure due to Jia Zhongshi being her mother-in-law and her husband present. After several deep breaths and adjustments, she finally regained her composure, smiling as she said, "Mother, I didn't mean it. I only wanted to get along well with the people in the courtyard." "Hey, Qiantang, Mother only said one thing to you. Why do you have to retort? Finish washing the clothes and come back quickly. Don't embarrass yourself out there," Jia Dongshi replied with a sarcastic tone. Fuming with rage, Qiantang trembled all over but dared not refute him. Merely casting a wronged glance his way, He Yuzhu pulled He Yuzhu into the room, slamming the door shut with a resounding bang and closing all the windows. "Brother, what are you doing?" He Yuzhu was startled, looking at him cautiously. "Zhuzi, what's wrong?" At that moment, He Daqing was in the back kitchen, bringing over a few steamed buns, not wanting to see certain individuals. He Yuzhu replied irritably. "Nothing." He Daqing, puzzled, placed the buns on the table. "Zhuzi, who mocked you this time? Let your father teach them a lesson." "Father, it's nothing. Yuzhu is starving. Let us eat first, and afterward I have some matters to discuss with you," He Yuzhu hastily stated. "All right then, Zhuzi, your father also has some things to discuss with you. Yuzhu, come, let us eat." He Daqing looked at his daughter, a twinge of guilt beginning to swell in his chest. He would be leaving in a few days, and Yuzhu was only 7 years old. It was certain that he did not want to part with her, but circumstances dictated that he must go. Chapter 6. Negotiating terms with He Daqing. All right. Yuzhu joyfully sat at the table. He Yuzhu opened the lunchbox containing the fish-flavored shredded pork, heating in the back kitchen before bringing it out. "It smells so good." He Daqing couldn't help but praise. "Father, this is the fish-flavored shredded pork I cooked. Master said my culinary skills have improved, and I can bring a dish home every day from now on." He Yuzhu placed the fish-flavored shredded pork on the table. "Zhuzi, well done. It's no small feat to earn Master Li's approval." He Daqing praised He Yuzhu with genuine delight. He Yuzhu remained composed on the surface, yet his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of how to broach the subject of leaving with the White Widow to his father after Yuzhu fell asleep. "Brother, the fish-flavored shredded pork you cooked is absolutely delicious." Yuzhu, unbothered by anything else, eagerly picked up her chopsticks and began to eat. Watching his daughter devour her food, He Daqing couldn't help but chuckle, and a twinge of guilt for Yuzhu swelled within him. "Eat slowly, be careful not to choke," He Daqing gently admonished as he affectionately stroked his daughter's head. After speaking, he picked up his own bowl and chopsticks, tasting the fish-flavored shredded pork made by He Yuzhu, and he couldn't help but commend it silently. It was almost on par with his own culinary skills. After the meal, He Yuzhu escorted Yuzhu to the small study to do her homework. Once he ensured Yuzhu was settled, he returned to the main room, where he found his father, He Daqing, leisurely savoring tea, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Clearly pleased with his performance that day, He Yuzhu quietly took a seat beside his father, mentally preparing himself to address the weighty topic that loomed ahead. "Father, are you planning to leave for Baoding with the White Widow?" He Yuzhu hesitated but finally voiced his inquiry. He Daqing was taken aback. He had not anticipated his son would suddenly ask about this matter, let alone know of his intention to leave. "Zhuzi, how did you find out about this?" He Daqing asked, astonished. "Father, don't concern yourself with how I know. I simply want to ask if you're really going to abandon both me and Yuzhu." He Yuzhu interjected, his urgency cutting off his father's response. He Daqing gazed into his son's deep, dark eyes, feeling an involuntary pang in his heart. For reasons he could not quite comprehend, he felt an overwhelming sense of shame in front of his son. "Zhuzi, rest assured, I will not neglect you and Yuzhu. I will make all the necessary arrangements," He Daqing replied, his voice laced with uncertainty. Upon hearing his father's response, He Yuzhu thought to himself, at least you still possess some semblance of conscience. Yet he remained unsatisfied. Although he was a modern individual capable of taking care of Yuzhu, He Daqing's decision to abandon his children to assist another in raising a son posed a fundamental issue of abandonment. "Father, why do you insist on going to Baoding with a White Widow? Do you harbor some unspoken troubles?" He endeavored to keep his tone calm, wishing to avoid a fierce argument with He Daqing. He Daqing sighed deeply, setting down his teacup, his gaze turning profound and complex. "Zhuzi, there are matters you do not yet comprehend. The White Widow is, in fact, an old acquaintance of mine from many years ago. We share unresolved grievances and a bond that is difficult to sever. This trip to Baoding is to resolve some long-standing issues and to provide her with closure. But father, have you considered how Yu Shui and I would feel? If you leave suddenly, what will we do? He Yuzhu's voice quivered with emotion as he struggled to envision Yu Shui. So young, coping with the sudden loss of her father, he had experienced a similar fate in his past life. And he understood all too well the desolation a child faces when stripped of parental protection. He Daqing reached out, gently patting He Yuzhu's shoulder, his eyes brimming with affection and regret. Zhuzi, I know this may seem unfair to you, but it is a responsibility I must confront. However, I assure you, regardless of the outcome, I will ensure everything is arranged so that you can live without worry after I am gone. He Yuzhu remained silent for a moment. Realizing that the situation was beyond his control, he began to sense the weight of his father's decision. Understanding that there must be deeper reasons behind it, he raised his gaze to meet his father's, determination flickering in his eyes. Father, if you truly must go, please transfer the ownership of the 2 rooms to Yu Shui and me, and provide us with 500 yuan for living expenses until Yu Shui comes of age. The monthly allowance of 10 yuan cannot be reduced. You need not send the money to anyone else. I am grown now, and you can send it directly to me. Also, you must buy me a bicycle. Otherwise, it will be inconvenient for me to pick up Yu Shui and commute to work. He Yuzhu proposed a bicycle purchase, knowing that acquiring one in the future would require a ticket, which would prove challenging, whereas it was still feasible at present. Zhuzi, He Daqing was taken aback by his son's requests, but upon seeing the resolute expression on his face, he ultimately nodded in agreement. Seeing his father acquiesce brought a sigh of relief to He Yuzhu, but a wave of bittersweet emotions surged within him as he observed He Daqing's guilt-ridden countenance, leaving him at a loss for how to express it. All right, Zhuzi, tomorrow morning, ask Master Li for half a day's leave. We will go to the military administration to transfer the house to you. I will also help you set aside 500 yuan, and I will give you another 100 yuan to help you and Yu Shui transition to your current living situation. As for work, if you wish to stay at Fengzuan, you may. If not, I have already spoken with Director Liu, and you can directly work in the kitchen at the steel mill. That He Daqing spoke at a measured pace. But He Yuzhu could discern a profound sense of helplessness and fatigue in his words. Understood, He Yuzhu replied, and then took his leave, returning to his room, where he lay on his bed, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. He was unsure how to convey this situation to Yu Shui after He Daqing's departure. She was far too young to endure the sudden loss of her father. As he closed his eyes to rest, he found himself transported to the Qiantang River after his previous life's drowning. Yet the waters appeared calm. Without a single ripple, a wooden boat was moored on the river. Further behind the sandy beach lay a courtyard with 2 entrances, verdantly adorned with lush grass, several willow trees, and a few cherry blossom trees in the distance, their petals fluttering in the breeze. Could this be the reward bestowed upon us time travelers? Having read numerous time travel novels, he knew that other travelers often arrived with golden fingers or systems. Why had he, however, only received a river and a courtyard? He Yuzhu muttered. Curiosity piqued as he ventured towards the courtyard. He found it hard to believe that if time travelers were devoid of benefits, how would they survive the ensuing years of famine? Contemplating this, he strolled inside, exploring the main hall and several bedrooms before finally entering the large kitchen. Upon inspecting the kitchen, He Yuzhu discovered it was well-equipped, featuring a complete set of new pots, bowls, chopsticks, and 2 vegetable baskets. Alongside a stove, to his astonishment, there lay a book entitled Delicious Dishes atop the stove. Intrigued, he opened it to find it contained recipes for famous dishes from across the nation. Chapter 7. Can I manipulate with my mind? Could this be the system's gift to me? A time traveler? He Yuzhu was overwhelmed with joy, and his perception of the original character, Sha Zhu, shifted. He continued to peruse the book. Each page turned seeming to converse with his past self. Vivid images of him diligently engaged in the kitchen, honing his culinary skills surfacing in his mind. As it was, He Yuzhu realized that his traversal into the era of Sha Zhu was not without purpose. Simply put, Sha Zhu was him, and he was Sha Zhu. Before his arrival, Sha Zhu had been practicing his culinary skills within the confines of this courtyard. Thus, after his arrival, he was already familiar with the methods of Sichuan cuisine, enabling him to prepare dishes that surpassed those of his master at Hangzhou. The notion that He Yuzhu was merely a slacker who occasionally fished and sunbathed was a complete misunderstanding. Sha Zhu had long possessed remarkable culinary skills, yet he had not yet fully realized them, which was where He Yuzhu, the time traveler, had come in to seize the opportunity, since he had inherited all of Sha Zhu's attributes, including his culinary skills and dreams. He felt both the responsibility and capability to rectify the regrets left behind by the original. He Yuzhu resolved to change the narrative. After a while, he placed the book back on the stove and strolled into the backyard, where he discovered several acres of land cultivated with vegetables and corn. He approached, crouched down, and examined the produce, noting that it appeared plump and robust, thriving well, though he was uncertain of the planting methods employed. He Yuzhu inspected the adjacent plots of land, noticing a thin layer of soil mixed with natural fertilizer ash from burnt roots and other materials. He brushed aside the ash, revealing soil that, while dark in color, was not dry, indicating that this land had been recently cultivated. Sha Zhu had indeed planted vegetables in this space. With this area, even the impending years of famine would not pose a challenge for him. He Yuzhu mused. He examined the soil closely, realizing its richness would support a variety of vegetables. After wandering through the courtyard, the hall, and the bedrooms, he noted that all essential living supplies were present. Yet he could not ascertain their origin. He made his way back to the riverside, where he found himself drawn to the little boat. Gazing at the quietly moored vessel, an inexplicable urge surged within him. He felt as though an invisible force beckoned him, compelling him to step onto the boat. The moment he set foot on the deck, he experienced an unprecedented sense of freedom and tranquility. He surveyed his surroundings. The river sparkled under the sunlight, reflecting the azure sky and fluffy clouds, while the distant mountains appeared like a captivating ink wash painting. That He Yuzhu inhaled deeply. The fresh air mingled with a hint of moisture, invigorating his spirit. Let me drift along this river for a while, treating it as a small respite for my soul, he murmured to himself, then untied the rope and gently paddled, causing the small boat to slowly drift away from the shore. As the vessel glided forward, He Yuzhu felt increasingly at ease. He closed his eyes, allowing the gentle breeze to caress his face, whisking away all worries and sorrows. In that moment, he seemed to merge with the river and the vast sky. With all the clamor and chaos receding into the distance, time passed unnoticed. And when He Yuzhu finally opened his eyes, he found himself adrift in the heart of the river. Surrounding him was nothing but water, an expanse of tranquility and peace. Gazing at the wide river surface, a surge of inexplicable ambition welled up within him. He looked down and was pleasantly surprised to see a fishing rod at the bow of the boat. Filled with delight, he cast the line into the water. Before long, he noticed the bobber shifting, the hook gradually surfacing, and soon enough, a golden fish was caught. Ecstatic, he placed the fish into the basket aboard the boat and continued to cast the line. When the bobber wobbled once more, he swiftly reeled in, only to discover not a fish, but a gleaming gold bar. He was utterly astonished. He tried again several times, finding that he either caught fish or gold bars. Or pearls. Goodness, I've struck it rich. This river conceals such treasures. If this continues into the future with the reforms, He Yuzhu, shall become a billionaire. He was overwhelmed with joy, stowing away the fishing rod, paddling the boat to the shore, placing the caught fish into a large water tank in the courtyard, and hiding the gold bars on the nightstand beside his bed, planning to emerge from the space. Zhuzi, are you up yet? Just like yesterday, after breakfast, you need to take Yushui to Hongxing Primary School. Remember, after Fengzhuan, be sure to ask Master Li for a half-day leave to transfer the property. He suddenly heard Yi Daqing's voice. He Yuzhu's eyes snapped open, and the familiar surroundings of the room filled him with a sense of disorientation. He looked around. The familiar room and its furnishings made it clear that the extraordinary river experience had seemingly been a dream. However, the dampness in his palm and the excitement in his heart reminded him that it was not entirely a figment of his imagination. He reached for the nightstand and, to his astonishment, found the gold bars he had hidden there. Staring wide-eyed, he could hardly believe the sight before him. It turned out he could manipulate objects in space with his thoughts. The gold bars, once hidden in the nightstand, now appeared in reality, only to vanish again with another thought. Incredible, he murmured, unable to express the joy and shock that flooded his heart. This mysterious space not only promised him boundless wealth, but also granted him such miraculous abilities. He Yuzhu understood, well, that if this power were to be discovered by others, it would inevitably invite endless trouble and danger. Thus, he resolved to keep this secret, ensuring no one would uncover his extraordinary abilities. With these gold bars and this wondrous space, he thought, how could I not escape the clutches of the demons, ghosts, serpents, and gods in this courtyard and venture out to carve a niche for myself in the world? His eyes sparkled with determination and confidence. Zhuzi, are you up yet? He Daqing's voice rang out again. Oh, coming, he replied, hurriedly dressing before stepping outside. He found Yushui already seated at the dining table and teased. Brother is quite shameless. I've been up for ages, and you just got up? He Yuzhu approached and playfully pinched her small nose, chuckling, little girl, when have I not called you to get up? Today, being the first time you rise early. You start mocking your brother. With that, he took a bowl and chopsticks, while He Yushui served herself a bun and 2 eggs. Eat well, you don't want to be hungry during class, he advised. As he took a big bite of an egg, savoring it, He Yushui watched her brother eat with disdain. Brother, eat slowly. I want to compete with you. Little brat, how dare you mock me? I'm just worried about time. He Yuzhu shot a glare at his sister. Hurry up and eat. We still have to go. He Yushui nodded and focused on her meal. He Daqing observed the 2 children, feeling a pang of sorrow. Their mother had passed away early, and he had painstakingly raised them. How could he bear to leave? Yet, he knew that if he didn't depart, he might drag the siblings down with him. With a sigh, he stood and walked out. A moment later, after finishing their meal, He Yuzhu and his sister changed clothes and set off towards Hongxing Primary School. On the way, he cautiously broached the subject. Yushui, Dad is going to a faraway place. Will you follow your brother? Yushui paused. What? Why is Dad going so far? He Yuzhu shook his head. You don't need to know where Dad is going. Just promise me to follow your brother and not cry. That's all you need to do, all right? Given her young age, Yushui nodded and refrained from asking further. After dropping Yushui off at Hongxing Primary School, He Yuzhu headed towards Fengzhou. As he approached the entrance, a crowd from the kitchen surrounded him. What is going on? He Yuzhu was taken aback. Zhuzi, the dishes you made for dinner last night were outstanding. Boss Shun wants you to take charge of the kitchen today. Boss Shun, Qiantang, had been running Fengzhou for many years and was a prominent figure in the restaurant industry. Zhuzi, Miss Shun asked about you several times this morning. She was quite displeased to not see you. Listening to their words, He Yuzhu was astonished. I only made 3 dishes. Have I captured their hearts so quickly? If I showcase the various famous dishes from that book, wouldn't they be utterly amazed? Zhuzi, why are you just standing there? Boss Shin has been waiting for you in the office for quite some time. Li Chuqiu approached and tugged at his sleeve, signaling him to follow. Oh, master. He Yuzhu responded and followed Li Chuqiu inside. Fengzhou had 3 floors, with Qiantang's office on the 4th. As they reached the staircase, Li Chuqiu remarked, Zhuzi, your fish-flavored shredded pork and spicy potato shreds last night impressed Boss Shin greatly. He said he is entertaining some esteemed guests today and wants you to prepare the meal. All right, master. I will do my utmost to make it good. Li Chuqiu led He Yuzhu into Qiantang's office, where Qiantang sat at his desk, sipping tea, a faint smile on his face, his gaze toward He Yuzhu filled with satisfaction. He Yuzhu, you've been with us at Fengzhou for almost 3 years now, right? Are you satisfied with our establishment? He Yuzhu thought to himself. Qiantang, you've ignored me for 3 years, and now that I'm of use to you, you suddenly act friendly. You really think I'm oblivious to your intentions. Nevertheless, what harm is there in showcasing my skills today? After all, I'll soon return to the steel mill as the head chef. He smiled slightly. Boss, during my 3 years at Fengzhou, my master has treated me like family. And the aunties and brothers in the kitchen have been very kind to me. I also quite like Fengzhou. Good. I'm glad to hear that. Qiantang nodded, then continued. Today, there are 2 esteemed guests coming for a meal. If you can prepare some dishes that satisfy them, I'll raise your salary by $5 a month. Thank you for your appreciation, boss. However, I have a request. I would like to take half a day off this afternoon. He Yuzhu nodded and smiled. All right, He Yuzhu, as long as you handle this table of guests today, I'll grant you an extra day off, and your salary will remain the same, Qiantang replied. Satisfied. Okay, He Yuzhu said, turning to leave, leaving Li Chuchio in a daze. This little fellow knows how to seize opportunities. Qiantang sipped his tea in good spirits. Last night, after his daughter Xinjiawan had served him the fish-flavored shredded pork made by He Yuzhu, he had completely lost his composure. Devouring the meal enthusiastically, he praised He Yuzhu's culinary skills while secretly marveling at the hidden talent in the Fengziyuan kitchen, realizing he had previously overlooked it. Losing such a gem to a competitor would be a significant loss. After a long pause, Qiantang finally said to Li Chuchio, "Old Li, you've taken on a good apprentice." Li Chuchio awkwardly coughed. Feeling a bit embarrassed, "My apprentice doesn't possess much skill. I rely on your support and guidance." Qiantang laughed heartily. "Are you afraid of teaching your apprentice, lest you starve yourself? Otherwise, why have you not had He Yuzhu on the stove until now?" Li Chuchio's face turned slightly red. "Boss Shun, I swear on my honor, I'm at an age where retirement is inevitable. I consider Zhuzi my closed-door disciple. It's just that he didn't seem to grasp things before. I never expected he would surprise me after just 2 days off. Old Li, you must refrain from mentioning retirement at this moment. Although Zhu has honed his skills, the kitchen still requires your vigilant oversight. What if you were to leave and someone were to poach He Yuzhu? Who can predict the affairs of the younger generation?" Qiantang patted his shoulder in comfort, assuring him, "However, I can guarantee that once He Yuzhu officially takes up his position, I shall defer to your wishes." "Very well, Boss Shun. Should I depart, the responsibility of the kitchen will fall to Zhu. You must not replace him." "Naturally," Qiantang replied, "with Zhu's culinary prowess, I need no prompting. I shall entrust the kitchen to him," Qiantang declared with unwavering conviction. Unbeknownst to them, their conversation was overheard by He Yuzhu, who turned to find himself deeply moved by his master's unexpected kindness. Meanwhile, when Li Chuchio stepped outside, he found the dazed Zhu standing by the door. He Yuzhu hurriedly explained, "Master, I forgot to call you to leave together," and turned back. Li Chuchio chuckled, nodding in understanding. Before addressing Qiantang, "Boss Shun, we shall now return to our duties." Qiantang waved his hand. "Off you go." Chapter 9. Culinary skills recognized at midday. Sunlight streamed through the partially opened window, casting dappled patterns across every corner of the bustling kitchen at Fengzi Garden, infusing the space with warmth and vitality. The flames roared, illuminating He Yuzhu's focused and determined visage, as his hands danced with seemingly magical dexterity between the iron wok and spatula. Each stir-fry was executed with precision and vigor, releasing an enticing aroma that enveloped the entire area. Master Li Chuchio, initially poised to offer meticulous guidance to his young apprentice, was pleasantly surprised to discover that He Yuzhu's passion and innate talent for cooking exceeded his expectations. He required no superfluous words or gestures. With a profound respect and understanding for the ingredients, he masterfully brought each Sichuan dish to life. The dishes including spicy beef slices, glistening in vibrant red oil, steamed river fish, tender with rich broth, dongpa pork, radiant in color and rich yet not greasy, twice-cooked pork, fragrant with garlic and slightly curled, and the crispy sweet and sour fish were all culinary temptations, each bite a sublime indulgence for the palate. As 8 dishes were elegantly arranged on the long wooden table, their vivid colors and intoxicating aromas resembled a breathtaking painting, tempting all to salivate. He Yuzhu finally paused his labor, wiping the sweat from his brow, gazing at his creations with a glimmer of pride and joy in his eyes. He turned to Li Chuchio, and they exchanged a knowing smile, an unspoken understanding of the bond and legacy between master and apprentice, perfectly encapsulated in that moment. "Master," He Yuzhu began, hesitating, filled with gratitude and reverence. Li Chuchio gently patted his shoulder and said, "Well done, young man. You have surpassed your teacher. I have not misjudged you. Continue to strive, and you shall undoubtedly carve out your place in the world of Sichuan cuisine." He Yuzhu smiled and lowered his head. I in an elegant private room at Fengzi Garden. A modest round table was surrounded by a middle-aged man and 7 staff members from the local government office. The middle-aged man exuded an extraordinary aura, being a leader hailing from Sichuan, harboring a deep affection for the culinary delights of his homeland. Today, he had brought his team specifically to witness the culinary artistry of Fengzi Garden and to savor the legendary delicacies. As the waiter moved gracefully, He Yuzhu's meticulously prepared 8 dishes of Sichuan cuisine were presented one by one. Each dish was a work of art, alluring in color and fragrance, eliciting immediate salivation. After a round of courteous exchanges, the guests could no longer contain their cravings, eagerly lifting their chopsticks to taste. The first bite brought forth an explosion of delight and satisfaction, and soon exclamations of praise filled the room. "Delicious! Absolutely delectable! This flavor is simply irresistible," exclaimed one staff member, his eyes sparkling with an insatiable love for food. "What is the name of this dish?" another guest inquired, pointing at a beautifully presented plate. "This is spicy beef slices, one of our signature dishes," the waiter replied proudly. The middle-aged man at the head of the table savored a few bites, nodding in approval. "Quite remarkable. The flavors are spicy and fragrant, with distinct layers. It is indeed a rare delicacy." His words carried a touch of nostalgia, as if through this dish he had rediscovered a long-lost taste memory. He then sampled the crispy sweet and sour fish, finding the exterior crisp and the interior tender, with a perfect balance of sweetness and acidity that lingered delightfully. "This dish is perfectly balanced. Since moving to Beijing, I have yet to encounter such authentic Sichuan cuisine." He marveled. "The skill of the Fengzi Garden chef is truly commendable." The others chimed in, their faces adorned with expressions of satisfaction and happiness, as the entire room radiated a warm and harmonious atmosphere, filled with laughter and conversation, all enjoying this rare moment of togetherness. After a while, the leader turned to the staff in the room, asking, "Could we meet your Sichuan chef?" "Of course, I will promptly inform the boss to summon our head chef." The staff member eagerly responded. The leader's request elevated the atmosphere in the private room, and the staff member hurriedly departed, moving swiftly between the hallway and the kitchen. Upon hearing the news, boss Qiantang felt a surge of joy and pride. He had not anticipated He Yuzhu's culinary prowess would reach such heights, garnering the appreciation of this esteemed leader, an undeniable affirmation of Fengzi Garden's culinary excellence. Qiantang quickly adjusted his attire, adopting a demeanor of solemnity and anticipation as he strode towards the kitchen. He personally led He Yuzhu away from the bustling stove, through the lively dining area, and to the threshold of the eagerly awaited private room. "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to present," Qiantang declared as he opened the door, his face beaming with a smile. "This is our esteemed chef for today, He Yuzhu." The guests within the private room turned their curious and astonished gazes towards He Yuzhu, who stood beside Qiantang, appearing somewhat shy yet confident, smiling and nodding in greeting. "What? This is your head chef at Fengzi Garden?" one staff member exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. "Boss Shun, are you certain? This meal could not have been crafted without 10 or 20 years of experience. How can this chef be so young?" Seeing their astonishment, Qiantang smiled even more knowingly, aware that such reactions were to be expected. "Indeed, this meal was prepared by He Yuzhu, though he is young. His skills are extraordinary." Qiantang explained. He is a highly regarded apprentice of Sichuan master Li Chuqiu, having absorbed his teachings, and his Sichuan dishes are unparalleled, leaving a lasting impression. At this point, Qiantang turned to the staff beside him, instructing quickly, "Fetch Master Li. Let everyone meet this titan of Sichuan cuisine, who is also He Yuzhu's mentor." The staff member complied, and the atmosphere in the private room grew even more vibrant with this series of surprises. Guests cast admiring glances at He Yuzhu, some even eagerly inquiring about his training and cooking insights. Though their inquiries, He Yuzhu attributed all his success to his master's guidance, which brought immense joy to Li Chuqiu, who had just arrived. "Master Li, come over here and explain how you have trained this talented apprentice," Qiantang called out to Li Chuqiu, his face glowing with a broad smile. Upon hearing Qiantang's summons, Li Chuqiu quickened his pace, striding towards them. Chapter 10. The property deed. His face radiated with a brilliant smile, his eyes crinkling into crescent shapes that were utterly endearing. Master Li, I have long admired your reputation. I never anticipated not only your Sichuan cuisine to be exceptional, but also that your apprentice would possess such outstanding culinary skills." The leader even stood to shake hands with Li Chuqiu. Seeing the leader extend the olive branch of friendship first, Li Chuqiu felt a wave of excitement swell within him, and his smile blossomed even more radiantly. Master Li, your apprentice is indeed the next wave rising from the Yangtze, surpassing you. He praised Li Chuqiu. You flatter me, Li Chuqiu replied, modesty evident on his face, though joy was unmistakable. My apprentice is still young. He requires the support of everyone. Indeed, I am still young and have much to learn about the culinary arts. I will strive to enhance my skills further, He Yuzhu added, humbled yet determined that He Yuzhu followed Li Chuqiu's words. Upon hearing this, the leader's face radiated a warm smile, and his opinion of He Yuzhu quietly rose several notches. After exchanging polite courtesies, everyone bid farewell and dispersed. Eager to accompany He Daqing to the Military Management Committee to handle property matters, He Yuzhu quickly took his leave of Qiantang and his mentor Li Chuqiu. Upon returning to the quaint Ziyuan, He Yuzhu discovered his father, He Daqing, already waiting in the main room. The father and son exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. After a long pause, He Daqing finally retrieved the property deed for the main house and the ear room from a deep drawer and softly said, "All right, let us head to the Military Management Committee to transfer the property now." At that time, there were no police stations or neighborhood committees, so all matters, big and small, were handled by the Military Management Committee. Daqing spoke, and without waiting for He Yuzhu's agreement, stepped outside. He Yuzhu followed closely behind, and the two arrived at the Military Management Committee, locating the staff responsible for property transfers. "Young brother, we meet again so soon." He Yuzhu recognized Zhang Ganshi among the few people he had dined with at Fengzi Garden. With a beaming face, he said, "Little brother, did you come here on business?" He Yuzhu was taken aback and replied, "Zhang Ganshi, I am here at the Military Management Committee because my father wants to transfer his 2 properties into my name. Is this gentleman your father?" Zhang Ganshi turned to glance at He Daqing. "Yes, this is my father, He Daqing," He Yuzhu briefly introduced. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ganshi turned to He Daqing and said, "He Shifu, how fortunate you are to have such a talented son." He Daqing, feeling slightly embarrassed, chuckled, "Zhang Ganshi, you flatter me. He is merely an ordinary chef. You are too humble, He Shifu. Your son is so young yet can create such exquisite Sichuan cuisine. His future is boundless." Zhang Ganshi continued to smile. The praise from Zhang Ganshi filled He Daqing with a sense of guilt. His son was so outstanding, yet he would soon be leaving him behind. He felt a deep sense of remorse. He Daqing pressed his lips together tightly, gently placing the property deed on the table, pushing it towards Zhang Ganshi, his gaze flickering with an imperceptible complexity. Zhang Ganshi took the deed and scrutinized it, his eyes dancing across the paper before finally landing on He Daqing's face with a hint of curiosity and confusion. "These 2 properties are well located and in good condition, He Shifu. Why the urgency to transfer them to your son at this juncture?" Zhang Ganshi's words were sincere. He Daqing's facial muscles twitched slightly. As if he was struggling to contain something, he remained silent for a moment, ultimately just letting out a soft sigh without elaborating. At this moment, He Yuzhu stepped forward, smiling at Zhang Ganshi, and explained, "Zhang Ganshi, you may not know, but my father has always cared for me, seeing that I am about to come of age and might soon start a family. He wishes to make arrangements for my future in advance. These 2 houses are his provision for me." Upon hearing He Yuzhu's words, Zhang Ganshi smiled knowingly, patting He Yuzhu on the shoulder, and praised. "He Shifu is truly a wonderful father, one to be envied. However, young brother, there is no need to rush. You are still young, and opportunities abound in the future. But since you both have made up your minds, let us proceed with this matter." As he spoke, Zhang Ganshi swiftly collected the old property deed and retrieved a prepared contract from his drawer. He patiently guided He Daqing and He Yuzhu through the process of signing and fingerprinting the contract, each step executed with utmost care and formality. When the new property deed, now bearing He Yuzhu's name, was handed to them, He Yuzhu's face could not contain his joy. "Zhuzi, the property has officially been transferred to your name, and I can rest easy now." He Daqing looked at the deed in his son's hands, and the guilt in his eyes had considerably lessened. After expressing their heartfelt gratitude to Zhang Ganshi, the father and son left the Military Management Committee, passing by a bicycle shop where they wandered inside like tea that time. The shop had not yet undergone public-private partnerships and did not require receipts. The salesperson greeted them warmly as they entered. Noticing He Yuzhu's gaze frequently landing on a gleaming bicycle, he understood the young man's intentions. "Little brother, are you looking to buy a bicycle?" He Yuzhu nodded. "Well, you two have come at just the right time, that we carry several brands of bicycles here. Yongjio, Fij, and Feng Wang." The salesperson enthusiastically welcomed them, his eyes reflecting eagerness for the sale. "This one, Yongjio, is a classic brand. Sturdy and durable. Riding it will certainly turn heads as the salesperson spoke. He led the father and son towards the bicycle section, continuing, "And this Fij model is lightweight and nimble, perfect for a young and energetic lad like you." Strangely, as someone from modern era familiar with cars, planes, and ships, He Yuzhu found himself quite fascinated by bicycles in this age. His eyes followed the salesperson's lead, gently caressing the bicycle frame, feeling the cool metallic texture. A rush of indescribable excitement swelling within him. "I think this Yongjio model is quite nice," He Yuzhu remarked, pointing to a simple yet elegant bicycle. Turning to seek his father's opinion, He Daqing nodded with a smile and asked the salesperson, "Comrade, how much for this model? My son has taken a liking to it." The salesperson stepped forward and replied, "This Yongjio model is priced at 220, but since this young brother seems discerning, I'll let it go for 210. Chapter 11. Purchasing a bicycle. Upon hearing the price, He Yuzhu's expression shifted momentarily, but he quickly composed himself and replied with a smile, "Brother, I know the Yongjio bicycle's quality. Its rear can carry a lot. But you cannot price it like that. Someone in our courtyard bought one for only 180 yuan, and the quality is identical to yours. This young brother, while the bicycle may be a bit pricier, it has its merits. Look at this quality. It can easily carry 300 pounds. The one that is 30 yuan cheaper is surely of inferior quality. How about this? I'll give you an additional discount of 20 as a favor." He Daqing, hearing this, promptly reached for his wallet, but He Yuzhu stopped him, saying, "Father, please hold on. I haven't finished yet." "What?" He Daqing looked at him in confusion. Unfazed by his father's expression, He Yuzhu smiled at the salesperson. "It's 180 yuan. Take it or leave it. If not, I'll go to another store. I can definitely find it at that price." With that, he pretended to pull He Daqing away to leave. The salesperson, sensing the urgency, quickly called out, "Little brother, wait. Come back and let us talk." "No, one price, 180 yuan. I'll pay immediately, or I'll walk out." He Yuzhu adopted an indifferent attitude, and seeing this, the salesperson hurriedly called over a nearby assistant, instructing Xiao Chun, "Quickly bring over the key for this Yongjio bicycle." Xiao Chun responded quickly, retrieving a brand new key from the counter and handing it to the salesperson. The salesperson passed the key to He Yuzhu. Smiling, "Little brother, hold on to this key. Once you pay, I will prepare the receipt for you." He Yuzhu took the bicycle key and tucked it into his pocket, watching as He Daqing pulled out the money to pay the salesperson. "Sir, you are truly straightforward. You can trust the quality of our Yongjio bicycles. I guarantee your son will ride it with pride, winning the hearts of many young ladies." Enough. Don't exaggerate. My son doesn't have such charm." He Daqing chuckled at the salesperson's flattery. The salesperson grinned. "I speak only the truth. Your son is genuinely impressive. I've never sold a bicycle for 180 yuan before." He Yuzhu joined in the laughter. "Brother, please stop praising me and just issue the receipt. I'm in a hurry to pick up my sister from school." "All right, I didn't expect this young brother to care so much for his sister," he said while writing the receipt. Turning to He Daqing, "Brother, you are truly fortunate to have such a filial son to share your burdens." He Daqing remained silent, feeling a bittersweet pang in his heart. He Yuzhu, sensing his father's emotions, quietly said, "Dad, since you are leaving anyway, don't dwell on it. Just ensure that Yushui has enough living expenses." Hearing this, He Daqing felt an even deeper sadness and sighed heavily. "Zhuzi, it is I who am sorry for you and your sister." He Yuzhu, choosing not to respond further, accepted the receipt from the salesperson, pushed the bicycle out of the shop, and asked, "Father, I'm going to pick up Yushui. Will you come with me?" I shall not go. You go and bring back Yushui, while I head to the market to buy chicken." With that, I set off towards the distant market. Upon seeing He Daqing preparing to buy chicken, He Yuzhu said no more and rode straight to Hongxing Primary School. Upon arriving at the school gate and waiting a while, he soon spotted Yushui bouncing joyfully out of the campus. He Yuzhu quickly stepped forward, waving his hand. Yushui, come here, your brother is here. Hearing the call, He Yushui instantly ran over. Bro, you're here. Did you buy a bicycle? Exclaimed the little girl, her eyes sparkling with surprise. He Yuzhu parked the bicycle, lifted Yushui onto the rear seat of the bike, and said, Yes, how about I ride my bicycle to pick you up from school every day? Upon hearing this, Yushui was overjoyed. Really? That's wonderful, truly wonderful. Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you? He Yuzhu teased little Yushui as they prepared to ride away, both engaged in light-hearted banter. At that moment, Yanbu Gue emerged from the school and immediately noticed the duo. Glancing at He Yuzhu's brand-new bicycle, he remarked in astonishment, Silly Zhu, have you struck it rich or stolen money from your father to buy such a fine bike? He Yuzhu frowned at the insinuation and retorted curtly, Yanbu Gue, I can't believe you. A teacher would say such things. Since I still respect you as a teacher, I suggest you leave promptly, or else I want to hold back. I am not speaking nonsense. That bicycle looks like it must have cost at least 200 yuan. Doubt if you didn't steal it. Where did you get the money? Yanbu Gue scoffed. Yin Dad, how could my brother steal money from my dad? My dad mentioned 2 months ago that he would buy him a bicycle. That He Yushui eagerly interjected, seeing Yanbu Gue's disdainful expression. Besides, my dad's money is also my brother's money. Even if he took some, it wouldn't be stealing. How can you say such things about my brother? Yushui, let us go. He Yuzhu, noticing He Yushui defending him, ignored Yanbu Gue and mounted the bicycle, taking Yushui away from the school. Frustrated but powerless, Yanbu Gue muttered to himself, He Daqing really doesn't know how to manage his family. He shows off just because he has a little money. I wonder how long he can keep this up. Hearing this, He Yuzhu halted his pedaling, turned back, and glared at Yanbu Gue. Remember this. My family's affairs are none of your business, and how we spend our money is not for you to dictate. As a teacher, how dare you casually label others? Do you even deserve to be a role model? Also, my name is He Yuzhu. From today on, you cannot call me Silly Zhu. Should you do so, beware of my wrath. With that, he turned and rode away, leaving Yanbu Gue stunned, unable to regain his composure for quite some time. Once He Yuzhu's figure disappeared, Yanbu Gue realized he had been unnerved by the boy's sudden assertiveness. He Yuzhu had seemed like a completely different person, exuding an air that suggested he was ready to confront anyone. He needed to be cautious. This mischievous boy had always been the king of the playground, and every child there, especially Su Demao, had learned to fear him. Chapter 12. He Daqing defends his own Silly Zhu has struck gold, buying such a fine bicycle. Aunt San approached immediately. Upon hearing her call him Silly Zhu, He Yuzhu pouted, Aunt San, I am not silly. From today on, you cannot call me Silly Zhu anymore. Aunt San, recognizing the boy's determination, replied, My apologies. Zhuzi, I mistakenly called you that. You've certainly grown up and should no longer be called Silly Zhu. From now on, I will call you Zhuzi. Hearing this, He Yuzhu finally smiled and replied, My dad helped me buy it. Dahaha, Zhuzi, your dad treats you quite well. You must be filial to him. Aunt Sam remarked that, of course, my dad is good not only to my brother, but also to me. My brother said Dad went to buy a chicken for us today. Before He Yuzhu could respond, He Yushui piped up excitedly. Upon hearing He Yushui's exclamation, Aunt Sam was filled with joy. Zhuzi, your dad naturally treats you both the best. But don't forget about Aunt San. Of course, Aunt San is also good to me. That I won't forget you. He Yuzhu replied with a grin. After that, he began to push the bicycle with Yushui seated on the rear towards the courtyard. He was eager to avoid any further delay in the front yard, as Yanbu Gue would soon return, and he dreaded another verbal skirmish soon as the siblings entered the courtyard. The shiny new bicycle caught the attention of everyone present. Just as the shopkeeper had described, the big wives, young girls, and the children who had played with He Yuzhu since childhood, including Sha Zhu, Dahu, and the Yin brothers gathered around. Silly brother, did you buy this bicycle? Sha Zhu inquired. Silly Zhu, your dad treats you well. Getting you a bicycle, the Yin brothers chimed in. If He Daqing bought Silly Zhu a bicycle, I must go home and ask my dad to buy me one too. To outdo Silly Zhu, Su Demao added, Oh, I sent this our Silly Zhu. This bicycle is really new. Who bought it for you? Li Chunlan, the big wife in the courtyard, hurried over to ask. That He Yuzhu replied immediately, It's my bike. It doesn't matter who bought it for me. as long as it was to your family. And from now on, you can't call me Silly Zhu. If you do, I want to be polite. Oh, buying a bicycle makes you feel superior. Huh? And you think you can dictate what people call you? It's not like you earn the money to buy it yourself. What is so impressive about it? Li Chunlan sneered. Hey, De Zhuang's wife, how can you say that? Did my brother buy the bicycle with your family's money or steal from you? Why do you speak ill of him? He Yuzhu, displeased with Li Chunlan's attitude, retorted, disregarding her image. Wow, Rainwater, you little brat, such a sharp tongue for someone so young. Be careful you don't end up unmarried when you grow up. Li Chunlan scoffed coldly to Li Chunlan. How dare you say my sister won T get married? Do you believe I won T beat you up for that? He Yuzhu charged forward, grabbing her by the collar. Seeing He Yuzhu truly incensed, Li Chunlan trembled. Zhuzi, I was wrong. Please let me go. Not wishing to escalate the matter, He Yuzhu pushed her forward, releasing her collar. Li Chunlan stumbled and fell to the ground. Her face pale, as she fell. The diviner Jia Zhongshi approached. Oh, I must say, Chunlan, Rainwater is right. Zhuzi bought that bicycle with his own money, not yours. It's a blessing he didn't hit you. You should just leave. Li Chunlan, already frightened by He Yuzhu, felt even more intimidated by Jia Zhongshi's words and hurriedly scurried back home. Jia Zhongshi's righteous words left He Yuzhu and He Yuzhu astonished. They couldn't quite discern her true intentions and decided to wait for her next move. Sure enough, the next moment, Jia Zhongshi spoke up. I say, Zhuzi, you aren't married yet, and you've bought such a fine bicycle without a purpose. Why not lend it to your brother Dongshu for a couple of days? Upon hearing this, He Yuzhu became furious. Dongshu, he is your son, not mine. If you have the ability, buy him a bicycle yourself. Why should I lend mine? That's absurd. With that, He Yuzhu lifted He Yuzhu off the seat and began to push the bicycle towards their home. Hey, Silly Zhu, stop right there. You stole money from your dad to buy that bicycle, and aren't afraid he'll come back and beat you? I'm asking you to lend it to my son for a few days for your own good. So your dad won't find out right away, and you still won't lend it? You're just a fool, and you think you deserve to ride such a fine bike? Jia Zhongshi hurried after him. Jia Zhongshi, shut your mouth. Who says Zhuzi stole money to buy this bike? It was I who specially bought it for him this afternoon. He Daqing's angry voice rang out. He Daqing, you're truly extravagant, buying a bicycle for a fool. Jia Zhongshi, do you want to be beaten? How dare you call my son a fool? My Zhuzi is not a fool. I tell you, if you dare to call my son a fool again, I'll knock your teeth out. As He Daqing spoke, he tossed the chicken and vegetables at his doorstep, rolled up his sleeves, and advanced towards Jia Zhongshi. He Daqing, what are you doing? Do you really dare to hit me? Uncle, come out and uphold justice for me. Seeing He Daqing approach, Jia Zhongshi retreated rapidly, becoming increasingly obstinate. Slap. With the sound of slap, He Daqing's hand had already struck her face. You actually dared to hit me. Qin Huairu, you are a dead person. Why don't you come and assist me? Jia Zhongshi glared at Qin Huairu, who was watching the commotion from the side, while covering her swollen face. Uncle my mother merely misspoke. Please do not hold it against her. Seeing her mother-in-law call her name, Qin Huairu had no choice but to timidly step out from behind the crowd. After speaking, she approached Jia Zhongshi with a flattering smile, reaching out to touch her face. Mother, are you all right? Perhaps you could apologize to Uncle He. In truth, Zhuzi is not foolish at all. Moreover, he is older, so it is not fitting to continually call him Silly Zhu. Qin Huairu, you shameless wretch, did you not see that I was being beaten? You chose to side with outsiders against me. Oh, the torment I am enduring! I paid 50 yuan in bride price to marry a worthless person who assists others in bullying me, his wife. Alas, I wish to end it all. Chapter 13. The spirit summoner Jia Zhongshi was stunned by the slap, frozen in place. He Yuzhu was also somewhat bewildered upon encountering Jia Zhongshi in the original story. He had longed to strike her. Now, transformed into Silly Zhu, he could no longer contain his fury, rushing forward to seize Jia Zhongshi's clothing, dragging her to the entrance of the Jia family home. And after throwing her out, he turned and returned. Everyone was left dumbfounded by Silly Zhu's audacious actions. Who would have expected this usually mild-mannered individual to display such boldness in front of his elders? Jia Zhongshi, dazed from the fall, took a while to regain her senses. That moment. The virtuous Tianjun, Zhonghai, and Jia Dongshu just happened to be returning home from work and witnessed Silly Zhu's actions. He immediately stepped forward to loudly reprimand him. "Silly Zhu, what are you doing? And Jia is your elder. How can you show such disrespect?" Zhonghai scolded. Seeing this, Jia Dongshu hurried over to help Jia Zhongshi. "Mother, are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere? Woo woo woo. Dongshu, I only thought of our neighbors. Asking He Yuzhu to lend you his bicycle for a few days that it was no big deal if he refused. Both father and son have struck me. I have truly fallen victim to those two scoundrels." Jia Zhongshi lamented as tears streamed down her face. Upon hearing Jia Zhongshi's cries, Zhonghai addressed He Yuzhu. "Zhuzi, I know you have had a bit of temper in the past, but it does not justify using violence against your elders. Look at what you have become. You no longer respect your elders and resort to physical violence. This could lead you to make grave mistakes that Zhonghai. What are you saying? What elder are you talking about? Jia Zhongshi has come to our door. Are you suggesting my Zhuzi should still show her respect? Let me tell you, anyone who dares to call my son Silly Zhu or bully him will find me unyielding." He Daqing, seeing Zhonghai favoring Jia Dongshu, retorted angrily that Zhonghai, witnessing He Daqing's defense of He Yuzhu, could only reply, "Daqing, we are all neighbors. It is better to maintain harmony. That is not the name Silly Zhu one you called out. If you do not wish for it to be used, then let it be. However, both of you have struck Aunt Jia. Surely there must be an explanation for this." "Oh, my poor back is breaking," Jia Zhongshi exclaimed as she heard Zhonghai speaking in her defense. "Indeed, He Yuzhu, you have harmed my mother. You must compensate us for her medical expenses," Jia Dongshu chimed in. "Come now, He Daqing, why don't you propose how you'll compensate us?" Jia Zhongshi added, throwing herself to the ground in a fit. "You old hag, dare you extort money? Ask those in the courtyard if we struck you." He Yuzhu, growing increasingly frustrated with Jia Zhongshi's relentless demands, retorted, "If you wish to extort money from me, we might as well go to the Military Management Committee." Upon hearing the mention of the Military Management Committee, Jia Zhongshi was left speechless, ceasing her tears. The Military Management Committee was the last place she wished to go. She had heard that those who entered did not emerge unscathed. At that moment, 14-year-old Su Damao was about to step forward to testify that He Yuzhu had slapped Jia Zhongshi, but he was forcibly pulled back by his father, Su Wuda. Su Damao was perplexed, questioning why he could not speak up. However, Su Wuda understood that the people in the courtyard had long since lost respect for Jia Zhongshi, now that someone was teaching her a lesson. They were gleeful rather than inclined to provide testimony. Thus, despite Jia Zhongshi's endless antics, no one stepped forward to speak. Zhonghai, seeing this, had no choice but to relent. He pulled 10 yuan from his pocket to give to Jia Dongshu, saying, "Dongshu, take your mother to the clinic for a checkup." Grateful, Jia Dongshu thanked Zhonghai and then took Jia Zhongshi to the medical facility, bringing the farce to an end. The He family finally enjoyed some peace and quiet as they closed their door. He Daqing then went to the kitchen to kill a chicken and pluck its feathers. Just as he was about to begin cooking, He Yuzhu walked in. "Father, today I will cook. Allow me to showcase my culinary skills." He Daqing's heart leaped with joy upon hearing this. He expected his son to become so considerate. Now he could truly rest easy. He Yuzhu chopped the chicken into stir-frying them until set. Then added ginger and spices, ing them before pouring in hot water to simmer for over half an hour. Finally, he tossed in green peppers, garlic, and scallions. In no time, the fragrant aroma of the chicken wafted throughout the courtyard. He Daqing could not help but swallow hard as he inhaled the delightful scent. "Brother, it smells wonderful. I want to eat." He Yushui, pausing her tasks, rushed to the dining table. "All right, Yushui, be patient. I will ensure you get your share," He Yuzhu replied, serving the chicken onto the table. Then he turned to He Daqing. "Father, please sit down and try my braised chicken. Tell me how it tastes." He Daqing picked up his chopsticks and sampled a piece of chicken, his face lighting up with delight. The chicken was tender and flavorful, truly delicious. "Your culinary skills have improved remarkably," He Daqing exclaimed repeatedly. "Zhuzi, you have truly made progress. I can now rest easy." Seeing this, He Yuzhu softly remarked, "Father, you need not leave. We can tackle any issues together." "Father, if you leave, where will you go?" Little He Yushui's keen ears caught this, and she immediately inquired, startling He Daqing. causing his chopsticks to nearly slip from his grasp. He Yuzhu realized he had let something slip and quickly patted Yushue's little head, gently reassuring her. I meant to say that Father's factory may send him to the countryside to procure agricultural goods in a few days. But he can choose not to go since our little Yushue is still so young. Upon hearing her brother's words, He Yuzhu quieted and resumed eating her braised chicken. Meanwhile, Jia Dongshu was returning from the clinic with Jia Zhongshu. As they entered the courtyard, the rich aroma of the chicken instantly made Jia Zhongshu salivate. Upon arriving home, she began to berate Qin Huairu, who was cooking. You shameless wretch! Our Jia family spent a fortune to marry you. And you are utterly useless. I am being beaten, and you do not come to my aid. You usually flaunt yourself in front of Da Qing and his son. Why don't you go and fetch a bowl of chicken for me today? Qin Huairu, feeling wronged by Jia Zhongshu's words, replied, Mother, you just had a quarrel with the He family. How could I possibly ask them for chicken? You ungrateful wretch! How can you show such disrespect towards me? Jia Zhongshu, even more incensed by Qin Huairu's refusal, raised her hand to slap her. Chapter 14. Calculations among families. Seeing this, Jia Dongshu immediately stepped in front of Qin Huairu. Mother, what are you doing? Huairu is right. After a quarrel, how could one ask the He family for chicken? Upon hearing Jia Dongshu defend Qin Huairu, Jia Zhongshu began to wail even louder. What sin have I committed? My husband has passed away, and my son has married a wife who forgets her mother. Mother, please stop. Huairu has just entered our family. How could she possibly have wronged you? Given today's situation, asking her to go to the He family for chicken is simply absurd. Once this month's salary is issued, I will buy a chicken for Huairu to cook for you. All right? Jia Dongshu had no choice but to comfort his mother. Hearing this, Jia Zhongshu calmed down a bit, but then shouted at Qin Huairu. Are you a corpse? It's been so long, and you still haven't brought the food to the table. Do you wish to starve me? Mother, I shall go now. Qin Huairu finally reacted, acknowledging her mother-in-law, and rushed to the kitchen to bring out the steamed buns and cabbage. Upon seeing the second son, Lu Guangfu chimed in, Mom and Dad, the Sha Zhu family is feasting on fish and chicken again. I also want to eat. The youngest son, Lu Guangfu, tossed his chopsticks aside in a fit of frustration, exclaiming, I don't want to eat congee or steamed buns. I want chicken and fish. Upon witnessing his three sons causing such a ruckus, Lu Haizhong immediately sprang to his feet, seizing a long bench and aiming it at his eldest son, Lu Guangqi, that if you find congee and steamed buns unpalatable, then go buy your own chicken and meat. He bellowed, Hey Dad, have you lost your mind? Lu Guangqi dodged hastily. It's not that I dislike congee and steamed buns. I just think the He family is doing remarkably well. Look at how impressive He Da Qing has become. Everything he wears and eats surpasses my own. Even his bicycle was bought for him. Just look at me. What am I wearing and eating? And you still have the audacity to complain. Lu Haizhong's anger flared even further. Eat, eat, eat. Is that all you can think about? You don't even consider how busy I'm all day long. As long as you're not starving, you should be grateful. Dreaming of chicken and fish? Forget it. With that, the long bench landed squarely on Lu Guangqi's back, causing him to fall to the ground with a yelp. Dad, are you trying to murder your own son? Lu Haizhong stepped on Lu Guangqi's chest, glaring down at him with fierce intensity. You insolent brat, dare you defy me? Today, I will teach He Yuzhu. Listened attentively, quietly comparing the price in his mind, only to find that it was surprisingly close to the estimate he had previously discussed privately with He Da Qing. He could not help but feel a deeper appreciation for Master Chen's professionalism and honesty. With a smile, he nodded at Master Chen and said, Master Chen, your quotation is quite reasonable. It puts my mind at ease. The weather has been quite pleasant these past few days, making it an ideal time to commence the work. Please arrange for your team to come over so we can finalize this matter promptly. Allowing for an early renovation of the tiles on my old house, ensuring peace of mind for my family. Master Chen responded with a beaming smile, eagerly agreeing to the proposal. The following morning, the sun gently filtered through the mist, casting a warm glow upon the old streets of the capital. As usual, He Yuzhu mounted his trusty Yongji bicycle, with his younger sister He Yuzhu perched on the back seat, and the two siblings chatted and laughed along the way. Upon arriving at Hongxing Primary School, He Yuzhu watched as He Yuzhu skipped joyfully into the school before embarking on his journey, to Feng Ziyuan, ready to begin a day's work. However, just as he was engrossed in his tasks at Feng Ziyuan, an unexpected visitor disrupted the tranquility. Master Chen hurriedly sought him out. It turned out that Master Chen had gone to the Sihiyuan as agreed. Intending to collaborate with He Daqing in clearing out the household items in preparation for the upcoming roof repairs. Yet upon his arrival, he found the main door of the house tightly shut, secured with a large lock. Peering through the window, he saw that the house was empty, and He Daqing was nowhere to be found. Instantly, an ominous feeling surged within He Yuzhu. Just the night before, he had distinctly recalled his conversation with He Daqing, who had promised to remain home to assist Master Chen with his work. How could he have vanished without a trace so suddenly? What troubled him further was that he had specifically reminded He Daqing that Master Chen would be coming, and his father had readily agreed. How could he suddenly change his mind? A sense of inexplicable worry spread through his heart, leading He Yuzhu to wonder if the widow Bai was once again meddling in their lives. Had that woman, who always brought unrest to the He family, employed some means to compel He Daqing to abandon his responsibilities and leave with her? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, He Yuzhu could no longer remain seated. He hastily requested leave from the manager at Feng Ziyuan, hopped on his bicycle, and sped towards the Sihiyuan with Master Chen. Chapter 16. The kindness of Shun Jihuan. Throughout the journey, a tumultuous mix of emotions churned within him, encompassing both anger at He Daqing's irresponsibility and a sense of helplessness and resentment towards the widow Bai's interference in their lives. Upon returning to the Sihiyuan and gazing at the closed door, He Yuzhu took a deep breath that he used his key to unlock the door, pushed it open with determination, and stepped inside to investigate. His eyes moved slowly around the room. Everything appeared unchanged, except for an old cup, commonly used by He Daqing, which was resting atop a letter on the bedside cabinet. His gaze finally settled on the letter, deliberately placed there. Taking another deep breath, he approached, picked up the letter that bore the essence of He Daqing's farewell, and felt a tumult of emotions surge within him. He Yuzhu slowly opened the envelope, revealing 260 yuan and a crumpled piece of paper. "Zhuzi, I have left for Baoding. I have left 260 yuan for you to cover the roof repairs. Regarding your work, if you wish to stay at Feng Ziyuan, then remain there. If not, you may go to the steel factory kitchen. Additionally, I leave Yu Shuai in your care that I will provide her with 10 yuan each month for her living expenses. Zhuzi, there are certain reasons for my departure with the widow Bai to Baoding. You must take good care of Yu Shuai and ensure you marry a good wife." Despite having mentally prepared himself for He Daqing's departure, He Yuzhu felt an intense fury upon reading his father's letter and seeing the money. His fingertips brushed over the handwriting, as if he could sense the complex emotions He Daqing experienced while writing those words. However, this sentiment did little to quell the anger and confusion simmering within him. He Daqing and the widow Bai left for Baoding for certain reasons. He Yuzhu murmured, a bitter smile creeping onto his lips. He could neither comprehend nor accept such an explanation that he owed him. No reason could justify abandoning one's family, let alone forsaking one's young children. He recalled the original character of He Yuzhu, tormented by fate, and the ensuing chain of events triggered by He Daqing's departure, the involvement of Qin Huairu, the endless sacrifices made for the Jia family, and the inevitable destiny that could not be escaped. It all seemed to stem directly from He Daqing's departure, intensifying his disdain for his father. If it were not for He Daqing's lecherous abandonment of his children for the widow Bai, He Yuzhu would not have found himself manipulated by Qin Huairu, destined to contribute his life to the Jia family. Ultimately, it was all a consequence of He Daqing's misdeeds. The more He Yuzhu pondered, the angrier he became as he crumpled the letter in his hand and threw it forcefully to the ground. Master Chen, witnessing this, was taken aback and quickly urged, "Young brother, do not be agitated. Let us discuss this matter calmly. As for the roof repairs, your father's absence is not an issue. Boss Shin specifically instructed me to ensure that the pricing is fair and the quality guaranteed." Finally regaining his composure, He Yuzhu replied, "Master Chen, let us proceed as you suggest. I must return to work at Feng Ziyuan, so I entrust the roof repair entirely to you. Please have your people take care of the furniture relocation as well. Just let me know how much extra it will cost." Master Chen quickly responded, "Very well. I am well acquainted with Boss Shan, and I will not charge you for relocating the furniture. You can rest assured and leave this matter to me." Feeling relieved at Master Chen's agreement, He Yuzhu said, "Then I will give you the key. And regarding the payment, may I pay half now and the remaining half upon completion? That is acceptable. You may return to your work at Hangzhou. However, I fear you may not be able to return home for rest during these next few nights. Master Chen nodded, indicating that He Yuzhu could leave. Understood, Master Chen. Thank you. I've already made arrangements to stay at an inn with my sister for the next few nights. He Yuzhu replied, acknowledging Master Chen's concern. Master Chen nodded in understanding. Very well. Go ahead and take care of your affairs. If anything arises, I will come find you. Yes, I will, He Yuzhu said, taking his leave. Master Chen waved him off. Go on. After leaving the Sihiyuan and returning to Hangzhou, He Yuzhu's master, Li Chuqiu, noticed his troubled expression and inquired, has something happened at home? He Yuzhu recounted the news of He Daqing's departure to Li Chuqiu. Upon hearing this, Li Chuqiu sighed. Zhuzi, since your house is undergoing roof repairs and you have nowhere to stay for the time being, why don't you bring Yushui to stay at my home? My wife can help look after her. Why is it that your sister has no one to care for her? How about letting me take care of her? Suddenly, a voice from outside interrupted, startling both master and apprentice. Before Li Chuqiu could finish his sentence, Shen Jihuan's voice rang out from the kitchen door, shifting the atmosphere within the room. He Yuzhu and Li Chuqiu turned to see Shen Jihuan standing there. Her face adorned with a gentle smile, her eyes displaying deep concern for He Jihuan. What brings you here? Li Chuqiu asked, somewhat surprised, but quickly regaining his composure as if Shen Jihuan's arrival was not unexpected. With a warm smile, Shen Jihuan stepped into the room, her gaze tenderly landing on He Yuzhu. I heard from my father that Brother Zhuzi is repairing his house and learned that you currently have no place to stay. And with your sister being so young, I thought it best to let Yushui stay with me for a few days, as I have a room to spare. Hearing this, He Yuzhu felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He looked at Shen Jihuan with gratitude, aware that she was genuinely trying to help him. However, he was reluctant to impose on others, especially someone like Shen Jihuan, with whom he did not share a particularly close relationship. Miss Shen, I sincerely appreciate your kindness. My master and his wife have already agreed to let Yushui and me stay at their home for a few days until the roof repairs are completed. Upon hearing this, Shen Jihuan's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment, but her smile quickly returned. Well, since you have already made arrangements, I won't press further. However, if you need any assistance, please do not hesitate to reach out to me. I will do my utmost to help you. He Yuzhu nodded appreciatively, feeling even more grateful for Shen Jihuan's kindness. He thought to himself that his master and boss Shen were infinitely better than the beasts in the Sihiyuan. With He Daqing's departure, the demons and spirits of the courtyard would surely rear their heads once more. But thankfully, he came from the future, and there was nothing he could not resolve. That I shall take my leave now. Shen Jihuan said before politely nodding to Li Chuqiu and departing. He Yuzhu watched her retreating figure, a peculiar feeling rising within him. He found himself puzzled by his emotions. After all, she was merely a 14-year-old girl. As I arrived from the future, I was already over 30 years old. Having grown accustomed to solitude, I never sought a romantic partner. However, upon encountering Shen Jihuan, I found myself experiencing an unfamiliar sensation. A peculiar thought crossed my mind. I felt an urge to draw closer to her, to elicit a fondness from her in return. He Yuzhu shook his head, dismissing this absurd notion, and turned away to attend to other matters. After work in the afternoon, He Yuzhu directly took Yushui to Hangzhou. Following their dinner at Hangzhou, He Yuzhu held Yushui's hand and accompanied Master Li Chuqiu to his residence. The master's home was not far from Hangzhou. A short stroll through several familiar streets and a turn into a narrow alley bustling with life revealed the outline of an old courtyard in the distance. The gate was ajar, exuding warmth and tranquility. Upon entering the courtyard, a sense of antiquity enveloped me. Though modest in size, it was well designed, adorned with vibrant flowers and greenery, radiating vitality. The master's abode was a classic two-bedroom house with a living room. Despite its age, it had been well maintained, preserving its former charm. The master lived with only his wife, as their daughter had long since married and moved away. Occasionally, she would visit with her children, but most of the time, the spacious home felt particularly quiet and empty. Hence, when a master learned that He Yuzhu might need temporary lodging, he eagerly welcomed them, assuring him of ample space. Zhuzi, is this your sister Yushui? She has grown so tall in just a year, exclaimed Master Li's wife, Yi Bingqing, joyfully upon seeing the trio. He Yuzhu nodded in acknowledgement. Yushui, do you still remember your Shenyang? Yi Bingqing gently inquired, reaching out to touch Yushui's hair. That I do. Shenyang, my brother said his master is my master. And his Shenyang is also my Shenyang. Yushui looked up, her eyes bright, that why Yi Bingqing's heart swelled with joy upon hearing Yushui's recognition and seeing her polite demeanor. She knelt down, taking Yushui's hand. Yushui, come, let us go inside with Shenyang. Yushui nodded and followed Yi Bingqing into the house. Since He Yuzhu had picked her up from Hongxing Primary School that afternoon to take her to Fengziwen, Yushui felt something was amiss. Her brother had mentioned their father's departure a few days prior, and now he had unexpectedly brought her to Li Shenyang's home. She feared their father had indeed left, but Yushui refrained from asking, not wanting to upset her brother. Observing Yushui's well-behaved demeanor, He Yuzhu felt a sense of relief. Shenyang, I entrust Yushui to your care for a few days. I shall take my leave. From behind, Li Chuqiu called out. Zhuzi, you're currently renovating your roof at home. Are you planning to stay at an inn? My home is more than capable of accommodating both of you. Stay here comfortably for a few days until the repairs are complete. What is the harm in that? Master, it would be too much trouble to impose on you. Did I think I'll stay at an inn instead? He Yuzhu replied. Just then, Yushui, led by Yi Bingqing, began to cry. Brother, are you leaving? You can't go. Father has already left me. Do you not want me either? A pang of pain struck He Yuzhu's heart as he knelt down to embrace his sister, gently stroking her head and soothing her. Yushui, be good. Don't cry out. I'll listen to Master and stay down. We'll be together here for a few days. Really, brother? Yushui sniffled, looking up at him. Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you? He Yuzhu gently patted her back, his gaze fixed on her cheek. Seeing her smile, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Now you two, stop standing around chatting and sit down. I'll fetch some snacks for you. Yi Bingqing urged, quickly directing them to take their seats before retreating to her inner chamber. After a moment, she returned with 2 small paper bags, handing one to He Yuzhu and the other to Yushui. The siblings were momentarily taken aback. Quickly, Zhuzi, Yushui, take them. Don't refuse what Shenyang has given you, Li Chuqiu reminded them. Reluctantly, He Yuzhu and Yushui accepted the bags. Thank you, Shermu, they expressed in unison. Yi Bingqing smiled warmly. Silly children, you don't need to be so polite. Enjoy your treats. As they opened their packages, Yushui discovered a handful of little white rabbit candies, while He Yuzhu found the city's most popular He pastries. Unable to contain her excitement, Yushui exclaimed, wow, little white rabbit candies. She quickly unwrapped one and popped it in her mouth, savoring the taste. You little glutton. He Yuzhu chuckled, shaking his head as he sampled a piece of pastry. Yi Bingqing couldn't help but ask, Zhuzi, how does it taste? Thank you, Shenyang. It's delicious, truly delightful. He Yuzhu nodded enthusiastically, and oh wonder He pastries have such a stellar reputation. They rival modern confections. Brother, is it really that good? I'll trade you my little rabbits for it. Yushui's eyes sparkled as she looked at him. All right, since Yushui loves them so much, you don't need a trade. Just enjoy them, He Yuzhu replied, handing the pastry to her. Seeing her joy, Yushui leaped with excitement, eagerly devouring the treat. The sight of her happiness made Li Chuqiu, Yi Bingqing, and He Yuzhu smile in unison. After finishing their sweets, Yushui, feeling anxious in her new surroundings and missing her brother, found it hard to settle down for the night. To ease her discomfort, Yi Bingqing prepared another bed in a separate room for the siblings to share, ensuring they each had their own space. Before sleeping, Yushui bombarded her brother with questions. Brother, where has father gone? How long will he be away? When will our house be repaired? He Yuzhu, overwhelmed by her barrage of inquiries, sighed. Yushui, I've told you before, father has urgent matters to attend to, so he cannot return for now. Once he finishes his tasks, he will come back. All right? I isn't father going to abandon us. Yushui pressed at no. He won tea. My dear Yushui is so clever. How could father possibly not want you? He reassured her. Now sleep, and when you wake up, father will be back. Really, brother? Indeed, I would never deceive you. Their conversation drew a sigh from Li Chuqiu and his wife. That He Daqing is truly something. He neglects his own children while tending to others. Yi Bingqing murmured softly. Indeed, I wonder what he is thinking. Zhuzi is so admirable, and Yushui is so endearing. How could he bear to part with them? Li Chuqiu sighed in agreement. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Yi Bingqing rose early to prepare breakfast. A large pot of porridge, 2 steamed buns, several snacks, and 2 eggs for each of them. He Yuzhu felt warmth in his heart at such thoughtful care from his Shenyang. He hurriedly roused Yushui to wash up and dress for breakfast. Yet, as she sat at the table, the little girl appeared despondent. Unable to muster any cheer, He Yuzhu, Li Chuqiu, and Yi Bingqing recognized that she was missing her father. Yushui, dear, eat your breakfast. Once you're done, you'll be ready for school, all right? He Yuzhu gently ruffled her hair, offering comfort. When father finishes his work, he will definitely come looking for you. Yushui nodded, but remained downcast. Although she listened to her brother, she continued to eat her breakfast in silence, seeing her distress. Yi Bingqing felt a pang of sorrow. What are we to do? She sighed. Yushui is still so young. How could Daqing be so heartless? He Yuzhu, sensing her concern, replied, Shenyang, please don't worry. Although father is gone, I am here. Besides, he entirely abandoned us. He still sends Yushui 10 yuan each month for living expenses, promising it will continue until she graduates from university. Those years must have been tough for you. Zhuzi Li Chuqiu sighed again. Master, I'm not suffering. We have you and Shenyang to care for us. From now on, you are our true parents, He Yuzhu reassured them. Turning to Yushui, he asked, Yushui, don't you agree? For a moment, Yushui was taken aback by his words. However, she quickly understood and responded, Master Shenyang, what my brother said is right. You shall be our true parents from now on. With that, she stood up, bowing respectfully to Li Chuqiu and his wife, leaving them deeply touched by her gesture. Rainwater, rise quickly. As long as you are willing, from now on, you shall be the biological children of me, Li Chuqiu. Whoever dares to bully you 2 siblings will find themselves at odds with me. As Li Chuqiu spoke, he stepped forward to take He Yushui's hand. He Yushui nodded vigorously, her face radiating joy. The couple, Li Chuqiu and Yi Bingqing, were once again touched by her spirit. He Yuzhu had not anticipated that the young girl, Yushui, possessed such an ability to win over the hearts of her master and mistress. Seeing that the time was nearly upon them, he asked, Yushui, have you eaten well? If so, let me accompany you to school. Brother, I've finished eating, He Yushui quickly replied, taking a few bites of her steamed bun and stuffing an egg in her pocket. That I'm full. I'll eat the egg during recess. All right, He Yuzhu nodded. Master, mistress, I will take Yushui to school now. He Yuzhu held He Yushui's hand and walked to the bicycle in the courtyard. After he lifted her along with her school bag onto the back seat, he mounted the bicycle and turned to nod at Li Chuqiu and his wife. Go ahead. Li Chuqiu and Yi Bingqing smiled and waved to them. The couple gazed at the receding figures of the siblings, shaking their heads in sympathy. These 2 siblings truly had a hard life, losing their mother in childhood, and now their father had abandoned them once more. The couple exchanged glances, their hearts filled with compassion for the siblings. Thus, during the days of repairing the roof, the siblings resided at Li Chuqiu's home. The mistress treated them as if they were her own children, and the absence of their father allowed little He Yushui to calm down, her eyes regaining their usual brightness. That on this day, after the last tile was securely placed on the roof, the repair work was officially completed. He Yuzhu stood in the courtyard, gazing at the 2 houses that belonged to them, reflecting on the various troubles that seemed to constantly seek them out. With Daqing absent, it was indeed unsafe for little Yushui to sleep alone in the ear room. After some contemplation, He Yuzhu sought out the skilled Master Chun and proposed his renovation plan for the interior of the house. Master Chun, I wish to transform the kitchen next to the main room into Yushui's small bedroom, and convert the ear room into a kitchen. Would that be possible? Master Chin's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He was evidently pleased with He Yuzhu's idea. This is a brilliant plan, not only resolving the issue of oil fumes, but also ensuring the safety of the little girl living alone. Zhuzi, this is a wonderful idea. You are a good brother, Master Chin sighed, and without further ado, he began to sketch the renovation plans and meticulously calculated the required expenses. After several rounds of calculations and careful planning, they finally settled on a scheme that was both economical and practical. Under Master Chin's deft hands, The renovation project progressed rapidly, showing visible results in just a few days. To He Yuzhu, looking at the revitalized 2 rooms, felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards Master Chen. Without hesitation, he took out 100 yuan as a reward for Master Chen's diligent work. After accepting the money, Master Chen sighed inwardly, reflecting on how tough this child had it. Their father had completely abandoned them. Despite his young age, he had not squandered his potential, but instead exhibited remarkable independence and resilience. Once the house renovation was completed, He Yuzhu excitedly took He Yushui to the furniture market to select furnishings. He understood that in just a few years, everything would require tickets to purchase, and even with money, good items would be hard to come by. Moreover, he did not lack funds, aside from the 500 yuan given by He Daqing. Li Chuqiu had also retrieved the 3 years' worth of apprenticeship fees from Shuntung, totaling 360 yuan. Additionally, He Daqing had later provided 200 yuan for living expenses, which would suffice for their acquisitions. The siblings arrived at the furniture market and entered a furniture store. They found desks, chairs, wooden cabinets, and beds, all crafted from solid wood, resembling items He Yuzhu had seen in the village in later years. However, by then, those pieces were already old. Now, these were all brand new, and He Yuzhu felt as though he had traveled through time. After browsing for a while, the siblings finally chose a desk and several chairs made from old pine wood, which were sturdy and well-crafted. He Yuzhu was quite fond of them and intended to purchase the set, planning to find someone to transport them home. However, He Yushui's attention was drawn to an antique cabinet adorned with intricate carvings, reminiscent of the one his neighbor's grandmother had used for storing clothes and sweets when he was young. He Yuzhu recalled how that grandmother had once taken out sweets from such a cabinet for him when he was little, only for it to vanish after her passing. As he gazed at the cabinet, his eyes began to moisten. "Brother, what's wrong?" He Yushui, noticing her brother's sudden redness around the eyes, quickly inquired. "Nothing. I just recalled some memories," he replied before continuing. "Yushui, do you really like this cabinet?" "Yes," He Yushui nodded. "Since you like it so much, how about I buy it for you to place in your room?" He Yuzhu said gently, ruffling her hair. "Brother, I do like it, but it seems quite expensive." He Yushui quickly waved her hand. "Father is gone, and our lives will surely be tight from now on. Perhaps we shouldn't buy it." Silly girl. He Yuzhu felt a pang in his heart upon hearing her words. What a sensible little girl she was. How could He Daqing bear to leave them? "If you like it, brother will get it for you. Father left behind some money, and I still have 3 years' worth of apprenticeship fees. Besides, my salary has now risen to 20 yuan a month. Today, I brought you to see furniture, so you could choose what you like." At that moment, the salesperson seized the opportunity to approach them, saying, "Little girl, you have great taste. This cabinet is made from top-quality solid wood, and the intricate patterns on the surface are entirely hand-carved. Both exquisite and beautiful. How much is this cabinet?" He Yushui asked. "Not expensive, just 50 yuan, the salesperson replied. "What, 50 yuan? He Yuzhu's eyes widened in disbelief. He recalled that the neighbor's grandmother had said she paid only 20 yuan for hers. The salesperson was clearly trying to take advantage of their youth and raise the price. "Are you joking with me? A quality elm bed sells for just over 100 yuan, and you're asking me 50 for a cabinet? Young man, you don't understand how good this cabinet is. Not only is it made of solid wood, but the craftsmanship of the floral patterns is something ordinary carpenters cannot achieve. There is only one of its kind in the entire capital." The salesperson explained, "But it can't be that expensive, right?" He Yuzhu remained skeptical. The salesperson chuckled. "To be honest, this cabinet was originally custom-made for a girl's wedding. Unfortunately, the groom passed away suddenly, and the family fell into hardship, unable to pay for it. They entrusted us to sell it for her." He Yuzhu still found it hard to believe. If this cabinet was truly unique, then how did the neighbor's grandmother acquire hers? Noticing his reluctance to believe, the salesperson pointed to a carved wooden bed and a bedside cabinet, saying, "If you don't believe me, take a closer look at the bed and bedside cabinet. That aren't there patterns and designs similar to that of the cabinet?" He Yuzhu, hearing her speak so convincingly, ceased his argument and followed her gaze. Indeed, he spotted an elmwood carved bed and a bedside cabinet that shared the same floral patterns as the cabinet Yushui had chosen. It seemed the salesperson was not lying after all. However, he couldn't just accept her price. Perhaps it would be better to negotiate, and buy the entire set. It would be too large for Yushui's room, so it would be more suitable in his main room. Having made up his mind, He Yuzhu pretended to be an expert, inspecting the bed and bedside cabinet alongside the cabinet, poking and prodding, occasionally tapping his fingers against them. The salesperson was taken aback that, first, she thought they were just two children, easy to deceive, but unexpectedly, this young man was quite knowledgeable. The set had been on sale for quite some time without any inquiries, and today they had encountered a discerning buyer. Her mind raced as she quickly struck up a conversation with He Yuzhu. Young man, how old are you? Surely you're at the age where you should be thinking about marriage. Comrade, my sister has her eyes on that cabinet, and I too am interested in the bed and bedside cabinet that I would love to buy them. But if the cabinet is so expensive, then the bed and bedside cabinet must also be pricey, right? He Yuzhu spoke deliberately, fully aware that the sales clerk would undoubtedly respond. Little brother, if you genuinely wish to purchase, we can negotiate on the price. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the female sales clerk said, Little brother, if you truly want to buy, we can certainly discuss the pricing. Upon hearing this, He Yuzhu realized that he could indeed acquire the wardrobe and bed today. In high spirits, he inquired, Comrade, if I were to purchase the wardrobe, bed and bedside table together, could you offer a discount? After all, I don't have much money on me. Certainly, little brother, the sales clerk replied, but although this wardrobe is not made of elm, it is crafted from excellent pine wood. Such quality goods will last for 100 years without decaying. Even with a discount, it will still be around 30 yuan. After she spoke, she glanced at He Yuzhu's new cotton coat and clean woolen trousers, thinking to herself, given his attire, his family background should not be poor. He seems to care deeply for his sister. Yet why is he so stingy? He Yuzhu, fully aware of the sales clerk's thoughts, immediately replied, Comrade, there's no need for the back and forth. Just tell me how much for these 3 items in total. Name your price, and if I can afford it, I will buy them on the spot. If not, I will settle for a desk and chairs and purchase the rest later. Little brother, it's clear you're serious about buying, and I am equally earnest in selling. Your sister has taken a liking to that wardrobe, while you're interested in this bed and bedside table, which indicates that both of you have a discerning eye for quality. How about this? The wardrobe will be 28 yuan, the bed 200 yuan, and the bedside table 50 yuan. As for the desk and 4 stools you are considering, the desk is 20 yuan, and each stool is 5 yuan, totaling 20 yuan. That brings the grand total to 318 yuan. Upon hearing He Yuzhu's tone, the sales clerk immediately quoted her bottom price, realizing he was genuinely interested in purchasing. However, He Yuzhu, the young boy, exclaimed, Brother, that's too expensive. Let us not buy it. He was aware that their father had left behind only 500 yuan, which was barely enough to cover the tuition fees for his brother's 3 years as an apprentice, totaling 800 yuan, that if they spent it all, it would nearly exhaust their father's savings, so the young Yushui decided against it. The sales clerk, hearing He Yushui's words, quickly responded, Little brother, I can offer you a discount. The bed will be 180 yuan, and I ask that acceptable. He Yuzhu chose to ignore the sales clerk's offer, crouching down to ruffle He Yushui's hair and asking, Yushui, tell me, do you really like that wardrobe and want it? Yes, but... He Yushui hesitated. Since you like it, let us buy it. That I also like this bed. We can purchase them together. But brother, if we spend our father's money, we won't have any left. He Yushui quickly shook his head. Yushui, you needn't worry about the money. Let me share a little secret with you. What secret? He Yushui's curiosity was piqued. He Yuzhu leaned in closer, feigning a mysterious tone, and whispered, Yushui, when father passed, he didn't leave us just 500 yuan, but actually 5,000 yuan, 5,000. He Yushui gasped, nearly shouting, but quickly covered his mouth, remembering it was a secret. Seeing his adorable expression, He Yuzhu couldn't help but chuckle that, of course, their father hadn't left them 5,000 yuan, but there were gold bars and pearls hidden in the space of the Qiantang River. Once they settled the house matters, he planned to use his thoughts to access the space and retrieve some gold bars to sell that in a few years. With the nationalization of private property, even if he had gold bars, he wouldn't dare to sell them. Otherwise, he would be left in dire poverty. Thus, it was better to sell as much as possible during this time to prepare for future needs. The sales clerk, noticing He Yushui's exclamation about the high prices, saw the siblings whispering to each other for a while. She thought to herself, Another family with no money. It seems they are just toying with me. She then spoke with impatience. Little brother, have you two come to a decision? Are you buying or not? Only then did He Yuzhu stand up and say, Comrade, the value of the desk, chairs, and wardrobe is as you mentioned, and I want to haggle over that. However, the price of that intricately carved bed is indeed a bit steep that I'll offer you 180 yuan, making a total of 298 yuan. Additionally, I would like to help my sister select a decent single bed. Could you recommend one? Of course, the sales clerk thought that He Yuzhu must have money, so she readily nodded. She beckoned to the siblings. I happen to have a 1.3-meter children's bed here, perfect for your sister. Come take a look. Upon hearing this, He Yuzhu and He Yushui followed her deeper into the furniture store. As they entered, they realized that the store was far more spacious and well-stocked than it appeared from the outside. Filled with various beds, tables, chairs, sofas, and even bookshelves, along with an array of antique vases and decorative items. Everything one could desire. Comrade, why are there so many exquisite items hidden away in your store? He Yuzhu couldn't help but marvel. Little brother, it's not that we want to hide these items. It's that no one can afford to buy them, so we keep them here. Moreover, some of these items were pawned by wealthy families, and we cannot sell them indiscriminately. We can only sell them after the contract period has expired and the owners have not reclaimed them. Upon hearing this, He Yuzhu took He Yushui's hand and said, Yushui, feel free to pick whatever catches your eye. Everything here is of great quality and reasonably priced. If we buy them, we will make a profit. Hearing her brother's words, He Yushui's eyes lit up as she nodded. Okay, brother, the sales clerk, overhearing their conversation, felt a surge of happiness, thinking, after doing business for so long, I've finally met someone with money today. The little girl was quite charming, and the boy wasn't bad-looking either. They seemed to come from a decent family and had a good eye for quality. It appeared that this sale would be quite lucrative. Little girl, why don't we take a look at that bed first? She pointed to a beautifully carved elmwood children's bed. Such a lovely bed. He Yushui gasped in astonishment as she stared at it. Ah, little girl, this bed matches the wardrobe and big bed outside. It is 1.3 meters wide and 2.2 meters long. Also part of the dowry set. It's a pity that the girl's father passed away, just as the dowry was prepared. And I heard that the groom eventually began to disdain her and even called off the wedding. The sales clerk sighed as she gazed at the exquisite elmwood bed, feeling a sense of loss. That poor girl, He Yushui exclaimed, expressing empathy that made even He Yuzhu, a time traveler, feel that she was wise beyond her 7 years. Indeed, that young man truly lacks a heart, the sales clerk added. Noticing the two women sharing a moment of solidarity, He Yuzhu quickly intervened. Excuse me, could you refrain from sharing such negative sentiments with my sister? We are discussing the matter at hand. Could you please tell me how much this bed costs? The sales clerk hesitated, caught off guard by He Yuzhu's interjection. Well, if you genuinely wish to buy this bed for your sister, I can offer you a discount. The large bed outside is 180 yuan. This one will be 160 yuan. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, He Yuzhu realized that a carved elm children's bed at 160 yuan was neither too expensive nor too cheap, especially considering it could become an antique in a few decades. However, he sensed that the sales clerk was willing to negotiate further. After contemplating, he proposed, how about 120 yuan? If you agree, I will buy it all together. The sales clerk exclaimed, Little brother, 120 yuan. That is not how you haggle. I truly can't make much profit at that price. All right then, how about 140 yuan? I'm already giving you a fair offer, considering I'm reselling someone else's items. You must allow me a small profit. He Yuzhu countered, I'll pay 128 yuan. If you agree, I'll buy it. If not, I'll settle the previous items and leave. He feigned a motion to walk away. Fine, I'll accept 128 yuan. You seem like a straightforward person, so I won't haggle any further. The sales clerk quickly agreed. Afterwards, she added, Little brother, I noticed your sister was quite fond of that bookshelf when she came in. Why not buy it as well? He Yuzhu thought to himself, you truly know how to sell, but I need to have the money for that. In the following moments, he reconsidered. After all, he had the Qiantang River space. So why worry? A few fishing trips could yield treasures meant for someone like him. Once the family matters were settled, he would delve into exploring the functionality of the space. With this in mind, He Yuzhu decided not to reject the sales clerk's offer any longer. Comrade, what is the price for this bookshelf? I can offer it to you for 40 yuan. It's also made of solid wood. How about 25 yuan? If you can agree, I'll add it to my purchase and settle up now. If you don't agree, then it's fine. I've already spent too much time out today. My master is waiting for me to return. He Yuzhu, rather decisively, proposed a counteroffer, fearing that further deliberation would prolong the process and leave him unable to finalize the furniture by the end of the afternoon. The saleswoman, recognizing that He Yuzhu was inclined towards a firm decision, sighed and conceded. All right, young man, if it's 25, then let it be 25. Why don't you take a moment to see if there's anything else you and your sister are missing? Today, you can choose anything in the store, and I will offer you a discount. Seeing this, He Yuzhu, accompanied by He Yushui, wandered through the furniture store once more. Yushui picked out a few small trinkets, while He Yuzhu selected a vase that the saleswoman claimed had been pawned and was unlikely to be redeemed, given that it had already surpassed its redemption period. He Yuzhu acquired it for 20 yuan. He chuckled to himself, recalling how he had once seen this vase in a museum. It was an antique that had escaped from the imperial palace, and even though it couldn't be sold, it would someday be returned to the state as a matter of honor. By the end of the afternoon, He Yuzhu had successfully purchased a considerable amount of furniture for his home, totaling 520 yuan. It was only at the checkout that he realized he didn't have quite enough cash on hand and would need to withdraw the 500 yuan that He Daqing had given him. He thought to himself, had he known that He Daqing would leave so soon, he wouldn't have bothered saving any money and could have simply brought it along to spend. Fortunately, he had negotiated with the saleswoman to pay half up front, which amounted to 270 yuan, with the remainder to be settled once the furniture was delivered and arranged in the home the following day. After paying the deposit and exiting the furniture store, He Yuzhu clutched the remaining 10 yuan in his pocket and asked He Yushui, "What would you like for dinner tonight? I'll treat you to a restaurant." "Brother, I want roasted duck and meat dumplings." He Yushui replied, looking up at him eagerly. "Yushui, you don't have to worry, I'm not lying to you. Brother will make sure you have a good life." He Yuzhu reassured her, gently ruffling her hair. "Okay, I believe in you, brother." Yushui nodded vigorously. Hearing this, He Yuzhu smiled and took Yushui's hand, leading her towards the old town's roast duck restaurant. Upon their arrival, they ordered a roasted duck and 2 plates of meat dumplings, which cost 3 yuan for the duck and 1 yuan for the dumplings, totaling 4 yuan. As the restaurant staff brought their food to the table, the siblings' stomachs were already growling in anticipation. They exchanged smiles and began to eat. However, halfway through their meal, He Yushui suddenly paused. Unable to contain his curiosity, He Yuzhu asked, "Yushui, why have you stopped eating?" "Brother, I assent it a bit inappropriate for us to eat out like this. Master and mistress have treated us so kindly, and here we are sneaking a meal without telling them," Yushui said, blinking her eyes. Understanding her sentiment, He Yuzhu raised his voice to the restaurant staff. "Excuse me, could you please pack another roasted duck and 2 plates of meat dumplings for me?" After placing the order, he turned back to Yushui and said, "Now you can eat with peace of mind." "All right," Yushui beamed, thinking to herself how considerate her brother was, as if he could read her mind. With renewed enthusiasm, she picked up her chopsticks and devoured the roast duck and dumplings, savoring them even more than before. Once they had eaten their fill and settled the bill, He Yuzhu took Yushui and hurried towards Master S' house. The house had just been renovated, and the furnishings were not yet complete, so it was not suitable to bring Yushui back to the courtyard just yet. They would have to stay at Master S' house for a few days longer on their way. He Yushui suddenly asked, "Brother, if we keep spending like this, won't we quickly run out of the money father left us?" He Yuzhu chuckled, "Silly girl, 5,000 yuan is a lot that we won't spend it all at once. Besides, your brother has culinary skills. No one will starve a chef." Reassured by his words, He Yushui felt relieved. The siblings chatted as they walked, soon arriving at the home of Li Chuchio and his wife. At that moment, Mistress He Bingqing was saying to her husband, "You old man, why didn't you go with Zhuzi to buy furniture? He is still so young. People will surely try to take advantage of them without an adult around." Li Chuchio sighed. "Bingqing, do you think I don't want to? But the stove at Fengziwen can't just be left unattended. Without Zhuzi, our guests have started to complain that if I leave, we might offend many regular customers. Besides, Zhuzi may be young, but he is quite sensible. Don't worry. No one can deceive him." All right, you're right. Now why don't you go outside and see if the children have returned? Okay, I'll go check now. You prepare dinner. Don't let the kids go hungry. Li Chuchio stood up to head outside. He coincidentally bumped into He Yuzhu, who was pushing a bicycle with He Yushui seated at the back. Li Chuchio immediately greeted them with a smile. Zhuzi, Yushui, you're finally back. Your mistress was just mentioning you. Come in quickly. It's a bit windy outside today. Upon hearing this, He Yuzhu realized that the wind had indeed picked up. Signaling a change in the weather, He Yushui chimed in cheerfully. Master. Seeing this, Li Chuchio quickly bent down to lift Yushui off the back of the bicycle, taking her hand and leading her inside. Meanwhile, He Yuzhu parked the bicycle and retrieved the roasted duck and dumplings from the front rack, following behind them into the house. The moment Yi Bingqing saw the two siblings, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Zhuzi, Yushui, you're back. Sit down. Mistress has prepared dinner for you. Just as He Yuzhu was about to respond, He Yushui quickly wrenched her hand free from Li Chuchio's grasp, took the roasted duck from He Yuzhu, and placed it on the table. Mistress, you don't need to fuss. Today my brother took me out for roasted duck, and he even brought one back for you. Look, Chapter 22. He Yuzhu's display of power. Li Chuchio, upon hearing this, was filled with excitement. Zhuzi, Yi Bingqing's south eyes crinkled into crescent shapes as she smiled. Good children. Thank you. The couple exchanged a glance, silently admiring the filial piety of the two children. Seeing this, He Yuzhu quickly interjected, Master, Mistress, please sit down and enjoy your meal. Roasted duck and dumplings taste best when hot. All right, we'll listen to you, Li Chuchio and his wife replied in unison, settling down to eat the roasted duck and dumplings. The following morning, sunlight filtered gently through the sparse clouds, casting a warm glow over every corner of the old town. He Yuzhu arose early as usual, first cycling He Yushui to the entrance of Hongxing Primary School, watching her skip happily through the school gate with her backpack. Subsequently, he made his way to Fengziyuan to report in, briefly and sincerely requesting 2 hours off from Boss Shun, explaining that he had some household matters to attend to. Understanding that He Yuzhu was in the midst of renovating his home, Boss Shun graciously acquiesced, only reminding him not to miss the lunch shift. Afterward, He Yuzhu hurried to the bank, successfully withdrawing the 500 yuan that He Daqing had left behind. With his thoughts occupied by the home arrangements, he quickened his pace, navigating through the bustling streets until he returned to the courtyard home. As he stepped into the courtyard, he was greeted by a scene of bustling activity. 2 staff members from the furniture store were diligently unloading the furniture that he and Yushui had purchased the day before, from the intricately carved wooden bed to the elegant wardrobe. They handled each piece with utmost care, wary of causing any damage. Just as He Yuzhu intended to approach them to request assistance in moving the items inside, people from the front, middle, and back courtyards began to gather. Watching like spectators, whose cabinet and bed are these? They look magnificent. I heard they were bought by Zhuzi. No way. How could he have that much money? Hey Zhuzi, did you really buy all this furniture? Oh dear. Zhuzi, where did you come across such a windfall? Zhuzi, I heard that your father, He Daqing, abandoned you and your sister. With all this money spent on renovations of furniture, it must have cost quite a bit. Did you steal money from somewhere? Wow, I just bought a little furniture, and suddenly everyone's gossiping. If I become a billionaire in the future, will you all want to devour me? Upon seeing the crowd, He Yuzhu felt a throbbing headache begin to form. It seemed he would have to assert himself again today. Otherwise, the furniture would never make it inside. Suppressing the simmering anger within, he maintained a stoic expression and addressed the gathering. What's this? Do I need your permission to renovate my home and buy furniture? Have I borrowed money from any of you or stolen anything from your homes? Are you all envious of my furniture and plan to take it for yourselves? Let me assure you, that won't happen. Zhuzi, there's no need to be so harsh. We're just neighbors. How could we be jealous of your furniture? We simply thought that since your father left, you and your sister might need some help moving furniture. One nosy neighbor chimed in. Exactly, we just wanted to lend a hand. Another added that I think you should consider it. Zhuzi, your father has forsaken you. But we, the residents of this courtyard, do not share that sentiment. That sister-in-law is coming right now to assist you in moving your belongings indoors. The wife of Zhuang, Li Chunlan, who previously suffered a setback, fails to learn her lesson and has returned. After speaking, she boldly approached to seize a small ornament purchased by He Yushui. Similarly, Aunt Jia Zhangshi expressed her intent to take the ceramic vase bought by He Yuzhu. However, He Yuzhu had already perceived their intentions and recognized that they believed He Daqing had departed, leaving him unprotected and vulnerable to their thievery. He swiftly charged forward, and with two resounding thuds, he sent both women sprawling to the ground with a kick each. It is preposterous. Although I grew up in an orphanage, I was supported by a benevolent benefactor and have trained in Taekwondo, rendering me more than capable of handling these two shrews. Jia Zhangshi and Li Chunlan were taken aback by He Yuzhu's sudden aggression and his remarkable strength, finding themselves unceremoniously knocked down and struggling to rise. "Ah, my back!" Li Chunlan exclaimed. "Ouch, my belly!" Jia Zhangshi gasped, her face pale, yet her sneaky eyes remained fixated on the ceramic vase. "Listen closely, both of you. Should you dare to covet my family's possessions again, I shall ensure that your entire family suffers for it. Furthermore, let me warn you, my father has not abandoned us. The funds for these purchases were provided by him, not stolen. Should you continue to spread baseless rumors, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." He Yuzhu warned ominously. Upon witnessing He Yuzhu's fierce demeanor, Jia Zhangshi and Li Chunlan instinctively recoiled, shivering in fear. They awkwardly scrambled to their feet and retreated to their own quarters, while the others, witnessing this scene, dared not approach any further. He Yuzhu, unperturbed by the onlookers, instructed the two employees from the furniture store to arrange the bed, cabinets, and other items as previously discussed. The two rooms soon transformed, exuding warmth and tranquility of a home. Once everything was in order, He Yuzhu, recognizing the diligent efforts of the two employees, took out 2 coins from his pocket, offering each a piece. The employees, surprised by He Yuzhu's generosity, promptly expressed, "Young man, you are quite chivalrous, but allow us to remind you, do not flaunt your wealth. Given your current situation, the people in the courtyard are surely envious and would love to take a piece of you for themselves. If you have such riches, it might be wiser to sell these 2 houses and purchase a new elsewhere, rather than remain in this courtyard." The notion of selling these 2 houses amused He Yuzhu. Yet he understood that the 2 men genuinely cared for his well-being to avoid unnecessary trouble. Selling indeed seemed a sound suggestion. However, the location of this courtyard would become priceless in a few decades. Thus, not only would he refrain from selling, but he also intended to gradually acquire every room in this courtyard to pass down to his descendants. He Yuzhu, being a perceptive individual, recognized their intentions were well-meaning. "Dear brothers, it is not that I do not wish to sell the houses. When my father departed, he made it clear that this house, inherited from our grandfather's generation, is to be lived in, not sold." Upon hearing this, the 2 employees immediately understood why He Yuzhu would endure any hardship rather than sell the property. They could only sigh, "Young man, if that is the case, then reside here in peace. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek us out. We live just beside the furniture market." Chapter 23. The master is concerned very well. "Thank you both." He Yuzhu expressed his heartfelt gratitude as he bid farewell to the 2 employees. Afterwards, he retrieved his keys from his pocket, locked the door, and pedaled his bicycle to the bank to withdraw money, which he subsequently delivered to the furniture store. After inquiring with the attendant and realizing it was already 11 o'clock, he hurriedly rode his bicycle towards Hangzhou. In this era, devoid of mobile phones or watches, life was indeed quite inconvenient. Both the furniture store and Hangzhou featured antiquated clocks, yet it would be impractical for him to check the time daily. It seemed prudent to purchase a watch for himself. Additionally, with the head chef at Hangzhou, if he continued to run back and forth, he would surely strain his back. Perhaps he should teach the cooking methods to his master and let him take charge. Yet his master was aging and often contemplated retirement, that a strategy was needed to allow him to temporarily step in for himself. As He Yuzhu pondered these matters, he returned to Hangzhou. Upon crossing the threshold, his master, Li Chuchio, greeted him warmly. "Zhuzi, if there is anything you need, I will gladly assist you. It is almost noon, and several tables of guests are eagerly awaiting your renowned Sichuan dishes. They claim that if they do not get to savor your cooking today, they will not return to Hangzhou again." He Yuzhu was momentarily speechless, hastily rushing into the kitchen to begin his preparations. Fortunately, All the ingredients had been sliced and were ready for cooking. He Yuzhu adeptly wielded the spatula, expertly dishing out exquisite dishes that were served to the guests. The patrons couldn't help but praise the flavors. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Li Chuqiu observed He Yuzhu's industriousness and remarked, "Zhuzi, your culinary skills are improving remarkably. I feel as though you could easily take my place as the master chef." "Master, you flatter me. My skills scarcely reach 70% of yours." He Yuzhu humbly replied, "Do not try to appease me. Zhuzi, the flavors of your dishes are beyond my capabilities. Honestly, did your father teach you these skills?" Li Chuqiu inquired earnestly. He Daqing was indeed a renowned chef in the area. Surely he would impart his culinary secrets to his son. Realizing this, Li Chuqiu felt a twinge of regret for having assumed He Yuzhu's apprenticeship was merely a formality. "Master, my father did teach me many dishes, but I struggled to grasp them until I became your apprentice. Ultimately, my current culinary abilities are largely a testament to your guidance." He Yuzhu spoke with sincerity, fearing that Li Chuqiu might doubt the origins of his skills. To his surprise, his master provided him an alibi. "You rascal, you only know how to flatter." Li Chuqiu chuckled, genuinely pleased. This Zhuzi not only possesses culinary talent, but also knows how to speak well. I wonder which young lady will be fortunate to catch his eye. "Master, as I have work to do and must care for my sister, I find myself burdened with numerous responsibilities at home. Perhaps I could share my father's secret Sichuan recipes with you? If I am unavailable, you could still take charge in my stead," He Yuzhu proposed, half-jokingly. "Zhuzi, that is out of the question. Those are your means of sustenance. How could you divulge them to me? Moreover, if you do so, I would not know whether you are my apprentice or I am yours." Li Chuqiu waved his hands in protest. "Master, once a teacher, always a father. Are we to regard each other as strangers?" He Yuzhu countered, sensing his master's refusal. "Come now, it is merely a few Sichuan recipes. What harm could come from sharing them? I possess the skills of the Tan family cuisine taught by He Daqing, as well as the culinary arts of Suzhou and Hangzhou from the future, not to mention the vast array of recipes available in my space that I could easily sustain myself and my sister without relying on these Sichuan methods. Were it not for the knowledge that public-private partnerships would emerge in a few years, I would have already opened my own restaurant, monopolizing much of the business in this old city. Master, if you are so concerned about my sharing the recipes, why not just accept them? You are the only one I trust now. Please assist me. Once I get through this busy period, I shall return to take charge myself." He Yuzhu began to plead, softening Li Chuqiu's resolve. "You rascal, I do not mind, but what will I tell Boss Shun? Master, I do not come every day. Just say I took a brief leave of absence. As long as the customers remain steady, he will hardly object. Besides, if he dismisses me, I could always work as a master at the steel factory. My father has reserved a position for me there. So do not worry about me." He Yuzhu pressed on. Eventually, Li Chuqiu, unable to withstand the persuasion, agreed. He Yuzhu finally breathed a sigh of relief. During his free moments in the afternoon, He Yuzhu began instructing Li Chuqiu on the techniques and ingredients involved in his cooking. After decades of experience as a seasoned Sichuan chef, Li Chuqiu grasped the concepts easily. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was time to pick up He Yuzhu. However, He Yuzhu had completely forgotten. When he finally remembered, it was already too late. "Master, I forgot to pick up Yuzhu," He Yuzhu exclaimed, panic setting in as he dashed out. "Zhuzi, where are you running off to? I spoke with your master before I left. She has gone to collect Yuzhu.By now. She is likely at my house." Li Chuqiu chuckled heartily. "Master, you silly boy, it was not that I did not wish to inform you. It was merely that I did not find the opportunity to do so. You have been preoccupied with your work and teaching me the ingredients, and I forgot to mention it." Li Chuqiu explained with a laugh. "Oh, master." He Yuzhu hastily returned his bicycle to its place. "Zhuzi, come back. Once we finish at Hangzhou, let us return together. Tonight, we shall bring back 2 dishes for your master and Yuzhu to enjoy." Li Chuqiu waved his hand again to He Yuzhu, seeing this, returned to the kitchen to cook alongside Li Chuqiu once more. This time, the Sichuan cuisine crafted by Li Chuqiu bore a striking resemblance to He Yuzhu's own culinary style, that He Yuzhu felt a surge of joy, realizing he could earn a salary while also freeing up time to pursue other endeavors. However, Li Chuqiu's next words shattered his dreams. Zhuzi, master will not prepare dishes that taste exactly like yours. He is leaving you an escape route. Good heavens, master, must you be so earnest? Can you not exhibit a touch of cunning? I truly do not require it. Perhaps in the future, I shall open my own restaurant and take on disciples. I could have students across the nation. With such a mindset, how am I to navigate my future? Master, there is truly no need for you to leave an escape route for me, He Yuzhu declared earnestly. Chapter 24. Teasing Shun Jihuan Zhuzi. That cannot be, if master does not keep a hand in reserve for you. How will you manage in the future? Li Chuqiu replied with solemnity that He Yuzhu understood that no amount of persuasion would sway Li Chuqiu, and thus he acquiesced. After a while, he shifted the conversation. Master, my house has been renovated. I plan to move back the day after tomorrow. May I invite you and Master's wife over for a meal? Oh, so soon? Zhuzi, there's no rush. I heard you swap the functions of the kitchen and the ear room. Indeed, the ear room is too small. I am uneasy about her sleeping there alone. That it is better to convert it into a kitchen, allowing her bedroom to connect with my main room. You are quite thoughtful. My child, have you purchased the kitchen utensils yet? Oh dear, how could I forget about that? Not yet, but I will go tomorrow. Zhuzi Ji, what are you going to buy tomorrow? I will accompany you. Shun Jihuan appeared from seemingly nowhere. I do not have school tomorrow, so I can join you. Shin Jihuan thought back to the last time she offered to pick up He Yuzhu's sister, He Yuzhu, and was declined. You must not refuse this time. I am eager to taste your fish fillet and dompa pork. You're going to buy kitchen supplies, and I am quite familiar with this. My father never excluded me when he bought these items. He would take me along to haggle. This time, I can surely assist you in acquiring utensils that are both affordable and satisfactory. However, He Yuzhu felt hesitant to accept, but Li Chuqiu, perceptive as he was, immediately recognized Shun Jihuan's intentions. He thought, if this young lady could truly develop a relationship with Zhuzi, they would make a splendid pair. Thus, he urged, Zhuzi, let Jihuan take you shopping. She indeed knows more about it than you do. Seeing his master's insistence, He Yuzhu found it difficult to refuse any longer. He understood Li Chuqiu's perspective, yet Shun Jihuan was too young. If he were to pursue a relationship with her, he would feel a sense of guilt akin to that of a predator preying upon a child. Moreover, the Shun family was destined to become capitalists, which would ultimately yield no benefit for him. When Shun Jihuan noticed He Yuzhu's agreement, she joyfully exclaimed, Zhuzi Ji, a promise made is a debt unpaid. Tomorrow morning, I will speak to my father to grant you leave, and I will accompany you. Very well, He Yuzhu nodded reluctantly. The following morning, after He Yuzhu had dropped off He Yuzhu at Hongxing Primary School, he arrived at Fengziyuan, where he indeed found Shun Jihuan waiting at the front desk. He Yuzhu felt a pang of embarrassment and attempted to bypass her to head to the back. Seeing this, Shun Jihuan approached him. Zhuzi Ji, Master Li has already arranged everything for the kitchen. My father and I have agreed to give you a day off today to sort out matters at home. That He Yuzhu was somewhat taken aback. Typically, a young lady of Shun Jihuan's status, being an only daughter, would not be permitted by her father to get too close to him. Yet now, Mr. Shun not only did not object but seemed to encourage it, leaving He Yuzhu perplexed. Could it be that he, like Liu Bansheng, had a keen insight into the situation and recognized He Yuzhu's identity as a third-generation hired labor? But now was hardly the time to discuss such matters. Noticing He Yuzhu lost in thought, Shun Jihuan shyly tugged at his sleeve. Zhuzi Ji, what are you pondering? Let us hurry along. I want to take you to Wangfujing, a new kitchen supply store opened recently. And we should check it out. All right, I'll follow your lead, He Yuzhu replied, and they set off together. As He Yuzhu mounted his bicycle, he waved for Shun Jihuan to take a seat behind him. Without hesitation, she climbed onto the rear seat. Observing her nonchalant demeanor, He Yuzhu thought to himself, this girl is even more straightforward than the beauties of later generations. Perhaps I should tease her a bit? Jihuan, make sure you hold on tight. I'm about to take off? All right, Zhuzi Ji, worry not. I am not Yuzhu. I am an adult now, and one tea fall. With a hearty laugh, He Yuzhu pedaled vigorously, propelling the bicycle forward at an exhilarating speed. Shun Jihuan was startled and instinctively wrapped her arms around He Yuzhu, clinging tightly to his clothing. He Yuzhu chuckled heartily. Ha ha ha. Jihuan, ISNT, my riding skill impressive? After saying this, he deliberately accelerated, startling Shun Jihuan once more. Zhu, slow down. Only then did He Yuzhu gradually reduce his speed, allowing Shen Jihuan to adjust before speeding up again, as Shen Jihuan clung nervously to He Yuzhu. She also had to brace herself to prevent falling off the bicycle. Zhu, please take it slow. It's easy to bump into people, Shen Jihuan exclaimed, her heart racing with a mix of fear and thrill. Fear not, Jihuan. With my cycling prowess, how could I possibly collide with anyone? Just sit tight. Yet despite his bravado, He Yuzhu slowed down. Wang Fujing was merely 2 li away from Fengziyuan in no time. The two arrived at their destination. Upon stopping, Shen Jihuan quickly released her hold on He Yuzhu, panting slightly. Zhu, you are far too reckless. That was perilous. I nearly fell off the bike. He Yuzhu laughed heartily, but I asked if you were afraid. And you said you weren't. Shen Jihuan's face turned a shade of crimson. After stammering for a while, she could not articulate a coherent response. Seeing her flustered, He Yuzhu decided to relent. All right, I won't tease you anymore. On the way back, I shall ride more slowly. With that, they dismounted the bicycle, but He Yuzhu pushed it forward at a leisurely pace, while Shen Jihuan walked alongside him, both engaged in cheerful banter as they made their way to Wang Fujing. In the 1950s, Wang Fujing was not yet a bustling commercial hub. The streets were sparsely populated with a few vendors selling essential goods and miscellaneous items. As He Yuzhu and Shen Jihuan strolled along, they encountered only a couple of familiar stall owners who called out to them, while most others pretended not to notice their presence, leaving Shen Jihuan feeling somewhat disheartened. Noticing this, He Yuzhu chuckled. Jihuan, do not concern yourself with how others perceive you. Self-confidence is what truly matters. Yes, I understand. Shen Jihuan nodded in agreement. Let us not forget the purpose of our visit today, He Yuzhu reminded her. Zhu, rest assured, I will take you to this new shop. To be honest, it is a new establishment opened by a friend of my father who specifically asked me to bring people to support it. Since you're in need of these items, I thought it best to bring you along. You need not worry. The prices will be quite reasonable. Chapter 25. Purchasing kitchenware at Wang Fujing. Upon hearing He Yuzhu's reminder, Shen Jihuan explained the situation. Oh my. I initially thought a lovely lady had taken an interest in me, but it turns out she is merely here to promote a friend's business. However, since I already purchased quite a bit the other day, I shall only buy a few kitchen items today. With such a grand affair, how could I feel comfortable? But alas, I am here now. I might as well accompany her to take a look. If I need something, I will buy it. If not, I shall merely chat without making a purchase. I shall not concern myself with feeling awkward. After all, my little stash of cash has yet to be exchanged, and I am rather short on funds presently. With these thoughts in mind, He Yuzhu followed Shen Jihuan forward. As they traversed Wang Fujing Street, He Yuzhu observed that only a few shops were open on either side, while the majority remained shuttered, revealing the economic desolation of the old city in the early 1950s. Yet who could have foreseen that decades later, this very area would evolve into a thriving commercial street? After walking for about 200 meters, Shen Jihuan finally announced, Zhu, we have arrived. He Yuzhu halted his bicycle and parked it to the side before following Shen Jihuan inside. As He Yuzhu entered Zhang's kitchenware store, he glanced up at the sign above the door. Indeed, it was a boutique kitchenware shop. Upon entering, they found a few fashionably dressed customers selecting knives. The store had a modest selection, yet everything was neatly arranged. The counters were filled with various bowls, plates, pots, and pans, as well as an array of sauces, spices, candies, and seasonings, even including peanuts. Among the items, there were several modern cabinets for dishes. He Yuzhu indeed needed to buy a cabinet to store in the kitchen. Jihuan, what brings you here today? Did you skip school? A middle-aged woman clad in a floral blouse paused her tasks upon noticing Shen Jihuan enter, greeting her warmly. Auntie, are there no classes at school today? Did you not mention that if anyone wished to purchase kitchenware, I should bring you to the store? Shen Jihuan cheerfully continued. Today, I have brought our head chef, He Yuzhu, from Fengziyuan into your home. The middle-aged woman, upon hearing Shen Jihuan introduce He Yuzhu, scrutinized him intently for a moment. Oh, so this is the He Yuzhu you spoke of. This young man possesses an air of affluence. He clearly is not an ordinary individual. As for his culinary skills, even your Uncle Zhang speaks highly of them. Jihuan, your father is quite the discerning eye. The woman's remarks left He Yuzhu feeling somewhat bewildered. Could it be that boss Shen truly regarded him as a potential son-in-law? What a predicament! Shun Ji Huan is still so young. Merely a middle school student by modern standards, He Yuzhu pondered. What am I doing, subtly enticing a minor? The thought was maddening. It seemed he had genuinely begun to feel a stir of affection. Aunt Lu, please don't tease me. It might embarrass Brother Zhu later, Shun Ji Huan said. Her cheeks flushed. The situation was perplexing. Shun Ji Huan did not contest her words to He Yuzhu, sensing that if the proprietress continued this line of conversation, their planned purchase of kitchenware would be thwarted. Interjected, Aunt Lu, Ji Huan mentioned that your kitchenware is both excellent and affordable. Could you kindly introduce me to some options? Very well. It seems Brother Zhu is a bit bashful. So I shall refrain from teasing you both. Ji Huan is a valued regular here. You two may browse at your leisure, and once you've made your selections, return to me for a quote that I assure you, I will offer you the best possible price. Thank you, Aunt Lu. Then we shall proceed to explore, Shun Ji Huan replied, turning to He Yuzhu. Brother Zhu, what specific items do you wish to purchase? I can assist in your selection. He Yuzhu nodded. Ji Huan, I need a cabinet for bowls, a rice jar, a spatula, vegetable bowls, rice bowls, chopsticks, as well as a cutting board, kitchen knife, and a coal stove. But in short, I want to replace all the old utensils with new ones. Shen Ji Huan was taken aback by He Yuzhu's request. It was known that in this era, most households were reluctant to discard items that were still usable. Yet He Yuzhu's approach was even more generous than that of the old capitalists. She quickly urged him, Brother Zhu, let's not be so hasty. I know your father left you some money, but you shouldn't spend it so recklessly. You have Rainy to take care of as well. What a good wife you are! He Yuzhu admired Shun Ji Huan's words. How practical are the girls of the 1950s? In later years, girls only inquire about your salary or whether you own a house and a car when seeking a partner. He Yuzhu found this notion bothersome. It was precisely for such reasons that he remained single until his 30s and had yet to settle down. Now, encountering a young lady like Shun Ji Huan, who did not look down upon him for being motherless and fatherless, while also carrying the burden of younger sister, revealed her truly commendable character. Ji Huan, you need not worry. I am well aware of my own circumstances. The money my father left me is indeed sufficient for a while. Moreover, I have other means of earning. He Yuzhu smiled at Shun Ji Huan. Upon hearing this, Shun Ji Huan ceased her protests. They meandered through the store. Where He Yuzhu's, I caught a wooden bowl cabinet, intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes, appearing remarkably lifelike. He Yuzhu recognized that this was no ordinary cabinet. Acquiring it would be a worthwhile investment. In addition to the cabinet, He Yuzhu selected a quality coal stove, an iron pot, an iron spatula, a wooden spoon, a colander, a cast iron ladle, a wooden barrel, a cast iron pot, a gourd ladle, a clay basin, a water jar, a kitchen knife, and a cutting board. However, he could not find a white porcelain bowls commonly used in later years. It dawned on him that such bowls were likely not available in the early 1950s. Reluctantly, He Yuzhu opted for several small ceramic bowls similar to those from Fengziyuan as substitutes for the porcelain rice bowls. After finalizing his selection, he realized he had forgotten to choose chopsticks. Shun Ji Huan, noticing He Yuzhu's search for chopsticks after completing his kitchenware selection, laughed. Brother Zhu, are you looking for chopsticks? Indeed. How did you know? He Yuzhu replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. If one is selling kitchenware, how could chopsticks be absent? Well, you're quite right. But, Ji Huan, where are the chopsticks? Shun Ji Huan smiled. Brother Zhu, kitchenware purchases come with complimentary chopsticks. They're located at Aunt Lu's checkout counter. He Yuzhu was astonished to discover that such a sales practice existed even in the 1950s. Shun Ji Huan could not help but chuckle at He Yuzhu's bewildered expression. Come now, Brother Zhu, let's head over to settle the bill. Shun Ji Huan gently tugged at He Yuzhu's sleeve as they made their way to the cash register. Upon reaching the counter, Shun Ji Huan presented the list of items He Yuzhu had selected to Aunt Lu. Chapter 26. Purchasing a Swiss Roma watch, Aunt Lu glanced at the list Shun Ji Huan had written, then looked up at He Yuzhu. Oh dear, young He, your taste is impeccable. Everything you've chosen is the finest in the store, including that intricately carved dragon and phoenix cabinet, though it comes at a rather steep price. Upon hearing Aunt Lu's words, Shun Ji Huan turned to He Yuzhu, who remained silent, and said, Aunt Lu, please feel free to write down the prices. Brother Zhu is well aware of his own budget. Aunt Lu nodded in understanding and proceeded to jot down the prices beside each item. Once she finished, she handed the list to He Yuzhu. Young He, since you're Jiwan's friend, I will give you the lowest price. Let me know if you find it acceptable. He Yuzhu took the list from Aunt Lu. Examining the clearly outlined costs, the Dragon and Phoenix cabinet was priced at 120 yuan, the coal stove at 20 yuan, the set of iron spatula, iron pot, kitchen knife, and cutting board at 16 yuan. 20 ceramic bowls at 1 yuan each, totaling 20 yuan, and the remaining miscellaneous items added up to 28 yuan, bringing the grand total to 204 yuan. Goodness, of the 800 yuan left by my father, only 52 remain. Adding my 300 yuan from my apprenticeship, that leaves me with just 352 yuan. They say money was valuable in this era, yet it certainly does not last long. Sighing, He Yuzhu resolved to purchase the items regardless. He still had 352 yuan left, which was far better than most households, and he still had space to spare. With this in mind, He Yuzhu retrieved his wallet, extracting 210 yuan in cash to hand to Aunt Lu. Aunt Lu, you need not return the remaining 6 yuan. Please have someone deliver it to 95 Zhonghai, Nanluo Guxiang. Young He, with this many items, we offer free delivery. There is no charge for shipping, Aunt Lu replied. Handing He Yuzhu the 6 yuan change, He Yuzhu hesitated to accept, but Shen Jihuan encouraged him. Brother Zhu, do take it. Aunt Lu has always done business this way, with free delivery. Only then did He Yuzhu accept the 6 yuan and turn to Shen Jihuan. Jihuan, the kitchenware is sorted, but do you know where I might find a shop selling watches? Without a watch, I can't keep track of time, which is quite inconvenient for work. Shen Jihuan pondered for a moment. Brother Zhu, I know of shops specializing in watches near our school, but their prices might be a bit steep. Would you like me to take you there now? Yes, let's go, He Yuzhu replied promptly. He was aware that in 1951, watches were imported from abroad and were quite difficult to come by. Wealthy families often had to settle for second-hand pieces. The watch shop's location near the girls' school was likely meant to cater to the teachers and students of that time. Without further delay, He Yuzhu and Shen Jihuan departed from Zhang's kitchenware, riding their bicycles toward the girls' school at the western edge of the city. Upon reaching the vicinity of the girls' school, Shen Jihuan instructed He Yuzhu to stop the bicycle, and they walked a short distance before finding a fashionable watch shop beside the school. After locking up the bicycle, they entered the shop side by side. As they stepped through the door, a young man with long hair greeted them. Jihuan, what a rare visitor! What brings you to my humble shop today? Xiong, this is my brother Zhu. He wishes to purchase a watch from your store. Shen Jihuan explained, revealing her familiarity with the long-haired youth. His name was Chun Xiong, appearing to be in his mid-20s, and he was the manager of the shop. After Shen Jihuan's introduction, Chun Xiong warmly invited He Yuzhu and Shen Jihuan to sit at the counter. At that moment, a girl of about 20 emerged from the side. She wore a blue top paired with simple canvas trousers, her hair styled in 2 braids with bangs framing her forehead. Xiaoli, please fetch us 2 cups of tea, Chun Xiong instructed the young lady, clearly indicating that she was a staff member at the shop. Xiaoli promptly complied, returning shortly with 2 cups of tea, which she offered to He Yuzhu and Shen Jihuan. He Yuzhu accepted the tea, thanking her, thank you. Since you are Jihuan's brother Zhu, there is no need for formality, Chun Xiong said, patting He Yuzhu's shoulder. He continued, Jihuan is one of my regular customers. Even the clock from Feng Ziyuan and your father Boshin's watch were purchased here. Is that so? Chengge is indeed a splendid boss. Business is thriving. Upon hearing Chun Xiong's words, He Yuzhu immediately replied. Chun Xiong, upon hearing this, burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha! Brother Zhu, you truly have a way with words. After a while, Chun Xiong turned to Shen Jihuan and said, Jihuan, does Brother Zhu wish to purchase a fine watch? Indeed, Brother Zhu finds it inconvenient that he cannot accurately gauge time while commuting, hence the desire for a more precise timepiece. I see. Brother Zhu, what kind of watch are you interested in, and what price range do you have in mind? I shall have Xiaoli fetch it from the counter for you. Chun Xiong, being quite affable, felt no hesitation in casually inquiring of He Yuzhu. As they were engaged in a delightful conversation, He Yuzhu, however, took his time to respond, countering with a question. Chengge, what is the most expensive watch you have here? The most expensive? We have recently received a limited edition Swiss Roma 430 original watch. Would you like to take a look, Brother Zhu? That would be splendid. As soon as He Yuzhu finished speaking, Chen Xiong promptly instructed the sales assistant Xiao Li. Xiao Li, please bring over the new Swiss Roma 430 original watch for me. Xiao Li complied and soon returned with a watch, placing on the table before the three of them. He Yuzhu glanced at the watch, his eyes lighting up that he noticed the exquisite craftsmanship, with intricately engraved patterns adorning the dial, complemented by a refined watch strap. Recognizing He Yuzhu's keen interest, Chen Xiong picked up the watch and began to explain. This watch was left with me by a British gentleman who had to suddenly return to his home country, but he used it as collateral for shipping costs, and since it was still in excellent condition, I decided to keep it. The movement is clean and flawless, though the dial has a slight oxidation that does not affect its functionality. Moreover, the calendar functions smoothly, and the timekeeping is precise. I initially intended to keep it for myself. But since you, Brother Zhu, are in search of a fine watch, I shall sell it to you at a low price. Chen boss, please tell me the price. How much is it? He Yuzhu inquired. Chen Xiong pondered for a moment and replied. How about 100 yuan? What do you think, Brother Zhu? Having said that, he handed the watch to He Yuzhu. Chapter 27. The Shen family's intentions. He Yuzhu took the watch, examined it closely, and then looked up at Chen Xiong, stating, I believe this price is rather steep and not very reasonable. I think I shall continue to look at other options. Seeing his response, Chen Xiong's eyes reflected a hint of disappointment, prompting him to directly instruct Xiao Li to take He Yuzhu to the counter to view other watches. Chen Xiong's shop, though not large, boasted a diverse array of timepieces, including Soviet Kama watches, Soviet Kirov automatic Menes watches, and Roma 414 watches. As He Yuzhu perused the selection of the counter, he found that none of the other watches could compare to the Swiss Roma he had just seen. Shen Jihuan accompanied him around the counter and naturally sensed his thoughts. Brother Zhu, do you still prefer the Swiss Roma watch? Indeed, but I think Chen Xiong's price is too high. That price can certainly be negotiated further. Brother Zhu, I knew that once you laid eyes on the Swiss Roma watch, you would not be satisfied with any other. How about this? I can offer you 80 yuan. Would that work? Chen Xiong interjected. Having overheard their conversation, I'll buy it for 50 yuan right now. I want to pay a cent more. He Yuzhu responded internally, thinking, you think you can deceive me? You acquired this watch for at most 48 yuan. Offering you 50 yuan is already giving you a profit. Brother Zhu, that sounds fair. However, I heard from Jihuan that you're now the head chef at Hangzhou Garden, renowned for your exceptional Sichuan cuisine. I dined there once, and it was indeed delightful. I have a request. If you agree, I shall gift you this watch without charge. Chen Xiong said with a smile. What is it? Next month, I am getting married, and I would like to invite Brother Zhu to cook for the occasion. Upon hearing this, He Yuzhu glanced at Shen Jihuan. Shen Jihuan, realizing that He Yuzhu was concerned about her publicizing him as the current head chef at Hangzhou Garden, felt a touch of embarrassment as she said to He Yuzhu, I merely mentioned it casually to Chen Ge, who knew he would take it seriously. Jihuan, I am now your chef at Hangzhou Garden. I cannot take on other cooking jobs. This matter arose because of you. You should speak to your father and see if I can take on this cooking engagement. He Yuzhu replied to Shen Jihuan. Seeing He Yuzhu say this, Shen Jihuan became somewhat anxious, repeatedly stammering, I. Chen Xiong found their exchange amusing and interjected, Jihuan, Brother Zhu, please do not fret. Given the friendship between my father and Uncle Shen, I can speak to Uncle Shen myself. He Yuzhu was taken aback, realizing that Chen Xiong was indeed a second-generation rich kid. However, he thought to himself that it wouldn't be long before such privileged individuals fall out of favor. Very well, Chen boss, as long as you explain the situation to Uncle Shen, I will certainly attend your joyous occasion. However, I must decline the offer of the watch. He Yuzhu concluded, pulling out 50 yuan from his pocket to pay Chen Xiong. Chen Xiong, feeling somewhat helpless, was a loss as to whether to accept or decline. It was Shen Jihuan who spoke up. Chen Ge, you should accept it. It is indeed inappropriate to gift such a valuable watch. As long as my father agrees to your invitation, Brother Zhu will surely come. Chen Xiong thought for a moment and replied, All right, then I shall thank Brother Zhu in advance. Shen Jihuan smiled faintly. He Yuzhu nodded at Chen Xiong, signifying his farewell. Once outside the shop, He Yuzhu asked Shen Jihuan, will your father truly agree to let me cook for Chen Xiong's wedding banquet while I am working at Hangzhou Garden? Is he not worried that I might abscond with my Sichuan culinary skills? Huh. Shen Jihuan chuckled lightly You underestimate my father. He has no such concerns. Besides, if you truly wish to leave, how could Fengzi Garden keep you? Moreover, Chen Xiong's father has been a long-time friend of my father. Upon hearing this, He Yuzhu felt reassured. He glanced at the newly acquired Swiss Roma watch, the clock indicating it was noon. Time for lunch, he thought. Regardless, Aunt Lu's kitchenware is set to arrive at the courtyard around 4 in the afternoon, and lunch at Fengzi Garden has already been entrusted entirely to the chef. Jihuan, I have successfully purchased the kitchenware and the watch. Now that it is getting late, to express my gratitude for your company, why don't I treat you to a meal at a restaurant and perhaps take a stroll in Beihai Park? He Yuzhu proposed tentatively. Sure, Brother Zhu, today you are in charge, Shun Jihuan replied with a radiant smile. Upon hearing this, He Yuzhu was momentarily taken aback. He had initially assumed Shun Jihuan would decline, as this seemed to suggest a more intimate outing rather than merely a friendly gesture. Yet to his surprise, Shun Jihuan not only agreed but appeared genuinely delighted. Could it be that this young lady harbored even a hint of affection for him? Brother Zhu, what is the matter? What are you thinking about? Shun Jihuan inquired. Noticing his pensive expression, He Yuzhu, caught off guard by her question, felt his cheeks flushed. He quickly masked his unease and replied, Since you have agreed, let us head to find a restaurant at once. With that, He Yuzhu mounted his bicycle, and Shun Jihuan naturally took her place on the rear rack. This time, He Yuzhu was cautious not to tease Shun Jihuan, cycling steadily northward. He recalled that there was a reputable Shandong cuisine restaurant just north of the Forbidden City that he had yet to try. He wondered if Shun Jihuan, the daughter of a wealthy family, had dined there before. Nonetheless, he thought, what does it matter? Did she not say she would follow my lead? With that in mind, he pedaled directly toward the Shandong cuisine restaurant at Luxin and Fenglu. Shun Jihuan, having learned her lesson, was careful to keep her balance, fearing that He Yuzhu might ride too recklessly again and cause her to fall. After spending a significant portion of the day with He Yuzhu, she began to understand why her father held him in such high regard and permitted her to associate with him. She was, after all, her father's only daughter and the future successor of Fengzi Garden. Her father had long been making plans for her future, including the prospect of finding a worthy son-in-law to carry on the legacy of Fengzi Garden. He Yuzhu, though young, possessed impressive culinary skills. Having lost his mother at a young age, he was now left to care for his younger sister after their father had abandoned them to form a new family, rather than succumbing to despair. He balanced work with caring for his sister, a testament to his admirable character. Thus, he had become the ideal choice for Shun Teng's son-in-law. Of course, He Yuzhu was unaware of the Shun family's intentions. He was currently pedaling his bicycle, taking Shun Jihuan toward the Shandong cuisine restaurant north of the Forbidden City. He was eager to sample the flavors of Shandong cuisine and compare it to what he had experienced in later years. The restaurant was situated at a corner just north of the Forbidden City, not far from the bustling streets, and it took about 15 minutes of cycling to arrive. Upon reaching, He Yuzhu parked his bicycle in the open area outside the restaurant. Chapter 28. Provoking the Shandong chef Shun Jihuan quickly dismounted and followed He Yuzhu inside the restaurant with a smile. But He Yuzhu surveyed the surroundings and noticed that the dining area was already bustling with patrons. Prompting him to look around for an available table, a waiter, observing their predicament, approached and inquired, Good sirs, are you looking for a table for two? Apologies, the first floor is fully occupied. However, there are elegant seats available on the second floor. Perhaps we should ascend. He Yuzhu glanced at Shun Jihuan, and upon seeing her nod, he continued, Very well, then I shall trouble you to lead the way. The attendant guided the two to a refined table by the window on the second floor, stating, Please, take a seat while I fetch the menu for your selection. Upon hearing the word menu, He Yuzhu remarked, surprised that a Shandong cuisine restaurant could operate at such a level reminiscent of future establishments. It seemed he would need to completely reform his own practices if he wished to pursue a similar path. The attendant, unaware of his thoughts, simply replied, Yes, please hold on for a moment, before hurriedly departing. He Yuzhu and Shun Jihuan sat facing each other. Shortly thereafter, the attendant returned with the menu. He Yuzhu took it and couldn't help but chuckle. What kind of menu is this? Merely a thick piece of cardboard listing a few signature dishes of Shandong cuisine. For instance, 9-turn intestines, scallion braised sea cucumber, sweet and sour carp, stir-fried kidney, Texas roast chicken, 4-joy meatballs, supreme tofu, and marinated fish slices. Yet, in his memories of the future, He recalled that Shandong cuisine boasted no fewer than 20 dishes. Why were there only 8 here? The attendant, oblivious to his musings, urged, "Sir, could you please hurry? I still have many tasks to attend to." He Yuzhu remained silent and handed the menu to Shen Jihuan across from him. Shen Jihuan took the menu and examined it closely, saying, "Brother Zhu, this is my first visit as well. I am uncertain which dishes are delectable." He Yuzhu was somewhat taken aback. As the daughter of Feng's garden, she had never dined at another restaurant. Wasn't that rather peculiar? Noticing the expression on his face, Shen Jihuan felt her cheeks flush and softly confessed, "My father never allows me to eat outside." Upon hearing this, He Yuzhu retrieved the menu, casually pointed at a few items, and ordered sweet and sour carp, Texas roast chicken, and supreme tofu. The attendant, having taken his order, promptly sent the menu to the kitchen. Half an hour later, the 3 dishes were brought to their table. He Yuzhu observed the Texas roast chicken, its golden hue tinged with red, resembling a duck gliding on water. With a beautiful presentation, he mused, it seems the Shandong chefs live up to their reputation. The dish certainly looked appealing. However, he wondered about its taste. With this thought, he picked up a piece with his chopsticks and tasted it. To his surprise, it was a revelation. The roast chicken, though visually stunning, lacked flavor, falling far short of the Texas roast chicken he had known in the future. He then sampled the sweet and sour carp and the supreme tofu, both of which were equally mediocre, prompting him to set down his chopsticks. Seeing He Yuzhu cease eating, Shen Jihuan was momentarily taken aback. It appeared that Shandong cuisine simply did not suit his palate. Indeed, she was an exceptional cook herself, accustomed to exquisite flavors. How could she expect him to appreciate someone else's cooking? However, truth be told, the dishes at this Shandong restaurant were indeed inferior to the Sichuan cuisine from Feng's garden. Yet, it hardly warranted such a loss of appetite. "Brother Zhu, what seems to be the matter?" Shen Jihuan inquired. Puzzled by his sudden disinterest, He Yuzhu shook his head, sighed, and replied, "Alas, I truly did not anticipate that the Shandong dishes prepared here would be merely superficial in appearance, devoid of the delightful flavors I had envisioned. It is astonishing that a chef of Shandong could produce such an insipid version of the cuisine." Upon hearing this, Shen Jihuan asked, "Brother Zhu, have you previously tasted dishes made by other Shandong chefs?" "Indeed, I have," He Yuzhu affirmed. "Otherwise, I would not have discerned such a stark difference." Shen Jihuan, surprised by his admission, recalled hearing from Li Chuqiu that He Yuzhu had lost his mother at a young age, and his father, preoccupied with his culinary pursuits, had neglected his care. Consequently, he had been sent to Feng's garden to apprentice under Li Chuqiu. Surely, he had not traveled to sample dishes across various restaurants. Could it be that when he claimed to have tasted better Shandong cuisine, he was fabricating? Sensing Shen Jihuan's skepticism, He Yuzhu pondered for a moment before explaining, "Before my mother passed, my father took me along as he worked in various kitchens, naturally introducing me to many chefs. This included those specializing in Shandong, Cantonese, Huaiyang, and other cuisines. They would often exchange culinary techniques, granting me the opportunity to savor a wide array of flavors. Over time, I developed a discerning palate, capable of identifying the quality of different dishes." After listening to He Yuzhu's explanation, Shen Jihuan found his reasoning entirely plausible. She had also heard her father speak of the renowned chef He Yuzhu. Yet she was unaware of why this illustrious chef had later transitioned to the steel mill's kitchen. Cautiously, she inquired, "Brother Zhu, are you certain that this Shandong chef has only produced a half-hearted version of the cuisine?" He Yuzhu nodded, saying, "To be candid, this is far from authentic Shandong cuisine." Hearing this, Shen Jihuan glanced at the dishes on the table and then at He Yuzhu, lowering her voice. "Brother Zhu, please keep your voice down. It would not be wise for others to overhear." He Yuzhu, smiling at her, retorted loudly, "Rest assured, Jihuan, I speak nothing but the truth. Even if the chef preparing the Shandong cuisine were to hear me, I would maintain my stance that I am the one who prepares this Texas roast chicken. Who dares claim that my dishes are not authentic Shandong cuisine?" At that moment, a gruff voice interjected. Shen Jihuan looked up to see a middle-aged man clad in coarse clothing standing beside their table, glaring angrily at He Yuzhu and Shen Jihuan. "Sir, you have misunderstood. We were merely discussing the matter of someone impersonating a Shandong chef and deceiving others, not you." Shen Jihuan hastily stood to offer an apologetic smile. Upon hearing Shen Jihuan's words, He Yuzhu found himself torn between laughter and exasperation. The angered Shandong chef appeared to be further incensed by her attempts at appeasement. Enough of this, he bellowed. You yellow-haired girl, how dare you accuse me of impersonating a Shandong chef? If you claim that my dishes are not authentic, then why not prepare a dish for everyone to taste? Shen Jihuan was momentarily dumbfounded. Her intention had been to smooth over the situation and make a swift exit, but instead, she had provoked the chef. What to do now? She was only capable of eating, not cooking, and He Yuzhu could only prepare Sichuan cuisine, not Shandong. Chapter 29. The Shandong Culinary Showdown. As Shen Jihuan contemplated begging for mercy, He Yuzhu grasped her arm, signaling her not to panic. Very well, if the esteemed chef wishes to see my Shandong culinary skills, I am more than willing to oblige. Wait, Brother Zhu, you can cook Shandong cuisine? My father taught me once. He Yuzhu replied. Shen Jihuan sighed in relief, thinking to herself, thank goodness. Otherwise, I would be in quite a predicament today. The middle-aged Shandong chef, Zhao Zhu, observed the two young people engaged in their own conversation. Seemingly disregarding him, and his anger intensified, he slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet, and pointed at He Yuzhu. You little brat, were you just mocking me, suggesting that your father's cooking is superior to mine? Zhao Zhu was a notable chef among Shandong cooks, reputed for his exceptional skills throughout the capital. Yet now he felt insulted by the apparent disregard shown by He Yuzhu and Shen Jihuan. He Yuzhu glanced at Zhao Zhu, dismissing him internally. Master Zhao, you are mistaken that I merely stated that your Shandong dishes do not compare to my own. Zhao Zhu, incensed by this retort, shouted, You insolent child! How dare you insult me? If I do not teach you a lesson today, you will never learn your place. His loud outburst drew the attention of diners in the surrounding elegant seats. He Yuzhu, seeing the commotion, snorted and stood up, addressing Zhao Zhu. Since you refuse to acknowledge that your dishes are inferior to mine, why don't we settle this with a competition this afternoon? He Yuzhu's challenge immediately captivated the onlookers, drawing them closer. The commotion soon caught the attention of the restaurant owner, Song Bo Jian, who had been running the Shandong establishment for nearly 20 years and had never encountered such a situation. Curiosity piqued, he approached the scene. Zhao Zhu, furious at He Yuzhu's audacity, retorted, You little brat, you speak such grandiose words. Do you not fear overestimating your own abilities? I accept your challenge. Very well, Master Zhao. If we are to compete, we must determine the stakes. Very well. If you lose, you shall kneel and call me grandfather 3 times, then crawl between my legs. Zhao Zhu laughed heartily after declaring his terms. And if you lose? Ha! As if I could ever lose. Zhao Zhu scoffed, dismissing the notion. Master Zhao, one must not speak too confidently. If I am to kneel and call you grandfather 3 times and crawl between your legs upon losing, then you too must do the same if you are defeated. That is only fair. After making his point, He Yuzhu rose and bowed to the surrounding diners. This young man, so brash as to challenge Master Zhao, truly did not know the gravity of his actions. Surely, he was merely boasting. It is simply absurd to think one could triumph over Master Zhao. Perhaps this young lad truly possesses some skill? Otherwise, how could he dare to challenge Zhao Zhu? So, who do you suppose will emerge victorious? Naturally, it shall be Zhao Zhu. Let us not forget, Master Zhao is one of the foremost chefs in the realm of Shandong cuisine. This young fellow is still wet behind the ears. How can he possibly hope to defeat Master Zhao? Such a notion is nothing but fanciful dreaming. Not necessarily, for if this young man lacked genuine talent, would he have the audacity to contend with Master Zhao? At such a tender age, mastery of culinary arts cannot be achieved overnight. He merely wishes to bask in Master Zhao's fame. Indeed, Master Zhao has honed his craft in Shandong cuisine for many years. His skills are exceptional. How could he possibly be outdone by a mere novice? The crowd buzzed with spirited debate, their voices rising and falling like the tide. He Yuzhu remained unfazed, his gaze fixed intently on Zhao Zhu, awaiting his commitment. Zhao Zhu, feeling increasingly anxious under that scrutiny, hesitated to make any promises. Seeing this, Song Bojian stepped forward and addressed Zhao Zhu. Zhao Zhu, this young brother speaks wisely. Since this is a contest of victory and defeat, the stakes ought to be equal. Otherwise, fairness is lost. You have been part of our Shandong restaurant for almost a decade, and your culinary prowess is well recognized. Surely you do not fear losing to this young upstart? Upon noticing Song Bojian's unexpected arrival, Zhao Dai was taken aback, his eyes nearly popping out. Everyone knew that Song Bojian seldom frequented the Shandong restaurant, while the restaurant appeared to be under Song Bojian's name. He was, in truth, the real mastermind behind it. From the chefs to the kitchen staff, everything was dictated by him, and over the years, he had certainly reaped significant benefits, deciding all matters of profit and loss. While Song Bojian merely held the title of owner. Song Boss, this, Zhao Dai stammered, feeling the pressure of Song Bojian's authority. Zhao Master, are my words falling on deaf ears? Or is it truly the case that your culinary skills are inferior to this young brother's? Song Bojian pressed, his tone growing more insistent. Cornered, Zhao Dai could only lower his head and concede. Song Boss, since you have spoken, let it be as you say that if I lose, I shall fulfill the wager accordingly. With Zhao Dai's acquiescence, Song Bojian turned to the two contestants. Very well, since you have reached an understanding, let us not waste time. For the sake of fairness, I shall select 3 Shandong dishes. The competition will consist of 3 rounds. And whoever wins 2 shall be declared the victor. As for the judging, it shall be determined by the patrons of the restaurant. Now, let us begin in the kitchen. The first dish will be the Dazhou braised chicken. Whosoever's preparation is deemed satisfactory by 20 patrons will be declared the winner. Zhao Dai felt a surge of anger, but found himself unable to refuse. Thus he entered the kitchen to prepare. He Yuzhu followed suit, prompted by Song Bojian. Song Bojian instructed the kitchen staff to prepare 2 chickens of approximately equal size for both competitors, and simultaneously, He Yuzhu and Zhao Dai set to work. He Yuzhu expertly seized the chicken, swiftly slicing its throat to let it bleed, then removing the entrails, plucking the feathers, and washing it clean. He then crossed the chicken's legs at the rear and tucked the wings inward, forming a body with wings folded. Once the chicken was shaped appropriately, he brushed it with syrup and placed it in a deep fryer at 180 C for 1-2 minutes until it turned a golden red. He then arranged the fried chicken in the pot, adding a blend of spices such as cinnamon, angelica, star anise, and other ingredients. He poured in half old broth and half water, ensuring the liquid level was even with the chicken. Pressed it down with a weight and boiled it over high heat for about an hour, then reduced to a simmer until the surface began to bubble before removing it from the heat. Chapter 30. Delectable Dazhou braised chicken. He Yuzhu's deft series of movements left Song Bojian utterly astonished. He mused to himself. This young man indeed possesses remarkable skill. His proficiency is truly impressive. In stark contrast, Zhao Dai's actions appeared clumsy and unrefined, revealing that he had not engaged in such tasks for quite some time, relying instead on kitchen staff to handle the bulk of the work. While he focused solely on 2 critical steps, as Song Bojian observed the unfolding events, Shun Jihuan stood nearby, noting that the final simmering stage of the Dazhou braised chicken was taking too long. During this lengthy interval, Song Bojian prompted both competitors to prepare 2 additional standard Shandong dishes, stir-fried kidney and sweet and sour carp, by the time the Dazhou braised chicken was ready to be served. The other 2 dishes were also complete. Song Bojian instructed 6 staff members to present the 6 dishes prepared by the competitors to the dining hall, selecting 20 food enthusiasts to sample them. He first had 3 staff members serve Zhao Dai's 3 dishes, parading them before the 20 patrons, who naturally nodded in approval. However, Song Bojian remained skeptical, recalling the clumsiness displayed during Zhao Dai's cooking process. Thus, he personally tasted the dishes, but the familiar flavors left him feeling somewhat impatient. He eagerly hoped that He Yuzhu's Shandong cuisine would surpass Zhao Dai. If he could prove that someone could cook Shandong cuisine better than Zhao Dai, he would gladly expel Zhao Dai from the restaurant and appoint He Yuzhu as the new head chef. Yet, Song Bojian was careful to conceal such thoughts, uncertain if He Yuzhu truly possessed the capability to outshine Zhao Dai. When Zhao Dai saw that Song Bojian was evaluating the opinions of the 20 patrons regarding his 3 dishes, he began to swell with pride. Casting a disdainful glance at He Yuzhu, he thought, "You dare to compete with me?" In contrast, He Yuzhu stood calmly, seemingly indifferent to Zhao Dai's presence. Last, the moment arrived for the patrons to taste He Yuzhu's dishes, The first patron delicately picked up a piece of chicken from the Dazhou braised chicken platter and savored it slowly. All eyes were fixed on his mouth, eagerly awaiting his verdict. Shen Jihuan's heart raced with anticipation, fearing that the patron might declare He Yuzhu's chicken unpalatable. Song Bojian, too, felt a twinge of anxiety. If He Yuzhu failed to best Zhao Dai today, the restaurant would remain under Zhao Dai's control, a prospect he found increasingly intolerable. As the patrons contemplated their thoughts, the expression on the first patron's face shifted dramatically, his eyes sparkling with a newfound delight. Delicious, truly delicious. I have never tasted chicken this exquisite. Other patrons, upon hearing the praise for He Yuzhu's Dazhou braised chicken, rushed forward, chopsticks in hand, eager to sample the dish before it even reached their tables. Delicious, truly delicious. The chicken is tender and juicy, with a rich and deep flavor. This is the true #1 chicken in the world, another patron exclaimed. Seeing this, Song Bojian, fearful of missing out on He Yuzhu's culinary creation, set aside his composure and strode forward, grabbing a piece of chicken for himself. The meat was tender, with a delightful sweetness that astonished him. He marveled, I never imagined such delectable chicken existed in this world. This young man, despite his youth, possesses extraordinary culinary skills. Young brother, your cooking is exceptional. May I ask who your master is? Would you consider joining my Shandong restaurant? Song Bojian, unable to contain his excitement, approached He Yuzhu without hesitation. That's preposterous. Such a culinary prodigy should have been recruited long ago. Failing to do so would be a tremendous loss. Shen Jihuan interjected, eager to safeguard her brother's talents. Upon hearing her words, Song Bojian felt a pang of disappointment, but quickly recognized his misstep. Talents such as these are not easily acquired. Patience is key, and besides, the competition had yet to conclude. With a renewed sense of purpose, Song Bojian returned to the scene, encouraging the 20 patrons to continue sampling He Yuzhu's additional 2 dishes. Stir-fried kidney, tender meat, rich flavor, smooth and not greasy. Sweet and sour carp, deep red in color, crispy on the outside yet tender within, aromatic and perfectly balanced in sweetness and acidity. Divine delicacies, one patron exclaimed repeatedly. Delicious! I have never encountered such exquisite Shandong cuisine. Another chimed in. The chorus of praise from Song Bojian and the 20 patrons ignited a profound sense of unease within Zhao Dai. Alarm bells rang in his mind. But he found himself helpless to alter the course of events. Before long, the 20 patrons collectively addressed Song Bojian, Song Boss. After much discussion regarding the outcome of the Shandong cuisine competition, we unanimously agree that this young brother's dishes are the epitome of true Shandong cuisine. In contrast, Master Zhao's offerings pale in comparison, and the so-called Dazhou braised chicken fails to deliver even a fraction of its promised flavor. Zhao Dai, witnessing the 20 diners all voicing their discontent, felt his face alternate between shades of blue and red as he bellowed. You are lying. What I prepare is the true essence of Lu cuisine. This brat is merely here to stir trouble. Someone throw him out. Zhao Dai, what are you doing? Who granted you the authority? Interjected Song Bojian. This young man is my esteemed guest from this day forth. Dare you lay a hand on him? Upon seeing Zhao Dai's arrogant demeanor, a surge of indignation welled up within Song Bojian. Realizing that Song Bojian was resolute, Zhao Dai hastily attempted to placate him. Boss Song, do not be deceived by this little rascal. How old is he? He hasn't even fully matured. How could he possibly possess such profound culinary skills? He must be orchestrating a scheme and has likely bribed the diners. Song Bojian, incensed to the point of laughter, retorted, Zhao Dai, do you truly believe me to be a fool? To prepare a dish on the spot and have it tasted immediately, you claim he set a trap. Do you take me for a pig? Zhao Dai, who the hell are you accusing of being bribed by this young man? All 20 of us are in agreement, shouted an angry diner. Indeed, I see you've already siphoned enough profit from this Lu cuisine restaurant. It is high time you relinquish the management back to Boss Song. Another voice chimed in. Chapter 31. Zhao Dai faces the wrath of the crowd, as if in unison, began to accuse Zhao Dai. Faced with such an uproar, Zhao Dai felt a wave of panic wash over him. He anxiously defended himself. Everyone, please listen. That is not what I meant. I merely feared you might be deceived by this little brat. Seeing Zhao Dai's continued attempts at evasion, Song Bojian shot him a cold glare and said, "Zhao Dai, it seems you are not concerned about others being deceived, but rather about me uncovering your deceitful ways." "Boss Song, it is not as you think." Zhao Dai attempted to explain further, but He Yuzhu could no longer wait. He glanced at his watch. It was already past 4 o'clock. The kitchenware that Aunt Lu had sent should be arriving at the courtyard soon, and he needed to return to make the necessary arrangements. With this in mind, he interrupted the crowd. "All right, since everyone believes my dishes surpass Zhao Dai's in flavor, shouldn't we compel Master Zhao to honor his word? Kneel and call me grandfather thrice, then crawl through my legs?" The young man spoke wisely. One must abide by the terms of the gamble. Zhao Dai should now bow thrice and call the young man grandfather, or else. Yes, one must abide by the terms of the gamble. Zhao Dai must kneel. Quick, kneel, kneel. Zhao Dai stood frozen in place. "Zhao Dai, if you cannot bear to lose, then do not gamble. Losing entails honoring your promise." The diners began to jeer in unison. Zhao Dai's complexion shifted from white to red, and then back to white, his frustration boiling over. He shot a fierce glare at He Yuzhu, gritting his teeth in anger. "You little brat, how dare you provoke me in my own territory? Just wait and see how I deal with you." With that, he lunged at He Yuzhu, raising his hand to strike. He Yuzhu, taken aback by Zhao Dai's audacity in front of the crowd, thought to himself, "But this is no challenge for me. I'm a Taekwondo expert from a later era. What is Zhao Dai to me? Even if a few more people joined, they would not be my match." Besides, He Yuzhu, being tall and strong, had never lost a fight in the courtyard since childhood. Zhao Dai, clearly accustomed to his own arrogance, was asking for a beating. Thus, as Zhao Dai's hand was about to land on He Yuzhu's face, he swiftly sidestepped and delivered a kick. Ouch! Zhao Dai howled in pain, clutching his abdomen as he staggered backward and fell to the ground. The onlookers gasped in shock. "Master Zhao, are you all right? Master Zhao." The diners rushed forward to help him up. "How are you feeling? Master Zhao, get away. Are you all blind? Can't you see that little beast struck me with full force?" Zhao Dai, enduring the pain, waved one hand dismissively, shoving aside those who had come to assist him. The crowd exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions tinged with disdain. Only then did Zhao Dai regain his composure, his face flushed with anger. "What do you mean?" "What do I mean? Zhao Dai, you ought to honor your bet and kneel before this young man, calling him grandfather thrice and crawling through his legs, rather than resorting to violence." One diner, who had merely intended to help Zhao Dai, now realizing his true nature, shouted in exasperation, "Indeed, Zhao Dai, honor your bet. If your culinary skills are lacking, then do not gamble." "Yes, honor your bet. How can one gamble and then resort to violence when they lose?" The outcry grew louder. He Yuzhu clapped his hands and chuckled. "Zhao Dai, if your culinary skills are inadequate, do not embarrass yourself. Not only do you wish to renege on the bet, but you also wish to strike me? Do you think I'm so easily bullied? You must fulfill the wager, or else, given your petty behavior today, you will find it difficult to survive in the capital. You little rascal." Zhao Dai, incensed by He Yuzhu's words and the crowd's fury, felt his face turn a deep shade of anger. He longed to exact revenge on this insolent child. For the past decade, he had ruled the Lu Cuisine restaurant with an iron fist, and even Basong treated him with deference. How could he tolerate being bested by a mere child? Now, filled with regret, he lamented his decision to engage in conflict with someone so young. He found himself trapped in a situation he could not escape. "Zhao Dai, will you dare to renege on your promise before all these people?" Song Bojian seized the opportunity to press Zhao Dai further. Determined not to let it slip away, he intended to expel Zhao Dai from the restaurant and restore order to the Lu Cuisine establishment. Ideally, he would entice He Yuzhu to join him as the head chef, or at the very least, purchase his recipes for Lu Cuisine. To be honest, he had been observing He Yuzhu and Zhao Dai throughout the cooking process, yet he had failed to discern any secrets. Why then did He Yuzhu's dishes taste so much better? Did he possess some hidden techniques? If he could acquire He Yuzhu's secrets, the business of the Lu Cuisine restaurant would surely flourish. Song Bojian contemplated this. Excitement surged within him, and he began to apply pressure on Zhao Dai. "Boss Song, I have worked at your Lu Cuisine restaurant for many years. I may not have contributed significantly, but I have endured hardships. How can you aid an outsider against me? Upon seeing Song Bojian's insistence, Zhao De grew frantic, shouting recklessly, Boss Song, you mustn't think I am unaware. All these years, you have acted as the proprietor, withholding wages from the staff and embezzling funds for ingredients, inciting the workers to harbor resentment against you. Now that you have profited enough, it is time you return the restaurant to me. Boss Song, I have not done any such thing. Do not listen to those jealous workers gossiping behind my back. Zhao De expressed disbelief that Song Bojian would know of his misdeeds. Zhao De, how long do you intend to keep up this charade? Whether the workers are gossiping or not, I'll find out in due time. But for now, you must honor the wager you established, lest we be laughed at for being untrustworthy. Very well, this matter is settled. Quickly kneel before the young man and call him grandfather thrice, or you shall collect your belongings and leave my restaurant today. Bah! You claim to be a master of Lu cuisine, yet you are merely a charlatan, unwilling to acknowledge defeat. Boss Song is right. Honor your wager. Kneel, call him grandfather. In an uproar, the 20 diners who had tasted the dishes, along with others present at the Lu cuisine restaurant, began to deride Zhao De, some even picking up chopsticks to hurl at him. Chapter 32. The deaf old woman Zhao De found himself utterly bewildered by this sudden turn of events, and he was left with no choice but to concede. Approaching He Yuzhu, he lowered his voice and said, Young brother, could you show some mercy, considering I'm older than you by half? What did you say? Master Zhao, please repeat that. I did not hear clearly. He Yuzhu feigned ignorance, raising his voice deliberately. Realizing the gravity of his situation, Zhao De felt his knees before He Yuzhu and pleaded, Young brother, today I, Zhao, failed to recognize greatness and have offended you. I implore you, for the sake of my age, spare me the requirement to call you grandfather thrice. Did everyone hear that? Master Zhao is asking for my mercy. But had I lost, would he have granted me the same courtesy? So, what do you all think? Should I spare him or not? He Yuzhu addressed the crowd loudly, Do not spare him, since the stakes were equal. Age should not be a consideration. Indeed, do not spare him. The crowd responded in unison, their voices booming. Master Zhao, you see, it is not that I refuse to spare you, but rather that everyone refuses to let you off the hook. Wouldn't you agree? He Yuzhu flashed a brilliant smile at Zhao De, a smile radiant beyond compare. Upon witnessing this, Zhao De was engulfed in despair, compelled to solemnly bow 3 times before He Yuzhu, subsequently calling out grandfather thrice in a loud voice. Young man, is that enough now? No, you must still fulfill the wager by crawling through my legs. Young man, do not overstep. Overstep? I am merely adhering to the terms of the wager. And you, having lost, wish to renege and even strike me. Are you not the one overstepping? Crawl. He Yuzhu stood firm, legs apart, for someone like Zhao De, who feared the virtuous and bullied the weak. Sparing him would be a grave mistake. Crawl. A wager is a wager. The crowd began to jeer again. Seeing the inevitable tide of the crowd, Zhao De, though reluctant and resentful, crawled through He Yuzhu's legs, prompting uproarious laughter from onlookers. Amidst the laughter, He Yuzhu took Shen Jihuan's hand and walked towards the shop's exit. Yet, Zhao De swore vehemently at their retreating figures, Young man, you will pay for this humiliation. One day, I shall exact my revenge. He Yuzhu dismissed him entirely, thinking, what humiliation, revenge. What a delusion. Does he really see himself as Han Exine, dreaming of vengeance? He ought to reflect on whether he possesses the mettle for such endeavors. Meanwhile, Song Bojian chased after them, inquiring, Young brother, where do you reside? I shall pay you a visit another day. Boss Song, let's forego the inquiry about my residence. We shall surely meet again if fate allows. He Yuzhu replied before stepping outside. Mounting his bicycle with Shen Jihuan, heading towards the He Yuan, it's already 5 o'clock. If we don't return soon, the kitchen's preparations will be in disarray. Thankfully, Yu Shui has her teacher to pick her up. Otherwise, she would surely weep if she found I was absent at the school gate. In the courtyard of the He Yuan, the 2 attendants tasked with delivering the bowl cabinet and kitchenware had already waited for over an hour. It was likely that had it not been for Aunt Lu's instructions to wait for He Yuzhu's return before leaving, they would have taken the items back. It was not that he wished to keep them waiting. Rather, The crowd in the courtyard was exceedingly troublesome, each one approaching with inquiries. "Attendant, is this yet another item purchased by the foolish Zhu? Could you let me see what He Yuzhu has bought this time? How curious! This foolish Zhu buys things every day. Where does the money come from?" Thus, the two attendants dealt with wave after wave of inquisitive onlookers that, of course, after He Yuzhu's previous displays of authority. Jia Zhongshi and Li Chunlan no longer dared to approach and make a fuss. However, with them absent, others were more than willing to step in, especially since it was just after work hours. When He Yuzhu and Shan Jihuan finally arrived at their doorstep, the three elders, Yan Bugui, Lu Haizhong, and Zhonghai, had returned. Upon seeing Shan Jihuan beside He Yuzhu, as well as the cart full of kitchenware, their mouths fell agape in astonishment. "Zhu, you truly know how to spend," exclaimed Yan Bugui. "Where did this girl come from?" asked Lu Haizhong. "You mustn't deceive this young lady." Zhu warned Zhonghai that He Yuzhu chose to ignore their questions, pulling out 2 coins from his pocket and handing them to the two attendants. "Gentlemen, I apologize for making you wait. Consider these 2 coins your tea money." Initially, the attendants felt a bit miffed at having to wait so long. However, with He Yuzhu not only being exceedingly polite, but also offering them an additional 2 coins as a token of appreciation, they couldn't help but retract any reprimands that had been on the tip of their tongues. "It's nothing. We only waited a little while. It's just your neighbors." They glanced at the 3 elders and the crowd surrounding them. "Gentlemen, they have always been this way. Pay them no mind," He Yuzhu said, proceeding to unlock the door to the ear room and signaling for the attendants to carry the kitchenware inside. "Excuse me, young lady, to which family do you belong, and why are you with Zhu?" Lu Haizhong, seeing that He Yuzhu was ignoring them and was directly allowing the attendants to move the kitchenware, inquired. Shan Jihuan, noticing He Yuzhu's disinterest, remained silent. This only deepened Lu Haizhong and Zhonghai's suspicion that Shan Jihuan had been deceived by He Yuzhu. My dear, do not be afraid. If you have truly been misled by Zhu, I will see to it that you are returned home, Zhonghai vowed earnestly. "Indeed, we are the esteemed elders of the courtyard and can certainly escort you home." Lu Haizhong concurred. "Who dares to take my granddaughter-in-law away?" Suddenly, a strong voice interjected. Yan Bugui, Lu Haizhong, and Zhonghai turned to see the deaf old lady approaching briskly with her cane. "Old lady, what brings you here? Hasn't Shui Hua brought you your meal?" As soon as Zhonghai saw her, he hurried over to support her. "I do not require your assistance, Zhonghai. I know well that you wish to send my granddaughter-in-law away." The old lady raised her cane and struck on the ground twice. "Oh, old lady, this girl is not your granddaughter-in-law. She is just a young lady that foolish Zhu has deceived." Lu Haizhong scoffed. "Lu Haizhong, even if Zhu did deceive her, you ought not speak so carelessly. This concerns Zhu's reputation," Yan Bugui admonished. Upon hearing Lu Haizhong and Yan Bugui's remarks, the deaf old lady became incensed. "You 2 scoundrels, spitting out nothing of value, are you unable to bear witness to my grandson's success? During this time, you have seen Zhu repairing houses and buying things. And now you both can hardly sit still with jealousy. You are envious of his possessions and conspire to slander him. You truly think I am deaf and blind to these matters?" Yan Bugui and Lu Haizhong were left blushing, hastily explaining, "Old lady, you misunderstand. We did not mean it that way. We are only concerned about Zhu." "Begone," the old lady shouted. "We shall take our leave." Lu Haizhong and Yan Bugui quickly retreated. Chapter 33. The old lady rebukes the 3 elders. He Yuzhu, witnessing this commotion, was overjoyed, thinking, "Deaf granny, you are truly my dear grandmother. Your entrance has saved me from a considerable amount of breath." Seeing the old lady chastise Yan Bugui and Lu Haizhong, Zhonghai's face turned red and then pale as he forced a smile and said, "Old lady, you jest. Zhu is our junior. His mother passed away early, and his father abandoned the 2 siblings that I feel pity for them. How could I harbor jealousy over him buying a few items? I am merely concerned that, without his father to guide him, he might stray and resort to theft or deceit. The matter of this young lady has yet to be clarified." He Yuzhu was busy when he overheard Zhonghai's words and was about to explain when he heard the deaf granny snort coldly. "Humph, Zhonghai, do not think I am unaware of your schemes. I have yet to settle accounts with you for what happened with He Yuzhu. What concern is my granddaughter-in-law to you? If you wish to escalate matters to the point where my grandson cannot marry, I will not let you off lightly. The old lady's words made Zhonghai feel guilty, and he dared not respond. Bowing his head, though he was internally devising a way to smooth over the situation. Meanwhile, He Yuzhu was furious, thinking, Zhonghai, what a hypocritical villain you are. So, it turns out you were behind my father abandoning me, and you shui to go to Baoding with that white widow. Your deceit is even more shameless than the likes of Yubu Kun from the smiling, proud wanderer. I must settle the score with you over your instigation of the white widow's schemes against my father. With this thought, He Yuzhu could no longer contain his fury. Elder, you are a respected elder of the courtyard and my senior, and I hold you in esteem. However, if you plot against me behind my back, concoct stories, or slander me, do not blame me for turning against you. Zhonghai was startled by He Yuzhu's sudden outburst. This young man, perhaps affected by He Yuzhu's departure, had become increasingly unpredictable. If you were to lash out, it mattered not who you were. Even Li Chunlan and Jia Zhangshi had tasted his wrath. Thus, he hastily explained, Zhu, listen to what you say. You and your sister are without parents in this courtyard. I care for you dearly. How could I possibly scheme against you? Who knows? You present one face in public and another in private. Just a moment ago, you accused me of deceiving this young lady. Ji Huan, come here for a moment and clarify to this elder who you are. He Yuzhu turned to Ji Huan. Upon hearing this, Shen Ji Huan understood He Yuzhu's intent and quickly stepped forward, addressing Zhonghai and the old lady. Elder, old lady, I am Shen Ji Huan, the daughter of Qiantang from Fengzhe Yuan. I specifically accompanied Brother Zhu to purchase kitchenware today. Upon hearing that Shen Ji Huan was the daughter of Qiantang from Fengzhe Yuan, Zhonghai was taken aback. When did this foolish Zhu become so capable as to gain the favor of the owner of Fengzhe Yuan? It was said that Qiantang had only recently fathered a daughter, cherishing her as his most prized possession. Now, he was willing to let his daughter associate with Zhu. Could it be he wishes Zhu to become his son-in-law? This was unexpected. After plotting for so long, he had unwittingly sewn garments for another. Zhonghai felt regret gnawing at him. What? Young lady, you are the daughter of Qiantang from Fengzhe Yuan. The deaf old lady asked in astonishment upon hearing Shen Ji Huan's words. Indeed, I am Qiantang's daughter. I am not some young lady that Brother Zhu deceived, so you need not worry. Shen Ji Huan smiled as she spoke. The daughter of Boss Shen is to become the bride of my grandson. How splendid! Zhuzi has truly become capable this time. The deaf old lady, upon hearing this, was overjoyed. Shen Ji Huan, witnessing the old lady's elation, was momentarily taken aback. He Yuzhu, seeing this, could only say to the deaf old lady, Grandma, let's forego the matter of the bracelet today. It's getting late, and I must return Ji Huan home. Otherwise, Boss Shen will surely worry. Zhuzi, that simply won't do. I promised your mother that the bracelet should be given to your bride. The deaf old lady insisted stubbornly. Grandma, I truly have too much on my plate today. I am really pressed for time. Even Yu Shui is being picked up by my master's wife. How about this? Tomorrow evening, Yu Shui and I will be moving back, and I would like to invite my master's wife, and Ji Huan to dinner. You should come too. Everything will be to your liking then. He Yuzhu proposed. Upon hearing Zhuzi's words, the old lady understood he was indeed too busy today and ceased her insistence. Furthermore, knowing they would be moving back tomorrow evening and inviting her for dinner filled her with joy, and she repeatedly agreed. All right, I shall come tomorrow evening. After saying this, she turned to Zhonghai and said, Oldie, it seems Zhuzi has no further matters to attend to. I'm feeling quite hungry now. You must help me return. Very well, very well. Zhonghai nodded in agreement. I could see this moment, he felt guilty. Fearing He Yuzhu might discern something amiss, just as he sought a way out, the old lady's words aligned perfectly with his intentions. Once the old lady was assisted away by Zhonghai, He Yuzhu and Shen Ji Huan exchanged relieved smiles, both feeling a weight lift from their shoulders. Just then, the two workers finished moving everything into the ear room, arranging it according to He Yuzhu's specifications. He Yuzhu expressed his gratitude to them, and the two older brothers, much like the ones who delivered the furniture last time, expressed their sentiments, saying, "Little brother, you are quite young living here without an adult to support you. From what we see, the three gentlemen in this courtyard are not to be trifled with. You must be cautious. Thankfully, that old lady is looking out for you. Otherwise, your days here would not be so easy." "Thank you for your concern, brothers. I will be careful. Besides, I have the old lady. They cannot bully me," He Yuzhu replied, cupping his hands in gratitude. "I have 2 more coins. Please take them and enjoy a drink." Upon hearing this, the 2 workers' eyes lit up momentarily, but then dimmed. Shaking their heads vigorously, one of the workers said, "Little brother, we already accepted 2 coins from you earlier. We cannot take these 2 again. If we do, we would truly be little people. What would happen next time when the boss asks us to deliver goods?" The other worker shook his head like a rattle drum, insisting, "Little brother, that wouldn't be appropriate." Seeing this, He Yuzhu did not press the matter further, exchanged a few casual words with the 2 workers, and watched them depart. After a day of observation, Shen Jihuan realized that He Yuzhu was indeed a rare gem. Secretly pleased with this realization, she thought to herself, "If He Yuzhu were to truly become my husband, it would not be a bad thing." Meanwhile, He Yuzhu was unaware of Shen Jihuan's thoughts, feeling only that today she had accompanied him in purchasing and moving items. Yet he had failed to treat her to a meal, all thanks to Zhao Day's interference. He had also mentioned taking her for a stroll in Beihai Park, which had not materialized, leaving him with a sense of regret. "Jihuan, I sincerely apologize. It seems I had an unusually busy day and failed to fulfill my promises to you. How about this? Once I settle matters at home, I will treat you to a proper meal to make it up to you," He Yuzhu said, gazing at Shen Jihuan with a hint of remorse. Shen Jihuan smiled and replied, "Brother Zhuzi, it's no trouble at all. Did you not just tell the old lady that you and Yushui will be moving back tomorrow and inviting me for dinner? How can you forget so soon after saying it?" "Oh, did I say that? My apologies. My memory has been rather poor lately. Since that is the case, I shall come to pick you up tomorrow evening." He Yuzhu chuckled. His previous statement had indeed been a response to appease the old lady. The truth was, he and Shen Jihuan had yet to establish anything concrete between them. The bracelet, an heirloom promised by the old lady to be given to his future bride, could not be taken lightly. However, he truly did not expect Shen Jihuan to take it so seriously. Never mind, never mind. The Shen family is wealthy. They have seen countless treasures. How could they possibly covet this old lady's trinket? He Yuzhu reassured himself, feeling relieved. Once everything in the ear room was arranged, He Yuzhu mounted his bicycle and asked Shen Jihuan, "Jihuan, shall I take you home now? Or do you wish to go to your master's house? Are you heading to Hangzhou or directly back to your residence?" "Brother Zhuzi, what time is it? It's nearly 6 o'clock. Winter is approaching, and night falls earlier than before. Come, where shall we go? Let us go to Hangzhou. My father will certainly be waiting for me there to return together," Shen Jihuan replied, taking a seat on the back of the bicycle. He Yuzhu called out, "Jihuan, hold on tight. It's getting dark quickly, and I must ride faster, or we'll be returning to my master's house in the dark." "All right, I'm holding on tight. Ride as fast as you like," Shen Jihuan said, one hand gripping the bike frame and the other wrapping around He Yuzhu's waist. Feeling the softness of Shen Jihuan's small hand, He Yuzhu's heart raced like a rabbit, a peculiar sensation flashing through him. However, he quickly regained his composure, pedaling vigorously as he sped toward Hangzhou, calling out, "Jihuan, I'm accelerating. You must hold on tight." Though he urged her on, the bicycle was both fast and steady, carefully avoiding potholes to spare Shen Jihuan the bumps. Suddenly, as they passed a pothole, Shen Jihuan was jolted forward, clutching He Yuzhu's waist tightly. "Brother Yuzhu, slow down." Shen Jihuan's voice quivered, whether from fear or nervousness. Her heart raced uncontrollably. "All right," He Yuzhu replied, though he too was startled. Had he not stopped just in time, they both would likely have fallen. Throughout the journey, he dared not relax, fearing for Shen Jihuan's safety and avoiding any potential falls. After about 15 minutes of cycling, he finally brought the bicycle to a stop at the entrance of Hangzhou. Shen Jihuan quickly dismounted and entered the establishment, where indeed Boss Shen was waiting for her return. Without sparing a moment to speak with He Yuzhu, she called out, "Father, I'm back. My girl, did you enjoy your time with Zhuzi today?" Shen Ting asked, noticing his daughter's flushed cheeks and smiling warmly. "Yes, father, it was delightful." Brother Zhuzi is quite amiable. We can discuss today as events later. It's getting late, and Brother Zhuzi still needs to return to Master Li's house. Yu Shui must be waiting anxiously. You clever girl, always considering others. Since that is the case, Zhuzi, you should head to the kitchen and find Master Li to return with him. The weather has turned chilly. It's south best to close up early tonight, Qiantang said, walking toward his bicycle. Seeing how considerate Qiantang and his daughter were toward him, He Yuzhu felt deeply touched. All right, Boss Shun, I will go see Master Li now. You two take care? Yes, Qiantang nodded with a smile, riding off with Shun Jihuan. He Yuzhu then entered the kitchen to find Master Li, and together they left Fengxian, returning to the residence of Li Chuqiang and his wife. As soon as they parked their bicycles, Yu Shui dashed out to greet them. Spotting He Yuzhu, her eyes instantly brightened, and she joyfully ran towards him, exclaiming, Brother, why did you take so long to return? I've been waiting for you for ages. Today, the teacher taught me how to draw, and I made a family portrait. She then held up the family portrait for He Yuzhu to see. Taking the drawing from Yu Shui, He Yuzhu beheld 4 figures on the pristine paper. One was He Daqing. The other was undoubtedly his mother, and the remaining 2 were himself and her. The figures were simple, yet exuded warmth and harmony. He Yuzhu knelt down, ruffling Yu Shui's hair affectionately, and said softly, Yu Shui can draw now, and even made a family portrait. Our Yu Shui is truly talented. When you grow up, you will surely be a great artist. Really, brother? Do you think I drew well? But I can't remember what mother looks like. So I ended up making her look quite ugly. Yu Shui, you drew beautifully. Mother looks just like this in your drawing. You got it right. Our little Yu Shui is truly remarkable, despite never having seen her mother's face. She can depict her so vividly. Upon hearing this, He Yushui's spirits lifted instantly, but soon after, her lips pouted in disappointment. She had created a family portrait that she wished to show her brother. Yet he had not come to fetch her and had not returned to their master's home either. After a long wait, she finally saw her brother, He Yuzhu. Noticing the little girl as distress, felt both pity and affection. Silly girl, he said gently, didn't I tell you? I've been busy these past few days, but as soon as I finish, I'll take you back to our home in the Sihiyuan. Is it done now? Can we go home? She asked eagerly. Yes, I will take Yu Shui back to our home tomorrow afternoon. Hooray! Yu Shui cheered. I knew you were the best, brother. Shun Jihuan, observing Yu Shui's excitement, couldn't help but sigh softly. Thinking how adorable yet pitiful this little girl was, she wondered how the siblings had managed after losing He Daqing's care in their previous life. Chapter 35. Yu Shui's concerns. Zhuzi, Yu Shui, come in for dinner. Called Master's wife, Yi Bingqing, from the dining room that we're coming. He Yuzhu replied, taking the little girl's hand as they made their way to the hall. Upon entering, they found that Yi Bingqing had already set the table with dishes and chopsticks, and Master was seated, waiting for them to join for the meal. Seeing them arrive, Yi Bingqing quickly stood up to invite them to sit. Zhuzi, come. Have some soup to warm your stomach that you've been busy these past few days with repairs and shopping for furniture. You must be exhausted. Thank you for your concern, Master, and I appreciate your care for Yu Shui these past days. Tomorrow evening, I plan to move back to the Sihiyuan with her, and I would like to invite you and Master to join us for dinner there. There's no rush, dear. Since I have no pressing matters, it's no trouble to keep an eye on Yu Shui. Why must you move back so soon? Yi Bingqing asked, suddenly feeling reluctant at the thought. She genuinely liked He Yuzhu and cared for Yu Shui. After living together for over 10 days, they had formed a bond that felt almost familial. The prospect of them leaving made her anxious. Don't be sad, Master. Even if I move back to the Sihiyuan, I can still come and visit you. You can also come see me. Yu Shui's words brought tears to Yi Bingqing's eyes. Seeing this, He Yuzhu felt a pang in his heart and quickly changed the subject. Yu Shui, let us eat, don't just talk. Yi Bingqing also shifted the topic, serving Yu Shui some dishes. Come on, Yu Shui, don't forget to eat your vegetables. After the meal, Yu Shui washed up and ran to the adjacent room to do her writing. Li Chuchio called He Yuzhu aside. Zhuzi, today Boss Shun asked Jihuan to accompany you to buy kitchenware. I suspect he has ulterior motives. What are your thoughts? He Yuzhu was momentarily taken aback, then lowered his head in silence for a moment before replying, Master, I'm not thinking of anything at the moment. I just feel that Jihuan is still too young for marriage. Moreover, my sister Yushui is still adjusting after losing our father. If I were to become a son-in-law to the Shun family now, what would happen to Yushui? So, it's not the right time for such discussions. Li Chuqiu nodded in agreement. You make a valid point, but if Shuntung truly has intentions, perhaps you should consider it. As for Yushui, don't worry. We will look after her. Master, I appreciate your kindness, but I think it's best to take things slow. Besides, this is just our perspective. Boss Shun hasn't expressed a clear stance. Li Chuqiu nodded again. Very well. Then take your time to observe. You both are indeed still quite young. Let us discuss this later. He Yuzhu nodded in agreement. Yi Bingqing, however, had been listening silently, clearly still immersed in her reluctance over the siblings' impending move back to the Sihiyuan. In the bedroom, He Yushui was immersed in her homework, so focused that she didn't notice when He Yuzhu quietly entered the room. Yushui, Yushui, He Yuzhu called gently, but she remained oblivious. Growing curious, He Yuzhu stepped closer to her and peered at her face. Noticing her furrowed brow and displeased expression, it was evident she was troubled. Yushui, have you encountered something troubling? Please don't keep it bottled up. Tell your brother, and I'll help you resolve it. Upon hearing her brother's words, Yushui felt a warm sense of being cherished and cared for. She abruptly looked up at He Yuzhu. Brother, I do have something troubling me. However, my concern stems from you. What do you mean? He Yuzhu asked, puzzled. It's because I just overheard Master asking you questions. He mentioned Sister Jihuan and becoming a son-in-law. Are you planning to marry Sister Jihuan and live with the Shen family? I've heard adults say that a son-in-law cannot return home or bring family along, so, brother, are you thinking of abandoning me? With that, Yushui lowered her head, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. He Yuzhu was taken aback by her words. He hadn't expected that the mere mention of his budding relationship with Shun Jihuan would lead Yushui to worry so much. Was it the absence of Yi Daqing that had robbed her of her sense of security? Or had she grown so reliant on him that the thought of losing him frightened her? Yushui, I have no intention of becoming a son-in-law to the Shen family, nor do I plan to abandon you. Please don't let your imagination run wild. Just get some sleep. We'll go back to the Sihiyuan together tomorrow after school. He Yuzhu affectionately ruffled Yushui's hair, offering her comfort. Upon hearing this, Yushui immediately lifted her head, her eyes wide with hope. Brother, is that true? You really won't become a son-in-law to the Shun family? You want to leave me? He Yuzhu chuckled. Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? Silly girl. Yushui's face lit up with a brilliant smile. That's wonderful. Brother, you're the best. You care for Yushui the most. Now I've finished my homework, so I'm going to bed. With that, Yushui shed her outer clothes and climbed in her little bed, soon drifting off into a peaceful slumber. He Yuzhu, seeing this, quietly climbed into his own bed as well. After a long day, he fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow, not waking until dawn. The next morning dawned bright and sunny. He Yuzhu exclaimed, the heavens have truly been kind to me. After all this time spent repairing the house, it hasn't rained a drop. Tonight, we finally get to move back. I wonder how Yushui will react to seeing her freshly renovated little bedroom. The thought of Yushui's astonished expression filled He Yuzhu with delight. He rose from bed, stretched lazily, and stepped out of his room. Just as he opened the door, he turned around to find, oh no, Yushui was missing from her little bed. Yushui, where are you? He Yuzhu called out, startled as he rushed outside. Brother, I'm right here. When I woke up this morning and saw you sleeping so soundly, I didn't want to disturb you. Why not? Because Master said you've been busy and tired these days and needed more rest. Yushui interjected. He Yuzhu felt a wave of warmth wash over him at her thoughtfulness. Chapter 36. He Yuzhu's salary increased. Brother, I'm off to study now. Please gonna pick me up from school this afternoon. Okay, Yushui said to He Yuzhu as she headed out. Outside, Master Li was waiting for her. Watching her retreating figure, He Yuzhu felt a pang of sadness. In his previous life, he had been an orphan. But in this life, he had been blessed with a sweet little sister, a true gift from the heavens. He vowed to take good care of his precious sibling. Zhuzi, what are you thinking about? You're removing back to the Sihiyuan. I won't stop you, but you must eat well and sleep well. If you neglect your health at such a young age, who will Yushui rely on in the future? Master Yi Bingqing's words pulled him back from his melancholy thoughts. Thank you, Master. Were you the one who ensured Yushui didn't disturb my sleep, and that master sent her to school on my behalf? He Yuzhu expressed his gratitude to Yi Bingqing. Zhuzi, what are you saying? I'm your master. We are all family. There is no need for such formalities. Once again, I must express that both my master and I genuinely regard you and the reign as our own flesh and blood. It is only natural for parents to care for their children. Yi Bingqing smiled softly before continuing. Zhuzi, hurry over for breakfast. Your master mentioned that after you finish eating, you still have to work the entire morning at Fengzi Garden. Returning to the Siguan only in the afternoon to prepare dinner. Where will you find the time to gather the ingredients? What dishes do you plan to make tonight? Hand me the keys, and I will assist you in procuring some ingredients from the market shortly. Upon hearing the slightly reproachful, yet caring words of his master's wife, He Yuzhu felt an overwhelming surge of gratitude akin to a mighty river flowing ceaselessly within him. With a slight tremor in his voice, he replied, Master, your thoughtfulness is truly overwhelming. I shall hand you the keys to the Sihiyuan at once, and I will also provide you with a list of ingredients for tonight's dishes. You can simply purchase according to the names listed. With that, He Yuzhu withdrew a fountain pen from his pocket and pulled out a piece of notepaper, swiftly jotting down the required ingredients. After finishing, he blew gently on the freshly written characters to ensure the ink would not smudge. This habit of spontaneous note-taking had been cultivated over many years, and it always proved useful in critical moments. After completing the series of tasks, He Yuzhu retrieved 40 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Yi Bingqing as well. All right, Zhuzi, you should eat your breakfast first. I'll take care of the rest. Yi Bingqing said as she accepted the paper, keys, and money from He Yuzhu. With that, He Yuzhu finally sat down to enjoy the breakfast laid before him, while Yi Bingqing had prepared a sumptuous meal, featuring eggs, fried dough sticks, and even a plate of meat dumplings. And no wonder He Yuzhu was so well-behaved. Neither crying nor fussing, He Yuzhu hastened to finish his breakfast and then stepped into the courtyard. Mounting his bicycle, with a powerful push of his feet, the bicycle surged forward towards Fengzi Garden like an arrow released from its bow. Along the way, passers-by quickly stepped aside to avoid him. Whose child is this? Riding so fast, doesn't he fear for his life? Exclaimed a middle-aged man. What an impressive young lad. He rides with such flair, remarked a young girl, in summary, along the way, shouts of surprise, admiration, and reproach rang out. Yet He Yuzhu paid them no heed. Upon arriving at Fengzi Garden, He Yuzhu did not greet anyone and directly entered the back kitchen. His master, Li Chuqiu, had just returned from seeing Yushui off and was emerging from the kitchen when He Yuzhu nearly collided with him, almost causing him to stumble. Fortunately, he managed to steady himself just in time, or it would have been quite embarrassing. You little rascal, can't you watch where you're going? Li Chuqiu scolded softly. Seeing this, He Yuzhu quickly apologized. I'm sorry. Master, I was careless. Please forgive me. Li Chuqiu huffed. At your age, you should be more composed while walking and acting. Master, I overslept this morning and rushed a bit. He Yuzhu explained. What is the hurry? Boss Shun has already informed both the kitchen and the front staff that it is not easy for you to manage Yushui alone. Being late by a little in the morning is no big deal. Li Chuqiu reassured him, patting He Yuzhu on the shoulder. Oh, I see. Thank you for understanding. Master, I'll get to work now, and thank Boss Shun another day, He Yuzhu said as he busied himself in the kitchen. After all, there were many patrons to serve at lunchtime, and preparations for the dishes needed to begin promptly. Go on then, Li Chuqiu said, observing his apprentice with a look of satisfaction, in the market. Yi Bingqing diligently purchased the ingredients based on the list provided by He Yuzhu. Dompa pork, husband and wife lung slices, mapo tofu, steamed river fish, Dijon braised chicken, mushu pork, clear soup with, and stir-fried kidney were among the items He Yuzhu had meticulously noted, specifying the quantities required. Additionally, she gathered various seasonings such as cinnamon, white atractalodes, star anise, sand ginger, and others that Yi Bingqing was well aware that the first 4 dishes were part of the Fengzi Garden-esque cuisine. As her husband, Li Chuqiu, had been preparing Sichuan dishes for decades. Naturally, she was familiar with the cooking methods and essential techniques involved. However, the latter 4 dishes were entirely new to her, leaving her curious about their origin. Meanwhile, the back kitchen of Fengzi Garden was abuzz with excitement as He Yuzhu's salary had increased to 80 yuan, a fact announced personally by the restaurant's owner, Qiantang. He had specifically instructed the kitchen staff not to allow He Yuzhu to perform any menial tasks such as chopping or washing vegetables, warning that anyone found doing so would be dismissed, including his master, Li Chuqiu. According to the staff, He Yuzhu's salary and standing now far surpassed that of his master, Li Chuqiu, after decades of service. Li Chuqiu earned a modest 60 yuan monthly, while the young He Yuzhu's salary had risen to 80 yuan in just a short time. This left the kitchen staff bewildered, unable to fathom the motivations behind Qiantang's decisions. Only He Yuzhu understood that this was due to Shan Zhu's conversation with Qiantang the previous night regarding his culinary competition at the Lu Cuisine restaurant, as he feared that He Yuzhu might be poached by Song Bojian, the owner of that establishment. He Yuzhu, I hear your monthly salary is now 80 yuan, surpassing that of your master. He Yuzhu was organizing various tools on the countertop when he suddenly heard someone calling his name. Turning around, he saw Lu Pongzi, an apprentice from Fengzi Garden. Chapter 37. A lesson for Lu Pongzi. This fellow had arrived at Fengzi Garden around the same time as He Yuzhu, but instead of being under Li Chuqiu's tutelage, he was learning from another chef, Chen Zhaonan, specializing in Huayan cuisine. Lu Pongzi was a slacker, often engaging in deceitful practices, relying on his uncle Chen Zhaonan's position to coast through his time in the kitchen. Upon seeing him, He Yuzhu could hardly be bothered to lift his head, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Lu Pongzi, infuriated by He Yuzhu's indifference, thought, "What are you pretending for? Don't think I'm unaware of your recent promotions and salary increase. He Yuzhu, if you have something to say, just say it. I'm not afraid of your words." He Yuzhu maintained a languid demeanor, as he was not one to engage in verbal sparring. Seeing He Yuzhu's dismissive attitude, Lu Pongzi grew increasingly incensed. I just want to tell you that your promotion and salary increase are all due to relying on others. Relying on others? He Yuzhu finally raised his head, fixing his gaze on Lu Pongzi. What? Am I wrong? You were just riding on the coattails of boss Shan's daughter, Shun Jihuan, to get that raise. What are you so proud of? Lu Pongzi said smugly. Lu Pongzi, I advise you to watch your words carefully, or you might find yourself expelled from Fengzi Garden without realizing how it happened. He Yuzhu warned it. In the original owner's mind, Lu Pongzi had constantly been a thorn in his side, leveraging his uncle Chen Zhaonan's position to make life difficult for him. The original owner, being naturally kind, preferred to avoid confrontation, yet Lu Pongzi repeatedly bullied him. Li Chuqiu, adhering to the principle of harmony, aimed to maintain good relations with Chen Zhaonan and had encouraged He Yuzhu to endure and not provoke Lu Pongzi unnecessarily. Thus, Lu Pongzi had come to see He Yuzhu as an easy target. The moment He Yuzhu showed any sign of weakness, Lu Pongzi would immediately flaunt his arrogance. Oh, so now you're giving me advice? I'm curious to see if you truly have the capability to expel me from Fengzi Garden. Lu Pongzi sneered. He Yuzhu ignored him, continuing to tidy up the ingredients on the countertop. Lu Pongzi, feeling even more enraged by He Yuzhu's indifference, shouted, He Yuzhu, are you deaf or mute? How dare you ignore me? He Yuzhu raised his head and looked at him, asking coolly, Lu Pongzi, what exactly do you want to say? If you keep rambling, I'll give you a swift kick. How dare you threaten me? You little brat, I'll make sure you regret it. With that, Lu Pongzi lunged at him. He Yuzhu, unfazed, effortlessly dodged the attack. What's this? Do you want to fight? Let us step outside and settle it. Don't break any of boss Shun's pots or dishes in here. You wouldn't be able to afford the damages. Lu Pongzi, you think I can't afford it? You're the only one who can. Lu Pongzi spat, unleashing a torrent of insults. He Yuzhu remained unperturbed. Viewing Lu Pongzi with utter disdain, he genuinely feared damaging boss Shun's kitchen, as both Qiantang and his daughter had treated him exceptionally well. Lu Pongzi, come. Enough talk. Let us see who is truly capable in the courtyard, He Yuzhu taunted as he stepped outside. The kitchen staff, including the ladies and aunties, observed the unfolding drama with keen interest. With Li Chuqiu called upstairs by Qiantang for discussions, there was no one to intervene. Seeing how He Yuzhu had transformed from a seemingly useless apprentice into the head chef of Sichuan cuisine in just 2 months, surpassing Li Chuqiu's salary and gaining the favor of Qiantang and his daughter, it was no wonder that the onlookers were eager to see the spectacle unfold, in a fit of anger. He Yuzhu was pursued recklessly by Lu Pengzi into the courtyard, where Lu lunged at him. Sensing the imminent attack, he swiftly sidestepped, simultaneously delivering a sharp kick to Lu's knee. With a resounding thud, he struck true, causing Lu to yelp in pain. Seizing the opportunity, He Yuzhu relentlessly assaulted Lu, who found himself unable to retaliate, reduced to mere evasions. With each blow, he felt an exhilarating rush. Fists and feet flew in a flurry. Eventually, Lu, battered and bruised, collapsed to the ground. Just as He Yuzhu prepared to land another strike, a stern voice commanded him to halt. Li Chuqiu, his master, approached alongside boss Shun Te. Upon noticing Lu's battered visage, Shun was taken aback. What on earth happened? How did he sustain such severe injuries? He Yuzhu shook his head, indicating that he only intended to administer a light reprimand, never anticipating Lu would be so fragile. Shun Tung, feigning concern, urged, "Little Lu, rise quickly. I shall escort you to the medical hall to tend to your wounds. Otherwise, your injuries may worsen." Lu, overwhelmed by Shun's apparent caring, felt a mix of shock and gratitude. However, only He Yuzhu understood that Shun's concern was insincere. He had seen Shun and his master observing from the second-floor corridor while he dealt with Lu. Master Li had been ready to intervene loudly, but Shun had gestured for him to remain silent. The reprimanding of Lu was something Shun had long wished to accomplish, especially after Lu had insolently invoked Shun's daughter, Shun Jihuan, when He Yuzhu and Lu Xiaobang exchanged barbs. Someone had already reported it to Shun, who merely sought to use He Yuzhu's hand to discipline the audacious Lu Xiaobang. Observing Shun Tang's cunning performance, He Yuzhu couldn't help but chuckle internally. Lu had been sold out, yet he was blissfully unaware and still counting the money for others. Only Master Li Chuqiu, the paragon of virtue, genuinely cared for Lu's injuries. "Zhuzi, how could you strike so ruthlessly? Quickly, assist him to the medical hall." "Master, I did not intend to," He Yuzhu protested. "He provoked me first." Having shed the persona of the original owner, he adamantly refused to admit to any deliberate cruelty. "Enough, enough, I say, old Li, what a trivial matter this is. Just two young lads engaged in a bit of verbal sparring, resulting in some minor physical altercation. We are all part of the Fengziyuan family here. Moreover, Zhuzi has also sustained injuries." Shun Tung hastily intervened to smooth over the situation. Chapter 38. The schemes of Chun Zhao and Little Pang. "Who has done this to you?" Shun Tung's words had barely left his lips when Lu's uncle, Chun Zhaonan, arrived, wailing as he ran from afar. He Yuzhu immediately recognized Chen's tears as feigned. Perhaps Lu had sought out trouble with his uncle's tacit approval. Indeed, regardless of the time or place, there are always those who feign sympathy. Nevertheless, Chen Jianan's theatrics left Shun Tung and Li Chuqiu momentarily speechless. With Lu resembling a beaten pig, they couldn't possibly claim nothing had transpired. As he approached, Chen enveloped Lu in a tight embrace, lamenting loudly, "My poor little Pang, which wretched child has done this to you? Tell your uncle, and I shall exact revenge." Poor Lu, caught in Chen's embrace, felt his injuries throb painfully, yet he dared not cry out. Hoping his uncle would retaliate against He Yuzhu and restore his dignity, it was He Yuzhu. Lu managed to stammer through gritted teeth, pointing a trembling finger at He, seething with anger. "Oh, it was you. Master Li, this is the fine disciple you have raised, who has injured my nephew." Chun shouted, ready to confront He Yuzhu. "You little rascal, if you do not provide my nephew with an explanation today, I shall not let this go easily." He Yuzhu, sensing Chen's advance, swiftly sidestepped. He had no time to waste on such a scoundrel this day. "Master Li, please do not allow your nephew's word alone to justify an attack on my disciple." Li Chuqiu interjected, pulling He Yuzhu behind him. "Old Li, are you really going to shield him? Look at my little Pang. He has been beaten to a pulp." Chun glared fiercely. "Are you truly unaware of the situation? Or are you merely pretending to be ignorant?" Li retorted without hesitation, pointing out that it was indeed Chen's nephew who instigated the conflict, only to be punished afterward. Yet Chen refused to inquire into the facts and instead chose to defend his own kin. "I did not provoke him. I merely wished to congratulate He Yuzhu on his salary increase. But he disregarded my gesture and insulted me," Chun Zhaonan argued, attempting to shift blame. "Little Pang, do not fear. Speak openly. Today, Both your uncle and Boss Shen are here to support you. Even old Li cannot show favoritism. Chen adopted a stance of unwavering defense for Lu. He insulted me as a country bumpkin, claiming my uncle is a rustic, stating I only exploit my position at Fengziyuan to slack off, and that my culinary skills do not measure up to his, unworthy of the monthly wage of 60 yuan. Lu wailed, recounting how he could not bear the humiliation and sought a confrontation, only to be attacked. As he spoke, he brought his battered face closer to Chen Zhaonan's. Remarkable, truly remarkable, He Yuzhu thought, nearly applauding Lu's audacity in distorting the truth. Li Chuqiu, your disciple has insulted both of us and left my little pang in this state. Will you still shield him? Chen Zhaonan shouted vehemently. Master Chen, do you truly believe everything your nephew claims? My Zhuzi has yet to speak, Li Chuqiu countered, anger rising. Chen Zhaonan, emboldened by his status as the esteemed head chef of Huaiyang cuisine, wielded his influence in the kitchen, along with his nephew, who had become equally arrogant and oblivious to the truth. He presumed He Yuzhu had suffered at Lu's hands multiple times. Had it not been for Xinteng's intervention, he would have never allowed Lu to grow so bold as to ride roughshod over Zhuzi. Hearing his master's righteous words filled He Yuzhu with elation. Today, Master truly exudes authority. I admire him greatly. Chen Zhaonan was rendered speechless by Li Chuqiu's retort. He longed to respond, but found himself at a loss for words, instead turning to Xinteng in search of support. However, Xinteng was equally taken aback by Li Chuqiu's defense. It was the first time in all his years at Fengziyuan that he had witnessed such fervent advocacy for a disciple. Both of these individuals were the establishment's most valued patrons, and Shen could not afford to offend either party, making the situation quite delicate and complex. Had he anticipated this outcome, he would have intervened sooner to prevent He Yuzhu from assaulting Lu Xiaoping. But now, it was too late for regrets. As the proprietor of Fengziyuan, Xinteng steeled himself and spoke. Master Chen, Master Li, I can appreciate your feelings for your beloved disciples. However, we were not present during the events that transpired today, and thus we cannot rely solely on one side's version of the story. Since Lu Xiaoping claims that He Yuzhu was the aggressor, we must call forth witnesses. If none can be produced, then we must also hear He Yuzhu's account. Before Xinteng could finish, He Yuzhu stepped forward, proclaiming, Boss Shen, I indeed spoke ill of that old scoundrel Chen Zhaonan, which incited Lu Xiaoping to confront me in the courtyard. The reason he was struck was solely to preserve his uncle's tarnished reputation at Fengziyuan. He Yuzhu, Chen Zhaonan trembled with rage. You insolent wretch, how dare you disrespect me and slander my name? Chen Zhaonan, I speak only the truth. Do you dare call it slander? Is it not true that you and your nephew conspired against me? He Yuzhu retorted, is it not envy over my newfound salary of 80 yuan that drives your resentment? Is it not your jealousy of my youth and position as head chef that motivates your actions? You seek to leverage your plump compatriot to compel me into a culinary contest, aiming to suppress me beneath your heel, ideally forcing me out of Fenglan and my master, after all, is of advanced age, possessing a disposition that eschews fame and fortune, preferring to yield in all matters to you. Before long, he shall retire, and you will ascend as the head chef of Fengziyuan, presiding over the Huaiyang and Sichuan cuisines, with Mr. Shun compelled to heed your whims. Your ambitions are indeed grand, yet do you not consider your own worth? In culinary skills, you cannot rival me, nor can you match my strength, He Yuzhu scoffed, reminding you that I recently left your Lu Xiaoping with a bruised visage. Would you care to test your mettle against me? Should I best you again, would it not render you and your uncle pitifully alike? Chapter 39. The Huaiyang cuisine challenger fury, Chen Zhaonan, is palpable as you direct your ire towards Li Chuqiu. Lamenting, old Li, is this the fine apprentice you have raised? Both Xinteng and Li Chuqiu fixed their gazes upon Chen Zhaonan, as if seeking the truth etched upon his countenance. Chen, is what He Yuzhu claims true? Li Chuqiu inquired. Master Chen, does He Yuzhu speak to the sentiments within your heart? Is today's affair merely a ruse devised by you two? Xinteng's tone turned grave as he questioned Chen Zhaonan. Realization dawned upon Chen Zhaonan as he noted the unusual demeanor of Li Chuqiu and Xinteng. Evidently, He Yuzhu's words had struck a chord that in truth, He Yuzhu spoke from the heart. Yet Lu Xiaoping, inept as he is, failed to execute the plan, only to receive a thorough beating instead. Mr. Shun, I am wronged. Do not heed this scoundrel's fabrications. Were I granted even a modicum of courage, I would never dare to act unfavorably in your presence. Chen Jiaonan fervently protested, desperate to maintain Shun Tong's favorable opinion. Whether it is a fabrication or not, you know in your heart, old curmudgeon. Can you swear upon the heavens that this is not your machination? He Yuzhu regarded Chen Jiaonan with disdain. You little wretch, you have wronged and slandered me. I challenge you to a culinary duel. Allow me to demonstrate that your words are mere lies, Chen Jiaonan declared, his fury boiling over. Oh, a culinary contest? Very well, I shall gladly oblige, He Yuzhu retorted, eager to unveil the true measure of this old curmudgeon who so audaciously believed he could best him. How naive. He Yuzhu's culinary prowess embodies the quintessence of 2 lifetimes. How could the flavors of the future be rivaled by an antiquated chef like Chen Jiaonan? Let us make this interesting. We shall summon Mr. Shun as our judge, and the loser must forever depart from the culinary sphere of the capital, never to return. Chen Jiaonan proposed, intent on eliminating this rival once and for all. He understood that someone of He Yuzhu's extraordinary talent must be dealt with decisively. Otherwise, he would inevitably return to reclaim his place. Agreed, but heed my warning, old curmudgeon. Do not blame me for not forewarning you. This contest holds no suspense. The outcome is already predetermined. Do not humiliate yourself further. Should you insist on competing, prepare to vanish from the culinary scene of the capital, He Yuzhu replied nonchalantly. You insolent wretch! How dare you speak to me thus? Chen Jiaonan seethed, turning to Shun Tong. Mr. Shun, this scoundrel has insulted me. I demand we compete now. Let him leave in disgrace. Old Chun, this is unwise, Shun Tong interjected, recognizing Chen Jiaonan's shortcomings, yet valuing the substantial profits he had generated for Fengziwen over the years. Should he lose to He Yuzhu in a fit of pique and be forced to vacate Fengziwen, it would be a significant loss for Shun Tong. Conversely, if He Yuzhu, a rising star in the culinary realm, were to suffer defeat and leave, it would be equally detrimental to Fengziwen. Zhuzi, do not proceed, Li Chuqiu echoed, attempting to dissuade the contest. Master, fear not. I shall ensure that the old curmudgeon is sent packing, He Yuzhu boldly assured. Chen Jiaonan trembled with rage, pointing an accusatory finger at He Yuzhu. You wait. When I triumph, I shall make you rue the day. Suit yourself, He Yuzhu replied dismissively. We shall see who has the last laugh. Old Chun, consider your age. Why engage in such childish disputes? Shun Tong sighed, shaking his head in exasperation. These 2 culinary titans, locked in rivalry, left Shun Tong with no choice but to choose one over the other. Unable to dissuade them, he consulted with the kitchen staff and diners on how to conduct the competition fairly. Yet He Yuzhu, growing impatient, urged, Mr. Shun, spare us the deliberation. Since the old curmudgeon excels in Huayan cuisine, let us compete in that. I wish for this to conclude swiftly, as I must return home to fetch my younger sister. Very well, that if you are so eager, we shall proceed with Huayan cuisine. Let us select 3 dishes, Shun Tong proposed thoughtfully. Agreed, He Yuzhu replied with indifference. Indeed, Mr. Shun, please arrange the contest promptly, Chen Jiaonan concurred. To be honest, he feared that Shun Tong might favor He Yuzhu by selecting Sichuan dishes for the contest, especially given the rampant rumors that Shun Jihuan had a soft spot for He Yuzhu, with Shun Tong wishing to recruit him as a son-in-law. Although such rumors were mere whispers, the previous day's events and Shun Tong's recent salary increase for He Yuzhu hinted at their potential truth. Thus, Chen Jiaonan could not afford to be careless. If Shun Tong indeed harbored such intentions, Fengziwen would inevitably fall under He Yuzhu's dominion, forcing Chen Jiaonan to act according to his whims. The thought alone ignited Chen Jiaonan's ire. Why should he, after nearly 20 years at Fengziwen, receive nothing but a meager salary of 60 yuan? While He Yuzhu, upon his arrival, became the half-owner of Fengziwen, he vowed to defeat He Yuzhu, banishing him from the culinary scene of the capital. He could not believe he would be outmatched by a mere youth, especially in the realm of Huayan cuisine, his specialty. Soon, amidst a gathering crowd, Shun Tong announced the rules of the contest. The dishes chosen for the competition would be 8 treasure melon duck, crystal pork, and wincy tofu, all classic Huaiyang dishes. Both He Yuzhu and Chen Zhaonan expressed their agreement, and thus Qiantang finalized the arrangement. I could see that moment. The clock struck 3, and Fengzuan was bustling with patrons eager to witness the duel between the masters of Huaiyang and Sichuan cuisines. In a bid for fairness, Qiantang ensured both chefs were provided with identical ingredients and watched closely as they prepared their dishes. Ichuchio harbored doubts about He Yuzhu's abilities, convinced that a chef specializing in Sichuan cuisine could not possibly compete with a seasoned master of Huaiyang cuisine. Many shared this sentiment, believing the odds were stacked against He Yuzhu. Even if Shen Jihuan were present, she would likely deem her father's decision unjust, convinced of He Yuzhu's inevitable defeat. Thus, aside from the cunning Qiantang, who sought to uncover He Yuzhu's hidden talents, only Song Bojian from the Shandong restaurant held faith in him. Since He Yuzhu's victory over Zhao Day the previous afternoon, Song Bojian had dispatched inquiries to locate him. Yet to no avail. It was only upon recognizing Shen Jihuan that he traced He Yuzhu to Fengzin. Upon learning of the culinary contest, he was filled with excitement, believing wholeheartedly in He Yuzhu's imminent triumph based on the previous day's performance. Indeed, Song Bojian's predictions rang true. He Yuzhu's victory over Chen Zhaonan was merely a matter of time. As a chef from Suzhou and Hangzhou, Huaiyang cuisine was naturally his forte, and he had endured much scolding from his master while perfecting the 8 treasure melon duck. It is often said that a stern teacher produces exceptional students, as fate would have it. He Yuzhu's 8 treasure gourd duck surpassed that of his mentor, establishing its own distinct style. Every 8 treasure gourd duck crafted by his hands boasts a unique flavor profile, succulent, tender, and rich with layers of savory goodness. It was this very dish that propelled him to the pinnacle of culinary arts in Suzhou and Hangzhou. That time, Boss Wang went to great lengths to recruit him as the head chef of the Heluan Hotel, akin to Liu Bei's fervent efforts to enlist Zhuge Liang, nearly exhausting 3 bamboo huts in the process. That a decade has since passed, and while many new stars have risen in the culinary world, none have been able to replicate the uniqueness of his 8 treasure gourd duck. The Heluan Hotel gained international fame thanks to this dish. Regrettably, the pandemic over the past 3 years has severely impacted Boss Wang's hotel business, and his temperament has soured, resulting in a significant shift in his attitude toward He Yuzhu. Their relationship deteriorated to the point of confrontation, culminating in He Yuzhu's departure to watch the tides of the Qiantang River. Therefore, when Chen Zhaonan chose to challenge him with Huaiyang cuisine, it appeared advantageous. Yet in reality, he gleaned not a single benefit. The culinary techniques of later generations have indeed surpassed those of the 1950s. How could his antiquated skills compare to that of a modern chef renowned in Hangzhou? Moreover, He Yuzhu had long since mastered the essence of dozens of Huaiyang dishes, making Chen Zhaonan's challenge a futile endeavor. However, Chen Zhaonan was oblivious to He Yuzhu's true origins. He only recognized his own prowess in Huaiyang cuisine, believing that defeating an obscure Sichuan apprentice would be a matter of mere moments. Thus, he remained unperturbed until they entered the kitchen and began preparing the 8 treasure gourd duck, at which point he realized he had underestimated his opponent and encountered the most formidable rival of his life. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, He Yuzhu executed each step of the 8 treasure gourd duck with remarkable finesse, even managing to prepare 2 additional dishes, crystal meat and wincy tofu, simultaneously. This level of multitasking is unattainable for most chefs, as cooking is fundamentally about timing and precision. A moment's inattention could undo all prior efforts. Chefs capable of crafting multiple exquisite dishes within the same time frame are exceedingly rare. That a bead of sweat formed on Chen Zhaonan's brow. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. He understood that he must uphold his dignity before He Yuzhu, proving himself a worthy adversary. He would not be like those who dare to compete yet lack the courage to concede, fleeing in the face of defeat. However, the mere thought of being bested by He Yuzhu filled him with frustration. It would be an utter humiliation, one he could not allow to transpire. Thus, he resolved that regardless of the outcome, he would fight to the bitter end, determined that even in defeat, he would not be looked down upon. Chen Zhaonan would never concede. He repeatedly reassured himself, feeling his hands tremble, the perspiration cascading down his forehead, and the knife in his grip quivering slightly. Meanwhile, He Yuzhu continued to deftly prepare the 8 treasure gourd duck, crystal meat, and wincy tofu, completely oblivious to those around him. His mind, his eyes, his ears were wholly immersed in the culinary creation before him. I refuse to accept this. How can my decades of culinary skill be inferior to that of a mere novice? Chen Zhaonan raged internally. His gaze turned wild, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he inadvertently nicked his finger with a knife. The pain snapping him back to reality, he refocused his attention on He Yuzhu, who remained absorbed in his culinary endeavors, unaware of the turmoil beside him. Very well, He Yuzhu, today I shall show you what true 8 treasure gourd duck is. What Huayang cuisine truly embodies. Chen Zhaonan finally began to consolidate his thoughts, pouring his full concentration into his dishes. Time slipped away. 10 minutes passed, half an hour, then 2 hours. He Yuzhu's 8 treasure gourd duck, crystal meat, and wincy tofu emerged one after another. With a sigh of relief, He Yuzhu finally concluded his preparations. He lifted his gaze to glance at Chen Zhaonan, noting the paleness of his complexion, the increasing flow of sweat upon his brow, and the eerie intensity of his gaze. He Yuzhu couldn't help but shake his head. This man is truly pitiful. He cannot afford to lose, yet he insists on competing. I had warned him not to challenge me. He would suffer a crushing defeat, yet he refused to believe it. Seeing that He Yuzhu's 3 dishes were ready, Qiantang instructed that they be served to the distinguished food critics present. Among them was Song Bojian, who had mysteriously obtained a list of gastronomes. Delicious, Song Bojian exclaimed. The 8 treasure gourd duck is succulent and tender, rich with savory depth. The crystal meat is exquisitely smooth, indulgent yet not greasy. The wincy tofu is visually stunning, with a rich, fresh flavor. These 3 dishes are nothing short of culinary masterpieces. As Song Bojian's high praise for He Yuzhu's creations echoed in the air, others eagerly clamored to sample them. This is the first time I've tasted such delectable 8 treasure gourd duck. Indeed, this is the finest Huayang cuisine I've ever encountered. The flavors are extraordinary. I must buy 2 to take home for my family. The food enthusiasts buzzed with excitement. Those who expressed a desire to purchase 3 portions for their families approached Boss Shun, who, of course, regretfully informed them that there were none available at the moment. Though the Hulan Hotel would prioritize offering them in the future, disappointed, the patrons departed. Meanwhile, Boss Shun felt a surge of excitement. He Yuzhu was indeed a treasure, and he was fortunate to have trained as an apprentice at their establishment. Had he instead apprenticed elsewhere, He Yuzhu might have become a formidable rival, one capable of bringing their Hulan Hotel to its knees. As Qiantang's thoughts spiraled, Chen Zhaonan's 3 dishes were finally ready. Yet, who had eyes for Chen Zhaonan now? All attention was fixated on He Yuzhu, on the empty bowls that had just been savored, with patrons reminiscing about the exquisite flavors they had experienced and eagerly anticipating another chance to indulge. Who had the inclination to acknowledge Chen Zhaonan's disappointment? Gazing at the food enthusiasts in the hall, Chen Zhaonan felt a bitter pang in his heart, but a wave of helplessness washed over him. All his hard work and effort paled in comparison to He Yuzhu's 2 hours of diligence, that he could no longer deceive himself. He had lost, utterly and completely. After a moment of silence, Shun Ting and the diners finally noticed Chen Zhaonan, standing in a corner, bearing his 8 treasure gourd duck, the 2 attendants carrying the crystal meat and wincy tofu. Seeing their dishes ignored, made excuses to place them on a nearby counter before departing. Chen Zhaonan's heart sank. He had no energy to reprimand the two. He understood that his fate was sealed. Leaving Jingzhou was now inevitable. Noticing Chen Zhaonan's despondence, Shunting approached him with a cheerful demeanor. But what's the matter? Chen Master, don't you intend to let everyone taste these dishes? Chen Zhaonan forced a bitter smile and shook his head, offering no response. Recognizing Chen Zhaonan's distress, Shunting chose not to press further, but out of consideration for his dignity, instructed several attendants to present Chen Zhaonan's 3 dishes to the diners. However, after tasting He Yuzhu's culinary masterpieces, the patrons had lost all interest in Chen Zhaonan's offerings. Some diners, wishing to save face for Qiantang, took a token taste, while others outright refused, too disinterested to even sample. Chen Zhaonan had anticipated defeat, yet he had never imagined it would be so humiliating. His face drained of color. He murmured to himself, "I lost. Only then did Qiantang notice something was amiss. Chen Zhaonan, what wrong? I lost it. I am no match for He Yuzhu. I lost, Chen Zhaonan repeated, his face reflecting a sense of defeat. Qiantang was taken aback, but soon grasped the situation. He sighed, now genuinely admiring He Yuzhu, while his heart ached for Chen Zhaonan. Alas, Master Chen, Qiantang patted Chen Zhaonan's shoulder. I know you're feeling down, but what? Chen Zhaonan's eyes brimmed with tears. Since you have lost, you must possess the grace to accept your defeat, Qiantang gently urged. How can I lose? Chen Zhaonan cried out defiantly. I am the foremost in Huayan cuisine. And so, what? Qiantang calmly replied, does being number one mean you will never lose? Does it mean you cannot face setbacks? Does it mean you cannot be surpassed? Qiantang continued to reason. He Yuzhu possesses both skill and intelligence, he reassured her, asserting that he would not impose any difficulties upon her. However, no buts. You must muster your spirits. Very well. Qiantang glanced at the despondent Chen Zhaonan, shook his head, and turned to seek He Yuzhu, that he was now genuinely fearful that He Yuzhu might demand the fulfillment of his promise, forcing Chen Zhaonan to gather his belongings and depart from Hangzhou. In his current state, Chen Zhaonan could not be further provoked. Another nudge might send him into a complete mental breakdown. He needed to find He Yuzhu and plead on Chen Zhaonan's behalf, hoping to persuade him to grant some leniency. Yet upon reaching the hall, Qiantang was astonished to discover that He Yuzhu was not present. After inquiring with several attendants, all of whom claimed they had not seen He Yuzhu, he was left in confusion. How could one slip away after winning a competition? Qiantang pondered this and considered heading to the back kitchen to inquire with Li Chuqiu about He Yuzhu's whereabouts. However, at that moment, he caught sight of the increasingly unhinged Chen Zhaonan. He was vociferously proclaiming, I have lost to He Yuzhu. I must leave Hangzhou, leave the borders of Hangzhou, and be expelled from the culinary world. His eyes were bloodshot, almost as if they were about to bleed, and his face contorted in a ghastly manner, evoking fear in those who beheld him. He continued to shout, I, Chen Zhaonan, have lost. I, Chen Zhaonan, must leave Hangzhou and leave the borders of Hangzhou. As he yelled, he waved his arms and hurriedly exited Hangzhou. Hey! Qiantang shouted, rushing forward, come back. But at that moment, Chen Zhaonan was deaf to all sounds, desperately pushing onward. By the time Qiantang reached the entrance, he was met with a throng in the street, but Chen Zhaonan had vanished without a trace. Chen Zhaonan had gone mad, utterly beyond reason. Meanwhile, He Yuzhu had already pedaled his bicycle to the entrance of Hongxing Primary School. For the past few days, he had been preoccupied, with his sister-in-law Yi Bingqing helping him gather rainwater, and the little girl was on the verge of tears from the burden. His brother, He Yuzhu, carrying his backpack, dashed out from Hongxing Primary School. Finally, his brother had not broken his promise to pick him up. Elated, He Yuzhu bounded toward He Yuzhu in a flurry of steps. He Yuzhu scooped up his rushing sister and placed her on the rear rack of his bicycle. Brother, are we going back to the courtyard today? Indeed, but brother, aren't you supposed to invite master and mistress for dinner tonight? That's right, Yuzhu, sit tight, we're heading back to the courtyard now. Brother, ride slowly. Yuzhu is a bit scared, don't worry, Yuzhu, hold on to the frame tightly. Brother needs to hurry back to prepare a delicious meal for you, so we must pick up the pace. He Yuzhu's anxious yet sweet voice made He Yuzhu's heart soften, prompting him to slow down. Chapter 42. A warm and inviting new home, He Yuzhu rode his bicycle with He Yuzhu and soon arrived at the entrance of the courtyard. Upon reaching the gate, he halted, dismounted, and pushed the bicycle carrying He Yuzhu toward their home in the central courtyard. As they passed the front yard, they encountered Aunt San, who was tending to Yin Bugui's collection of flowers and plants, and saw the boisterously Chunlan sitting at her doorstep, nonchalantly cracking sunflower seeds, shells strewn across the steps. The moment she spotted He Yuzhu, she turned and hurried inside, as if she had seen a ghost. Zhuzi, you're back. Is your family hosting a feast today? Your sister-in-law has been busy in your home all day. Aunt San smiled at the siblings. Not all, Aunt San. We are moving back to live here. My brother has fixed up the house to surprise me. He Yuzhu chimed in eagerly, disregarding Aunt San's inquiry about the feast. He Yuzhu found it amusing how quick-witted his little sister had become. Yuzhu, your brother treats you exceptionally well, Aunt San bantered, though it was evident her thoughts were elsewhere, as if she were fishing for information from He Yuzhu. "Indeed, brother is amazing," He Yuzhu exclaimed, clapping her hands in excitement. Meanwhile, He Yuzhu remained silent, continuing to push the bicycle toward the central courtyard. Upon entering, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of chicken wafting through the yard. He Yuzhu knew that his sister-in-law must have begun preparing the meal. Having anticipated his return, his heart swelled with respect and gratitude for Yi Bingqing. Although her culinary skills were not exceptional, they had been honed under the guidance of Master Li Chuqiu, particularly in Sichuan cuisine, which she had mastered significantly. He Yuzhu brought the bicycle to a halt at the main room's entrance, lifted He Yuzhu off the rear rack, opened the door, and stepped inside. The transformed space left He Yuzhu in awe. The once dilapidated house had been renewed. The walls had been freshly painted, and the furniture purchased days earlier had been arranged according to the dimensions and layout of the room. Colorful paper adorned the windows, and numerous food characters were displayed. Given the cold winters in Hangzhou, every household had constructed a heated kong. Although He Yuzhu had bought a bed, he had also made provisions for warmth. He had instructed Master Chun to calculate the dimensions of the kong while constructing it, allowing for the intricately carved elm bed to fit snugly on top. This arrangement not only addressed the heating issue, but also enhanced the room's aesthetic appeal, marking it as a pioneering innovation within the courtyard. "Yuzhu, why don't you go have a look at your little room?" He Yuzhu suggested, noticing Yuzhu lost in thought, gently pulling her along. "Okay," she replied, finally coming to her senses. He Yuzhu guided her to the door of the small room, which had been converted from the back kitchen, and pushed it open. Upon seeing the meticulously arranged interior, Yuzhu gasped in astonishment. The spotless desk and chair were both beautiful and functional, while the carved wooden bed, wardrobe, and even the petite vanity beside the nightstand delighted her. "Brother, is this really my room?" "Yuzhu, do you like it?" He Yuzhu asked with a smile. "That I love it. Then Yuzhu can play here for a while and do your homework." "All right, brother will go to the kitchen to cook, and I'll call you for dinner when it's ready." "Okay." "All right," Yuzhu responded happily. With that, she unstrapped her backpack and tossed it onto the desk, kicking off her shoes before climbing onto her intricately carved little bed, joyfully bouncing a few times. Observing her exuberance, He Yuzhu felt a surge of happiness that he closed the doors to both the small room and the main house, reflecting that connecting the back kitchen to little Yuzhu's bedroom was indeed a wise decision. This arrangement not only facilitated caring for Yuzhu, but also spared them from the troubles of kitchen smoke, significantly enhancing safety. The only drawback was that the kitchen's culinary delights might tempt others, but that was of little concern. He had his own space. The kitchen was quite spacious, equipped with a complete array of appliances, including a refrigerator. Though he had yet to fully explore it, he was uncertain whether the food prepared in the spatial kitchen could be directly accessed for consumption. If so, it would be a delightful convenience. It was well known that in this era, food was a precious commodity, and during the impending years of famine, both rural and urban areas would face severe shortages, necessitating vast quantities of grain to sustain them. As He Yuzhu pondered these matters, he made his way to the ear room, which had been converted into a kitchen. The transformation had also created a dining area. Inside the kitchen, Yi Bingqing was busily preparing the meal. He Yuzhu's 4 Sichuan dishes were already completed, beautifully plated and placed on the dining table. "Why hasn't He Yuzhu returned yet? Didn't T mention he would take the afternoon off?" as she fretted over how to prepare the remaining 4 dishes. He Yuzhu's voice suddenly interrupted her thoughts. "Sister-in-law, you've been working hard all day for me. Please take a rest. I'll handle the remaining dishes." Seeing Yi Bingqing laboring alone filled He Yuzhu with guilt. He had intended to take this opportunity to express his gratitude to master and mistress, but instead, it had turned into a busy ordeal for her. Upon hearing He Yuzhu's voice, Yi Bingqing quickly replied, "Zhuzi, you're back. Did you bring Yuzhu with you?" "Sister-in-law, I've brought Yuzhu back. She is playing in her little room. Rest assured, you should go take a break in the main room while I prepare the remaining dishes," He Yuzhu said as he helped Yi Bingqing wash the pots and pans. "How can that be? I should help you. Mistress, you've already been busy for quite some time. Trust me, just go watch over Yuzhu for a while." Seeing He Yuzhu insist on her resting, Yi Bingqing finally relented. Nodding, she returned to the main room. He Yuzhu sighed as he watched her leave and began cooking the remaining 4 dishes. He had initially planned to return home early to personally prepare 8 dishes as a gesture of gratitude from master and mistress. But he had been detained by Chen Jiaonan, engaged in a culinary competition that had consumed his time. This had inadvertently caused his sister-in-law to work so hard for him. Gazing at the 4 Sichuan dishes prepared by Yi Bingqing on the table, a wave of remorse washed over him. He then focused intently on creating the remaining 4 dishes: Dezhou roast chicken, mushu pork, clear soup with bird's nest, and stir-fried kidney. As he reached for the chicken, he suddenly realized that due to the time lost this afternoon, he might not have enough time to prepare the Dezhou roast chicken. Kuyu had been eagerly awaiting her chicken dish for quite some time, and if she was unable to savor it, she would surely feel quite aggrieved. Therefore, I shall prepare a simple, home-style stir-fried chicken. With a resolute decision made, He Yuzhu swiftly sprang into action. He chopped the chicken into small pieces, rinsed them thoroughly, and set them aside to drain. Next, he cleaned and soaked the dried mushrooms, and then prepared the ginger, garlic, Sichuan peppercorns, bay leaves, star anise, dried chilies, and both green and red bell peppers, placing all the ingredients in a bowl for later use. As excitement brewed, the hot pan was greased with oil, and the chicken was added, stir-fried until its color changed. He then introduced cooking wine to eliminate any unpleasant odors, and increased the heat to stir-fry until the moisture from the chicken evaporated. Following this, he added all the ingredients except the green and red chilies to release their fragrant aroma. He seasoned the mixture with 2 tablespoons of light soy sauce, 1 tablespoon of dark soy sauce, and oyster sauce. Stirring them together until the chicken was evenly coated, he poured in the water used to soak the mushrooms, along with the mushrooms themselves, and added enough clear water to cover the chicken. Once it reached a boil, he covered the pot and reduced the heat, allowing it to simmer for 15 minutes. When the time was up, He Yuzhu lifted the lid and added a teaspoon of salt for seasoning, before finally tossing in the green and red chilies. Half an hour later, this home-style stir-fried chicken was ready, filling the courtyard with an enticing aroma of chicken. Once the chicken was perfected, the remaining 3 dishes, mushu pork, clear soup with yin chai, and stir-fried kidney, would be a breeze to prepare. He Yuzhu efficiently streamlined the cooking process, and after a short while, the other 3 dishes emerged from the stove as well. He Yuzhu, you have let slip your words. Did you not say that you would invite me over for a meal today, since your house is on fire? Shen Jihuan appeared at the kitchen door. Shen Jihuan, He Yuzhu exclaimed, somewhat surprised. He had indeed intended to invite her over, but the antics of Chen Jiaonan and his nephew had caused him to forget everything. Even fetching Yushui was done in haste after the culinary competition. Now, preoccupied with cooking, he had lost track of time and was taken aback that Shan Jihuan had come by herself. Jihuan, I apologize. I was so busy today that I completely forgot, He Yuzhu replied, lowering his head, unable to meet Shan Jihuan's gaze. You haven't simply been busy. You've become careless and arrogant, looking down on others, Shen Jihuan remarked, slightly agitated. She stepped into the kitchen and eyed the fragrant spread of 8 dishes on the table. Brother Zhu, could you enlighten me as to where you acquired such culinary skills? How could even Chen Jiaonan be bested by you? Do you know that after you left this afternoon, many patrons from Fengziyuan were searching for you? My father was inquiring about you as well. What do they want with me? He Yuzhu asked out of course. They wish to see what this culinary prodigy, who masterfully combines Sichuan, Shandong, and Huayan cuisines, looks like. Somewhat familiar middle-aged man's voice echoed from above. Song Bojian, He Yuzhu was momentarily stunned, as was Shun Jihuan. Neither had anticipated that Song Bojian would take such a serious interest in finding him here. Yes, it is I, the chef of Sichuan cuisine at Fengziyuan. He Yuzhu and the daughter of its owner, Shun Tung. You two have made it easy for me to locate you, Song Bojian said with a teasing tone, leaving He Yuzhu feeling slightly uncomfortable. Seems like Boss Song has quite the free time to inquire about my whereabouts, as well as that of his daughter, He Yuzhu thought. Once again, he found himself bewildered. What was Shun Tung doing here? Did he not merely wish to prepare a couple of good dishes to express gratitude to his mentors during this housewarming occasion? Why were they all here causing a commotion? Where was his master? He Yuzhu felt increasingly uneasy. With these 2 formidable figures present, it was evident that their intentions were far from innocent. How could he navigate this situation? Boss Song, Boss Shun, today marks the day of my housewarming, yet I am unaware of what has brought you two here, He Yuzhu remarked, lifting his gaze to see his master, Li Chuqiu, smiling as he conversed with Song Bojian and Qiantang. "Master," He Yuzhu called out, thinking to himself, "You have truly come at the right moment. You are my savior. Zhuzi, I never imagined you to be so well-connected. It's merely a housewarming, yet you have managed to attract the attention of two esteemed bosses." Li Chuqiu chuckled, attempting to ease the tension. "Indeed, it appears I have come at just the right time," Song Bojian replied with a smile, his eyes gleaming as he surveyed the 8 dishes laid out on the table. "It seems I am in for a delightful feast today." With that, he prompted one of his companions to retrieve a 100 yuan bill from his bag, handing it to He Yuzhu. "Young brother, congratulations on your new home. Please accept this token of goodwill from your elder." He Yuzhu glanced at Song Bojian, ready to refuse, but Qiantang reached out, pushing Song Bojian's hand away. "Boss Song, you are being too generous. Zhuzi is unfamiliar to you. How could he accept your gift?" He Yuzhu looked between Qiantang and Song Bojian, feeling overwhelmed. What was meant to be a simple family gathering had been disrupted by these two capitalists. In resignation, he said, "Boss Song, Boss Shun, since you both regard me highly and have graced my humble abode, let us consider you guests. How about I fetch a couple of fine bottles of wine for you to enjoy with my master?" "Excellent." He Yuzhu's words were met with immediate agreement from Song Bojian and Qiantang. With such delicious dishes, good wine is a must. With that, both men cheerfully took their seats at the dining table. He Yuzhu then approached Shen Jihuan, saying, "Jihuan, I will go buy the wine. Could you please fetch my master and Yu Shui to join us for the meal?" "Of course, Brother Zhu. I shall go at once." Shen Jihuan replied eagerly, as if she had received a significant assignment. Having said that, she made her way to the main room. Upon reaching the door, she found it closed and knocked lightly. "Master, Yu Shui, are you there? Brother Zhu asked me to invite you to the kitchen for dinner." Ate tea that moment. Yi Bingqing was in the room overseeing Yu Shui's homework. Upon hearing Shen Jihuan's voice, she thought to herself, "Why is that girl here? Could it be that she has taken a liking to Zhuzi?" Although she felt a twinge of doubt, she did not linger, quickly telling Yu Shui, "Yu Shui, your brother has asked us to join him for dinner in the kitchen." "Master, it seems a girl has come to summon us." "Who is it? Where is my brother?" Yu Shui began to feel anxious. With her father gone, she was now fearful of anyone trying to take her brother away. Shen Jihuan, hearing Yu Shui's voice from outside, quickly pushed the door open. "Why, Yu Shui? It's me, your sister Jihuan. Don't you remember me? We met when your father brought you to Fengzi Yuan." Why Yu Shui scrutinized Shen Jihuan for a moment, deliberately shaking her head. "I don't recognize you. No impression at all." In her heart, she thought, "What sister Jihuan? You think I don't know? You're here to steal my brother." Seeing Yu Shui's reaction, Yi Bingqing understood that the young girl was feeling jealous. She quickly shifted the topic. "Jihuan, where are your brother and master?" "Brother Zhu went out to buy wine, and master is currently with my father and Boss Song in the kitchen, waiting for us to join them for dinner." Shen Jihuan explained with a smile. "Wait, what did you say? Your father is here too. And who is this Boss Song?" Yi Bingqing exclaimed in surprise. "Boss Shun, the owner of the Shandong Cuisine restaurant." Shen Jihuan felt it necessary to clarify for Yi Bingqing, fearing it might become awkward when they all gathered for dinner. "What?" Yi Bingqing was taken aback. "When did Zhuzi meet Song Bojian from the Shandong restaurant?" "Yesterday," Shen Jihuan replied. "You wouldn't believe it. Brother Zhu defeated Zhao Danian from the Shandong restaurant with the Shandong Cuisine. And today, he bested Chun Zhaonan, the head chef of Huayang Cuisine at Fengziyuan. Brother Zhu has now become a widely recognized culinary genius." Unable to contain herself, Shen Jihuan revealed everything. A culinary genius? Yi Bingqing was momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated that Zhuzi possessed such remarkable skills. Meanwhile, Yu Shui, upon hearing Shen Jihuan refer to her brother as a culinary genius, felt her animosity towards Shen Jihuan diminish somewhat. She clapped her hands, exclaiming joyfully, "My brother is a culinary genius. My brother is a culinary genius." Yu Shui's exuberant declaration elicited laughter from both Yi Bingqing and Shen Jihuan. The three of them, chatting and laughing, made their way towards the kitchen. Meanwhile, as He Yuzhu had instructed Shen Jihuan to fetch his master and Yu Shui for dinner, he was not genuinely intending to go buy wine. He simply wished to avoid confronting the cunning Qiantang and the determined Song Bojian regarding his culinary skills, He knew full well why these two had come to his home, but it was not prudent for him to offend them too much at this moment. After some contemplation, He Yuzhu decided to purchase wine from a store not far from the courtyard. According to the original owner's memories, he often accompanied He Daqing to buy wine from a shop just a right turn away from the courtyard during his childhood. This shop dealt in quality spirits like Luzhou Laojiao, Laojiao Shifeng, and Baishui Dukong, all at reasonable prices and of excellent flavor. When He Yuzhu arrived, the shopkeeper was in the midst of dinner. He stated his purpose and purchased 2 bottles of Wuliangye and 2 bottles of Baishui Dukong, paying a total of 4.4 yuan. He then took the wine and turned back towards the courtyard. However, as he reached the front yard, he was spotted by Yin Lao, who exclaimed, "Zhuzi, you've bought wine. I have heard that your house is ablaze today. Why did you not invite me over for a visit?" Yin Laoku wore a face full of ingratiating smiles. He Yuzhu let out a cold snort, disregarding him entirely, and proceeded directly towards the kitchen in his courtyard. Upon noticing He Yuzhu's demeanor, Yin Laoku felt a twinge of anger. He considered chasing after him, but hesitated, wary of provoking He Yuzhu. After all, He Yuzhu was no longer the same. Not only had he connected with someone as influential as Boss Shun, but today it was rumored that he had also become a culinary genius, which was indeed quite extraordinary. Yinbu Gui could not fathom how the once simple-minded He Yuzhu had transformed into an entirely different person after He Daqing's departure. He Yuzhu, holding 4 bottles of wine, had just reached the entrance of the kitchen when he heard the distant voice of the deaf old lady calling, "Where is Zhuzi? Where has Zhuzi gone?" Today, we agreed that the house would be ablaze, and he was to invite me over for a meal. Now, he has forgotten this old lady with so many guests in his home. Old lady, you should stop relying on Zhuzi. He will no longer pay you any mind. He has become extraordinary. Not only has he associated with someone of Bosch in stature, but it is also said that he has become a culinary legend. Is that really true? Old E, has Zhuzi truly achieved such success? The old lady was unconcerned about He Yuzhu's attitude towards the people in the courtyard. She was only interested in whether he had indeed made a name for himself and was living well. Of course it is true that if you don't believe me, just look for yourself in the kitchen. Boss Shun and his daughter are dining at his place right now. Zhonghai began to spread the word to the deaf old lady. "Uncle, who says I no longer care for the old lady? Am I not on my way to fetch her for dinner?" Upon seeing this, He Yuzhu could not spare a moment to deliver the wine to the kitchen and hurried towards the direction of the deaf old lady. He held one hand carrying the wine while the other pushed Zhonghai, who was supporting the old lady, aside. "Come, old lady, let's go eat. Master and mistress are waiting for you." In his heart, he thought, what a hypocrite Zhonghai is. How dare you slander me in front of the old lady? Just wait until I have a free hand to deal with you. Zhonghai was pushed aside by He Yuzhu, stumbling and nearly falling over. His face turned pale with anger. "He Yuzhu, I am your uncle. How dare you disrespect me and push me? Uncle, you're the most respected elder in our courtyard. How could I ever push you? I merely wanted to assist you in supporting the old lady, so please do not be ungrateful." He Yuzhu replied with a smile. Zhonghai was speechless, and upon looking up, he noticed the old lady's gaze had turned towards him. "Oldie, I say, how old are you to be quarreling with a young lad? It's fine now. I am all right. You should head back." Upon hearing the old lady's words, Zhonghai shot He Yuzhu a fierce glare and turned to leave. Inside the kitchen, Yushui heard He Yuzhu's voice from outside and quickly stood up, eager to go out. "Mistress, my brother has returned with the wine." Upon hearing this, Shun Jihuan immediately stood up and walked towards the kitchen door. Just as she reached the entrance, she saw He Yuzhu holding several bottles of wine in one hand while supporting the deaf old lady with the other. Shen Jihuan hurriedly approached to take the wine from He Yuzhu and offered her seat to the old lady. Seeing this, the old lady beamed with Joy.my granddaughter-in-law is wonderful, so considerate and filial. He Yuzhu interjected, "Grandma, Jihuan is not yet your granddaughter-in-law. Her father is also here today. Please do not make such jokes." "What? My granddaughter-in-law's father is also here. Where is he? I want to see him." The old lady's words elicited laughter from those present, including Li Chuqiu and his wife, Shun Tung and his daughter, and Song Bojian. Once everyone had gathered, Li Chuqiu turned to He Yuzhu and asked, "Zhuzi, can we start the meal now?" "Master, It is ready, He Yuzhu replied, opening a bottle of Wulianye and a bottle of Baishui Dukong, pouring a cup of Wulianye for everyone as he stood up. Holding his cup. Chapter 45. Thoughts at the dining table today is a splendid occasion, and I wish to express my gratitude to all for gracing my humble abode. I would like to take this opportunity to thank my master and mistress for their care and support over the past 3 years, as well as Boss Shun and Boss Song for providing me the chance to showcase my culinary skills. You are all benefactors on my journey through life. Now, allow me to raise a toast to you. With that, he tilted his head back and drained his cup, placing it down once empty. Li Chuchio immediately stood up, saying, Zhuzi, do not say such things, as your master. It is only natural that I look out for you. Your words make me and your mistress feel guilty. With that, he too raised his cup and drank it down. Upon hearing He Yuzhu's words, Qiantang and Song Bojian also stood up. Zhuzi, you need not thank me. The victory over Chunjianan today was due to your own remarkable culinary skills. I merely provided a venue for you to shine, they said, raising their cups in unison. Brother Zhuzi, what Boss Shen said is true. Your victory over Zhao Day yesterday was solely due to your own abilities, and I had no part in it. You need not thank me. Moreover, someone like you, with such culinary talent, can thrive anywhere, Song Bojian added with a heavy sigh, then stood up and addressed those around him. Let us take our leave. We should not disrupt Brother Zhuzi's family reunion. He Yuzhu was taken aback by Song Bojian's sudden shyness, feeling a sense of camaraderie towards him. Although he had no desire for Song Bojian to intrude upon his life, his previous words had come from the heart. He was genuinely grateful to Song Bojian. Without his support, he would never have had the opportunity to compete with Zhao Day. Song Bojian's words left everyone feeling awkward, as most of those present, apart from Li Chuchio and his wife, maintained a certain distance from him. For instance, Qiantang had known He Yuzhu as an apprentice for 3 years at Fengzi Garden and would not have noticed him had Shun Jihuan not discovered his culinary talent and reported back. The deaf old lady truly regarded He Yuzhu as her own grandson, desiring him to care for her in her old age. Moreover, He Yuzhu's mother had once been her trusted maid, and their bond had merely shifted to He Yuzhu. Song Bojian's sudden departure caught everyone off guard, leaving them momentarily stunned. Finally, it was Yushui who broke the silence. Uncle Song, you haven't eaten yet. My brother's dishes are delicious. As she spoke, she picked up a piece of chicken and popped it in her mouth. Then, quite boldly, she placed a piece of chicken in Song Bojian's bowl. Uncle Song, just try it. Once you do, you won't want to leave. Looking at the fragrant dishes spread across the table, and then at Yushui, Song Bojian felt his heart soften. Thank you, little girl. Then I will stay for a while longer to sample your brother's cooking before I leave. Uncle Song, that is the right attitude, Yushui said, pointing to the dishes and introducing them. Look, this is the mapo tofu made by my mistress, and this is dompa pork. This is my brother's home-style stir-fried chicken. Mushu pork, clear soup with and stir-fried kidney. You must try them all. Song Bojian nodded, picked up his chopsticks, and took a piece of mushu pork. After tasting it, he exclaimed, the flavor is indeed exceptional. Little girl, you are truly fortunate to have such a brother. Upon hearing this, Yushui's face lit up with joy. Uncle Song, that's right, but I am also my brother's lucky star. Her words prompted hearty laughter from everyone. Yushui is right. You are also my lucky star, He Yuzhu chuckled. Since Yushui says my dishes are delicious, everyone should indulge. Boss Song, please eat more. There is still plenty of time. Once we finish, we can all leave together. Indeed, Boss Song, let us eat, drink, and chat that we must enjoy this meal to the fullest. Qiantang quickly chimed in. They busily engaged in light-hearted banter. Shun Jihuan was attentively serving dishes to the deaf old lady. Grandma, try this stir-fried chicken. Grandma, do try this mushu pork made by Brother Zhuzi. Grandma, sample this dompa pork made by my mistress. All right, my granddaughter-in-law is truly filial. After speaking, the deaf old lady turned to He Yuzhu and said, Zhuzi, your wife is wonderful. You must treat her well and never bully her. Grandma, Jihuan is not yet my wife. Besides, how could I possibly bully such a good girl? He Yuzhu reassured the old lady. What? What did you say? I cannot hear. The deaf grandmother pointed her own ear. Grandma, I said I could never bully Jihuan. He Yuzhu found this amusing. Zhuzi, are you admitting that Jihuan is your wife? After the deaf grandmother uttered this statement, she ceased eating and with a trembling hand, retrieved a bracelet from her clothing to place it on Shun Jihuan's wrist. Shun Jihuan did not decline, extending her arm for the deaf grandmother to adorn her, and then gently tucked away a few strands of white hair at her temples. Boss Shun, congratulations. It seems I shall soon be attending your joyous banquet. Song Bojian jested, and upon hearing this, Shun Ting immediately felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. He thought to himself, this old woman truly knows how to stir things up, making my silly daughter eager to willingly marry He Yuzhu. I have not even made up my mind yet. Moreover, she's my only daughter. The vast Fengzi garden will one day belong to her. Her future husband cannot simply be anyone she chooses. Is it really necessary for her to rush into marriage? Although He Yuzhu is decent, he is merely a chef. In terms of status, how could he possibly be worthy of my precious daughter? Despite his thoughts, Qiantang refrained from voicing them. Instead, he took up Song Bojian's words and said, Song, what are you talking about? My daughter is still young. How could we possibly discuss such a significant matter as marriage at this time? However, since the old lady holds her in such high regard, why not acknowledge her as a granddaughter and have her visit more often? As for marriage, we can discuss it in a few years. Upon hearing Qiantang's words, Song Bojian's eyes brightened, and he couldn't help but scrutinize He Yuzhu a little more. He felt a sense of joy, thinking, Qiantang truly does not recognize talent, rejecting a virtuous son-in-law who has come to his door. But this also works in my favor. Since they cannot become a family, my opportunity has arrived. With this in mind, Song Bojian stood up and said to Qiantang, Boss Shun, it seems I have misunderstood. I underestimated your affection for your daughter. Ji Huan is indeed still quite young and should be given more time. The old lady's intentions may require some patience. Chapter 46. The Deaf Grandmother's Malicious Intentions. Qiantang, in a fit of anger, stood up abruptly. He Yuzhu, witnessing this, felt a headache coming on. He had originally planned to take this opportunity of moving to personally prepare a sumptuous meal for his master and mistress as a gesture of gratitude for their care, and also as a farewell dinner. However, the arrival of these two formidable figures made the atmosphere exceedingly awkward. Boss Shun, Boss Song, please calm down. Let's not let a few words spoil our amicable relations. Li Chuqiu interjected, attempting to smooth things over. Boss Shun, you must understand the old lady's affection for her granddaughter. Boss Song, we all know the depth of Boss Shun's love for his daughter. Since the old lady has brought it up today, I must say a few words on behalf of Zhuzi and Ji Huan. Li Chuqiu spoke. She glanced at Qiantang and continued. Zhuzi is diligent, clever, and possesses remarkable culinary talent. His future is indeed bright. Ji Huan is smart and vivacious, exhibiting both charm and grace. She is a good girl. They truly complement each other well, but considering their youth, we should not rush into marriage. Let them take their time and see how things unfold. At this point, Li Chuqiu looked towards Boss Shun, asking, does this sound agreeable to you? Qiantang remained silent for a moment, then nodded slightly, indicating tacit approval. Li Chuqiu turned to He Yuzhu. Zhuzi, how do you feel about this suggestion? He Yuzhu, recognizing his master's good intentions, also nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Li Chuqiu turned to Shun Ji Huan. Ji Huan, what about you? Being only 14, Ji Huan naturally adhered to her father's wishes. Noticing her father had no objections, she replied, I will listen to my father. The deaf grandmother, upon hearing this, could only acquiesce. If we must wait a few years, then so be it. I believe these two children are quite suitable for each other. A few years of trial will do no harm. Ji Huan felt a pang of guilt at the old lady's words and quickly removed the bracelet to return it to her. However, the old lady refused. Ji Huan, dear girl, I gave this to you, and it is yours to keep. You need not return it. Grandma, Ji Huan, at my age, I have no use for such things. Just take it. With that, she pressed the bracelet back into Shun Ji Huan's hands. Seeing no other option, Ji Huan accepted the bracelet. The old lady smiled with satisfaction. Qiantang, witnessing this, chose not to comment further and stood up to take his leave, with Shun Ji Huan following closely behind. Song Bojian observed this and said, young man, my apologies for the misunderstanding. We shall meet again. Song Lao Ge, take care. I understand your intentions and will consider them. He Yuzhu replied to Song Bojian. Song Bojian nodded and departed to tea this moment. Only Li Chuqiu and her husband, the deaf grandmother, and Yu Shui remained in the kitchen. The deaf grandmother, now with her mouth smeared with grease, saw that Qiantang and his daughter had taken their leave and leaned on her cane, saying, "Zhuzi, I will return to rest now." He Yuzhu understood that the old lady wanted him to escort her. Surely there was something she wished to discuss. However, seeing her face smeared with grease was somewhat amusing, so he fetched a dry towel, dampened it, and wiped her mouth clean before assisting her back. "Grandma, let me help you back." He then turned to Li Chuqiu and her husband. "Master, mistress, please look after Yu Shui. I will see the old lady home." Li Chuqiu nodded. "Very well. Zhuzi, go ahead. We will clean up the kitchen." As He Yuzhu responded, he supported the deaf grandmother as they walked toward her house in the backyard. Along the way, He Yuzhu inquired, "Grandma, why do you always insist that Shunji Huan is my wife? I find that girl quite suitable for you. But Grandma, she is still very young, and so am I. Are you still young? You are almost 17, and in this courtyard, you have no parents to look after you. If you do not secure a wife soon, you may very well end up alone for life." "Surely not." The deaf grandmother seemed to gaze at him as if he were the original owner, as if he were destined to be a bachelor. "But marrying Shunji Huan is not the only option. Surely you have noticed that Boss Shun does not seem very keen on me becoming his son-in-law." "I have noticed, but that girl Ji Huan is quite wonderful. I like her very much. However, her father disagrees." "That is a different matter." "Oh, Grandma, you know full well that Boss Shun is solely driven by profit. Why would you give her that ancestral jade bracelet? That is meant for my future true wife." He Yuzhu laughed. "You mischievous boy, when did you learn to be so calculating?" the deaf grandmother said, striking the ground with her cane. "Oh, my dear Grandma, that jade bracelet is ancestral. If I cannot marry Shinji Huan in the future, it would be quite the loss." "You little rascal, what are you saying? If Ji Huan hears this, you might have no future left." "Grandma, do you still not understand? Qiantang has no interest in me. He looks down on me for being just a chef. Qiantang dares to look down on my grandson? He is blind to talent." "All right, my dear Grandma, please do not praise me further. I am just an ordinary person." "Who says? My Zhuzi is not just anyone. Qiantang is the blind one for not recognizing your worth." The deaf grandmother's temper began to rise, and He Yuzhu found it amusing. "Zhuzi, come closer." "Grandma, what do you want to say?" "You listen. I can't hear you. I told you to come closer. Why are you being shy?" The deaf grandmother became irritated again. He Yuzhu had no choice but to lean in. "Zhuzi, listen well. The bracelet I gave to Ji Huan is just an ordinary jade bracelet. I still have the real ancestral jade bracelet saved for your true wife." He Yuzhu could not help but burst into laughter. "Oh, Grandma, you call me bad. I think you're even worse. Shoo, silly boy, keep your voice down. It would not be good if others heard this and it reached Ji Huan's ears. This secret is just between you and me, and the heavens and the earth. If Ji Huan truly becomes your wife in the future, you can exchange it for the real one. If things do not work out, you will not have lost anything. In any case, that ancestral jade bracelet is only for your true wife." He Yuzhu nodded with a smile. "All right, Grandma, I understand. Silly grandson, stop laughing. If you keep laughing, our secret will be exposed." Upon hearing the deaf grandmother's words, He Yuzhu promptly stopped laughing and seriously supported her arm as they proceeded step by step towards the backyard. Chapter 47. Zhonghai's Deceptive Schemes. After escorting the deaf grandmother back to her room, He Yuzhu was about to return to the central courtyard when he overheard Zhonghai chatting with an aunt. He Yuzhu was not one to eavesdrop, but recalling the incident from that evening where Zhonghai had put eye drops in the deaf grandmother's food, he felt a surge of anger and decided to stand beneath Zhonghai's window to listen. Upon hearing their conversation, he was infuriated. "Old, what on earth are you doing? How could you lend 20 yuan to Jia Dongshu again? What business is it of yours? I have my reasons for lending money to Dongshu. He is now my apprentice. His salary is low, and he's just gotten married. With a salary of 16 yuan, he has to support 3 people. In the present day, Qin Huairu is once again with child, and the household is nearing its breaking point. How can I refrain from offering assistance? Lao Yi, I do not oppose your support for Jia Dongshu, but consider how much you have lent him over the past 6 months. It is approaching 100 yuan. Furthermore, Qin Huairu's pregnancy is not a matter that resolves itself in a day or two. Once the child is born, there will be further expenses for its upbringing. This will render his family perpetually in need, and how long do you intend to assist him? I am aware of all that you have said. Yet I find myself without options, do I not? Both of us in this courtyard are without children. In the future, we will have to rely on Dongshu to care for us in our old age. If we do not help him now, how can we expect to manage? Whenever this topic arises, you always bring up the same point. Are we to assume that Jia Dongshu is the only descendant in this courtyard? There are still young men like Sha Zhu next door and Hu in the front courtyard, both of whom are single parents. Surely they could also be considered. Moreover, if none of them suffice. What of Sha Zhu? While I once conceded that he was not a suitable candidate for our future support, given that He Daqing was still present, now that He Daqing has abandoned his siblings. What reservations remain? Jia Dongshu, on the other hand, is burdened with a lazy mother-in-law and a wife whose beauty is accompanied by cunning. This family will certainly prove troublesome in the future. Their home is a bottomless pit. Even if you were to pour in all your resources, I fear the outcome would still be dire. You still wish for Sha Zhu to be our choice for support in old age? You must be unaware of the current situation. Do you believe that Sha Zhu remains the same person he once was? He has transformed entirely. He is no longer the Sha Zhu we once knew. Not only has he allied himself with Qiantang, the owner of Fengzi Garden, but he has also become a culinary sensation, gaining immense fame in just 2 days that I heard that tonight. Qiantang, Li Chuqiu, and another mysterious individual are dining at his home that I expected him to extend an invitation to me. But to my surprise, he had no such intention. In the end, I sought to use the old lady's name to visit. Yet before I could reach the door, he pushed me aside and entered, supporting the old lady while hurling insults at me. Lao Yi, is it true that Sha Zhu has truly become the renowned chef that people speak of? Indeed, it is true. Ever since He Daqing departed, he has completely changed, disregarding the 3 esteemed elders of our courtyard. Lao Yi, to think that Sha Zhu has suddenly become so astute. Could it be that you incited by Guafu to seduce He Daqing, and he caught wind of it? That is impossible. I've been exceedingly discreet about that matter. Even so, we cannot allow the Jiazhong family to drain us endlessly. Sha Zhu's nature is not inherently bad. He has merely endured too much over the years, rendering him somewhat inscrutable. Should we not give him an opportunity to understand our intentions? While your reasoning is sound, the human heart is inscrutable. Who knows what he truly thinks? Very well. Let us not rush. We shall observe the situation before acting. However, we must also plan for our own future and not rely solely on others. Zhonghai sighed softly. A hint of weariness in his voice. Let it be for now. If all else fails, we shall adopt a child from the countryside. Auntie expressed her helplessness. Upon hearing this, He Yuzhu could no longer contain his discontent. So it was that Zhonghai had indeed orchestrated He Daqing's departure from behind the scenes. The fate that befell the original owner was the result of this scoundrel's devious schemes. He Yuzhu felt a tumult of emotions, wishing he could storm in and confront this hypocritical villain. Yet he understood that such an action would only lead to his own punishment, if that is the case. I shall hold this grudge and repay it slowly. For a hypocrite, true vengeance lies in exposing their despicable nature to the world. He Yuzhu returned to the kitchen hall, where it was nearing 7 p.m. Li Chuqiu and his wife had tidied up the kitchen and were preparing to take their leave. Seeing He Yuzhu return, He Yuzhu hurried over. Brother, did you see Madame Def off? Why did it take so long? Did she keep you chatting about marrying Sister Jihuan? No, Yuzhu. After I sent Madame Def home, I merely went to the restroom. You are overthinking again, He Yuzhu quickly clarified, fearful that the little girl would conjure up all sorts of wild ideas. Who would believe that? Brother, Madame Def even gifted a bracelet to Sister Jihuan. It seems she has set you two up? He Yuzhu pouted. All right, Yuzhu, do not blame your brother. He is not yet prepared for marriage. And even if he does marry, he would never abandon you. Yi Bingqing comforted her, feeling a pang of sadness at how close Yuzhu was to He Yuzhu. Thinking about it, He Daqing truly is not a decent person. How could he neglect such a young child, leaving her to be raised by others? When he grows old, who will care for him? Brother, Is what the teacher's wife said true? Yushui looked up at He Yuzhu, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The teacher's wife speaks wisely. Yushui, rest assured, your brother will never abandon you. When he marries, he will choose a woman who loves you as well, that if she does not treat you well. Your brother will not have her. He Yuzhu gently ruffled her hair, offering quiet reassurance. Yushui, you must believe that your brother will never forsake you. Even if he were to abandon you, the master and mistress would never do so. Teacher's wife, is it true? If everyone forsakes me, you will still want me, right? Of course, Yi Bingqing softly reassured Yushui. Then I hope brother marries a good woman like the teacher's wife, so I can always be with him. He Yushui smiled through her tears. Chapter 48. Miracles in Space. Yi Bingqing was also amused by Yushui's innocence, wrapping her arms around her and planting a kiss on her rosy cheek. Li Chuqiu had intended to tell Yi Bingqing that it was getting late and that they should leave, but upon witnessing this tender scene, the words caught in his throat. Having spent over half a month with this well-behaved little girl, Yi Bingqing found herself growing quite attached and reluctant to part with her. After a while, He Yuzhu glanced at his watch and realized it was nearly 8 p.m. In this era, Hangzhou was still under construction, with few streetlights. Venturing out late posed safety concerns. Thus, he softly told Yushui, Yushui, it is getting late. Let us allow the master and mistress to return first, if you wish to see the teacher's wife. I will take you to her home on Sunday, all right? All right, brother. Yushui nodded vigorously. Then I will take my leave now. Yushui, we will visit again soon. Yi Bingqing said before departing. He Yuzhu held Yushui's hand, standing at the door. Gazing at Li Chuqiu and Yi Bingqing as they walked away, their figures gradually disappearing from sight. Only then did He Yuzhu lock the kitchen door, leading Yushui back to the main house and urging her to wash up and sleep. However, after finishing her wash, Yushui could not contain her excitement, bouncing on her little bed and rolling about. Yushui, hurry and sleep. It is getting late, and you have school tomorrow. No, brother, I cannot sleep. Please tell me if you like Sister Jihuan. Yushui, you are overthinking again, He Yuzhu sighed, shaking his head in exasperation. Brother, I am not thinking too much. Sister Jihuan is actually quite nice, but her father is not. If you truly like her and wish to marry her, that is fine, but I have one condition. What condition? He Yuzhu asked, intrigued by Yushui's mysterious tone. Sister Jihuan must come to live with us. You cannot become a son-in-law. He Yuzhu was taken aback, because I heard that men who become son-in-laws must live at the woman's family. And if they upset her father, they may end up being scorned or even forced to kneel on a washboard. He Yuzhu was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. You little rascal, where did you hear all this? Brother, my deskmate told me. He said his uncle became a son-in-law because he could not find a wife. The woman was quite hefty, resembling a pig, and if he displeased her even slightly, she would refuse to feed him and make him kneel on the washboard. Furthermore, her father was a butcher. If he did not obey, the father would chase him with a knife, nearly killing him several times. So, brother, please do not become a son-in-law. How terrifying it was. He Yuzhu instantly grasped the meaning of the rainwater upon hearing it. With a tender touch, he caressed the head of Yushui, saying, Yushui, brother will heed your words. I will resolutely refuse to be a son-in-law to anyone. That's the best, brother. After Yushui finished speaking, she fell into a deep slumber. Only after confirming her peaceful sleep did He Yuzhu quietly exit her room and return to his own. Once he tidied up, he drifted off into a serene sleep. In his dreams, He Yuzhu found himself once again at the banks of the Qiantang River within the realm, where the same boat awaited him, and the river remained unchanged. However, the water level had risen significantly, and the currents were swift, as though something unseen was churning the waters. Upon witnessing this, He Yuzhu realized that fishing from the boat today would likely be impossible. He decided to return to the courtyard to check if the golden bars and pearls he had caught from the river were still there. With the renovations and new furnishings, He Yuzhu's savings and his own apprentice wages had nearly been depleted. He needed to convert those golden bars into cash swiftly. With this thought in mind, He Yuzhu hurried to the small courtyard, neglecting to admire its beauty, and headed straight for the master bedroom. Opening the bedside cabinet, he found the 5 two-tail gold bars and the 2 strands of pearls he had caught from the river, all lying quietly within. Overjoyed at the sight of the gold and pearls still intact, he quickly tucked them into his embrace and instinctively stepped out of the bedroom, crossing the courtyard with the intention of leaving the realm. "Master, you are still asleep. Unless someone awakens you, you cannot exit the space," came a delicate, youthful voice. "Who else is in this courtyard?" He Yuzhu exclaimed in astonishment. "Could there be other living beings in this realm?" "Master, it's me. You have kept me in this jar for over half a month. I haven't eaten anything during this time. If you don't return me to the river soon, I shall starve. Once I die, the waters will rise ever higher until they flood this courtyard, along with your gold and pearls. Not to mention the crops in the back garden will also be submerged and destroyed." He Yuzhu was taken aback by these words, finally recalling that he had indeed caught a goldfish and placed it in a jar in the courtyard. Good heavens! Could it be that this goldfish is now calling me master? He Yuzhu found it utterly unbelievable. This was truly the tale of the fisherman and the golden fish, and he was the fisherman, nurturing the goldfish in a jar. What a situation! "Master, why are you still dazed? You do not have much time left in this space. At dawn, your sister will awaken you, and you will no longer be able to return me to the river." Hearing this, He Yuzhu shuddered in fear. This fish is indeed extraordinary. It even knows I have a sister. He hurried into the kitchen, grabbing a large bucket and a ladle, then rushed to the water jar in the courtyard at that moment. The water in the jar was nearly drained, and the goldfish was gasping for air in the shallow water. "Hurry! If you don't return me to the river soon, I will die. If I die, everything here will be destroyed, and you will lose everything," the goldfish urged once more. All right, I'll send you back to the river immediately. Please don't panic," He Yuzhu responded, scooping water from the jar with the ladle. "Master, how could you be so foolish? Why not fetch half a bucket of water from the river first, and then place me inside? By the time you finish ladling water, I might already be dead." Upon hearing this, He Yuzhu was again startled. This extraordinary fish must not perish. If it dies, my realm will cease to exist. I end this era. How could I survive without a realm? He promptly heeded the goldfish's advice and rushed to the river to fetch water. After more than 10 minutes, He Yuzhu finally managed to scoop the goldfish into the bucket and brought it to the riverbank. With a sigh of relief, he quickly poured the goldfish back into the river. The moment the fish touched the water, it emitted a bubbling sound and darted away like a wild horse, swiftly disappearing into the vast river. A strange phenomenon occurred. The river's surface began to change dramatically. The waters slowly receded, revealing the originally calm, shimmering surface, and soon a golden speck emerged, moving toward He Yuzhu. "I asked at the goldfish." He gasped in astonishment. As he marveled, the goldfish swam to a shallow sandbank not far from him. "Master, come quickly." "Oh," He Yuzhu hurried over, and as the goldfish approached the shore, it stopped just half a meter away and opened its mouth, expelling a gleaming golden stone. The stone floated on the water's surface for a moment before transforming into a gold ingot. He Yuzhu's eyes widened as he beheld the half-kilogram gold ingot. "Goldfish, is this the stone you just spat out?" he inquired excitedly. "Indeed," the goldfish replied, then opened its mouth again, releasing another golden stone. "You saved me. This is my gratitude to you." Overjoyed by the goldfish's words, He Yuzhu felt an overwhelming rush of happiness. My goodness. This goldfish truly possesses spirit. It knows how to be grateful, far superior to those scheming beasts in the courtyard. Ecstatic, He Yuzhu could hardly believe this was reality. He picked up the gold ingot and bit into it. "Wow, it's real." The goldfish couldn't help but emit a soft laugh. "Indeed, these 2 gold ingots are my reward for your kindness. You may use them as you wish. Goldfish, can you tell me how to manipulate my thoughts freely?" "Master, how could you be so dim? After all this time, you still do not know how to enter and exit the space freely. No wonder I had to stay in the jar for so long. Let me give you another gift." "What is it?" Without further ado, the goldfish opened its mouth and expelled a ring. "Master, wear this ring. Whenever you wish to enter, just touch it with your hand, and you will enter without needing to dream. Moreover, this ring possesses a magical ability. It can collect anything you desire." The goldfish's words left He Yuzhu utterly astonished. He eagerly took the ring, placing on his wrist. The ring was adorned with a sapphire diamond, shimmering softly and dazzlingly. Unable to resist, He Yuzhu reached out to touch the ring's surface, and in a miraculous moment, he found himself back on his bed at home. That instant, He Yuzhu stood before him, blinking her eyes. "Brother, it's time to get up, you lazy pig." Only then did He Yuzhu realize the ring had indeed appeared on his finger. He extended his hand and was stunned to see a silver-white ring adorned with a sapphire diamond, exquisitely beautiful. The ring from the goldfish. And what about the gold ingots? He recalled the 2 gold ingots the goldfish had gifted him. "Master, you are so foolish. I hadn't finished speaking when you touched the ring, so you returned early. However, I have placed your gold ingots in the bedside cabinet. You need not worry." His astonishment. Within the sapphire diamond appeared a scene of the goldfish in the river. This sight left He Yuzhu awestruck once more. "Master, do not be amazed. Whatever you wish to do in the future, just tell me, and I will assist you in acquiring it. I must take my leave now." With that, the goldfish waved its tail and swiftly swam into the depths of the river, leaving ripples on the surface, and soon the image within the sapphire diamond vanished. "Brother, are you awake?" He Yuzhu hurriedly ran over, urging him on. Hearing the sound of her voice, He Yuzhu finally came to his senses. He got up, dressed himself neatly, and, after freshening up, he glanced at his watch. Indeed, it was getting late, so he walked to the bicycle in the courtyard. At this moment, He Yuzhu had already donned her backpack like a little adult and was looking for He Yuzhu. Upon seeing his sister arrive, He Yuzhu, as always, lifted her along with her backpack onto the back seat of the bicycle, mounted it, and rode out of the courtyard towards a nearby breakfast shop. "Brother, today I want to eat fried sauce noodles with 2 meat buns. All right. Brother, I also want to eat 2 fried dough sticks and a plate of meat dumplings." "Yuzhu, are you a little pig? Eating so much." "Brother, it's not like that. I want to take it to school. My desk mate is always hungry when he goes to school, you know?" He Yuzhu sighed like an adult. Alas, what a poor child. He Yuzhu couldn't help but chuckle and asked, "Yuzhu, how do you know your desk mate is always hungry?" "Because during class, I hear his stomach growling." "Huh." He Yuzhu finally burst into laughter. "All right, since my little Yuzhu is so considerate of her classmate, let's bring him 2 meat buns. The rest of the items can be omitted." "Why? 2 meat buns won't fill your desk mate up, Yuzhu, if you bring him so much food at once. Not only will he not be grateful, but he will also think your family has plenty of money and food, thus demanding more from you every day. Is that so? Then I'll just buy him 2 meat buns today." He Yuzhu nodded helplessly. The siblings ordered a fried sauce noodle, 2 plates of meat dumplings for fried dough sticks, and 2 steam buns, and packed 2 meat buns for her classmate, spending a total of 1 yuan. He Yuzhu, satisfied with her meal, stuffed the packed meat buns into her backpack and said to He Yuzhu, "Brother, let us go." After He Yuzhu paid, he continued to ride the bicycle with Yuzhu towards Hongxing Primary School. After more than 10 minutes, He Yuzhu dropped He Yuzhu off at the school gate, and under her brother's watchful eye, she hopped joyfully inside. He Yuzhu checked his watch. There was still time, he thought to himself. "Now, Shanting no longer requires me to clock in. Claiming he would raise my salary to 80 yuan, I haven't even worked a few days yet. Seeing that I don't have much money left, I might as well visit the gold and silver jewelry market to see how much I can get for these 5 gold bars and 2 gold bricks to alleviate my immediate financial difficulties." With this thought in mind, he decided against going to Fengzi Garden and headed directly to the market. Before entering the market, he found a secluded spot, touched the diamond ring on his hand to access his space, and retrieved the little goldfish from the bedside table in the master bedroom, giving the 2 gold bricks and the original few gold bars a place in his prepared canvas bag. After that, he touched the diamond ring again to exit the space and casually tossed the bicycle into the courtyard of the space before heading straight to the gold jewelry trading market. The gold jewelry market of the 1950s, though not as grand and bustling as in later years, had begun to take shape, attracting some merchants with a special affection for gold. Inside the market, quaint shops were lined up, displaying various gold and silver ornaments and raw gold materials, with the air perfumed by a faint metallic sheen and a sense of historical depth. However, there were pitifully few buyers in front of the major shops. One can imagine that in an era when people's stomachs were not easily filled, how could ordinary individuals possess the means to purchase such gold and silver ornaments? Therefore, those who came here were either the wealthy or those who had seen better days. At the time He Yuzhu visited, it should have been peak trading hours for gold. Yet many shops were nearly devoid of customers. He Yuzhu wandered through the trading market, his gaze flitting between various shops in search of a reliable and reputable buyer. After some inquiries and comparisons, he finally settled on a seemingly stable and well-regarded gold shop, preparing to sell his gold bars and bricks. Upon entering the gold shop, a stronger metallic scent greeted him. The shopkeeper, an elderly gentleman wearing reading glasses, was intently examining a piece of gold jewelry he had just received. He Yuzhu cleared his throat gently to attract the shopkeeper's attention. "Sir, I have some gold bars and bricks. Could you please help me assess their value?" He Yuzhu said as he carefully pulled out the tightly wrapped gold bars and bricks from his canvas bag and placed them on the counter. The shopkeeper immediately set aside his work. "Young man, not only do we need to weigh these gold bricks and bars, but we also need to check their composition. If you truly wish to sell, I can help you evaluate. All right, please first check the composition and then estimate the price. However, the composition of my gold bricks is quite high. If the price is too low, I won't sell. High composition or not, I can only determine that after inspecting. If it truly is pure gold, I will offer a high price." After saying this, he took He Yuzhu's gold bar, donned his glasses, and began to examine it closely. He Yuzhu sat patiently beside him, observing. After a lengthy inspection, the shopkeeper suddenly set down the gold brick and picked up the gold bar again. "Young man, while your gold brick is decent, it's not very pure. How about this? I'll offer you 30 yuan per tael for the gold brick, and for the other 5 gold bars, which are slightly better in quality, I'll offer 40 yuan per tael." Upon hearing this, He Yuzhu was taken aback. He intended to just leave with the gold bars and bricks on the counter. "Are you joking? I hail from a future where I am well aware of the gold market prices. In the 1950s, gold prices are not low. A tael of gold is worth over 95 yuan. Yet this shopkeeper dares to offer such a low price, thinking I am some unsophisticated country bumpkin. Such a shopkeeper can only bully the pitiful souls who have never seen the world. Ah, young man, don't be so hasty to leave. I haven't finished speaking yet. Your gold brick has a very high composition, but I still need to process it into jewelry, which requires skillful craftsmanship before it can be sold. Moreover, you know how the economy is a bit sluggish now. Every industry is struggling, and business is tough. You must allow me some margin to earn." He Yuzhu paused at this point. The shopkeeper did have a point. In these times of material shortages, gold and silver prices were indeed controlled by the state. Many merchants had to privately manage costs to save money, which was unavoidable. "Then how much will you offer per tael?" He Yuzhu inquired. "How about 50 yuan per tael?" The old shopkeeper extended 5 fingers. Seeing that he still offered such a low price, He Yuzhu pretended to leave again. The shopkeeper, flustered, grabbed his arm and whispered, "My young brother, where do you think you're swaggering off to with 2 pounds of gold? Aren't you afraid?" "Afraid of what? This is a family heirloom. It was passed down from my grandfather. I am only selling it now because times are tough, but if the price isn't right, I can simply take it back." He Yuzhu replied softly. "How about 60? I'll sell. Then how much do you want for it?" 80 yuan per tael. Not a cent less, He Yuzhu insisted. The old shopkeeper looked at him helplessly. "Aren't you making it difficult for me? 80 yuan per tael is too expensive. How much can I profit?" "Old shopkeeper, you know the market price for gold is at least 95 yuan per tael. If I sell it to you for 80, it's truly a desperate situation for me to part with it. If you don't want it, I'll find another shop." After He Yuzhu finished speaking, he turned to leave. Wait. 80 yuan per tael it is," the old shopkeeper sighed. "I've never seen such pure gold before. Not accepting it would be a loss." Seeing that the old shopkeeper agreed, He Yuzhu wasted no time and directly handed over the gold bars and bricks. "Here, it's a total of 3.5 pounds. Please weigh it." "All right," the old shopkeeper replied, retrieving a scale from beneath the counter to weigh the gold bricks and bars. "Young man, you said these gold bricks and bars weigh 3.5 pounds. But they only amount to 3.4 taels. The old shopkeeper frowned at He Yuzhu. "What is going on? I just took the gold bricks and bars out of my space. I clearly weighed them before, and they were 3.5 pounds. Could it be that this shopkeeper is trying to play tricks on the price? This shopkeeper is truly unscrupulous. I've already compromised on the price by over 10 yuan, and now he wants to profit from a scale as well that I sell it. This is my family's gold. Not only is the quality good, but I've already compromised on the price. And you're still trying to pull tricks on the scale." He Yuzhu began to pack the gold bricks and bars back in the canvas bag. Youth, slow down. Let me take another look. Perhaps I misread the scale. The shopkeeper hurriedly grabbed He Yuzhu's arm, smiling nervously. Umph, He Yuzhu snorted coldly, shaking off the shopkeeper's hand. Forget it, since you're so lacking in integrity. I'll find another shop. With that, he disregarded everything and stuffed the gold bricks and bars back into the canvas bag. Seeing this, the shopkeeper quickly exclaimed, "Oh, wait, young brother. What are you doing? To whom are you selling this gold? If not to someone, enough, let it be as you say. If you say 3.5 pounds, then so be it." Upon concluding this exchange, he ceased his chatter and directly retrieved a stack of large bills from the drawer beneath the counter, counting out 28 notes before handing them to He Yuzhu, saying, "My young brother, quickly count this. It amounts to 2,800 yuan, so you can rest easy now." Upon seeing this, He Yuzhu did not hesitate. He promptly returned the gold bars and ingots to the counter, accepted the money, counted it once more, confirmed the amount was correct, and placed it back into his canvas bag as he exited the gold and silver jewelry trading market. Once outside the trading market, He Yuzhu was so elated he felt like jumping for joy. He had just acquired 2,800 yuan, nearly equivalent to the salary of a head chef for 3 years, and it was truly a source of immense joy. Nevertheless, despite his elation, he sought out a secluded spot to enter his private space. He withdrew 200 yuan from the 2,800 to keep for living expenses and placed the remainder in the bedside drawer of his spatial abode. Now that he could freely enter and exit his space, it was indeed wiser to keep the money there, as leaving it in the courtyard would be a source of great anxiety. After completing all his arrangements, He Yuzhu glanced at his watch. It was already 11 o'clock that he was startled, thinking to himself, "Thankfully this era lacks mobile phones. Otherwise, my phone would surely be inundated with calls." Now, the loss of his job at Fengzi Garden was not a matter of great concern, as he was bound to leave eventually, but he genuinely worried about his master's feelings. Over the past 3 years, only his master and mistress had treated him like a beloved son. He could not bear to disappoint them. With this thought in mind, He Yuzhu hopped onto his bicycle and made his way to Fengzi Garden. As anticipated, upon his arrival, he found Li Chuchio anxiously pacing at the entrance like a restless ant on a hot pan. The moment he spotted He Yuzhu, he exclaimed, "Zhuzi, where have you been? Why have you only just arrived?" "Boss Shun has already come back to the kitchen several times. Apologies, master. After delivering the rainwater, I suddenly felt unwell and went to the clinic, which delayed my return," He Yuzhu explained somewhat sheepishly. "Unwell? What ails you? Is everything all right?" Li Chuchio, upon hearing He Yuzhu's words, became increasingly worried about his health, and He Yuzhu felt even more ashamed. "Master, I am fine. The doctor said it was due to drinking last night. He prescribed 2 pills, and I rested there for over half an hour. I am no longer in any serious trouble. That is good. That is good. Now do not do anything else. Come with me to Boss Shun's office." Li Chuchio urged anxiously. "What has happened?" Indeed, something significant had occurred. Logically, this matter should not concern you, but now they insist on seeing you, and even Boss Shun is at a loss for how to handle it. "Master, what is it? Why is it so serious?" He Yuzhu asked, somewhat astonished. "Zhuzi, do not ask. You will know when you arrive," Li Chuchio said, pulling He Yuzhu along towards Qiantang's office. The door to Qiantang's office was ajar, and the sound of a woman weeping could be heard. "Boss Shun, I do not care why my husband is in such a state, but since he works at Fengzi Garden, you must give me an explanation. And that He Yuzhu, he injured Lu Xiaopeng and drove my husband to madness. He must also provide an account. Wang Xiuqin, enough. What does this have to do with my Zhuzi? It is all a consequence of Chun Zhaonan and Lu Xiaopeng's own making." Li Chuchio stormed into the office, furious. "Masterly, of course you defend your disciple, but my husband's madness has left my family in turmoil." Wang Xiuqin paused her weeping to question him. He Yuzhu, following closely behind Li Chuchio, was taken aback. Chun Zhaonan had gone mad. How could that be? Why had no one mentioned it to him last night? This Chun Zhaonan, I have long warned him not to compete with me. He refused to listen, stubbornly insisting on the contest. Now that he has lost and cannot bear it, he is merely reaping what he has sown. Wang Xiuqin, this matter has nothing to do with Zhuzi. Everyone in the kitchen can testify to that. It was your husband who insisted on competing with Zhuzi, and now that he has lost, he comes seeking trouble. Li Chuchio retorted, fuming. At last, He Yuzhu grasped the situation. It turned out that after he had departed the previous evening, Chen Zhaonan had indeed lost his mind. This man, truly has the misfortune that befalls those who are pitiable. Enough, since the family members have come to confront me. I must offer a proper explanation. May I ask, are you Master Chen's wife? I am. Who are you? Are you He Yuzhu? Wang Xiuqin inquired, somewhat incredulous. You are the one who bested my husband in culinary skills? Indeed, it is I. Are you looking for me? Do we have a grudge? He Yuzhu replied. Wang Xiuqin waved her hands dismissively. No grudge at it, is just that my Lu Xiaoping was injured by you and is now at the military hospital. And my husband has gone mad because of you. You must take responsibility. Responsibility? What responsibility do I bear? I did not strike Master Chen. His mental state is a result of his own issues. How was that my fault? He Yuzhu felt that Wang Xiuqin was being utterly unreasonable. Chapter 52. To fight or not to fight. He Yuzhu, you injure my son Lu Xiaoping and drove my brother-in-law to madness. Do you think you could just brush this off? A domineering male voice interjected. He Yuzhu then noticed that Wang Xiuqin was not alone. She had brought several men with her, each stout and intimidating. Clearly not the type to be trifled with, he thought to himself. No wonder Qiantang was unable to handle this. It seemed Wang Xiuqin had come with ill intent. However, He Yuzhu was unafraid. With these few men before him, he could easily handle them at that moment. Wang Xiuqin pointed a finger at He Yuzhu, berating him, You scoundrel, do you dare feign ignorance? My nephew Lu Xiaopeng's injuries were caused by you. And if my husband had not mentioned that whoever lost the competition would forever exit the culinary world of Hangzhou, how could he have possibly lost his mind? You now dare say this is not your concern. You are simply intolerable. Wow. Has this Wang Xiuqin family truly decided to pin this on me? I did strike Lu Xiaoping, but he deserved it. As for Chen Zhaonan, he has mental issues of his own. Why should I bear the blame? Besides, I had no desire to compete with him. He insisted on himself, and he set the rules. Now he turns around and blames me. This is truly absurd. Madam Chen, please be mindful of your words. I struck Lu Xiaoping only in self-defense when he attempted to hit me. As for your husband, his mental state is a result of his own choices. How can you blame me? If you do not take him to a mental hospital for treatment, why come looking for me? I am not a psychiatrist. He Yuzhu was not intimidated. These were merely a few clowns. If necessary, he would go to the military hospital and clarify who was truly at fault. He Yuzhu, you scoundrel! Suddenly, the man claiming to be Lu Xiaopeng's father lunged at him. In the next moment, his fist swung towards He Yuzhu, who, taken aback by the sudden attack, swiftly sidestepped. Unfortunately, Qiantang happened to be standing right behind He Yuzhu, and, as he dodged, the fist landed squarely on Qiantang's face. With a loud thud, Qiantang fell to the ground, clutching his face and groaning in pain. Li Chuqiu rushed over to help Qiantang up. You actually dared to strike me, Qiantang exclaimed. Pointing at the burly man as he regained his footing, Boss Shun, I am sorry. I did not intend to hit you. I merely wished to strike that scoundrel He Yuzhu. Lu Xiaopeng's father quickly explained. You all need to leave. Qiantang, infuriated, slammed his hand on the desk several times. So you're Lu Xiaopeng's father. You want to fight? He Yuzhu approached the burly man with a cold smile. If you truly wish to fight, I shall gladly oblige. However, this is Boss Shun's office, and it is rather inappropriate to engage in conflict here. If you genuinely wish to settle this, let us proceed to the courtyard for a proper match. But I advise you to reconsider. You and your family are merely seeking compensation, and I shall not indulge your unreasonable demands. It would be wise for you to depart swiftly. Otherwise, you will regret it. Having finished speaking, He Yuzhu turned to leave. He Yuzhu, stop right there. You cannot escape today. I am not running. I await you in the courtyard for a proper match. But if you end up in a state akin to Lu Xiaoping, do not blame me. That is entirely your own doing. Lu Xiaopeng's father, furious, immediately followed after him, along with Wang Xiuqin and the two other burly men. Meanwhile, Qiantang was left sitting in his office chair. Seething with anger, Li Chuqiu sighed and said, Boss Shun, please take a moment to rest. Let me go check on that foolish disciple. We must ensure he does not cause any more trouble. Go on. Go on. Qiantang, nursing his swollen face, felt utterly dejected. This He Yuzhu was truly a troublemaker who could not be allowed to remain. Yet with Chen Zhongnan's mental state deteriorating and Li Chuqiu growing older, he was deeply concerned for his disciple. If He Yuzhu were to be dismissed now, who could uphold the culinary standards of Fengzi Garden? Alas, he thought, I shall endure for now. Li Chuqiu stepped out of the office and immediately caught sight of He Yuzhu engaged in a spirited display of martial prowess with 3 burly men in the courtyard. Wang Xiuqin stood nearby, hurling invectives. He Yuzhu, you wretched dog. Who do you think you are? Just a mere cook, daring to challenge me. Strike him down, beat this wretched creature to a pulp, and then demand compensation from Qiantang. Upon witnessing this, Li Chuqiu jumped in exasperation. Sister-in-law, what on earth are you saying? Zhuzi is still just a child. How can you engage him in such a conflict? I can cover Lu Xiaopeng's medical expenses. Can T.I. Li Shifu, you speak so lightly. How can you merely cover Lu Xiaopeng's medical fees? My old Chen has gone mad, with responsibilities above and below. Who will compensate me? Moreover, your disciple is utterly arrogant. If I do not teach him a harsh lesson, my resentment will not abate. Seeing that Li Chuqiu had softened, Wang Xiuqin grew emboldened. He Yuzhu, who had been fiercely contending with the 3 fierce men, was suddenly consumed by rage upon hearing the exchange between Li Chuqiu and Wang Xiuqin. Master, why do you plead with her? Even if she calls in 3 men, or even 10, I will still bring them down. Besides, if it comes to that, isn't there still the military management committee? Shall we let them run wild? Li Chuqiu, observing He Yuzhu's flushed face surrounded by the 3 hulking figures, felt an urgent need to intervene. She grasped Wang Xiuqin's arm and implored, Sister-in-law, Zhuzi is but a child. As his elder, you mustn't engage him further. Please have your people cease their assault on him, for the sake of peace. Bah, Li Chuqiu, don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. You wish to aid your disciple, He Yuzhu, but it won't be that easy. You think too much, sister-in-law. I merely fear a mutual destruction. Let us sit down and discuss this calmly. I genuinely believe we should resolve this matter through dialogue. Enough with your nonsense. Li Chuqiu, let me tell you, my old Chun has been ruined by your disciple. Once I have pummeled him into submission, we shall settle the score. Wang Xiuqin glared menacingly at Li Chuqiu. Struck by Wang Xiuqin's ferocity, felt a chill run down her spine. This woman seemed utterly unreasonable, and it appeared that Zhuzi was bound to suffer. However, she could not simply stand by and watch as Zhuzi was beaten. Just as she was about to speak again, she noticed the situation had shifted. 2 of the burly men lay incapacitated, leaving only Lu Xiaopeng's father frantically lunging at He Yuzhu, his demeanor menacing, as if he wished to devour him. Seeing his master bearing the brunt of the situation, He Yuzhu's anger surged. He abandoned his previously nonchalant demeanor, deftly evading the attack and delivering a powerful kick to Lu Xiaopeng's father's chest. With a resounding thud, Lu Xiaopeng's father collapsed to the ground. Unable to rise, He Yuzhu then dusted off his hands and approached Li Chuqiu, saying, Master, why bother reasoning with this shrew? She simply deserves a beating. Having said that, he raised his hand, poised to strike Wang Xiuqin, leaving Li Chuqiu dumbfounded. Wang Xiuqin, seeing this, scurried away while shouting, Help! Someone save me! He Yuzhu intends to kill. At that moment, during the lunch hour, patrons flocked to witness the commotion. He Yuzhu realized that this spectacle was unbecoming and, seizing Wang Xiuqin, hurled her outside. Disoriented, she scrambled to her feet and fled, her pride thoroughly wounded. Seeing Wang Xiuqin depart, Lu Xiaopeng's father also took his leave, accompanied by the 2 remaining brute companions. The Fengzi Garden finally returned to its former tranquility. The patrons resumed their meals, and Li Chuqiu sighed in relief. Turning to He Yuzhu, Zhuzi, you've been out all morning. What have you been up to? Several diners have been clamoring for the dishes you prepared yesterday. He Yuzhu chuckled. Master, Boss Shun has only barred me from cooking Sichuan cuisine. He hasn't restricted my ability to prepare Huaiyang dishes. Why should I work for free? Zhuzi, how have you changed so? Li Chuqiu exclaimed, stamping her foot and sighing as she retreated to the kitchen. He Yuzhu, noticing his master's displeasure, hurried after her with a smile. Master, please hear me out. I understand that Master Chen has gone mad, and Fengzi Garden cannot find a replacement for him. That I empathize. But must I really take his place? I have many other responsibilities. Listening to his words, Li Chuqiu nodded. Fine, today, we'll let it slide. Starting tomorrow, you shall temporarily take over Master Chen's role for the Huayang dishes. All right, Master. Then I shall handle the dishes for this afternoon and evening. You should rest, He Yuzhu replied. How can I allow you to bear the burden alone? I shall assist you, Li Chuqiu stated, grabbing a towel to dry his hands before getting back to work. Naturally, He Yuzhu could not lag behind, and soon the kitchen was filled with the diligent figures of master and disciple. Meanwhile, Qiantang, having been vexed by Wang Xiuqin's antics, felt an overwhelming frustration. This time had truly been bizarre. He Yuzhu exuded an air of mystery. His culinary skills had soared, and his fighting prowess was formidable, were it not for the knowledge that he had been an apprentice at Fengzi Garden for 3 years. Qiantang would suspect that he was an entirely different person, that it appeared that He Yuzhu had been concealing his talents, and his father, He Daqing, had indeed passed down his skills to him. Yet he was merely a cook. What merit did he possess to win the affections of his daughter? This was largely his own fault for allowing his daughter to interact closely with a man of such remarkable talents. Now it seemed he was on the verge of losing both his daughter and his pride. Such a disastrous bargain could not be tolerated. After mulling over the situation all night, Qiantang concluded that this could not continue. He needed to devise a plan to acquire He Yuzhu's culinary methods, lest he be led around by the nose in the future. Upon hearing that He Yuzhu had expelled Wang Xiuqin and her companions, Qiantang was eager to see the unfolding events and overheard a series of dialogues between Li Chuqiu and He Yuzhu. He mused, this lad is indeed listening to his master. This could be my opportunity. As Qiantang plotted, he aimed to retain He Yuzhu's services at Fengzi Garden while subtly rejecting any notion of a romance between him and his daughter. Ideally, he would find a reliable individual to learn He Yuzhu's culinary techniques and then cast him aside. However, Qiantang's machinations would not escape He Yuzhu's notice. Last night, when Granny Long presented a bracelet to Ji Huan, He Yuzhu had already discerned Qiantang's true nature. Though he projected an amiable facade, he was deeply calculating and shrewd. Take the matter of Chen Zhaonan, for instance. He was notoriously stingy. Otherwise, Wang Xiuqin would not have sought him out. He Yuzhu's willingness to temporarily assume the role of head chef for Huayang cuisine stemmed entirely from his respect for Master Li Chuqiu. He had long contemplated that rather than remain at Fengzi Garden, it would be wiser to seek his own path, especially since it was still 1951. The period of public-private partnership would last at least 4 more years, ample time for him to establish his own reputation. For several days, He Yuzhu discreetly followed his master's guidance, temporarily taking over the Huayang cuisine while leaving the Sichuan cuisine in Li Chuqiu's capable hands. One day, after finishing his kitchen duties and tidying up, He Yuzhu was summoned to Qiantang's office, deliberately avoiding Li Chuqiu. Upon entering, he noticed a young man in his mid-20s seated there. Zhuzi, please take a seat. I have something to discuss with you, Qiantang said as He Yuzhu entered. Noticing the cordiality, He Yuzhu sat down. Boss Shun, please, speak your mind. Qiantang smiled broadly at He Yuzhu for a long moment before saying, you are quite an understanding lad. Such a rarity. Since Master Chen's departure, you and your master have worked tirelessly. I have been pondering how to alleviate some of your burdens. This gentleman seated here is the Huayang cuisine chef I brought in from afar, Duan Ming. Upon hearing that Qiantang had recruited a renowned Huayang chef, He Yuzhu recognized that Qiantang was beginning to pressure him. However, he maintained his composure, standing to extend his hand. Chef Duan. Welcome. I am He Yuzhu, the Sichuan cuisine chef. That I look forward to your guidance. Duan Ming, surprised by He Yuzhu's politeness, regarded him with newfound respect. Qiantang had claimed that He Yuzhu was boastful due to his youth and culinary talent. Yet the young man now appeared courteous and composed, contrary to Qiantang's portrayal. Realizing Qiantang's intentions to use Duan Ming to learn his culinary secrets, He Yuzhu silently assessed the situation. Chapter 54. Don't Pork and the 100-point exam. Duan Ming is an exceptionally intelligent and gifted individual, possessing a remarkable understanding of culinary arts. That it is said that he has a photographic memory. Thus, it is likely that after spending some time together, he will master He Yuzhu's culinary skills to an impressive degree. At that point, I can simply send the lad packing, sparing my daughter from lingering affections. After exchanging pleasantries, they took their seats. Qiantang continued with some superficial niceties before stating, Zhuzi, for the time being, you shall remain the head chef of Huaiyang cuisine. I must trouble you to mentor Duan Ming for a while, and then you can return to your position overseeing Sichuan cuisine. Boss Shun, I hear you, He Yuzhu replied with a slight smile. Internally, he mused, Qiantang, am I not aware of your ulterior motives? Rest assured, with your petty scheming, your Fengziwen will eventually belong to someone else. After a brief exchange, they settled into their conversation. Shinting mentioned, by the way, Jihuan informed me that next Sunday, Chun Xiong is hosting his wedding banquet and has invited you to be the head chef. Have you accepted? Qiantang's sudden mention of the topic left He Yuzhu momentarily flustered. When Shin Jihuan took him to Chun Xiong's establishment to buy a watch, Chun Xiong had indeed mentioned it. But amidst the busyness of the days that followed, he had completely forgotten. What could Qiantang's intention be in bringing it up now? Upon reflecting, He Yuzhu replied, Boss Shun, Chun Xiong did invite me to be his wedding chef. But I did not formally accept at that time. I am aware that I am the head chef of Fengziwen, and any decision to cook elsewhere must be approved by you. However, Chun Xiong mentioned that his father is a longtime friend of yours and that he would speak directly to you regarding this matter. Given his words, I stated I would go if you consented, but I have been preoccupied lately and neglected to follow up on it. Qiantang's expression softened upon hearing He Yuzhu's words. Zhuzi, since Chun Xiong values your skills so much, you should accept the invitation. I shall grant you a day off. Seeing him relent, He Yuzhu nodded in gratitude. Thank you, Boss Shun. No need for thanks from now on. You and Duan Ming should work diligently at Fengziwen. Our establishment's future is looking bright. He Yuzhu nodded, assuring, you can rest easy, Boss Shun. I will surely give my all. Qiantang nodded in satisfaction and said, Go on. With that, He Yuzhu took his leave from Qiantang's office. Once outside, he exhaled deeply, feeling discontent at the insincerity of Qiantang's demeanor. He thought to himself, Qiantang, you truly are a master of manipulation. After exiting Fengziwen, He Yuzhu was startled to find that dusk had fallen. Glancing at his watch, he realized it was already 6:30 p.m., exclaiming internally that he had missed the time to pick up Yushui. In a rush, he hopped on his bicycle, but Li Chuqiu caught up with him, saying, Zhuzi, why the hurry? Yushui, your master has already picked her up? Master He Yuzhu felt a lump in his throat. If there was anyone who genuinely cared for him in this era, it was his kind master and mistress, who always supported him quietly. Zhuzi, go home first, Li Chuqiu suggested, seeing that He Yuzhu's eyes were slightly red. He patted his back, don't be sad. Your master knows you have faced some grievances today. Qiantang is just that way, alas. After 20 years, he has not changed, but it is the poor child Jihuan who suffers. Upon hearing this, He Yuzhu replied, Master, so you are aware. Zhuzi, I understand. Therefore, even if you choose to leave Fengziwen in the future, I will not stand in your way. Moreover, the Sichuan recipes you have taught me shall remain confidential. You need not worry. I will not allow the He family's culinary skills to be divulged, Li Chuqiu assured. Appearing wise to the situation, He Yuzhu, hearing this, began to smile, thinking his master was truly endearing. Even if you do not pass them on, I will ensure they are shared in the future. However, with Boss Shin's demeanor, he certainly does not deserve any favors. You rascal. Li Chuqiu laughed playfully. The two of them rode their bicycles towards Li Chuqiu's home. As they approached the entrance, Yushui rushed out from inside. Brother, where have you been today? Why didn't you come to pick me up? Yushui pouted. Why, Yushui? I apologize that I encountered some challenging matters today, which delayed me, He Yuzhu explained, then inquired, how has your studying been lately? Have you scored 100 points? I won't tell you. You had your own matters to attend to, Yushui replied defiantly. Why, Yushui? Your brother has no choice. He must earn a living to support you. Yi Bingqing interjected, trying to mediate as she noticed Yushui still sulking. Why, Yushui? Look what I have. Suddenly, He Yuzhu produced a food container from behind him, releasing a delightful aroma. Brother, did you bring me something delicious? Upon catching the scent, Yushui's eyes lit up with joy. Can you guess what it is? He Yuzhu teased. Twice-cooked pork. Incorrect, he replied, shaking his head. Roast pig head. Still wrong, he said again, shaking his head. Brother, it must be dompa pork, right? Indeed, you are quite clever, He Yuzhu gently ruffled her hair, then handed her the food container. The little girl eagerly took it, opening it to reveal her favorite dompa pork. "Wow, it smells amazing," Yushui exclaimed, nearly drooling, and excitedly declared. "Thank you, brother. Look at you, little glutton. Go ahead and eat." He Yuzhu affectionately patted the top of her head. "No, brother. Since you brought me a gift, I must return the favor," Yushui declared, carrying the food container into the hall of her master's home. Placing the open container on the dining table, He Yuzhu naturally followed her inside, curious about what gift Yushui intended to present him. To his surprise, Yushui pulled out a test paper from her backpack. "Brother, look." "Oh, 100 points." Upon seeing the score sheet handed to him, He Yuzhu's face lit up with delight as he ruffled her hair again. "Yushui, you are fantastic. You have brought honor to our He family." Yushui nodded enthusiastically. "Brother, are you happy?" "Very happy." He Yuzhu replied with a smile. "You truly are my sister. You will undoubtedly become an accomplished scholar in the future." Chapter 55. Recipes in the Mindhumph. That is only natural. Yushui puffed out her chest proudly. "Why, Yushui? Come quickly and eat the dompa pork. If you don't hurry, your master will eat it all." Yi Bingqing reminded, noticing the siblings engrossed in their banter, and that Yushui had forgotten about the pork. "I know. Master, you eat as well," Yushui exclaimed as she approached and took the chopsticks from her master, devouring the dish eagerly while also feeding a piece to her master. Seeing this, Yi Bingqing's face immediately brightened with happiness. As she ate, she looked at Yushui with fondness, her eyes crinkling into a joyful smile, radiating pure bliss. Considering how late it had become, He Yuzhu decided to let Yushui stay at her master's house while he rode his bicycle back to the courtyard to rest. After freshening up, He Yuzhu contemplated that in a couple of days it would be Chun Xiong's wedding banquet, and he must truly showcase his skills. As he pondered this, he gently caressed the ring in his hand and entered the space. With a heart brimming with excitement, he stepped into the quaint courtyard of the space and made his way into the kitchen. He picked up the delectable dishes on the stove and, upon examination, realized that the recipes and cooking methods for all the cuisines had long been etched into his mind. Sichuan cuisine, characterized by its spicy, numbing flavors, fragrant fish, home-style dishes, quirky tastes, sour and spicy notes, peppery sensations, and vinegar-infused peppers. Signature dishes include clay pot fish, mapo tofu, kung pao chicken, and twice-cooked pork. Cantonese cuisine, renowned for its diverse ingredients, emphasizing freshness, tenderness, and smoothness, with a harmonious balance of flavors that it comprises primarily Guangzhou, Chaozhou, and Dongjiang cuisines. Famous dishes include sweet and sour pork, oyster sauce beef, dragon and tiger fight, grandfather's chicken, taro pot pork, colorful stir-fried snake, and crispy roast pig. Shandong cuisine focuses on various cooking techniques such as boiling, roasting, stuffing, pan-frying, stir-frying, simmering, stewing, and deep-frying, utilizing rich flavors and hearty broths. Signature dishes include pot-roasted pork knuckle, braised prawns, scallion lamb, pan-fried tofu, and braised sea conch. Jiangsu cuisine encompasses Huaiyang, Suzhou, and Nanjing styles. It excels in braising, stewing, steaming, and stir-frying, valuing the preservation of the dish's original essence, with flavors that are fresh yet rich and textures that are tender and crisp. Signature dishes include Huaiyang lion's head, beggar's chicken, yellow mud-stewed chicken, squirrel-shaped mandarin fish, and saltwater duck. Zhejiang cuisine, developed from the local flavors of Hangzhou, Ningbo, and Shaoxing. It emphasizes knife skills, meticulous preparation, and a variety of flavors, rich in rustic charm. Signature dishes include yellow croaker, ribbon fish, grouper, exquisite lobster, Westlake vinegar fish, oil-braised spring bamboo shoots, and Westlake water shield soup. Fujian cuisine, primarily represented by Fuzhou and Shaman styles, known for its fresh and mellow flavors, meaty aromas, and ample soup, excelling in red yeast rice and sweet and sour seasonings. Signature dishes include chicken and golden silk bamboo shoots, Buddha jumps over the wall, braised rice wine duck, double flowering plums, and snowflake chicken. Anhui cuisine encompasses southern Anhui, central Anhui, Hefei, Huainan, and northern Anhui styles. It focuses on techniques such as braising, stewing, simmering, steaming, and smoking, characterized by rich and robust flavors with thick sauces. Signature dishes include Huizhou stinky tofu, fully roasted chicken, honeycomb tofu, and Wu Wei smoked duck, Hunan cuisine, known for its methods of braising, stewing, and smoking, with a flavor profile that leans heavily towards sourness and spiciness. Featuring unique dishes like spicy fish head, spicy mixed steaming, dong and chicken, dong ting wild duck, farewell my concubine, and rock candy lotus seeds, to tea this moment, He Yuzhu was astounded. What more was there to learn? His mind was practically a treasure trove of culinary knowledge. As long as he possessed solid foundational skills, he could effortlessly navigate the culinary world. This realization lightened his heart, and noticing the time was still early, he thought, with the rain not home tonight, it would be prudent to explore this space further and see if any other unexpected discoveries awaited him. With this thought, He Yuzhu strolled toward the backyard, only to find that the corn and vegetables planted by the previous owner were ripe for harvest. While several adjacent plots had sprouted new seedlings, upon closer inspection, he discovered that those two plots were planted with potatoes and sweet potatoes. Indeed, this space, devoid of seasonal changes and perpetually temperate, was ideal for cultivating potatoes, sweet potato shreds, and rice. However, the matter of preserving these items posed a genuine challenge. Master, I say, if you're foolish, then so be it. This space has a suitable temperature year-round, ensuring nothing spoils. Suddenly, within the gemstone of the ring, the shadow of a goldfish appeared in the water. Little goldfish, are you teasing me again? How is it that you know everything I think? He Yuzhu inquired, perplexed. Have you forgotten? I'm the sovereign of this space, and all that exists within it is born of me. Naturally, you are the exception. You are my master, the goldfish replied, leaving He Yuzhu speechless. Master, if you wish to develop your enterprise, you must fully utilize this space, including the land in the backyard, the treasures in the river, and your unparalleled culinary skills. How to utilize them? Master, think a little. The existing vegetables and corn are ready for harvest. Why keep them? Harvest them and immediately plant rice. Plant rice? He Yuzhu contemplated, though he had never farmed in his 2 lifetimes. How could he cultivate a rice paddy? Moreover, how long would it take him to harvest the vegetables and corn by himself? Master, are you being foolish again? You can manipulate them with your thoughts. Don't believe me? Go ahead and try it. First, harvest the corn and vegetables and place them in the warehouse behind the courtyard. As for planting rice, there's no rush. Come back tomorrow evening, and I will surprise you. Upon hearing the goldfish's words, He Yuzhu stopped a few steps away from the corn and vegetables, focused his thoughts, and to his astonishment, saw the nearby corn and vegetables being drawn into the warehouse by an immense force. He Yuzhu was taken aback and attempted once more to collect the corn and vegetables into the space. This time with ease. He felt an exhilarating joy in his heart. The first time he discovered he could manipulate with his thoughts, he was not as adept, but now he could do so effortlessly. And he could collect these items at will. It was as if the heavens were aiding him. Master, you have finally shown a hint of intelligence. The rest is for you to handle on your own. I shall take my leave and return to the river to scout for treasures. The goldfish's voice gradually faded away, ultimately disappearing. He Yuzhu took a leisurely stroll around the courtyard and then by the riverside, where the boat was still tied up and the river water remained calm. Yet the goldfish was nowhere to be seen. He couldn't help but silently wonder, little goldfish, where have you gone? I still have questions to ask you. As this thought crossed his mind, the surface of the river began to stir, and a golden dot appeared in the distance, swimming toward him. Chapter 56. Shen Jiwan's Enthusiasm Master. What is it now? I'm quite busy. The goldfish halted in the shallow water a meter away from him. Nothing much, just curious why you appear within the gemstone of the ring. Master, I cannot leave the water, nor this space, so I can only rely on the gemstone of this ring to connect with you. Oh, then how can I reach you next time? Master, just think of me and I will come. Understood. Thank you, little goldfish. He Yuzhu felt a wave of happiness. The goldfish was indeed quite considerate. With this ring, he could summon it whenever he wished. Master, I must take my leave now. Call for me if you need anything. With a flick of its tail, it created a few small ripples and swam into the depths of the river. Disappearing within moments, He Yuzhu gazed at the spot where the goldfish vanished, his heart brimming with excitement. He felt a renewed hope for his future, believing that this journey through time had not been in vain, and that he would live a life of great significance. He soon exited the space, noticing it was getting late, and headed to bed. Before he knew it, the day of Chun Xiong's wedding had arrived. That morning, after sending Yushui to Hongxing Primary School, He Yuzhu made his way to Fengzi Garden, where he was called over in haste by Shen Jihuan. Brother Zhuzi, Xiongji's wedding is today. Everything is prepared and just waiting for you to come and cook. Oh, Jihuan, are you coming with me? He Yuzhu was somewhat surprised. Wasn't Shunting opposed to him spending time with Shen Jihuan? Why had he suddenly agreed to let her accompany him to Chun Xiong's wedding? Brother Zhuzi, what are you thinking? Xionggu and my family are of noble lineage. It is only fitting that I attend his wedding banquet. Don't worry, my father has already permitted it, Shen Jihuan explained with a smile. Really allowed you to come with me? He Yuzhu was a bit skeptical. Indeed. Come on, Shen Jihuan urged. This morning, she had pleaded with her father for quite some time before he finally relented. Fearing he might change his mind, she was eager to leave. Shen Jihuan's concern was not unfounded. Qiantang was currently sitting in his office, sighing heavily. In recent days, He Yuzhu and Duan Ming had been managing Huayan cuisine. And Duan Kemming's cooking skills were not even in the same league as He Yuzhu's. Whenever he was asked if he had secretly learned He Yuzhu's recipes, Duan Ming would always hesitate and refuse to answer directly. If someone like Duan Ming, with an impeccable memory, could not grasp He Yuzhu's culinary skills, then who could? Did he really want his daughter to marry a mere cook? This thought was clearly hard for him to accept. Adding to his frustration, this morning Shen Jihuan had informed him that Chen Xiong wanted her to invite He Yuzhu to help prepare the wedding feast. Qiantang had initially disagreed, but Shen Jihuan's persistence eventually wore him down, leading him to reluctantly agree to her request. Now, as Shen Jihuan left the office to find He Yuzhu, he regretted his decision. To him, it seemed that He Yuzhu had charmed Shen Jihuan into liking him, all while scheming for his Fengzi Garden, a notion that kept him awake at night. Yet, he felt utterly powerless. At the entrance of Fengzi Garden, He Yuzhu hesitated for a moment, but Shen Jihuan tugged at his arm, shaking it. Brother Zhuzi, if I don't go with you, will you be able to find Xiongji's house? Yuzhu pondered for a moment and realized that it was not his intention to avoid accompanying Shen Jihuan. Rather, he was genuinely concerned about the young lady's feelings. Over the past few days, he had reflected deeply on his situation. Being of such a tender age in this era, he deemed himself unfit for matrimony. Furthermore, Shen Jihuan was the only daughter of Qiantang, a fact that naturally weighed heavily on him. Despite his unparalleled culinary skills, he perceived himself merely as a cook, and he was resolute in his belief that he would never allow his daughter to marry someone of such a profession. Even if Qiantang were to acquiesce, it would not change the promise he had made to Yushui regarding not marrying into another family. But Yushui had pointed out that marrying into another family was indeed unwise. Yet Shen Jihuan was destined to inherit Fengzi, which necessitated finding someone who could marry into her family. Thus, considering various factors, he concluded that there was no possibility for a relationship with Shen Jihuan, and it would be prudent for them to limit their interactions. Conversely, Shen Jihuan held a different perspective. She believed that someone like He Yuzhu, with his exceptional culinary talent, was far from a mere drifter. Although she had not witnessed how he had bested Chen Jianan, she had seen him triumph over Zhao Dehe, as well as his profound respect for his mentors and his deep affection for Yushui, even his kindness towards the deaf elderly woman. All these traits were sufficient to convince her that He Yuzhu was a good person. Shen Jihuan thought that someone as meticulous and virtuous as He Yuzhu must possess a conscience, and she was certain he would not let her down. With this in mind, she became even more enthusiastic, tugging at He Yuzhu's sleeve as she urged him forward. Brother Zhu, let us hasten. Xionggu is waiting eagerly. Today he has boasted to his guests that he would invite a chef with unique methods for Sichuan, Shandong, and Huayan cuisines to oversee his wedding banquet. Upon hearing Shen Jihuan's words, He Yuzhu, considering Chen Xiong's reputation, ceased his hesitation. After all, it was true that he owed Chen Xiong a favor, as Chen Xiong had not profited much from selling him a watch. Thus, he instructed Shen Jihuan to take a seat in the back and guide him, before mounting his bicycle and heading towards Chen Xiong's residence. Chen Xiong's home was located beside Zhonghai, a traditional courtyard of considerable size, reminiscent of his mentor's, but significantly larger, befitting someone of his privileged background. Despite the changing times, the heritage of a prominent family remained intact. The courtyard boasted a modest array of flowers, trees, and some vegetables, revealing Chen Xiong as someone who appreciated the pleasures of life. Weddings in 1950s were typically modest due to the constraints of the era. However, as a second-generation capitalist, Chen Xiong opted for a simple affair, yet numerous friends and relatives from his father's generation still gathered to show their support. Consequently, even with a significantly reduced guest list, 10 tables were still filled with attendees. When He Yuzhu and Shen Zhihuan entered, the groom, Chen Xiong, displayed no airs of superiority. He personally greeted them at the entrance and led them into the kitchen, where he made introductions before taking his leave. Inside the kitchen, the two chefs, several assistants preparing ingredients, 3 women washing vegetables, and 2 helpers turned to regard him. They were eager to catch a glimpse of the so-called culinary deity who had recently made headlines. They wondered why someone like Chen Xiong would personally welcome him. He Yuzhu, sensing their curiosity tinged with skepticism, introduced himself with a humble demeanor. Greetings, everyone. I am He Yuzhu, a chef from Fengzi Garden. I am honored that Xiongge has deemed me worthy to oversee his wedding banquet, and I hope for your cooperation in making this event a success. However, his words seemed to have little effect, as the dozen or so individuals regarded him with incredulity and disdain, as if mocking him. They were indeed curious to meet the culinary god they had heard so much about, but they did not expect to encounter such a youthful figure. They failed to understand why Chen Xiong would hire a mere boy, still in his teens, to take charge of the kitchen. Could this young lad truly be the legendary chef? It seemed implausible that a teenager, even one who had been immersed in culinary training since birth, could reach such heights. Moreover, Chen Xiong's father had already engaged 2 well-known chefs from the community, Chef Zhang and Chef Sun, both of whom were over 40 and had honed their craft for over 20 years. Despite this, Chen Xiong had managed to convince his father to allow He Yuzhu to lead the kitchen, with Chef Zhang and Chef Sun assisting him. This decision had nearly caused a rift between them. Nevertheless, despite He Yuzhu's presence, the remuneration for Zhang and Sun remained unaffected. They recognized that working at Chen's was equivalent to working for 2 separate households, and given Chen Xiong's generous payment, they begrudgingly accepted the arrangement. However, upon seeing that the so-called culinary prodigy was merely a boy, they could hardly contain their disdain. Wishing to expel He Yuzhu from the kitchen altogether, He Yuzhu, sensing the tension, understood that today would be a challenging endeavor. Yet, having arrived, he could not simply retreat in fear. Such behavior was not in his nature. After introducing himself, he noticed the indifference of the crowd, particularly the 2 seasoned chefs who regarded him with deep-seated animosity. He was acutely aware of their opinions and knew that in order to command respect, he would need to showcase his culinary prowess. Thus, He Yuzhu chose to disregard their attitudes, maintaining a humble smile as he inspected the kitchen. He then picked up a chef's knife and prepared to chop vegetables. In response, Chef Zhang stepped forward. Raising his voice, He Yuzhu, do not touch my knife. He Yuzhu halted his movement, looking up to ask, What? Is this knife yours? Chef Zhang was momentarily speechless, realizing that the knife was not his but was provided by Chen's family. Undeterred, He Yuzhu continued with his task. Angered, Chef Zhang attempted to snatch the knife from him, but was intercepted by Chef Sunday brother Zhang. Let us support young Master Chen today. We should avoid causing any trouble that would reflect poorly on us. Besides, time is of the essence. More hands mean more strength. Chef Sun advised quietly. After contemplating, Chef Zhang conceded, recognizing the validity of Chef Sun's perspective. They were indeed there to assist the Chen family, and any disruption could tarnish the wedding festivities, having decided to refrain from conflict. Chef Zhang scoffed and returned to his previous position, casting a disdainful glance at He Yuzhu. Unfazed by the contemptuous look, He Yuzhu continued his work, knowing that words were futile. Only his culinary skills could speak for him. Observing He Yuzhu's unwavering focus, Chef Zhang resolved to witness what this boy could produce, eager to see him taste the bitter consequences of overreaching. With that thought, Chef Zhang fell silent, watching as He Yuzhu swiftly sliced pork tenderloin into fine strips. He seasoned the meat with salt, pepper, cooking wine, soy sauce, egg whites, and starch, mixing it well before setting it aside. He prepared carrots, green peppers, wood ear mushrooms, and shiitake mushrooms, cutting them into thin strips in a small bowl. He combined soy sauce, dark soy sauce, sugar, vinegar, cooking wine, salt, pepper, and starch, adding an appropriate amount of water and mixing until smooth. He heated oil in a wok, adding the marinated pork and quickly stirring until it changed color. Then removing it from the pan. Retaining some oil in the wok, he minced garlic, ginger, and scallions, along with Pixian bean paste until fragrant, before adding the pork and all the vegetables, stirring quickly to combine. Finally, he poured in the prepared sweet and sour sauce, stirring vigorously over high heat until the sauce thickened, resulting in a delectable plate of Yuxiang shredded pork, its aroma wafting throughout the kitchen. Once plated, He Yuzhu presented the dish to Chef Zhang for tasting. However, Chef Zhang was vehemently resistant and refused to sample it. Thus, He Yuzhu took the dish to Chef Sun instead. Chef Sun glanced at He Yuzhu and then at the vibrant colors of the dish, red, yellow, white, and black, artfully arranged in an enticing manner, that he mused, what if this boy has indeed prepared a dish? Can it possibly compare to the culinary mastery that my brother Zhang and I have honed over 2 decades? We were already in the industry when he was born. His eyes still brimmed with skepticism. Yet, out of respect for Chen Xiong, he picked up his chopsticks to take a bite. Once he tasted it, he could not stop. The harmonious blend of sweet, sour, salty, and spicy flavors, combined with the tender, succulent texture of the pork, left an unforgettable impression that lingered long after. Chef Sun, taken aback by the situation, could not help but concede that the young man's culinary skills were indeed commendable. However, he hesitated to lavish excessive praise and merely remarked, "Young man, your fish-flavored shredded pork is quite impressive." He Yuzhu smiled and served the dish to several others present. Upon witnessing Chef Zhang's tasting, they too eagerly took a bite, and their astonishment was evident as their mouths dropped open in disbelief. Rendered speechless point, one of the elder ladies could no longer contain her excitement and exclaimed, "Delicious! I have never tasted such exquisite fish-flavored shredded pork. It is simply a culinary delight." Her exclamation resonated with the dozen or so individuals in the kitchen. Delicious, truly delicious, remarkably tasty. Young brother, you truly deserve the title of divine chef. No wonder Chen Xiong invited you to take charge of the kitchen. Amidst the chorus of admiration, Chef Zhang could no longer remain seated and, unable to resist, stepped forward to sample the dish himself. Upon tasting it, he was so astonished that he nearly jumped up. With wide eyes and trembling lips, he stammered, "What? A delicious shredded pork." Chapter 58. Conviction and respect. After uttering these words, he felt a bit embarrassed and, blushing, admitted, "Young brother, I underestimated your abilities earlier. This fish-flavored shredded pork is indeed well made, but it does not necessarily indicate that you can excel in other dishes." That he continued, "Since there is still ample time and all the ingredients have been prepared, how about you whip up another simple dish for us to try? If that dish is as delectable as this one, I shall heed your culinary guidance henceforth." "All right, Brother Zhang, I shall comply with your request," He Yuzhu replied confidently. Upon hearing this, Chef Zhang thought to himself, "I've heard that you are skilled in Sichuan, Huaiyang, and Shandong cuisines, but I wonder if you have ever tackled Cantonese dishes. Perhaps you cannot even prepare a Cantonese dish?" With that thought, he glanced at He Yuzhu and suggested, "How about you make a simple dish of Hakka stuffed tofu?" As soon as Chef Zhang's words fell, there was an uproar in the kitchen. Who among them did not know that Hakka stuffed tofu, while appearing simple, was quite challenging to prepare? The method for making Hakka stuffed tofu involves first cutting the tofu into small pieces, soaking them in warm water for a while to eliminate the bean odor, and then draining the water. Next, one combines minced meat and shrimp with finely chopped scallions, ginger, and garlic, along with an egg, cornstarch, soy sauce, salt, and white pepper, mixing them thoroughly to create the stuffing. Afterward, a small hole is carved into the center of each tofu piece, which is then filled with the meat mixture. The filled tofu pieces are arranged in a steamer and steamed over medium heat for about 15 minutes until cooked through. Subsequently, a pan is heated with an appropriate amount of cooking oil, and the steamed tofu is added, frying until golden brown on both sides. Then, water, soy sauce, and salt are added to the pan, covered, and simmered over low heat for about 10 minutes to allow the tofu to absorb the flavors. Finally, the tofu is served drizzled with the braising liquid. The entire process takes over half an hour, with the difficulty lying primarily in hollowing and simmering the tofu. "All right, Brother Zhang, I should get started now. If I succeed, I ask nothing from you but your full cooperation with Brother Sun to ensure that Xiong's wedding banquet is a resounding success," He Yuzhu replied without hesitation. Hearing this, Chef Zhang felt a secret thrill. Oomph. You little rascal. I refuse to believe you can master dishes from all 4 major culinary schools, he thought. Just wait. Today, I will ensure you leave this kitchen. Although he felt pleased, he maintained a facade of cordiality, saying, young brother, if your dish is indeed exquisite and flavorful, both brother-son and I will naturally follow your lead today. He Yuzhu, hearing this, remained unperturbed and smiled gently. Well then, brother Zhang, since that is the case, let us adhere to our gentlemanly promise. If, by some stroke of luck, I produce a dish that is both pleasing to the eye and delicious, I hope brother Zhang will honor his word. Chef Zhang, upon hearing He Yuzhu's statement, ceased his prattling, patted his shoulder, and assured him, since I have given you my word, I shall not go back on it. You can rest assured. With that, He Yuzhu promptly set to work on the Hakka, stuffed tofu. He cut the tofu, removed its bean odor, drained the water, prepared the meat filling, hollowed out the tofu, filled it, and steamed it. The entire process unfolded seamlessly, fluidly, and with such grace that it left onlookers in awe. The dozen or so individuals in the kitchen watched in astonishment. Both Chef Zhang and Chef Sun felt a pang of inferiority. Yet, to maintain appearances, Chef Zhang still encouraged everyone to taste the Hakka, stuffed tofu. After they sampled it, they were met with a delightful combination of fresh bean fragrance, rich meat aroma, and unique stuffed texture, each bite bursting with flavor and leaving a lasting aftertaste that was utterly irresistible. Thus, praises erupted. Delicious! The flavor is simply exquisite. After tasting it, Chef Zhang could not help but exclaim, this young brother at such a tender age has managed to create such a remarkable dish. Truly, he is a prodigy. And I am humbled, He Yuzhu humbly replied. Brother Zhang, you flatter me. I have merely scratched the surface. Humility does not suit you. Young brother, Chef Zhang said, a look of admiration on his face, and oh wonder Qin Xiong insisted on inviting you despite old Master Chen's objections. The title of culinary deity truly befits you. After saying this, he patted He Yuzhu's shoulder and added, young brother, all of us in this kitchen now look to you for guidance. Let us work together to ensure Qin Xiong's wedding banquet is a resounding success. Thank you all. He Yuzhu bowed in gratitude. Now, I must trouble everyone to follow my lead. Of course. Everyone responded in unison. Thus, He Yuzhu orchestrated the team, instructing them to chop vegetables and prepare seasonings, before finally taking to the stove himself. Chef Zhang and Chef Sun willingly lent their assistance in an instant. Harmony reigned in the kitchen, with everyone working in unison under He Yuzhu's direction. The symphony of pots and pans crescendoed. An irresistible aroma began to permeate the air. Drawing upon his refined skills and boundless creativity, He Yuzhu presented dish after dish, each one a feast for the eyes and palate. 4 dishes, each from Sichuan, Shandong, Cantonese, and Huayan cuisines, along with 4 cold dishes, were meticulously crafted, their presentation alluring and appetite-inducing. The spice and fragrance of Sichuan, the rich and hearty flavors of Shandong, the light yet flavorful Cantonese dishes, and the versatile Huayan cuisine seemed to spring forth anew under his deft hands. The 4 distinct flavors and 16 exquisite dishes resembled 4 delicate ink wash paintings, harmoniously blending to create a banquet for the senses. These vibrant, aromatic dishes were gently arranged on the wedding banquet table. The entire hall erupted in excitement. Guests cast astonished and admiring glances, seemingly unable to believe the reality before them. With chopsticks raised, they cautiously tasted before indulging heartily, offering lavish praise thereafter. The spicy rabbit cubes of Sichuan, delightfully spicy and fragrant, beckoned for more. The braised sea cucumber from Shandong, tender and rich, enveloped each bite in the depths of the ocean. The steamed sea bass from Cantonese cuisine, exquisitely tender and fresh, evoked the ocean's vastness, and the squirrel-shaped mandarin fish from Huayan, crispy on the outside and tender within, with a perfectly balanced sweet and sour flavor, lingered in their memories, as if the very essence of culinary delight wafted through the air. Everyone savored the meal with enthusiasm, showering compliments, and even Chef Zhang was caught up in the fervor. In a moment, the hall was filled with a chorus of admiration. Chapter 59. generosity and grace. Chef Zhang initially believed that He Yuzhu merely wanted to showcase his skills with a couple of familiar dishes. But he was astounded to discover that the young man could prepare such a diverse array of delectable dishes from Sichuan, Shandong, Cantonese, and Huayan cuisines, far beyond his expectations. He could not help but ponder. This He Yuzhu is only 16 years old, yet he possesses such remarkable culinary prowess. If I had been this talented at his age, who knows what heights I could have reached? I must take the time to get to know this prodigy. Meanwhile, amidst the flurry of compliments, He Yuzhu appeared both flattered and surprised, quickly saying, "You are all far too kind. I have only a superficial understanding. If there are any shortcomings, I hope you will forgive me." The guests, seeing He Yuzhu's extraordinary skills coupled with his humility, grew even fonder and more respectful of him. Chef Zhang, observing this, remarked, "Brother Zhu, you need not be modest. Today, all the guests have been thoroughly impressed by your culinary artistry. After just one taste of your dish, I began to question whether I have truly been a chef for the past 20 years. Who would have thought? If I could learn just a third of your skills, I would be utterly satisfied. Brother Zhang, you flatter me. Your and Brother Sun's culinary talents are also quite commendable. I look forward to more exchanges in the future," He Yuzhu said with a smile. Chef Zhang laughed heartily. "Young Brother Zhu, are you sincere in your words?" He Yuzhu nodded, "Of course." Chef Zhang's face lit up with joy. He could see that He Yuzhu genuinely wished to befriend him. And thus, he became even more cordial. Just as the two were engaged in lively conversation, Chen Xiong entered. Following closely behind was Shun Jihuan. With a beaming smile, he burst into the kitchen, exclaiming loudly, "Brother Zhuzi, you have truly brought me honor today." "Xiong Ge, what do you mean by that?" He Yuzhu was taken aback. Chen Xiong laughed heartily, saying, "Brother Zhuzi, you have certainly enhanced my reputation. I'm almost compelled to kneel and bow to you in gratitude." "Xiong Ge, what are you saying?" He Yuzhu was startled. "Brother Zhuzi, you have no idea. My wife's relatives, my father's generation, and my closest friends were all utterly astounded by your exquisite culinary skills today. They all wished to meet you, but I had to keep them at bay, fearing they would trample my humble kitchen." Chen Xiong chuckled. "Xiong Ge, you jest. I cannot possibly possess such charm. It was merely a stroke of luck today that the dishes I prepared turned out better than usual. They hardly warrant such attention," He Yuzhu quickly replied. Chen Xiong waved his hand dismissively. "Brother Zhuzi, you're being overly modest." He continued, "To be candid, this is my first time tasting such a feast that is a perfect harmony of color, aroma, and flavor. I genuinely wish to indulge in it every day." "Xiong Ge, if you wish to savor Brother Zhuzi's dishes, it is quite simple. Just come to Fengzi Garden every day. I will have my father give you a 30 discount." Shun Jihuan chimed in with a laugh. "Let's skip the discount." Chen Xiong shook his head. "Who doesn't know that your father is the most miserly?" "Xiong Ge, my father is only stingy with strangers. He is quite generous with friends. Every time Chen Bo dines at my Fengzi Garden, he always enjoys a 30 discount." Shun Jihuan couldn't help but stick out her tongue. "Did I ask that so? Why was I unaware?" Chen Xiong smiled slightly. He Yuzhu felt a bit awkward as the two continued discussing Fengzi Garden. So he interjected, "Xiong Ge, if you wish to taste my dishes, it is quite easy. When you have a free day, I can come to your establishment and cook for you." "Brother Zhuzi, are you serious?" "Indeed, but I have one condition. You must help me acquire a good watch." "No problem, it's settled then. Once I have procured the watch, I will call you to cook." Chen Xiong readily agreed. He Yuzhu chuckled and bowed slightly. "Then I must thank Xiong Ge in advance." "Oh, do we truly need to be so formal?" Chen Xiong waved his hand. "Brother Zhuzi, it is getting late. I heard from Jihuan that you need to pick up your sister from school. I shall not keep you any longer." After saying this, he took out 50 yuan from his pocket and handed it to He Yuzhu, saying, "This is your pay for today as culinary work. 50 yuan. You have worked hard." "Xiong Ge, you need not pay me so much. 35 yuan is sufficient given the current rates." He Yuzhu quickly declined. "Brother Zhu, there is no need for such modesty. With your culinary skills, this 50 yuan is hardly adequate. So you must accept it," Chen Xiong insisted, pressing the money into He Yuzhu's hands. However, He Yuzhu only accepted 35 yuan, joking, "Chef Zhang and Chef Sun are watching. How can I accept special treatment? Besides, it was only thanks to their cooperation that I was able to prepare so many dishes so quickly." But Chen Xiong persisted. So He Yuzhu proposed, "Xiong Ge, how about this? since Brother Zhang and Brother Sun also worked hard today. Why not let me share the additional 15 yuan with them, giving each of us an even 40 yuan? As soon as He Yuzhu made the suggestion, applause erupted. Chef Zhang clapped his hands, saying, "Brother Zhuzi, you are truly magnanimous. I am genuinely humbled." Chef Sun quickly chimed in, "Indeed, Brother Zhuzi, we all benefited from your brilliance today." He Yuzhu smiled gently. "Brother Zhang, Brother Sun, you are too kind. We are now old friends." So there is no need for such formality. Seeing He Yuzhu speak this way, Chun Xiong chose not to press further. They each received 40 yuan, and Chun Xiong instructed the other kitchen staff to tidy up the kitchen and prepare for dinner before taking his leave. He Yuzhu, still concerned about He Yushui, found a Texas fried chicken that hadn't been served and packed in a lunchbox, then rode his bicycle back to Fengzi Garden with Shen Jihuan. Along the way, Shen Jihuan couldn't help but say, "Brother Zhuzi, you have no idea. At the banquet, every dish you presented was snatched up within minutes, and everyone praised your culinary skills to the heavens." He Yuzhu chuckled, "Oh, it's nothing special. They are simply too kind, but it's not flattery. Your skills are genuinely impressive. Everyone had never tasted such exquisite delicacies before. I bet they will be talking about this feast for weeks." "Oh, is it really that exaggerated?" He Yuzhu said somewhat absent-mindedly, still preoccupied with thoughts of Yushui. "But, Brother Zhuzi, you are too sincere. When you entered the kitchen today, Chef Zhang and Chef Sun were quite critical of you. Yet you still chose to share the extra 10 yuan from Xionggu with them." Chapter 60. Yushui is upset Jihuan. One should leave a line when dealing with others for future encounters. Besides, the attitudes of Brother Zhang and Brother Sun changed significantly after today. They both cooperated with me to successfully manage this wedding banquet, which indicates their true nature isn't bad. He Yuzhu replied. Shen Jihuan rolled her eyes. "That is only because your skills surpassed theirs by a large margin. They had no choice but to yield, hence their change in attitude. Regardless of their reasons, the fact remains that they did not create any trouble and assisted me in overseeing the banquet, which is sufficient," He Yuzhu said with a smile. Thus, the two continued their light-hearted conversation as they returned to Fengzi Garden. He Yuzhu went to see Qiantang to explain the situation. Qiantang's reaction was quite calm. He neither expressed joy nor anger, merely advising him to continue supervising Duan Ming in preparing Huayan cuisine tomorrow and to increase his pay to 88 yuan. In truth, Qiantang was not without irritation. He had attended Chun Xiong's wedding banquet later and had sampled all 16 dishes on the table. The flavors left him astonished yet pleased, but also frustrated that he was amazed at how high He Yuzhu's culinary skills had reached, relieved that he was under Li Chuchio's tutelage, ensuring that the benefits remained within Fengzi Garden. However, he was infuriated at how long He Yuzhu had concealed his talents from him, leaving him to wonder how many more dishes he had yet to reveal at Fengzi Garden. Thus, when He Yuzhu returned to the office to see him, Qiantang knew he could not afford to be angry. First, he was unsure of He Yuzhu's true culinary limits. He did not want to offend him. Second, he feared that his daughter, who was following He Yuzhu closely, would be upset after He Yuzhu left the office. Shen Jihuan eagerly recounted everything she had seen and heard at the banquet, how He Yuzhu had made Chef Zhang and Chef Sun feel small, and how he had earned their respect. She spoke incessantly, fearing her father remained unaware of He Yuzhu's remarkable achievements. Qiantang sat behind his desk, gazing thoughtfully at He Yuzhu's departing figure, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He sighed softly, then turned to his daughter, who was brimming with excitement. A hint of tenderness and helplessness flickered in his eyes. "Jihuan, you have certainly been an advocate for He Yuzhu today." Qiantang chuckled lightly, his tone laced with affection. Shen Jihuan immediately sat beside her father, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Dad, you have no idea how incredible Brother Zhuzi was at the wedding banquet. Every dish he prepared was a masterpiece, and everyone praised him endlessly. Even Chen Bo complimented him." Upon hearing this, Qiantang's lips curled into a faint smile, but his mind was racing with thoughts of what to do next. He understood his daughter's favoritism towards He Yuzhu and recognized her feelings. Today, the shock he experienced firsthand was something he had not anticipated. He Yuzhu's culinary skills had indeed reached an astonishing level, leaving Qiantang feeling both gratified and somewhat anxious. "Jihuan, Although He Yuzhu is exceptionally talented, he may not necessarily be the right match for you, Qiantang said earnestly. However, as a chef at Fengzi Garden, I do hope he can showcase his skills more often, helping to establish our reputation. Hearing her father's words, Shen Jihuan's eyes immediately dimmed. Father, why not? Brother Zhuzi is so remarkable. Why shouldn't he be the one for me? Besides, I believe he will undoubtedly become a prime asset for Fengzi Garden. Jihuan, while you believe, we cannot necessarily confine him within Fengzi Garden. Qiantang cautioned that in any case, you must be careful in handling your feelings. Faced with Shen Jihuan's infatuation with He Yuzhu, Qiantang felt helpless. He Yuzhu, unaware of the conversation between the father and daughter, was hurriedly making his way to Hongxing Primary School to pick up He Yuzhu. Fortunately, upon arriving at the school gate, dismissal time was just right. He Yuzhu spotted his sister emerging from the school, her backpack slung over her shoulders, her expression not particularly cheerful. When He Yuzhu saw He Yuzhu, she felt a wave of grievance wash over her. Brother, you finally made it? I've been waiting for you for quite a while, she said. What is wrong? He Yuzhu asked. What happened? Brother, you are absolutely right. I shall no longer bring meat buns for my desk mate. But why? Brother, Haven Tea, I've been bringing him meat buns for several consecutive days. This morning, however, I completely forgot. You forgot to bring them this morning? So it appears that when one becomes busy, they tend to overlook certain matters, just as He Yuzhu has done. Nevertheless, it is for the best. It will allow Yuzhu to learn to discern the hearts of others early on. Did your desk mate say something to you? Brother, indeed, he said that if I do not bring him meat buns in the future, he will cease to pay me any attention. That he also remarked what else. He further claimed that I am an unlikable person, that my father has abandoned me, and that you too will eventually forsake me if I do not bring him meat buns. Goodness, what a small child is capable of such threats. In any case, this is just an ungrateful wretch. Very well, you little rascal. How dare you treat my sister this way? I shall ensure that you see delightful food every day, yet you shall never taste it, driving you to desperation. Yuzhu, pay no heed to his nonsensical remarks. Father has not abandoned you. He has merely gone to a distant place to earn money for your tuition. Moreover, even if everyone in this world were to forsake you, I shall always stand by your side. Look, what has your brother brought you today? He Yuzhu said, raising the lunchbox in his hand. I don't elbow again. No, open it and take a look. But you mustn't eat it now. You can only eat it at home. All right, let me just take a peek. Wow, Texas fried chicken. Shh, keep your voice down. This is a secret between us siblings that not let anyone else hear. We shall eat it when we return home. He Yuzhu noticed that Yuzhu was about to exclaim and hurriedly made a shushing gesture. Yuzhu understood her brother's intention and replied, All right. After speaking, she climbed onto the back of the bicycle. He Yuzhu, seeing his sister on the bike, lifted one leg and mounted as well. Yuzhu, hold on tight. Brother, do not worry. I am firmly seated. With that, she grasped the rear seat tightly with both hands. Good, Yuzhu. We are heading home, He Yuzhu said, quickening his pace as he rode towards home. Upon returning to their courtyard home, He Yuzhu immediately placed the lunchbox on the dining table and began to prepare dinner. Today, he had eaten quite a bit at the wedding banquet, but Yuzhu had not had anything to eat. Opening the cupboard, he found the 1.5 pounds of pork ribs left over from yesterday and a pack of rice noodles. He thought to himself, why not make her a portion of steamed pork ribs? Chapter 61. The mobile phone has returned. Without hesitation, He Yuzhu cut the ribs into small pieces, marinated them with dark soy sauce. Light soy sauce, minced garlic, sugar, chicken essence, and salt, then coated them with a layer of rice flour before placing them in the steamer until tender. As the aroma of the steamed pork ribs wafted through the air, He Yuzhu took them out of the steamer and placed them on the dining table. Afterward, he reheated the Texas fried chicken he had brought back and placed it on the table, then prepared the cooked rice. However, looking at these two dishes, He Yuzhu felt something was missing. That's right, there was an imbalance between meat and vegetables, which is detrimental to a child's growth and development. Thus, he hurriedly retrieved a small cabbage from the cupboard, cut it in half, and made a simple hand-torn cabbage dish before calling Yuzhu to come and eat. As the siblings sat at the dining table, Yuzhu began to speak. Brother, should I bring meat buns for my desk made again tomorrow? Do not bring them. If you must bring something, Libby Texas fried chicken. Brother, are you suggesting I take this Texas fried chicken to my desk mate? That would be quite a loss. Yushui, what I mean is take the Texas fried chicken to school, not to give to your desk mate, but for you to enjoy during lunch. Brother, do you mean? Yushui, from now on, I will prepare a delicious dish for you every day to bring, so you can eat in front of him. But remember, do not let him have any for the time being. Brother, be good, just do as I say, all right? Brother, do I really have to bring the Texas fried chicken tomorrow? Yes. After all, I have eaten outside today, and you cannot finish the Texas fried chicken alone. It would be a shame not to take it to school. All right, I shall do as you say. That night, after He Yuzhu had fallen asleep, He Yuzhu entered the space once more. This time, the little goldfish truly surprised him. The corn and vegetable fields he had collected had transformed into several plots of land. Unable to contain his excitement, He Yuzhu approached, squatting at the edge of the field, scooping a handful of soil and feeling its texture. It was soft and loose, with just the right amount of moisture. Upon closer inspection, it appeared as though every inch of the land had been meticulously tilled, truly suitable for sowing rice. After surveying the acres of rice fields that had already been cultivated, He Yuzhu went on to check the other plots filled with sweet potatoes and potatoes. Noticing that both the potato and sweet potato seedlings were thriving, that he thought to himself, the potatoes and sweet potatoes must be growing well underground as well. In a few months, there would be a bountiful harvest. He Yuzhu's spirits soared, and he strolled towards the Qiantang River, silently calling out, "Little goldfish, come quickly. I have something to ask you." Indeed, when he reached the riverbank, a golden dot in the center of the river began to move towards him, soon arriving at the shallow waters before him. The little goldfish had truly come. He Yuzhu felt a rush of excitement. "Little goldfish, I ask you, what should be done with these lands? Plant rice. How do I plant it? Master, you're truly Navi. Of course, you must go buy rice seeds." Buying rice seeds? He Yuzhu had not considered this. In his mind, aside from culinary skills, he had little knowledge of other matters. "Little goldfish, tell me, how can I plant this rice well?" "Master, the temperature in this space is suitable for all 4 seasons. Any crop will flourish here. Your most urgent task now is to buy the seeds." "Little goldfish, as far as I know, the yield of rice in this era is still quite low, far from the high yields of later generations." Alas, the little goldfish sighed. "Well, there is something that can help you bring this space to life quickly." "What is it?" The goldfish remained silent, then suddenly spat out an object. He Yuzhu stepped closer and gasped. It was a mobile phone. Without hesitation, He Yuzhu grabbed the phone, realizing it was his Huawei Mate 40 model that he had used in the future, still encased in the waterproof cover he had put on during a visit to the tide. How astonishing that, when he was swept into the river, the phone had fallen with him and had been missing ever since. This little goldfish had actually retrieved it for him. He Yuzhu was both astonished and thrilled as he held the phone, fiddling with it for a while before removing the waterproof cover. Discovering that it still had 60% battery life, he turned on the phone and, with trembling fingers, dialed several friends' numbers, but none went through. Clearly, this phone could not connect with the future. What good is it then? He gazed helplessly at the goldfish. The little goldfish had been watching his actions closely and, upon seeing him dial, shook its tail several times before disdainfully curling its lip. "Master, how naive you are to think you can contact your friend from the future. You are already separated by realms. How is that possible?" Yuzhu's expression stiffened, followed by a rueful smile. Indeed, he was no longer in that world. How could he reach his friends from the future? "Master, don't be disheartened. This phone is still useful. You can buy things. Have you forgotten that your savings from over a decade still remain? You can buy whatever you want." He Yuzhu was taken aback. He had indeed forgotten this, but would that money still be usable here? "Hurry up and try," the little goldfish urged. Habitually, He Yuzhu opened Taobao, pondering what to buy. Notebooks, pens? Yes, let us first try buying a few notebooks for Yushui. Thus, He Yuzhu opened the link for purchasing notebooks, ordering 10 Chinese language notebooks and 10 math notebooks for a total of 20 yuan. Then nervously clicked to place the order and pay. An incredible thing occurred. Taobao displayed that the order was successfully placed. He Yuzhu was overjoyed. His money from the future could indeed still be spent. And all his years of hard work had not been in vain. When he had fallen into the Qiantang River, he still had over 1,000,000 yuan in his bank account. His savings over the years meant for buying a house and marrying. But alas, he had not yet found the goddess of his heart, so the wedding plans were indefinitely postponed. Now, it was finally coming in handy. Elated, He Yuzhu was about to try purchasing something else when suddenly, the notebooks he had just ordered appeared on the ground beside him. This was simply unbelievable. He Yuzhu stood dazed for a full 5 seconds before regaining his senses, a rush of warmth flooding through him. Master, do you see now? However, there are some items from the future S sites that you cannot buy, and even if you do, some things cannot be taken out, as it would disrupt the balance of this era. The existence of this space is merely to help you through difficulties. It cannot serve as a passage between the two eras, the little goldfish reminded him. Chapter 62. The Military Administration Committee invites. He Yuzhu nodded. Little goldfish, can you tell me which items I can purchase and take out, and which ones I cannot? Also, what do I need to buy most urgently now? My esteemed master, it is imperative that you refrain from purchasing any items adorned with gray patterns, for they're not only useless, but also unusable even if acquired. In contrast, those with vibrant colors are both functional and suitable for taking outside. Furthermore, it is of utmost importance that you procure a small generator and a power bank promptly. Otherwise, your precious mobile phone may run out of battery, rendering you incapable of making any purchases. Additionally, your immediate task is to acquire rice seeds and sow them, nurturing them into seedlings. Subsequently, you should consider purchasing some poultry to rear, thus preparing for any lean years ahead. After imparting this wisdom, the little goldfish added, Master, I am feeling rather fatigued now and must take my leave to rest. As for your needs, you may see to them yourself. With that, the little goldfish disregarded whether He Yuzhu acknowledged her words and turned to swim towards the center of the river. He Yuzhu gazed at the vanishing figure of the little goldfish and then at his phone, furrowing his brow in contemplation. The little goldfish was indeed correct. Although possessing a mobile phone was convenient, it was of no use without power. He Yuzhu could no longer afford to be distracted by anything else. He hastily returned to his bedroom and meticulously searched online for a generator suitable for charging his phone, ensuring it matched the battery capacity. After a thorough selection process, He Yuzhu finally settled on a generator that was compatible with his phone's battery and placed the order. He then proceeded to purchase rice seeds online. Following that, he acquired 30 chickens, 20 ducks, and 20 geese, placing them in a vacant area of his backyard. The reason He Yuzhu refrained from purchasing more was to test whether the available space could sustain these fowl. If successful, he would then consider a larger purchase, as the funds he had earned in his previous life were limited and must be spent judiciously. Regarding the rice seeds, He Yuzhu researched the process of nurturing seedlings online before sowing the seeds into the prepared paddy field. He also purchased some fertilizers, including urea and potassium fertilizer, intending to fertilize the seedlings at the appropriate time as per online guidance. Once everything was set, He Yuzhu placed his phone on the bedside table and exited the space, climbing into bed to find peace in slumber. For several consecutive days, He Yuzhu followed a structured routine, riding his beloved bicycle each morning to escort He Yuzhu to Hongxing Primary School. Every morning, he placed a lunchbox in He Yuzhu's backpack, filled with delicacies such as dompa pork, dong chicken, beggar's chicken, and fragrant tea duck. He would only prepare a modest portion for her, instructing her to enjoy it in front of her deskmate. Each time, He Yuzhu would inquire, why? To which He Yuzhu would merely reply, you will understand when the time comes. Consequently, each afternoon upon returning home from school, He Yuzhu would share with He Yuzhu, Brother, today my deskmate was drooling while watching me eat chicken. Brother, today my deskmate wanted to eat my dompa pork, but I didn't give him any. Brother, today my deskmate said that if I shared my fragrant tea duck with him, he would be my good friend. Brother, today my deskmate apologized to me, saying he was wrong to say that my father didn't want me anymore. Listening to He Yuzhu recount these tales after work would leave He Yuzhu in fits of laughter. Dare to bully my sister? I shall let you see, but not taste. Brother, if he apologizes again and speaks kindly to me tomorrow, should I share my delectable food with him? He Yuzhu chuckled in response, thinking, that little rascal, from now on, you shall be at my sister's beck and call. Thus, a couple of days passed, and while He Yuzhu awaited the little fellow's capitulation to He Yuzhu, he was met instead by members of the Military Management Committee. On this particular day, the sun shone brightly, and the weather was splendid. As usual, He Yuzhu arrived early at the familiar venue of Hangzhou, ready to commence his day's work. However, just as the clock struck noon and the restaurant buzzed with the chatter of patrons relishing their meals, a series of hurried and heavy footsteps shattered the harmonious ambience. Four stern-looking individuals clad in military uniforms entered Fengzhou, their presence immediately capturing everyone's attention. "Qiantang and He Yuzhu, please accompany us," declared the leader of the military committee, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. They claimed to have received a report accusing Qiantang, as the manager of Fengzhou, of exploiting employees and driving the Huaiyang cuisine chef, Chen Zhaonan, to madness. Furthermore, they implicated He Yuzhu in an assault against another individual, thus necessitating their presence at the military committee for questioning. When summoned, Qiantang and He Yuzhu found it hard to believe the sudden accusations. "What?" Qiantang exclaimed in astonishment. "What?" He Yuzhu echoed, equally taken aback, inwardly cursing Wang Xiuqin and Lu Xiaopeng's father for their despicable actions, turning the tables and accusing him instead. Upon hearing the allegations, Qiantang's expression darkened, and He Yuzhu furrowed his brow, his eyes flickering with confusion and anger. The two exchanged glances, recognizing the shared indignation between them. For the first time, they found themselves united on the same front. "We will certainly cooperate with the investigation, but before we proceed, please allow us to manage our current responsibilities," Qiantang replied, striving to maintain his composure, but he understood that, regardless of the circumstances, they must not allow such turmoil to disrupt the normal operations of Fengzhou or compromise the dining experience of their patrons, nor tarnish its reputation. However, the military committee members showed little inclination to grant them additional time. After instructing Li Chuqi and Duan Ming to continue cooking as per usual, they insisted that Qiantang and He Yuzhu accompany them to the military committee for questioning, leaving Li Chuqi in a state of agitation. Surrounding patrons and staff cast concerned glances in their direction. Yet due to the authority of the military committee, they could only watch in silence as the two were led away. He Yuzhu and Qiantang were escorted by the military committee members through several narrow alleys, ultimately arriving at the temporary office of the military committee. As they stepped through the slightly worn wooden door, they were met with the mingled scent of paper and ink, a stark contrast to the lively atmosphere of Fengzhou. Inside the office, the lighting was dim but sufficient to discern the arrangement of the room. A few somewhat antiquated desks were scattered about, cluttered with an array of documents and files. To the left of one of the desks sat Lu Xiaopeng's father and Wang Xiuqin side by side. Their expressions varied, yet both bore an almost imperceptible tension. Opposite them sat a benevolent-looking middle-aged man, who did not adopt the stern demeanor of the previous military committee members, but instead spoke in a calm and gentle tone, attempting to alleviate the tension within the room. Chapter 63. Bullying the weak, he began. "Mr. Shun, He Yuzhu, the reason we have called you here is not of grave concern. It appears that Ms. Wang Xiuqin and Mr. Lu have reported that you have exhibited behavior consistent with bullying the weak. Therefore, I would like to invite you to clarify the matter and resolve the issues at hand." Upon hearing the term bullying the weak, He Yuzhu felt a surge of anger rise within him. How could he be accused of such a thing? It was Lu Xiaopeng who had sought him out, insisting on a confrontation. It was only in self-defense that he had retaliated. Lu Xiaopeng, his father, and those three burly men had approached him first, and yet they had the audacity to make such claims. Even the culinary competition with Chen Zhaonan had been instigated by Lu Xiaopeng's relentless pressure. Moreover, after the contest, he had departed without enforcing any agreement, leaving Lu Xiaopeng unable to accept defeat, which led to his subsequent mental breakdown. What did that have to do with He Yuzhu? He had always treated others with kindness. How could he be accused of bullying? Yet reason dictated that he must suppress his fury and rely on factual discourse. Taking a deep breath to calm his emotions, he slowly took a seat in the chair to the right of the leader. Qiantang followed suit, and the two sat side by side. That we fully comprehend the feelings and circumstances of Ms. Wang Xiuqin and Mr. Lu, Qiantang began, his voice steady and powerful, a testament to his decades of experience as the proprietor of Fengzhou. However, I must emphasize that we at Fengzhou have always adhered to principles of honesty and service, treating every employee and customer equally. The notion of bullying the weak is entirely unfounded, He Yuzhu promptly added. Indeed, I have never engaged in any unreasonable acts of violence against others, but if there are any misunderstandings or grievances, We are more than willing to sit down and communicate openly to resolve the issues. But allow us to clarify. We are not the type to bully the weak. As the two individuals provided their explanations, the atmosphere within the room gradually softened. Wang Xiuqin and Lu Xiaopeng's father began to listen intently, their faces betraying a sense of unease, for they were the ones who had instigated the trouble in the first place. However, Wang Xiuqin found herself in a predicament. Chen Zhaonan had gone mad, and Lu Xiaopeng, along with the 3 burly men they had summoned, remained injured from their altercation with He Yuzhu, each demanding medical expenses from her, with the family's sole breadwinner, Chen Zhaonan, now rendered incapable. They faced an immediate financial crisis. The Chen household, burdened by the elderly and young alike, found themselves ensnared in dire straits, their situation having devolved into a state of utter despair. At this juncture, someone had suggested she approach the military management committee to lodge a complaint. Yet, as she listened to Qiantang and He Yuzhu's discourse, both began to feel a pang of anxiety, uncertain as to whom the official would believe. Meanwhile, the kindly middle-aged man maintained a gentle smile, addressing Shun and He. Since you both claim innocence, let us sit down and discuss this matter further. He Yuzhu, sensing the moment was ripe, slowly began to recount the events. Leader, the origins of this incident can be traced back to me. Some time ago, Boss Shun recognized my culinary skills and raised my salary to 80 yuan a month. However, Chef Chen Zhaonan, feeling threatened by my prowess, incited his nephew Lu Xiaopeng to confront me, intending to assault me. Yet he was no match for me and ended up injuring himself. Chef Chen Zhaonan, unwilling to accept that his nephew was bested by me, demanded a culinary duel to reclaim his honor. I warned him against such a contest, asserting he could not hope to prevail, but he refused to heed my advice and insisted on a wager. Whoever lost would have to leave the culinary scene in Hangzhou forever. The outcome was predictable. He indeed lost. Remarkably, I did not even mention the wager afterward, yet he could not come to terms with his defeat and succumbed to madness. Consequently, Chef Chen's wife and brother-in-law sought to confront me and Boss Shun. They even hired 3 thugs to attack me, but even their combined efforts were futile against me, and I bested them all. So, leader, if you say I'm oppressing the weak, I am at a loss as to who is truly at fault here. Upon hearing He Yuzhu's account, a flicker of surprise crossed the middle-aged man's eyes, though it quickly dissipated. Are you certain you single-handedly defeated 4 men? He inquired. Indeed, leader, He Yuzhu possesses formidable skills. Not only did he leave my nephew battered and bruised, but he also severely injured my brother-in-law's 3 companions, all while refusing to cover their medical expenses. Wang Xiuqin interjected hastily. Lu Xiaopeng's father attempted to restrain her, but it was too late. Comrade Wang, is everything you say true? Your brother-in-law and his 3 friends were all unable to defeat this young man? Yes. It was He Yuzhu who injured my brother-in-law and his 3 friends. Sister, please do not speak recklessly, Lu Xiaopeng's father urged. But Wang Xiuqin was resolute, her focus solely on the fact that her family had been assaulted and that the assailants must be held accountable, completely disregarding the reality that they had initiated the confrontation, only to be bested themselves. Fully aware of their predicament, Lu Xiaopeng's father could only stand by, rendered speechless. He Yuzhu, upon hearing her words, could not suppress a derisive chuckle, thinking to himself how foolish this woman was to openly acknowledge that they had sought out trouble. The middle-aged man then addressed Wang Xiuqin. Comrade Wang Xiuqin, are you suggesting that your brother-in-law and his 3 companions were unable to overcome this one individual, and thus you have come to me seeking justice? Precisely, Wang Xiuqin replied, her conviction unwavering. That is not the case, leader. My sister has lost her senses. It was this He Yuzhu who struck my son, prompting me to seek him out for an explanation, only for him to assault me as well. Lu Xiaopeng's father interjected urgently. Comrade, you truly managed to defeat 4 individuals single-handedly. The middle-aged man inquired again, his gaze fixed on He Yuzhu, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. He Yuzhu nodded affirmatively. Leader, every word I speak is the truth, devoid of any embellishment. It was this Comrade Lu and Comrade Wang Xiuqin who came to instigate trouble, and I merely defended myself. Ha, what a remarkable young man. It is a pity you are not part of the military management committee. The middle-aged leader chuckled heartily. This laughter left Liu Xiaopeng's father, Wang Xiuqin, Qiantang, He Yuzhu, and several members of the military management committee utterly perplexed. Wasn't the intention to apprehend He Yuzhu for punishment? Why, then, was it lamented that he was not part of their ranks? In a moment of confusion, everyone struggled to grasp the leader's intentions, while Liu Xiaopeng's father and Wang Xiuqin grew increasingly agitated. Demanding, "Leader, this He Yuzhu is a brutal assailant. What measures will you take against him?" "Enough," the middle-aged leader suddenly bellowed, silencing Wang Xiuqin and Liu Xiaopeng's father, who stood momentarily stunned, too intimidated to speak further. The remainder of the assembly similarly fell silent. The leader continued, "Comrades Liu and Wang Xiuqin, based on the account provided by Comrade He, it is evident that you instigated this conflict leading to the current predicament. Yet you stand here as the accusers." His words rendered Wang Xiuqin speechless. Her cheeks flushed as she lowered her gaze, too ashamed to respond. Though Liu Xiaopeng's father felt discontent, he too bowed his head. Choosing not to contest the statement, He Yuzhu remained unfazed, as he had done no wrong, while Qiantang could not suppress his delight at the turn of events. Yet, unexpectedly, the middle-aged leader continued. "However, considering your family's unique circumstances and Chef Chen's long-standing service at Hangzhou, I shall exercise discretion in this matter." He then turned to Qiantang, stating, "Boss Shun, you should have a clear idea of how to compensate for Chen Jianan's family." Qiantang, taken aback by the sudden shift in focus, took a moment to collect his thoughts, realizing he could not evade the responsibility of compensating Chen Jianan. "Leader, I shall follow your directives. The decision rests with you," Qiantang replied respectfully, though inwardly he felt a pang of anguish. Hoping the leader would not impose excessively, the middle-aged leader continued, "Since Boss Shun is so reasonable, I shall not elaborate further. Comrade Wang Xiuqin has informed me that Comrade Chen Jianan has worked at Fengziyuan for 20 years, and given that he suffered a mental breakdown during this time, we shall calculate his compensation based on his years of service, providing him with 1 additional month's salary for each year worked." He noted Chen Jianan's previous salary of 60 yuan per month, which totaled 1,200 yuan for 20 years, along with a consolation payment of 500 yuan for his family, culminating in 1,700 yuan owed to Comrade Wang Xiuqin. Furthermore, recognizing the particular circumstances surrounding Comrade Chen Jianan, who has elders and children to support, it was determined that the cost for his hospital treatment within the year would be shared equally between both parties. The middle-aged leader laid out all the conditions in one breath, causing Qiantang's expression to darken instantly, his mind racing with curses, realizing this was no mere salary compensation, but rather a substantial financial burden. This, Qiantang hesitated, his discomfort palpable. The leader, sensing his hesitation, smiled slightly and said, "Boss Shun, you should cover this expense. Otherwise, the consequences could become quite dire." With no other option, Qiantang clenched his teeth and reluctantly agreed. "Very well. However," Wang Xiuqin's protests erupted once more, "I cannot agree. While the compensation seems reasonable, why should my husband's monthly expenses for the psychiatric hospital be split over the course of a year? Why not have Boss Shin cover all subsequent costs? Moreover, He Yuzhu is the root cause of my husband's mental breakdown. Why has he not faced any punishment?" Wang Xiuqin's objections incited a strong urge within He Yuzhu to confront her. Yet for the sake of peace, he chose to restrain himself. The leader, unperturbed by her outburst, responded calmly, "Comrade Wang Xiuqin, are you questioning the judgment standards of our military management committee? I have made myself abundantly clear regarding your family's special circumstances and have handled this matter with due consideration. What more do you desire? Do you genuinely wish for He Yuzhu to be imprisoned? Your nephew instigated this conflict, and He Yuzhu merely responded in kind. Furthermore, it is my understanding that He Yuzhu acted out of necessity. After Chen Jianan's breakdown, you did not promptly seek the military management committee's intervention, but instead chose to escalate the situation. The mere fact that you brought thugs to provoke and assault others suggests that even your brother-in-law might end up behind bars. Therefore, Comrade Wang Xiuqin, how do you intend to escalate this situation further, and what resolution do you seek?" Upon concluding his remarks, the leader struck the table forcefully, the resounding clap startling everyone present. Upon hearing that Liu Xiaopeng might face imprisonment, his father rushed forward to grasp Wang Xiuqin's arm. pleading, "Sister, since Boss Shun has already agreed to compensation, let us just let this matter go." The sudden intimidation from the leader, coupled with Lu Xiaopeng's intervention, left Wang Xiuqin nodding in agreement, no longer daring to voice any further objections. Observing Wang Xiuqin's sudden quietude, Shunting couldn't help but exhale a sigh of relief, eager to settle the matter with money and move on swiftly. The middle-aged leader glanced between the two parties, confirming that neither had any objections, and gently clapped his hands, signaling the scribe to step forward. The scribe promptly extracted 2 blank agreement papers from his folder. Meticulously documenting the resolution of the incident, the pen scratched across the paper. A document embodying the mutual intentions and commitments began to take shape. Once the agreement was drafted, the middle-aged leader personally reviewed it, and after confirming its accuracy, gestured for Qiantang and Wang Xiuqin to approach. Although both harbored reluctance, they understood this was the most favorable outcome, and thus accepted the agreements, carefully reading them for accuracy before signing their names and affixing their fingerprints. Subsequently, the leader retrieved a bright red military commission seal from his desk drawer and gently pressed it onto both agreements, the vivid mark serving as a symbol of authority, heralding the official conclusion of the tumult. After sealing the documents, he addressed Qiantang and Wang Xiuqin earnestly. "Boss Shun, I hope you will promptly fulfill the agreement and provide the compensation to Comrade Wang Xiuqin, allowing this matter to become a thing of the past. Wang Xiuqin, I hope you will refrain from resorting to violence to resolve issues. We are all citizens of a new era now, and should learn to support one another and coexist harmoniously." He paused for emphasis before continuing. "Of course, this does not preclude the possibility of others seeking to disrupt the peace. Our military commission stance is straightforward. Anyone daring to contravene the law and engage in activities detrimental to social order will face our sanctions. This is our duty as a military commission." Shunting nodded repeatedly, murmuring affirmations, yet inwardly he scoffed at the notions of harmonious coexistence and mutual assistance, knowing only that he was being compelled to part with a substantial amount of money unjustly. The middle-aged leader, however, paid no heed to Shunting's sentiments, and after delivering his speech, waved them off, indicating they could leave. The 4 promptly exited, with Wang Xiuqin and Lu Xiaopeng leading the way, followed by Qiantang and He Yuzhu. Just as He Yuzhu was about to depart the office, he suddenly heard the leader call out, "Comrade He Yuzhu, please stay." Upon hearing this, both Qiantang and He Yuzhu halted, looking towards the leader in unison. "Boss Shun, you may leave. He Yuzhu, I would like to have a word with you," the leader instructed, confused at the request for He Yuzhu to remain. Both men exchanged glances, thinking, surely, they won't pursue charges for the assault. But wasn't this matter already resolved? Meanwhile, the leader approached them, stating, "Boss Shun, fear not. I merely wish to engage in some sparring with He Yuzhu." With this clarification, Qiantang felt reassured, since the leader wishes to spar with you. "You should stay if the rainwater matter gets delayed. I will inform your master to have your mistress come fetch you." He Yuzhu, seeing no alternative, replied, "All right." Qiantang then turned to leave. "Comrade He, follow me. We have matters to discuss," the middle-aged leader instructed. He Yuzhu nodded and followed him into the leader's office. "Please, take a seat." The leader gestured towards the sofa. Once seated, the leader inquired, "Are you He Yuzhu? Do you have a younger sister? Any other relatives?" "Yes, I am He Yuzhu. I have a 7-year-old sister, and my mother passed away long ago, and my father, He Daqing, left us for Baoding 2 months ago," He Yuzhu responded. "So you are now without parents?" the leader asked. "Pretty much," He Yuzhu replied nonchalantly, uncertain of the leader's purpose in these questions. Good, the middle-aged leader said, patting his shoulder, "that I hear you single-handedly took down 4 opponents. Come, let us step outside and spar." Realizing the leader's intention was to test his skills, He Yuzhu thought, "This leader seems robust. He must have trained in martial arts, that I cannot afford to be careless." Thus, he followed the leader to the large courtyard of the military commission. They stood a few meters apart. He Yuzhu wasted no time, immediately adopting a stance, seriousness etched on his face. "Leader, please." The middle-aged leader waved his hand with a smile. "Let us begin. We are here to spar, so do not hold back simply because I am a member of the military commission." He Yuzhu hesitated, contemplating, "He want me to go all out? Does he not fear injury?" Seeing He Yuzhu's reluctance, the leader chuckled lightly, He Yuzhu shook his head. No, I am merely concerned about injuring you. That would be a grave offense. The leader dismissed his concerns. Do not worry. Unleash your full strength. If you happen to hurt me, I will not hold it against you that in that case I shall not hold back. He Yuzhu nodded. The leader assumed a defensive posture, prompting He Yuzhu to abandon his previous nonchalance and adopt a more serious demeanor. The two stood half a step apart, observing each other, neither initiating an attack. At that moment, He Yuzhu began to gather his breath, preparing to strike that ha. With a powerful push from his legs, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball. With remarkable speed, He Yuzhu closed the distance in an instant, his right fist clenched and aimed squarely at the leader's chest. Unfazed, the middle-aged leader raised his right arm, effortlessly deflecting He Yuzhu's attack. Upon impact, He Yuzhu felt a tremendous force surge through him, involuntarily exclaiming as he stumbled back several steps. Regaining his balance, he noticed a red mark appearing on the back of his hand. The leader's strength surpassed his expectations. No wonder he urged him to go all out. With this realization, He Yuzhu resolved not to hold back any longer. The middle-aged leader, surprised by He Yuzhu's ability to withstand a strike, thought to himself, "This lad is no ordinary fighter." After missing his initial attack, He Yuzhu charged forward once more. The leader, recognizing He Yuzhu's relentless spirit, matched his fervor, and their bout escalated into a fierce exchange. The air crackled with tension, each blow infused with a sense of urgency. After several rounds, the leader found himself increasingly challenged, reflecting, "This kid possesses considerable strength, and his techniques are refreshingly innovative. If he were to face the Japanese, he would undoubtedly achieve great feats." As he felt the tide turning against him, the middle-aged leader inwardly lamented, "A wise man does not boast of past victories. Perhaps it is best to concede before I am thoroughly embarrassed." With that thought, he called out, "Comrade, he stop." "I concede." Upon hearing this, He Yuzhu immediately ceased his movements, standing still as he cupped his fists in respect. "Thank you for your guidance." The middle-aged leader approached, chuckling as he patted He Yuzhu's shoulder. "Well done. My surname is Wang. From now on, you need not call me leader. I am the one responsible for handling civil disputes. You may simply refer to me as Comrade Wang, so we can avoid any formality." He Yuzhu felt a slight jolt at this revelation, realizing that indeed, this was a leader, speaking in a manner distinct from ordinary officials. He quickly returned the gesture, expressing, "Thank you, Comrade Wang, for your guidance. I look forward to your continued mentorship." Comrade Wang, pleased with He Yuzhu's respectful demeanor, nodded in approval. "Very well. Let us become better acquainted." As the two bonded over their newfound rapport, they were unexpectedly approached by several members of the military commission who had been observing their sparring match. "Comrade Wang, we heard this young man single-handedly took down 4 opponents that we are quite eager to test our skills against him as well," one member proposed. Upon hearing this, Comrade Wang's expression shifted dramatically. "Zhang, this young man is not a member of our military commission. You cannot act recklessly." "But Comrade Wang, weren't you also sparring with him just now? Why is it suddenly unacceptable for us?" Another member chimed in. "Indeed. Comrade Wang, are you showing favoritism towards this young man? Do not forget, we are also members of the military commission." Yet another member added, as the voices grew increasingly insistent. Comrade Wang's expression darkened. He spoke firmly. "Zhang, listen carefully. This young man is merely a chef. He is neither a member of the military commission nor a trained fighter. Therefore, your challenges are devoid of purpose." "A chef?" As the crowd was momentarily taken aback, laughter erupted. "Huh? Officer Wang, did you not just admit your defeat?" Among U.S. members of the Military Management Committee, who is not accustomed to facing 2 opponents at once. "To think you could lose to a mere cook is indeed a disgrace to our committee." Officer Wang was infuriated but felt utterly powerless. However, Zhang, the burly man, chuckled. "Officer Wang, do not be upset. We have nothing but time this afternoon. Since you've fallen to this young brother, it indicates he possesses some skill. Why not let us exchange a few moves with him?" The others chimed in, urging, "Officer Wang, let's spar with him a bit. It's been ages since we've had the chance to stretch our limbs." Though Officer Wang wished to refuse on behalf of He Yuzhu realized that today's sparring could not be declined. He turned to Officer Wang with a faint smile, Since Comrade Zhang has extended such a warm invitation, I shall engage with them. Comrade Zhang, will you face me one at a time, or shall you all come at once? He Yuzhu smirked. This way, I can save time. Absolutely not. Young brother. Officer Wang exclaimed in alarm at He Yuzhu's words. Zhang, the burly man, was not one to be easily dissuaded, boasting his impressive skills while dominating the military management committee. Everyone feared his challenges, primarily because they believed that comrades should merely engage in friendly sparring. But Zhang was serious, mercilessly beating anyone who dared to lose to him, leaving them bruised and battered. Over time, people began to avoid him, not wishing to suffer unwarranted punishment. Seeing Officer Wang's concern for him, He Yuzhu felt quite touched. He flashed a reassuring smile. Comrade Wang, do not worry. I know my limits. However, Officer Wang still attempted to dissuade him, but Zhang was growing impatient. Officer Wang, you are part of our military management committee. You cannot turn a blind eye. This young man wishes to challenge all of us at once. Does he not look down upon our committee? Why are you supporting him? Seeing that neither side would back down, Officer Wang resigned himself to the situation and ceased his objections. Zhang, upon receiving Officer Wang's tacit approval, laughed heartily and declared, since the young brother is so willing, we shall not hold back. Everyone, charge. With that, he was the first to leap into action. The other members of the committee, seeing Zhang lead the charge, followed suit, simultaneously attacking while mocking, "Humph, you dare look down upon us, challenging us all at once. Let us see how I deal with you. Young man, you look like someone who has never tasted defeat. Haha, unlike Officer Wang, we will not easily back down. Be prepared for our onslaught." As they engaged, the committee members displayed remarkable prowess, their strikes slicing through the air, had it not been for He Yuzhu's swift reflexes. He might have been struck in a vulnerable spot. Yet amidst the onslaught, He Yuzhu remained calm, deftly evading their blows while seeking opportunities to counterattack. In a short time, Zhang and his companions gained the upper hand. While Officer Wang watched anxiously, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Truly impressive skills from the military management committee. He Yuzhu praised while dodging. Zhang grinned proudly. Young man, I'm glad you recognize our prowess. Today, you shall learn the extent of our strength. He Yuzhu replied, though I do not wish to be presumptuous, until the final moment, one cannot truly discern who will triumph. Zhang, while grappling with He Yuzhu, remarked, your martial skills are quite commendable. If we were to engage one at a time, we might indeed struggle against you. However, your arrogance in challenging us collectively will not spare you from our wrath. He Yuzhu countered, while my skills may not be the pinnacle, they are more than sufficient to handle your group. With that, he seized an opportunity and executed a flying kick, sending one opponent sprawling to the ground. Quickly following up with a left hook, right jab, and elbow strike. His fists moved with such force that each blow seemed mightier than the last. Initially, the others had been boisterous, but as the tide turned, they began to retreat, their faces bruised and pained. Ultimately, only Zhang remained. Stop, young brother, we concede. Zhang, having tasted He Yuzhu's formidable prowess, repeatedly begged for mercy. Seeing this, Officer Wang burst into laughter. Finally, Zhang has met someone worthy of his respect. He Yuzhu ceased his strikes. Zhang, what's this? Do you not wish to face me like the others? Young brother, you truly possess remarkable skill. Zhang exclaimed, stepping back to catch his breath. Zhang, bow to no one. But I yield to you, comrade. He Yuzhu modestly replied. You flatter me. Young brother, we are but rough men. Let us not concern ourselves with formalities that a talent like yours truly deserves a place in the military management committee. Zhang proclaimed with hearty bravado. Upon hearing this, He Yuzhu's brows furrowed. His impression of Zhang shifted significantly. Brother Zhang, let us forego the discussion of joining the committee. I am merely a cook, and I have a younger sister to care for. He Yuzhu promptly declined. Very well, if you are unwilling to join the committee, that is acceptable. However, once the police station is established, should you find the time, do consider taking a position there, Zhang urged, patting He Yuzhu's shoulder. Officer Wang, witnessing the rapid camaraderie between Zhang and He Yuzhu, was taken aback but internally acknowledged the wisdom of Zhang's suggestion. Chapter 67. Concerns of reign. It would not be long before the military management committee disbanded. And new establishments like the police station and street offices would require numerous talents. Someone like He Yuzhu would indeed be a valuable addition to the police station. With this thought in mind, Officer Wang approached, supporting Zhang's suggestion. Young brother I believe Zhang's proposal is quite sound. The police station may not be established this year, but when it does next year, it would be excellent for you to hold title there. Come now, Officer Wang, Zhang interjected. This is my young brother. Do not intrude. Zhang's words caused Officer Wang's expression to shift, and a forced smile appeared on his face. He Yuzhu glanced at his watch. Time was slipping away, and he was concerned about the rain. He wondered if his mentor had returned safely with the rain. If he lingered with Zhang any longer, what would become of Officer Wang? Seeing Zhang becoming increasingly animated, He Yuzhu politely interjected, Brother Zhang, we have plenty of time ahead of us, but it is getting late. I should take my leave. Just as He Yuzhu attempted to depart, Zhang grasped his arm, unwilling to let go. Seeing Zhang's stubbornness, He Yuzhu frowned. Brother Zhang, what do you mean by this? Zhang scratched his head sheepishly, realizing this was the first time he had encountered someone reluctant to join the military management committee. Typically, people were ecstatic at the prospect, but He Yuzhu's rejection was perplexing. Did he have grand ambitions, or was he simply naive? Regardless, such a capable individual was worth cultivating a friendship with. All right then, young brother if you do not wish to join the military management committee, that is acceptable, for it will soon disband. However, do reconsider the opportunity at the police station. Indeed, young brother this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Should you join the police station, your future will be exceedingly bright. Officer Wang chimed in earnestly, genuinely concerned for He Yuzhu and his sister, who were quite young and lacked adult guidance. He mused that it would be better for them to secure a position in the police station rather than remain as a cook. Zhang, recognizing the merit in Officer Wang's suggestion, refrained from interjecting further, seemingly aligned with him. Seeing their enthusiasm, He Yuzhu decided to acquiesce for now, reasoning that the future was uncertain. Officer Wang, Brother Zhang, thank you both. I shall heed your advice, and, once the police station is established, I will accept a nominal position. Upon hearing He Yuzhu's agreement, Officer Wang felt a weight lift from his shoulders, while Zhang beamed with delight, and they exchanged a rare smile. Since that is settled, I will report this to the organization, and they will make the final decision, Officer Wang stated. Officer Wang, you need not meddle in the affairs of my young brother. Ultimately, the police station will be under my purview, so I shall report to the organization, Zhang confidently asserted. All right, you are impressive. I shall not interfere. Dear younger brother I must take my leave now. You all continue your conversation. Mr. Wang nodded repeatedly, then left for the office in a huff. Once Mr. Wang departed, Zhang Dado turned to He Yuzhu and said, from now on, we shall be like true brothers. I must candidly ask you, where did you acquire those remarkable lifting skills? This inquiry left He Yuzhu in a bit of a quandary that if he claimed to possess innate strength and that his skills were learned in a later era, it would likely be hard to believe. He Yuzhu scratched his head. Brother Zhang, that is something you need not concern yourself with. Just know that if you ever find yourself in need of my assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. All right, since you prefer not to divulge, I shall refrain from pressing further. Zhang Dada chuckled. Let us support each other as brothers from now on. Very well, Brother Zhang, but I must take my leave. My younger sister awaits me at home. He Yuzhu smiled. All right then. Safe travels, dear younger brother. Zhang Datu, recognizing He Yuzhu's urgency to return home out of concern for his sister, did not detain him. He Yuzhu nodded and hurried off towards Fengzuan. Eager to inquire with his master whether Yushui had indeed been taken home by his master's wife, as He Yuzhu approached Fengyuan, he noticed that the workday was winding down. Ichuchio stood at the entrance, looking around anxiously. Upon spotting He Yuzhu's return, she rushed towards him, unable to contain her joy. Zhuzi, are you all right? Master, I am fine. What of Yushui? Li Chuchio, however, was more focused on inspecting him from head to toe. Upon confirming that he bore no injuries, she sighed in relief. That's good to hear. Come, Zhuzi, let us return to my home. Yushui is waiting for you there, certainly. But what about the Zhongsha duck I promised Yushui? Zhuzi, what on earth has transpired today that you still think of that? Fortunately, I anticipated your fondness for Yushui and ensured that your promise would be fulfilled. I have already prepared it for you. Li Chuqiu replied as she entered the kitchen to retrieve a food container. That He Yuzhu was moved to tears by this gesture. Master. Seeing his reaction, Li Chuqiu teased, "Silly boy. What has gotten into you? Hurry along. If we tarry, your master and Yushui will surely grow anxious." With that, she stepped into the yard, mounted her bicycle, and pedaled homeward, with He Yuzhu following closely behind. The two bicycles sped along, and soon they arrived at their destination. Upon their return, Yi Bingxing and He Yushui were indeed waiting, and upon seeing them, they greeted them with warm smiles and invited them to sit for dinner. The moment Yushui saw her brother, her eyes welled with tears. She rushed forward, exclaiming, "Brother, where have you been? You had me so worried." "Yushui, do not cry. I have returned, haven't I?" He Yuzhu comforted her, embracing her gently. Yet Yushui's tears flowed even more freely. Seeing her in such a fragile state pained He Yuzhu deeply. He had never witnessed his sister so vulnerable, as if she had been frightened. There, do not cry. Look what I have brought for you." He Yuzhu raised the food container in his hand. This was prepared by Master. Yushui took it, opened the lid, and was greeted by the enticing aroma of the Zhonghai duck inside. Her appetite piqued. She broke into a smile, exclaiming, "Wow, this is fantastic." Yi Bingxing and Li Chuqiu shared in the laughter. Urging Zhuzi, Yushui, "Hurry and sit down to eat." Chapter 68. The cellar becomes a communal storage. The three of them finally gathered around the dining table. After enjoying a few bites, He Yuzhu recounted the day's events, including Mr. Wang's handling of Wang Xiuqin's complaint and Zhang Dada's invitation for him to join the military management committee and the police station. Li Chuqiu and Yi Bingxing reacted with surprise, while Yushui listened with growing enthusiasm, clapping her hands at the most thrilling parts. "This is so exhilarating. Brother, you must take me with you next time you practice your skills. I will cheer you on." Yushui gazed at He Yuzhu with admiration, wishing she could join him in a fight. Seeing this, Yi Bingxing quickly interjected, "Oh dear, Zhuzi, your master does not support you engaging in fights with others. While you may possess great strength, you have yet to master any martial arts. You would not stand a chance against those seasoned practitioners." That Li Chuqiu concurred, adding, "Indeed, Yuzhu, this matter is not as simple as you imagined. It would be wise to focus on your culinary skills instead. Why stir up trouble with those in the military management committee?" He Yuzhu felt somewhat speechless and decided to change the subject. "Yushui, how was your classmate today?" "Brother, I was just about to tell you. My classmate has been so nice to me lately. If I asked him to go east, he wouldn't dare go west." "Yushui, did you share your beggar's chicken with him today?" "Brother, don't blame me. A fellow would be rude not to let him taste it again." "What happened?" "Today, a classmate found my pencil and refused to return it, so he helped me deal with him, but ended up getting scolded by the teacher." He Yuzhu burst into laughter. "Yushui, you did the right thing. He deserves a reward." "Zhuzi, how can you laugh at this? That poor child is in quite a predicament." Yi Bingxing chimed in. "What predicament?" He Yuzhu's amusement faded upon noticing her serious expression. "Zhuzi, this afternoon I went to pick up Yushui, and her homeroom teacher, Ms. Li, called me into her office." Yi Bingxing sighed. "MSL, I explained that the student acted in defense of Yushui and ended up hitting the principal's son. She wanted to excuse him, but found it impossible. What will happen to that child now? What else can be done? They will call on the parents for a talk." Yi Bingxing shook her head. "The child is quite stubborn and refuses to back down. His parents had tried to talk to the principal, but... And then what happened? Did MSL say anything?" He Yuzhu began to worry for the boy. "Brother, do not fret. That Liu, the principal's son, is quite detestable. He often bullies the girls in class, and no one likes him. I is powerless against him. And honestly, many students are pleased that he got a taste of his own medicine. I believe him. I will find a way to plead for him." Yushui could tell from He Yuzhu's demeanor that he was overthinking the situation. "What Yushui says is true. Ms. Li assured us that she would handle it and advised us not to intervene." Yi Bingxing added, "Now let us focus on our meal." He Yuzhu had merely intended to teach that little brat a lesson, not expecting him to have such a sense of loyalty, that he thought to himself that perhaps he should ask Yushui to prepare a special treat for him as a reward tomorrow. Reassured by his master's words, He Yuzhu felt relieved. The siblings fell silent, each focusing on their meal. After dinner, He Yuzhu noticed the time and, as usual, intended to leave Yushui at his master's house and return to the courtyard. However, this time, Yushui was adamant about accompanying him, and Li Chuqiu and her husband, seeing her determination, had no choice but to allow He Yuzhu to take her home, cautioning him to ride slowly on their way back. The streetlights flickered to life, casting a warm yet hazy glow, akin to old friends keeping watch over the siblings' journey home. As their bicycles sped along, the air grew colder, the biting winter wind brushing gently against their cheeks, whisking away the last remnants of warmth. Just then, delicate snowflakes began to drift from the sky, gracefully swirling and falling, lightly landing on their shoulders and hair, or melting upon the frigid ground, leaving behind tiny, fleeting traces. The arrival of the snowflakes added a touch of poetic beauty and romance to the winter night. He Yuzhu gazed up at the snow-kissed sky, a wave of inexplicable emotion washing over him. These dancing snowflakes seemed like nature's purest gift, using their brief yet brilliant existence to bestow upon the world a rare beauty and tranquility. But what about him? Had he traversed to this era to protect Yushui, this unloved child, or to reclaim another life of his own? The snowflakes continued to flutter through the air, harmonizing with the yellow glow of the streetlights, creating a breathtaking tableau. Unbeknownst to him, He Yuzhu had already been in this era for over 3 months. And with winter fast approaching, he surmised that the heavy snows would soon arrive. Traditionally, the residents of the courtyard would prepare to store winter vegetables, such as cabbages and potatoes. This year, the cellar of his home would serve the entire courtyard. Curiously, according to the memories of the original owner, there were 2 cellars in the courtyard, one belonging to the Yin family and the other to his own family. Yet every year, the Jia, Yi, and Lu families would store their tubers and vegetables in their own cellar, while the Yin family cellar remained unused, often leaving He Daqing without space to store his goods, resulting in many items spoiling. Were it not for his profession as a chef, both He Yuzhu and Yushui would have faced hunger. He Yuzhu mused, "Since I've taken on the role of Silly Zhu this year, it is high time for a change." He guessed correctly that by the time he returned home, the cellar door had already been opened by someone, and it was filled with various stored goods, such as tubers and cabbages. He Yuzhu was infuriated by this sight. The anger within him flared up like a flame, stoked by the winter wind. Growing ever more intense, he never expected that after He Daqing's departure this year, these seemingly respectable neighbors, Jia Zhongshi, Lu Haizhong, and Yi Zhonghai, would take advantage of his absence to forcefully break the lock on a cellar door and stash their belongings inside. Could it be that his cellar had become a public storehouse for others to exploit at will? This was utterly intolerable. He resolved to take action that very night. That evening, once the rain had fallen asleep, He Yuzhu grasped an oil lamp and made his way step by step towards the cellar. Upon pushing the door open, the sight before him only fueled his fury further. Jia's cabbages, Lu's sweet potatoes, potatoes, and various other items were crammed into the cellar, nearly spilling out. Without a moment's hesitation, he began to throw out each and every item that did not belong to him. Sweat and rage intertwined, driving He Yuzhu to act with both speed and strength, and ultimately, under his efforts, the cellar regained its original spaciousness and tidiness. Immediately afterward, he entered his space and swiftly ordered a sturdy new lock online. Not long after, the new lock mysteriously arrived before him. As he picked up the lock and returned to the cellar to secure it, his anger gradually subsided. The sound of the lock clicking shut was not only a closure of the cellar door, but also a sealing away of the petty thoughts of those who sought to take advantage of him. Having completed all this, He Yuzhu checked on the seedlings in the fields and the chickens and ducks in the backyard. To his astonishment, he discovered that the seedlings and the poultry in this space were growing rapidly. Realizing that the climate and weather here could shorten the growth cycles of plants and animals, encouraged by this revelation, he boldly ordered grass seeds, saplings, and even some small flowers online, using his mind to sow them extensively in the backyard. Once everything was settled, he contemplated the vast, empty space in the backyard and thought, if I were to purchase a few piglets, calves, and lambs to raise, then in the future, whatever meat I desire could be directly retrieved from the space. If raised well, I could even sell them for profit, truly a win-win situation. Without further ado, He Yuzhu promptly searched online and placed orders for purebred black soil piglets at 450 yuan each. Buying 2, a boar and a sow, totaling 900 yuan. He also ordered purebred Taihu, Sutai, Chongbai, and Duroc York boars at 195 yuan each, acquiring one of each gender for a total of 390 yuan. Additionally, he purchased purebred boar goats, buying a male and female lamb at 50 yuan each. Before long, these lively young livestock arrived in the space, and He Yuzhu herded them into the spacious backyard. He then used his mind to dig a large pond and filled it with water, moving some vegetables and corn from the warehouse to scatter on the ground for the animals to eat. After completing all this, He Yuzhu breathed a sigh of relief. From now on, the pigs, sheep, chickens, and ducks would reproduce on their own, providing him with an abundance of meat. The thought of this filled him with immense joy. Subsequently, he exited the space, freshened up, and lay down on his bed, drifting into a deep sleep. The night passed peacefully without incident. Come the next morning, the door to his home was knocked upon vigorously, accompanied by a cacophony of voices from outside. Rubbing his bleary eyes, He Yuzhu donned a cotton coat and opened the door. As soon as he did, he was met by Zhonghai, leading Jia Zhangshi and Lu Haizhong, who collectively began to question him. Zhuzi, how could you do this? You've thrown our belongings out of the cellar. Zhonghai said sternly. What madness has possessed you, He Yuzhu? This has been the case every year. Why have you moved our things out of the cellar? Lu Haizhong asked, perplexed. Foolish Zhuzi, you were born of parents yet seem to have no upbringing. How dare you treat me this way? Jia Zhangshi wailed dramatically. The cellar yours. Why should I allow you to store your items there? He Yuzhu glared at them defiantly. Zhuzi, how have you changed so much? We are neighbors. It's not a big deal to share the cellar, is it? Zhonghai frowned. Seeing Zhonghai's words stirred his blood. He Yuzhu retorted, this is my cellar. How I choose to use it is my affair, and none of your business. His defiance infuriated Lu Haizhong. Listen here, He Yuzhu. Old E is the eldest in this courtyard, and I am the second eldest. We have the final say here. Whether you allow us to use the cellar or not, we will use it. He Yuzhu scoffed. Lu Haizhong, what are you implying? Do you even grasp the meaning of your words? This is highway robbery. The cellar is mine, and I can choose who to let use it. Who do you think you are? Lu Haizhong was left speechless by He Yuzhu's words. He Yuzhu, you scoundrel! My husband sacrificed for the country, leaving us as orphans. You won't even let us store a few belongings in your cellar. What kind of justice is that? She burst into tears, relying on Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong for support. Hearing the commotion outside, He Yuzhu emerged from the inner room, rubbing her sleepy eyes, and asked, brother, what is happening out there? The people outside claim the cellar belongs to them. They want to use it, He Yuzhu replied, adding, I refuse to agree. Then don't let them. Those people are wicked. Why should you show them kindness? Isn't that just asking for trouble? He Yuzhu yawned as she spoke. Yuzhu, you're so clever. Those people are truly devious. They take advantage of the fact that we're without parents to bully us. Rest assured, if Yuzhu says no, then it's no, He Yuzhu assured her confidently. Lu Haizhong glared at He Yuzhu, his face turning a deep shade of anger. Yuzhu, how can you learn to speak such nonsense from your brother? These people are not bad. They are your neighbors, elders and aunties. Elders and aunties, I have no parents left. Where do I find such figures? He Yuzhu yawned again. Brother, let them go. I want to sleep a bit longer. I have to go to school later. With that, she turned and headed back in her room, adding as she left, brother, is it going to snow today? The teacher said if it snows heavily, we'll have a holiday. Only then did He Yuzhu notice that the snow outside had stopped, and it seemed it would be a few days before the heavy snow fell. It's not snowing. Yuzhu, you should go back to sleep. I'll take you to school later, He Yuzhu responded. He Yuzhu nodded and went back inside to sleep. Child, I'm almost at my wit's end with you. You're still joking around, and good Yuzhu has been led astray by you. Zhonghai sighed. Yuzhu, are you going to let us store our things in your cellar or not? If you refuse, don't blame us for being rude, Lu Haizhong shouted. Indeed, He Yuzhu, you little brat. Allowing me to store my items in your cellar is a favor to you that if you continue to be ungrateful, I'll report you to the Military Control Committee, Jia Zhangshi threatened. Upon hearing this, He Yuzhu retorted angrily, Go ahead. Don't shout here. This is my cellar, and you have no right to dictate here. But if you have the ability, take your things to Yin Bugui's cellar. Why come to me? If you don't want me to throw you out, then leave quickly and don't disturb my sister's sleep. Jia Zhongshi's face flushed red with rage as she pointed at He Yuzhu. Cursing, He Yuzhu, you little brat, you scoundrel. Even your father, He Daqing, Wu and Ti have acted this way, that if you want Ti, let me store my things in your cellar. I'll have it out with you today. With that, Jia Zhongshi grabbed a broom and attempted to storm into He Yuzhu's room. He Yuzhu kicked her out into the courtyard and, ignoring her wails, slammed the door shut with a bang. Zhonghai sighed at this and said to Lu Haizhong and Jia Zhongshi, "Let us go find the third elder. We can store our things in his cellar." "What? The first elder? You know how stingy Yin Bugui is. He'll charge us for using his cellar," Jia Zhongshi screamed. "Then what do you suggest? Should we just leave our belongings outside to rot?" Zhonghai said, "That can't we think of a way to make Zhuzi let us use the cellar for storage?" Lu Haizhong opposed. "Second elder, didn't you see Zhuzi's attitude just now? I think he is serious." Zhonghai shook his head helplessly. "Didn't we just break the lock to put our things in? Can we break it again?" Lu Haizhong suggested. Jia Zhongshi was driven to madness. The three outside the door were conversing, and He Yuzhu could hear them clearly from within the house. Enraged, he seized a knife and burst out of the door, declaring, "Let me see who dares to smash the lock of my cellar today, that I shall make sure everyone witnesses bloodshed." His voice echoed from inside, startling the others into retreat. "He Yuzhu, have you lost your mind? Are you daring to act recklessly?" Lu Haizhong shouted. He Yuzhu coldly scoffed. "What is there to fear? You all intend to break the lock of my cellar, don't you? Come on, come on. Let us see who dares to enter my cellar." Zhonghai hurriedly stepped forward, saying, "Zhuzi, don't act impulsively. We want to occupy your cellar. We'll leave right now." While speaking, he pulled Lu Haizhong's arm and headed toward the front yard. "Elder, wait for me. Let us go to Yin Bugui's house together to negotiate better prices," Jia Zhongshi called out as she chased after them. Only then did He Yuzhu turn back, close the door, and toss the knife into a corner inside. He thought to himself, "Fortunately, I left the knife here. Otherwise, I would have wasted time searching for one in the kitchen." With that in mind, he glanced at his watch and realized it was time to wake Yushui. If he delayed any longer, breakfast would be out of the question. He gently knocked on the door. "Yushui, it's time to get up. Yushui, rise quickly. Brother, I haven't slept enough yet." He Yushui sleepily opened the door. Seeing that He Yushui was still half asleep, He Yuzhu couldn't help but urge, "Hurry up, or you'll be late." Upon hearing this, He Yushui quickly put on her shoes and jumped out of bed. Seeing this, He Yuzhu chuckled and said, "Yushui, take your time. Don't trip. Today, I want to be home and make breakfast for you. We'll eat out." "All right, brother, I'll wash up first. You should get ready too." He Yuzhu replied and turned to tidy his clothes, noting that it had turned cold and he needed to wear an extra layer. After the two finished preparing, He Yuzhu lifted He Yushui onto the back of his bicycle and pushed it toward the front yard. However, upon arriving at the front yard, they discovered that Yin Bugui's doorstep was crowded with people. That a glance revealed a throng of middle-aged women, all pointing and discussing animatedly. What a ridiculous cellar. To store 10 pounds of cabbage for a penny, isn't that just robbery? Indeed, it's outrageous. Elder San, is it even feasible to store 100 pounds for a penny? Lu Haizhong spoke up. "Are you joking? 100 pounds for a penny? Do you take me for a fool? I only have this one cellar. If you all store in it, won't it be packed to the brim?" Yin Bugui retorted mercilessly. Lu Haizhong gasped in frustration. "What do you mean by you? Do you want to store or not? If not, I'll let others store there. Stop your rambling, that I'll rent out to someone else right now." Yin Bugui said impatiently, "Elder San, we're all neighbors. We see each other often. Can't you show a little leniency? Just let us store 50 pounds for a penny, all right? Besides, you're still the Elder San of the yard. Aren't you? Do you really want to stir up trouble?" Zhonghai stepped forward, trying to mediate. Upon hearing this, Yin Bugui sneered, "Old E, are you threatening me? This cellar is mine alone, not public property that I can charge whatever I want. Who do I need to listen to?" "Elder San, you know that's not my intention. In previous years, we stored our winter vegetables, potatoes, and sweet potatoes at He Daqing's place, and he never charged us a penny. But now that He Daqing is gone, Zhuzi has changed completely. You want to let us store anything. I'm only here because I have no other choice. Zhonghai pleaded. Yin Bugue pondered for a moment and finally nodded, saying, Fine, let be 50 pounds for 2 pennies. But you all must remember, this cellar is limited in size. With so many families in the yard, you need to arrange how much each can store fairly. Otherwise, if trouble arises, I'll want to take responsibility. All right, as long as you agree to 2 pennies for 50 pounds, I'll immediately gather everyone in the yard to decide how much each can store. Haizhong finally smiled. Now that the price is settled, everyone quickly returns home to discuss how many pounds to store, that I also need to keep a record for fair distribution, Zhonghai said, waving his hand before heading back to the rear yard to consult with an older woman. Brother, why aren't you leaving? Hurry up, I really will be late, He Yuzhu urged when she saw He Yuzhu lingering in the front yard. Oh no, I really will be late. He Yuzhu glanced at his watch and quickly pushed the bicycle out of the front yard, hopping on as he rode away. He Yuzhu giggled from the back. My teacher said that if the weather gets colder, being a bit late doesn't matter. Only then did He Yuzhu notice that the little snowflakes that had fallen the previous night had melted away, making the ground slippery. It wouldn't due to ride too fast. Reluctantly, he pedaled slowly forward, traversing 2 narrow alleys until they arrived at the place where they had eaten roast duck and meat dumplings last time. He parked the bicycle, lifted He Yuzhu off the back, and headed into the shop. Today, there were fewer customers in the shop. It seemed that the cold weather had caused people to venture out much later. After ensuring He Yuzhu was seated comfortably, He Yuzhu addressed the proprietor, 1 roast duck, 2 plates of meat dumplings, 3 buns, 4 sticks of fried dough, and 2 bowls of congee. Brother, why did you order so much? Can we finish it all? He Yuzhu exclaimed in astonishment when the dishes were served. Silly girl, if we can't finish it, you can take some to school. Don't forget how your desk mate helped you deal with the principal's son. With that spirit of defiance against authority, your brother must reward him properly, He Yuzhu replied, raising the 2 lunchboxes in his hand. Today, we'll take 2 portions, especially for your valiant desk mate. Brother, you're so wonderful. The little girl beamed with joy. Taking a big bite of her bun, He Yuzhu chuckled and said, Silly girl, I'm doing this to accumulate virtue for you. You are my sister. Whoever helps you, I must be grateful to. Brother, thank you. I love you to bits. The little girl hugged his neck. He Yuzhu patted her head. This scene between the siblings even made the shop owner chuckle. These 2 children were truly delightful. After sending off He Yuzhu hurried to Hangzhou. He first exchanged pleasantries with his master, Li Chuchio, then began discussing the Huayan cuisine for lunch with Duan Ming. During this time, Duan Ming had made considerable progress in Huayan cuisine under He Yuzhu's guidance. Though he was unaware of it, no matter how he learned from He Yuzhu, he could never replicate that flavor, and over time, even Duan Ming himself became disheartened. Hey Zhuzi, what do you think I'm missing? Why does my cooking never taste like yours? Duan Ming asked, frowning as he sat at the stove. He Yuzhu glanced at him and smiled. You really need to ask? It's definitely a matter of culinary skill. Don't worry. Later, I'll teach you a few things, and you'll be fine. Will you really teach me? Aren't you worried I'll learn and get you fired by Boss Shin? Duan Ming looked at him in disbelief. Get me fired? I'd actually welcome it if Shun Tung did fire me. If I'm not wanted here, there will be other places that will gladly take me. He Yuzhu laughed. Duan Ming was completely taken aback by his words. He realized that He Yuzhu was fully aware of Shun Tung's schemes against him. He was not at all worried about being dismissed. Perhaps he already found a new opportunity. He Yuzhu's words made Duan Ming feel like a fool. Zhuzi, brother. Duan Ming was momentarily speechless. Duan Ming, don't overthink it. In truth, Boss Shun is quite petty. The moment he invited you to Hangzhou, I knew what he was after. Just let him be. I'm leaving Hangzhou anyway. I'm only staying here for my master, Li Chuchio. He Yuzhu patted his shoulder and continued. Duan Ming, if you want to stay in Hangzhou, you need to be cautious. You have talent. My dishes like Huayan lioness head, beggar-esque chicken, and yellow mud braised chicken, you've already mastered to a great extent. You just need to refine your timing. Brother Zhuzi, thank you. However, I have one more question I'd like you to clarify, Duan Ming said, feeling a bit ashamed. What is it? You know, I came here to learn your skills. Why are you still willing to teach me? This Duan Ming. First, I see your potential. Second, if I don't teach you a few signature dishes, I'm afraid Boss Shin won't let me go. He Yuzhu's words made Duan Ming feel even more ashamed. He lowered his head and dared not say anything further. All right, you go ahead and be busy. The condiments in the store have run low, so I will place an order for Boss Shun's people to purchase some. After He Yuzhu finished speaking, he busied himself with his own tasks, which only made Duan Ming feel more ashamed. Wishing he could find a hole to burrow into, that evening, when He Yuzhu finished work, he noticed that the weather had turned considerably colder compared to the previous day. He realized that the impending snowstorm necessitated preparations for winter attire. He thought about how Rainwater's cotton clothing also needed to be replaced, and that he should acquire an additional 2 sets for himself, while he could conveniently purchase blankets online through his phone. Clothing would likely require a trip to a physical store. The styles of clothing in this era were entirely different from those of the later generations. Wearing them would certainly draw attention. True to his word, the following day, after giving Duan Ming a few instructions at Fugun, He Yuzhu took his recently received salary of 88 coins and set off for Wangfujing to buy cotton coats, pants, and shoes for both Rainwater and himself. As he stepped out of Fugun, Shan Jihuan approached him, exclaiming, "Brother Zhuzi, I heard you were going to buy clothes for Rainwater." "Thank you, big man. You surely don't know much about this. Let me help you choose." He Yuzhu, startled by Shan Jihuan's intention to accompany him shopping, shivered in fear. He thought to himself, "Oh dear, please don't bother me. With your father's temperament, he is not someone easy to deal with. It is best I keep my distance." Thus he repeatedly waved his hands, saying, No, I'm just getting an outer garment for myself and Rainwater. And no need to trouble you. You carry on with your own affairs." With that, he hopped on his bicycle and sped away. Brother Zhuzi. Shan Jihuan was taken aback by He Yuzhu's hasty exit and stamped her foot in frustration, thinking, "Honestly, am I that frightening? If you avoid me, I will chase after you. Wangfujing isn't that big." After all, with a sudden spark of determination, she disregarded all else and rode Qiantang's bicycle to pursue him. He Yuzhu, blissfully unaware, believed he had successfully shaken off Shan Jihuan. However, upon reaching the shop selling cotton clothing in Wangfujing, he was utterly dumbfounded. The clothing stores of this era were nothing like those of the future, where one could simply buy by size. Here, cotton coats and pants had to be custom-made. While he could measure his own size, he had no idea what Rainwater's dimensions were. With the weather now turning cold, many were seeking custom cotton clothing. But there were only 2 shops in Wangfujing that made cotton garments. This meant that even if he placed an order now, it would be impossible to wear them by the new year. As he was feeling increasingly frustrated, a woman suddenly rushed over, saying, "Brother Zhuzi, I knew you couldn't manage this without me." Upon seeing that it was Shan Jihuan, He Yuzhu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, wishing he could vanish in a thin air. "Why you? What brings you here?" he stammered, his face flushing slightly. "Why can't I come? I need to get cotton clothes too." Shan Jihuan replied, then turned to the shopkeeper, Aunt Zhang, saying, "Aunt Zhang, my brother Zhuzi wants to order 2 sets of cotton clothes and pants. Could you expedite the process?" "All right, who is it for?" Aunt Zhang inquired. "That I already have many orders, but if it's for your friend, I can arrange for my staff to rush a few sets for him tomorrow." He Yuzhu was momentarily stunned. Shan Jihuan truly was a remarkable person. He had asked multiple times if he could pay extra to hasten the order. Yet the shopkeeper had merely replied that the orders were too full and he would have to wait. But now, with Shan Jihuan's arrival, the situation had miraculously changed. He Yuzhu pondered this. Shan Jihuan called out, "Brother Zhuzi, come over so Aunt Zhang can measure your size." He Yuzhu hesitantly stepped forward, and Aunt Zhang took her measuring tape, measuring him several times while chatting. "Jihuan, is this the renowned chef you often speak of from Fengziyuan?" "Indeed, the dishes Brother Zhuzi prepares are likely unmatched in the entire Hangzhou city," Shan Jihuan praised with a smile. Upon hearing Shan Jihuan extol his virtues, He Yuzhu felt an overwhelming headache. "Aunt Zhang, please don't listen to Jihuan. My culinary skills are nowhere near as exaggerated as she claims," he quickly protested. "Brother Zhuzi, there is no need to be modest. I've tasted your cooking before." Brought back by my old Zhao, Aunt Zhang continued measuring while jotting down his dimensions. "Aunt Zhang, I also need to make 2 sets for my sister, and I can only provide rough estimates of her height and weight." "Will that suffice?" He Yuzhu interjected once he saw Aunt Zhang had finished measuring him. "Aunt Zhang, I know Rainwater's height. She is about 1.3 meters tall and weighs around 60 jin. Just go by that. Shen Jihuan chimed in cheerfully. Seeing Shen Jihuan so confident, Aunt Zhang agreed. All right, I'll use the dimensions you provided, but if they don't fit, there'll be no exchanges, He Yuzhu assured her. It won't be wrong. I met that girl a few days ago, when Sisterly picked her up from school and brought her to Hangzhou, and that we chatted for a bit, and she mentioned her height and weight from school measurements. Once the size issue was settled, Aunt Zhang asked He Yuzhu to choose the fabric for the cotton clothes. The fabric options in this era were quite simple: cotton and linen. Cotton was further divided into coarse and fine, while linen was similar, with fine variants being slightly more expensive. Fine cotton cost 0.65 yuan per foot, while coarse was 0.45 yuan. He Yuzhu had no shortage of money, so he naturally selected the fine cotton, choosing a visually appealing light gray for himself, the AS for rainwater S cotton fabric. Shen Jihuan chose a red floral pattern, while the pants were pure black. After selecting the fabric, He Yuzhu thought about buying a pair of cotton shoes for both himself and Rainwater, this time allowing Shen Jihuan to guide him in the selection. The two of them wandered through various shops, stopping here and there, and ultimately purchased 2 pairs of new shoes along with 4 pairs of cotton socks. With the cotton clothes ordered and the socks and shoes bought, He Yuzhu then took Shen Jihuan and Shen Tang for a stroll around Wangfujing, only to remember that he had previously mentioned taking Shen Jihuan to Beihai Park for a walk. So he asked her if she would like to accompany him to Beihai Park, to which Shen Jihuan readily agreed, and off they went with delight. As He Yuzhu and Shen Jihuan strolled, they unexpectedly encountered Yan Bugue, who was fishing. Upon spotting He Yuzhu and Shen Jihuan, Yan Bugue was taken aback, exclaiming, "Oh, Zhuzi, what brings you both here?" Shen Jihuan was momentarily stunned as well. She recognized this man as the third uncle from Zhuzi's courtyard and recalled how he had previously claimed to have been tricked into coming by Zhuzi. It was clear he was not someone to be approached lightly, so she thought it best to keep her distance. Just as Shen Jihuan was about to pull He Yuzhu away, Yan Bugue spoke up. "Girl, you must be Shen Jihuan, the daughter of Boss Shen from Fengziyuan, right?" Shen Jihuan was taken aback by this remark, questioning, "Oh, third uncle, do you know my father?" Yan Bugue shook his head. "No, I don't have the honor of knowing your father. I've only heard of Boss Shen. His business is quite remarkable, among the top in Jingzhou. But how could his daughter possibly have eyes for someone like Zhuzi?" He Yuzhu, upon hearing Yan Bugue's words, felt a surge of indignation rising within him. "Really? You dare to belittle me in front of my face? No wonder in the original story, the foolish Zhu sought your introduction to Ran Shuya. You accepted his gifts on the surface, but secretly looked down upon him, causing the foolish Zhu and Ran Shuya to miss out on a great romance. Now that I've become that foolish Zhu, I must change this narrative and not allow the likes of Yan Bugue to tarnish my reputation." Determined, He Yuzhu approached Yan Bugue and whispered a few words in his ear. "Third uncle, I seem to recall that you should be in class at school at this hour. How come you're here fishing at Beihai Park? Should I report this to the principal?" Yan Bugue, upon hearing this, quickly replied, "Zhuzi, don't do that. Zhuzi, when did you become someone who can't take a joke? I was just playing around with Jihuan." He was desperate to prevent He Yuzhu from revealing his daily truancy to the principal, as it would jeopardize his reputation and potentially hinder his evaluation as an outstanding teacher, not to mention the risk of a salary cut, with a family of 5 relying solely on his income. Any reduction would be catastrophic. "Oh, so you were joking? I thought you were serious. How unfortunate for you. Braving the cold to fish for extra money." He Yuzhu feigned sympathy, adding, "If I were to let everyone use my cellar for free, would you still be able to collect rent from it?" Yan Bugue's eyes widened in shock. This audacious young man dared to threaten him. Shen Jihuan, overhearing the banter between He Yuzhu and Yan Bugue, nearly burst into laughter. For reasons unknown, she found great pleasure in witnessing He Yuzhu's boldness. Yan Bugue, feeling cornered by He Yuzhu's playful threats, looked at him with a mix of exasperation and resignation. Finally sighing, "All right, little ancestor, I concede. Just promise me you won't go around blabbing." As soon as Yan Bugue finished speaking, He Yuzhu immediately interjected, "Third uncle, how could I possibly go around shouting about this matter? I shall keep your secret safe. However, I fear that one day, should someone provoke my ire, I might inadvertently let slip the truth. Oh dear, Zhuzi, my ancestor, you truly are formidable. Are you not forcing my hand? Upon hearing He Yuzhu's words, Yanbu Gui was instantly flustered. Rest assured, I shall never utter a single disparaging word about you in anyone's presence, including before Miss Ji Huan. Satisfied with Yanbu Gui's submission, He Yuzhu replied, well said, Uncle Sand, we must ensure mutual benefit from now on. Unable to contain himself, Yanbu Gui playfully poked He Yuzhu's forehead and admonished, all right, you rascal, let it be as you wish. He Yuzhu chuckled in response, now that's more like it. With that, he and Shun Ji Huan strode away. Chapter 73. Individual Thoughts. Once Shun Ji Huan and He Yuzhu had walked some distance, Yanbu Gui's expression turned grave, muttering to himself, that insufferable brat. Let us see how long he can bask in his glory. Does he truly believe that Boss Shun would allow his daughter to marry him? He ought to consider his own worth. After all, she is their only daughter. Would she consent to wed a good-for-nothing like him? Just wait. There will come a time when he will have much to lament. He Yuzhu furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Master, what brings Boss Shun here? Is he afraid I might elope with his daughter? Li Chuqiu, upon hearing He Yuzhu's words, wore a look of exasperation. Oh, Zhuzi, how am I to express my disappointment in you? Ji Huan has made her feelings clear, yet Boss Shun is not in agreement. Master, please clarify. My feelings for Shun Ji Huan are not as you think. Today's events were entirely her own volition as she accompanied me to purchase winter clothing that, I must admit, had it not been for her, I might have struggled. Yet, I have been doing my utmost to avoid her. But she is so single-minded. He Yuzhu innocently explained, Do not fret, master. I have already decided to resign from Fengzi Garden after the new year to forge my own path, He Yuzhu said with a cheerful grin. Li Chuqiu's expression shifted slightly. Zhuzi, that is unacceptable. Where will you go after leaving Fengzi Garden? Your salary has risen to 88. Do you wish to return to the steel mill? Does their pay surpass what you currently earn? You have a sister to support. Master, do not worry. I never mentioned returning to the steel mill. I meant to start anew on my own. You intend to open a restaurant? Li Chuqiu exclaimed in surprise. Master, keep your voice down. We are still in Fengzi Garden. Besides, it is not solely my venture. I have a partner. Who? Are they trustworthy? Li Chuqiu asked, somewhat concerned. Trustworthy indeed. He Yuzhu whispered conspiratorially, you recall Song Bo Jian from Lu Ji restaurant? Yes, I remember him. It is he. Li Chuqiu remarked, taken aback. Precisely, master. Are you now at ease? He Yuzhu assured, patting his chest. Very well. I shall trust you. Li Chuqiu nodded. Now, Zhuzi, do not speak of anything else. Let us complete our tasks and return home early. The little one, Yushu, is rather averse to your master coming to fetch her. You ought to return promptly. Understood, master. Let us finish together. The two turned towards the kitchen, how a similar scene unfolded in the office of Fengzi Garden. As Shun Ji Huan stepped through the door, she paid no heed to Shentang's expression and began chattering incessantly about her day, with He Yuzhu at Wang Fujing, purchasing winter clothing and confronting Yanbu Gui at Beihai Park. Shentang, infuriated, felt dizzy, his face darkening as he struggled to restrain his anger. After all, his wife had passed away, leaving behind this precious daughter, who had always been compliant. He could not bear the thought of a rift forming between them, due to He Yuzhu, and thus he suppressed his fury, stating, Ji Huan, you are no longer a child. You must learn to care for yourself. There are distinctions between men and women. You are not to gallivant with He Yuzhu any longer. Upon hearing this, Shun Ji Huan grew displeased. Father, Brother Zhuzi is quite a good person. Have you not praised him before? What distinctions between men and women? Marrying him would be splendid. He could help you manage Fengzi Garden, allowing you to enjoy your retirement in peace. This. Shentang could no longer contain himself. With a resounding slap, he struck Shun Ji Huan across the face. Rebellious girl, how many times must I tell you? You and He Yuzhu are not meant to be. And what is this nonsense about marrying at your age? After raising you for over a decade, what good has it done? Stunned by the blow, Shun Ji Huan stood frozen in disbelief. After a long pause, she finally regained her composure, tears streaming down her cheeks. Father, how could you strike me? Why? Just because I think He Yuzhu is a good person? I'm only thinking of your well-being. You have only me as your daughter. He Yuzhu is without parents. Wouldn't it be wonderful to become one family? Seeing her heartbroken, Qiantang felt a mix of pain and anger. His face flushed with frustration. Ji Huan, you are my flesh and blood, my very lifeline. I understand your feelings, but He Yuzhu is too proud. He would never agree to be his son-in-law. Let us wait until you are over 18 to discuss this matter. Realizing he had overreacted, he quickly apologized and attempted to console her. Hearing this, Ji Huan reflected. Thinking her father's words held some truth, she was indeed too young to consider such matters. All right, I will heed your advice, father, but please do not prevent me from associating with He Yuzhu. Of course not. You are my most cherished treasure. How could I bear to stop you? Qiantang replied. Though inwardly he thought, He Yuzhu, should you dare to entertain thoughts about my daughter, I shall not let you off easily. Unbeknownst to He Yuzhu, who was preoccupied with his own affairs, a quarrel had erupted between Qiantang and his son over this issue. During the day, he busied himself with escorting Yushui to and from Fengzi Garden, and at night, he diligently tended to his farmland and livestock within his spiritual space. The seedlings in his space had reached the time for transplanting, while the backyard was teeming with chickens, ducks, pigs, and sheep, resembling a vibrant farm. Yet he felt something was still lacking. Yes, a fish pond was essential. Not only could house fish, but would also provide water for the animals. Alleviating his concerns with a thought, a grand pond appeared, spanning a full 5 acres. Along its banks, several willow trees swayed gently in the breeze, creating a picturesque scene that He Yuzhu quickly took to his phone, ordering a multitude of fish fry to populate the pond. Given the rapid growth rate of the plants and animals in this space, by the new year, when Songbo, Jian's Luji restaurant opens, they will be ready for use, allowing him to reap substantial profits. The thought filled He Yuzhu with delight. Just as he was about to exit the space, he noticed the homework books he had purchased for He Yuzhu lying on the bedside table, as well as the winter blankets he still needed to buy in anticipation of the impending snowstorm. While he himself could endure the cold by retreating to his space, Yushui was too small to enter it and must not be allowed to suffer in the cold. Resolving this, he quickly searched online and ordered 2 German down comforters, priced at 6,967 yuan each, taking advantage of a discount for purchasing 2, saving 300 yuan to He Yuzhu deemed this a worthwhile investment. For goose down was far superior to cotton or duck down in terms of warmth and lightness. Chapter 74. Zhonghai seeks trouble again. After purchasing the comforters, he suddenly realized that he needed duvet covers as well. Thus, he ordered 2 complete bedding sets, amounting to over 1,200 yuan. In total, he had spent 14,200 yuan. When the balance notification from his bank arrived on his phone, he was taken aback, having initially saved 2 million yuan. He had nearly spent 30,000 yuan in such a short time that He Yuzhu felt a pang of regret, pondering how he would manage in the lean years to come. One must be frugal in their expenditures. With this thought in mind, he placed his phone on the bedside table in the space and refrained from touching it again. Once he had fitted the quilt into its cover, he took both the quilt and his notebook out of the space and placed them into the ornate wardrobe he had purchased, awaiting the onset of inclement weather. Indeed, just a week later, on the very night when He Yuzhu retrieved his and He Yushui's cotton clothing from Wang Fujing, a fierce snow began to fall out of nowhere. Continuing unabated for days and nights that He Yushui could not attend school, and He Yuzhu could not go to work. People were preoccupied with staying warm, leaving no time to indulge in culinary delights at restaurants. As this sudden snowstorm raged on, the rhythm of life within the courtyard was utterly disrupted. The snowflakes descended like boundless feathers, densely cascading from the gray sky, transforming the entire world into a silver-clad fairyland, while simultaneously weaving an invisible, frigid net that ensnared the residents of the courtyard within their homes. Everyone believed they could evade the storm's assault in this manner, yet they were mistaken. The heavy snowfall did not cease until 10 days later. However, within the courtyard, the weight of the snow had collapsed many homes, rendering them uninhabitable. In an instant, an oppressive atmosphere pervaded the courtyard, making it difficult for anyone to breathe. In the central courtyard where He Yuzhu lived, a thick layer of snow had accumulated, and even the walls outside were encased in ice. The courtyard was in disarray. Apart from the 2 rooms of He Yuzhu, which had been repaired, the remaining dozen households were not spared from the storm's wrath. Particularly, the Jia family's house was severely damaged, and Zhonghai's residents also suffered some harm in such icy conditions. Once the snow melted, the temperature would be akin to that of a freezer. How could the people in the courtyard endure it? The three elder gentlemen, led by Zhonghai, began to take charge, promptly dispatching someone to report the disaster situation to the military management committee. However, the devastation in Hangzhou city was severe. According to reports, the scale of the disaster was unprecedented. There were over a dozen courtyards like Hangzhou that had been affected, and the military management committee's personnel were insufficient. They could only persuade the neighbors to assist one another in weathering the storm. If that proved impossible, the committee would come to provide aid. Everyone, resigned to their fate, sought ways to manage, whether by temporarily paying to stay in a guest house or borrowing a place from relatives or friends. They explored every conceivable option, for life must continue regardless. Ultimately, everything would have to wait until someone could repair the houses before they could return out of course. There were those with nowhere to go and families in dire straits. These individuals sought refuge in homes like He Yuzhu's, which had remained unscathed. This situation left He Yuzhu in a precarious predicament. That afternoon, as He Yuzhu sat at his dining table with He Yuzhu enjoying a meal, he was startled by a commotion outside. Curious, he hurried to the door and was taken aback to see Zhonghai and a group of people standing at his doorstep. A surge of anger welled up within He Yuzhu. He thought to himself, Zhonghai, you hypocritical scoundrel, are you here to cause trouble for me again? Ah, I assent this the elder. What brings you to my door on such a snowy day? With a forced smile, He Yuzhu opened the door and inquired. Zhonghai's countenance was dark, and his tone bore a hint of ire as he said, Zhuzi, look at how there is no place for anyone in this courtyard to sit. And here you are, enjoying fragrant food all by yourself. I assent that rather inconsiderate. Oh dear elder, what are you implying? I am merely enjoying my meal. I neither stole nor robbed. What business is it of yours? He Yuzhu retorted without hesitation to Zhonghai, exasperated but unwilling to confront He Yuzhu directly, redirected his focus to the crowd of women and children gathered in the courtyard. Zhuzi, we have been neighbors for quite some time. Can you truly bear to see these people suffer from hunger and cold? Elder, are you suggesting that I should assist these neighbors in the courtyard? Let me tell you, this courtyard has not been maintained for many years. It is entirely normal for it to collapse under a storm. The elder, did you not lead the community in repairs before the tempest struck? Now, with everyone's homes crushed by the cold, you wish for me, who has managed to maintain my house, to help everyone. Is that reasonable? He Yuzhu stood his ground, leaving Zhonghai momentarily speechless. Seeing Zhonghai at a loss for words, the second elder, Lu Haizhong, interjected, Zhuzi, given the circumstances, shouldn't we help each other out as neighbors? He Yuzhu chuckled inwardly, but replied, Second elder, you are correct. Neighbors, we should indeed support one another. However, as you are aware, my situation is such that I have only those 2 rooms for my sister and me. I truly cannot offer any assistance. Zhuzi, misunderstand. We are not suggesting that everyone crowd into your home. Look, the Jia family's house is the most severely damaged and uninhabitable, with Qin Huairu pregnant and nowhere to go. Why not let her stay with you in Yushui for a few nights until the house is repaired? Zhonghai, sensing an opening, pressed forward. He Yuzhu, recognizing Zhonghai's intent, found amusement in the situation but replied, That won't do. My sister is still quite young. How could I possibly allow a pregnant woman to stay here? What if something were to happen? Besides, if you have nowhere to go, why not stay at a guest house? Why come to me? Do you think my home is more spacious and comfortable than a guest house? Though He Yuzhu's words were laced with sarcasm directed at Zhonghai, they also served as a reminder that his home was not a charity. He wasn't inclined to take in the Jia family, known for their troublesome nature. Moreover, who didn't he know that Zhonghai earned a high salary at the steel mill? A few bucks to put the Jia family up at a guest house would be a mere drop in the ocean. Chapter 75. Mr. Wang arrives. Zhonghai discerned the underlying message in He Yuzhu's words, his expression darkening. Just as he was about to erupt, he reconsidered and realized it was not the time to lose his temper. He had to endure. Changing the subject, he said, Zhuzi, if you are unwilling to have Qin Huairu stay at your home, could you at least let them use the cellar temporarily? You want to send the Jia family to our cellar? That cellar is for storage. How can it accommodate people? Are you trying to make them squat in my cellar? He Yuzhu retorted, realizing Zhonghai's intentions. However, Zhonghai was shrewd. He had already moved his supplies of potatoes, corn, and cabbage into the cellar. Elder, I would gladly offer the cellar to the Jia family, but it is already filled with my provisions. Are you suggesting that I remove everything just to make room for them? He Yuzhu feigned helplessness. Zhonghai, skeptical of He Yuzhu's claims, thought it implausible that such a large cellar could be filled with so many items. Observing Zhonghai's doubtful expression, He Yuzhu added, "What? Does our selfless elder not believe my words? Would you like me to open it for you to see?" He reached for the key to unlock the cellar door. Just then, He Yuzhu, who had been eating chicken, approached and chimed in, "Elder, at your age, you shouldn't be bullying children. My brother says the cellar is filled with things and cannot accommodate anyone, so it cannot be used for that purpose. Why do you have to press him so?" Initially, Zhonghai had thought He Yuzhu was lying about the cellar being filled, but upon hearing He Yuzhu's words, he felt it would undermine his hypocritical image to investigate further that he reluctantly replied, "Zhuzi, since Yuzhu has said as much, we cannot force the issue. Let us think of another solution." "Oh dear, I thought you all were insistent." He Yuzhu feigned relief and put away the key to the cellar. Frustrated, Lu Haizhong attempted to argue with He Yuzhu, but Zhonghai restrained him, saying, "Do you think we, the two elders, are bullying these children simply because we manage the courtyard?" Lu Haizhong protested, "Elder, do you still consider He Yuzhu a child? He dares to stand against us. Who dares to challenge the two esteemed elders of our courtyard?" "I am here to witness this," a familiar voice interjected. He Yuzhu looked up to see Mr. Wang from the Military Management Committee arriving, accompanied by several committee personnel. "Mr. Wang." Lu Haizhong hurried over to greet him. "That you've arrived just in time. Please help us persuade He Yuzhu. He has the only 2 rooms and a well-maintained cellar that has escaped the storm's wrath. We want to arrange for 2 people to stay at his home, but he refuses." Mr. Wang smiled and replied, "Ah, second elder. While mutual assistance is commendable, it must be consensual. One cannot force assistance upon another. I am here today primarily to assess the actual conditions in your courtyard. Additionally, I would like each household to clear the accumulated snow before we discuss repairs for everyone's whereabouts over the past few days. I have already negotiated with the inn to reduce the price by half for unified accommodation. How does that sound?" Upon hearing Wang Gan's words, the crowd immediately erupted into a flurry of discussion. With the inn's rates halved, from 4 jiao to now 2, why should one squeeze into someone else's small room? "I want to visit a household. Sure, I'll go. My family will go as well. In no rush." "No rush. Everyone should first come forward to register their names and the number of people, and then I will sign. Additionally, after escorting family members to the inn, the strong laborers should promptly return to clear the accumulated snow in this courtyard." "All right, Wang Gan. I am Chen Yugue. My family consists of 5 members. Please register and sign in no hurry. No hurry. He shall, brother. May I borrow your table and stool?" Wang Gan turned to He Yuzhu and inquired out of course. He Yuzhu replied. Following Wang Gan, a few military personnel entered He Yuzhu's home to move out the dining table and stools. He Yuzhu had never witnessed such a scene and began to cry. He Yuzhu hurriedly comforted his sister. "This Uncle Wang is merely borrowing our table and stools. He will return them shortly." Seeing He Yuzhu crying uncontrollably, Wang Gan approached and gently patted her head. "Little one, don't cry. It's just a temporary borrowing of your table and stools. Here, let me give you some candy." With that, he actually pulled out 2 pieces from his pocket and placed them in her hands. Instantly stopping her tears, He Yuzhu mused, "Yuzhu, you little sprite, you are truly remarkable. This Uncle Wang is indeed a good person. This will surely elicit more sympathy from him for our situation. Let us see how Zhonghai, Lu Haizhong, and Yin Bugue will react." Indeed, upon witnessing Wang Gan's actions, the expressions on Lu Haizhong and Zhonghai's faces shifted dramatically. They hadn't anticipated that the He Yuzhu siblings would so quickly ingratiate themselves with Wang Gan. Wouldn't He Yuzhu be able to walk around this courtyard with ease? This simply would not do. He must devise a proper plan, Zhonghai resolved inwardly. Thus, he addressed Wang Gan and the others, who were focused on the registration. "Wang Gan, Your method is commendable, but we have a deaf elderly lady in the backyard, quite advanced in years, who is unable to walk. How could she make it to the inn? Oh, there is such a person? It is indeed inappropriate for her to go to the inn. Are there any households in the courtyard that are undamaged? Wang Gan raised his head to speak to Zhonghai. Wang Gan, aside from He Yuzhu's family, there is no other household in our courtyard that has not suffered damage from the storm. So what do you think? Zhonghai tentatively suggested. Wang Gan looked at He Yuzhu. Comrade He, is what that elder said true? He Yuzhu realized that if they did not allow the deaf elderly lady to stay in his home, Zhonghai might find a way to arrange for her to stay in his own house. Since that was the case, it would be better to let the elderly lady stay temporarily. Wang Gan, I truly do not know if there are any houses in the courtyard that remain undamaged from the storm. However, the elderly lady is indeed advanced in age. If she were to go to the inn without anyone to look after her and were to suffer any harm, that would be quite unfortunate. Therefore, Wang Gan, in keeping with the fine tradition of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young, I would like to invite the elderly lady to stay in the same room as my sister for a few days. He Yuzhu spoke earnestly. Excellent, excellent. Wang Gan nodded. This comrade, he embodies the virtue of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young, which is worthy of our emulation. Elder, please assist this elderly lady to come over now. All right, I'll go help her right away. Zhonghai responded immediately upon seeing that He Yuzhu had agreed. Chapter 76. Clearing the snow accumulation. Once Wang Gan noticed Zhonghai helping the elderly lady, he lowered his head once again to continue the registration and signing. In no time, Zhonghai indeed brought the elderly lady over. Upon seeing her, He Yuzhu dashed over, holding the deaf elderly lady's arm as they made their way to their home. Grandma, take it slow. Please don't fall. Yuzhu, you are so well behaved. Later on, I will buy you some candy, the elderly lady said with delight. Grandma, I don't need you to buy me candy. Brother said you treat him very well. We all should honor you in the future. He Yuzhu chimed in with a sweet voice. Wang Gan observed the touching scene of the elderly lady and the young girl and remarked, Comrade He, you have truly raised your sister well. Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong exchanged glances, silently thinking, what is so good about it? The girl has never been this well-behaved in front of us. Today is truly extraordinary, with He Yuzhu stealing the spotlight. With Wang Gan having completed the task at hand, he turned to Zhonghai and said, Elder, the accommodation issue has now been resolved. Please arrange for the strong laborers in the courtyard to clear the snow from the rooftops, and also find a construction team to repair the houses. Understood, Zhonghai replied. Acknowledging Wang Gan's instructions, he promptly organized the people in the courtyard to begin shoveling the snow. Wang Gan then glanced at He Yuzhu, who was preparing to join the snow-clearing team. Comrade He, shall I assist you in shoveling the snow? It could be a good exercise. No need. I can manage on my own. He Yuzhu hurriedly waved his hands in refusal. No, it's all right. That a bit of labor will invigorate you, Wang Gan said, seizing the shovel from He Yuzhu's hands and starting to work. Seeing Wang Gan working so diligently, everyone else naturally picked up their shovels to join in the effort. Observing this, He Yuzhu grabbed a shovel from elsewhere and rushed to work alongside Wang as they shoveled. Wang Gan remarked, I see you, Comrade He. Not only respect the elderly and cherish the young, but you are also humble and polite and possess remarkable skills that it would be a pity for you to work as a cook. Have you considered what Zhang Dada mentioned earlier? He Yuzhu thought to himself, I was merely trying to placate Zhang Dada that day. I didn't expect them to take it seriously. What is wrong with being a cook? In times of famine, cooks are never left wanting. And it's certainly better than living a life on the edge as a police officer. Besides, I don't plan to be a cook for life. I could become a boss instead. However, Wang Gan is being so kind. I can't just decline it. I must say, Wang Gan, if you could get Zhang Datu to reserve a position for me, I would only take a nominal role. I don't need a salary. I have a younger sister to look after all. This way, if the police station needs me for anything, I can just go. Is that so? All right, I'll inform Zhang Dadu to reserve a position for you. Once you have some free time in the future, I will help you establish your identity as a police officer. This way, you can serve as an officer while still taking care of your family. And the salary will only be a few jiao, Wang Gan continued. That He Yuzhu nodded vigorously. All right. Even if I don't get paid, I would still do it. This is a good deed for the country and the people. How could I refuse? Thank you, Wang Gan. I truly appreciate it. I am just a cook. To be valued by you all is already something I am grateful for. Upon hearing He Yuzhu's words, Wang Gan smiled contentedly. You, young man. As they continued working together, the snow on the ground was swiftly cleared, leaving only the snow on the rooftops, a task not easily managed by ordinary people. Yet, it had to be done. Everyone feared that delaying the arrival of the construction team to repair the houses would cost them 2 jiao for each day of delay, and for families with many members, that could add up to a significant loss. Observing the situation, He Yuzhu instructed Wang Gan to take a break while he directed everyone to move ladders or stools where needed. Ingeniously utilizing the stools as makeshift work platforms, they stood or crouched, raising their shovels high and exerting all their strength with each swing. For those without stools or ladders, they used bamboo poles and other simple tools to assist from a distance, prying the snow off the edges of the rooftops little by little. As the shovels continued to swing, the snow began to slide off the rooftops in large sheets. Some fell lightly to the ground, while others came down with a loud crash, adding a sense of dynamism to the snow removal operation. With every sizable chunk of snow successfully dislodged, cheers erupted from the crowd. That "It's coming down. It's coming down. The tiles are showing. We're almost done." However, certain corners of the roof, due to their unique positioning, remained nearly inaccessible despite everyone's utmost efforts. Confronted with these obstinate areas, the inhabitants of the courtyard did not succumb to despair today. Under the continued guidance of He Yuzhu, they cooperatively steadied themselves on the wooden ladder, gradually ascending towards the heights of the roof. Their movements were both cautious and decisive. Each swing of the shovel sent cascades of accumulated snow tumbling down, revealing the green bricks and blue tiles beneath. He mused that perhaps the creatures of the courtyard had never been as united as they were today, a testament to the commendable influence of Wang Ji in as time passed. The snow atop the roof was completely cleared away. Observing the commendable efforts of the group, Wang Gan felt a surge of satisfaction and developed a fondness for the residents of Courtyard 95, appreciating their remarkable unity in times of adversity. His admiration for He Yuzhu also deepened, as the latter had assumed the role of the chief commander in this snow-clearing endeavor, demonstrating exceptional leadership skills in the task at hand. Once the snow was cleared, and the day was drawing to a close, Wang Gan bid farewell to the courtyard's residents, offering them comfort by assuring them that as soon as the engineering team arrived the next day, they would immediately assist in repairing the houses, with wages set at half the usual rate. The crowd erupted in cheers at Wang Gan's words, collectively bowing in gratitude before he departed from the courtyard. After dusk, He Yuzhu returned to the main house to find his little sister Yushui and Grandma Long sitting on her small bed, engaged in a harmonious conversation, occasionally speaking softly and bursting into laughter. Unable to resist, he leaned in to listen, hearing Yushui excitedly pull out her new cotton-padded jacket, new shoes, and a few trinkets, including the homework notebook he had purchased online for her the other day. Gently placing the items before Grandma Long, Yushui exclaimed, "Grandma, my brother's so good to me. Look, he bought me this new jacket, new shoes, and this homework notebook." Grandma Long chuckled in response. "Oh, is that so? Zhuzi is so kind to our little Yushui." Of course, our intelligent Yushui would be cherished by her brother. "Grandma, does that mean my brother is going to get a wife? Will she not like me anymore?" Yushui pouted, her expression a picture of innocence. "How could that be? Our little Yushui is so well-behaved and adorable. How could anyone not like you? Zhuzi will surely love you and his wife together," Grandma Long quickly reassured, shaking Yushui's shoulders gently. "Don't think such nonsense. Our Yushui is the best." "Really? Grandma never lies." Yushui responded earnestly that "No, Grandma, you're lying. You say you're Grandma Long, but you aren't deaf at all." Yushui retorted, pouting once more. "Yushui, how can you be so impolite? Do you wish for Grandma Long to hear you say such things?" He Yuzhu laughed, realizing the humor in the situation. The secret of Grandma Long's keen hearing was something he and she had shared since childhood. "You little rascal, I see it's you who wishes for me to be deaf," Grandma Long teased, pretending to lift her cane as if to strike him. "Grandma, don't hit me. I'm sorry, I won't say anything wrong again." Yushui exclaimed, flustered, "Whatever I say, it seems to be wrong to I in that case. I'll go cook." You and Yushui can continue chatting. He Yuzhu waved his hands in mock fear and scurried off to the kitchen. Little rascal, Grandma Long chuckled heartily, watching him flee as if for his life. Upon reaching the kitchen, He Yuzhu suddenly realized there were hardly any ingredients left, but since Grandma Long was staying at their home for the first time, he felt compelled to prepare something delicious for her. Suddenly, he remembered the fish pond in the space. Along with the chickens, ducks, and the cabbage and potatoes stored in the cellar, a brilliant idea struck him. He would make sauerkraut fish. Stir-fried chicken, sauteed potatoes, a hand-torn cabbage dish, gnocchi soup, and steam a few buns. It should be just right. With this thought, he touched his ring to enter the space. To his delight, he found the fish fry in a backyard pond had grown, and a few ducks and geese were frolicking in the water. Nearby, a hen was leading a brood of chicks in search of food. The seedlings in the rice field had grown to a height suitable for transplanting. He Yuzhu wasted no time, approaching the rice field, and with a thought, the seedlings were securely planted across several large plots. Witnessing this astonishing scene, he felt a surge of admiration. Indeed, the space prioritized him. It seemed that with a little effort, the harvest of rice would be within reach. Excited by this prospect, he suddenly remembered the purpose of his entry into the space. With a thought and a gesture, a rooster leapt into his hands. Without hesitation, he dispatched the rooster, removing its innards and cleaning it thoroughly. With another thought, a grass carp appeared in his grasp, which he also cleaned meticulously before exiting the space with both fish and chicken in tow. In the kitchen, following the recipe in his mind, he first sliced the grass carp into evenly thin fillets, added an egg white, and mixed it well. Then he seasoned the fish with salt, pepper, and cooking wine, allowing it to marinate briefly to eliminate any fishy smell and enhance its flavor. He heated oil in a pot, sauteed scallions, ginger, garlic, and pickled peppers until fragrant before adding the sauerkraut to stir-fry. After adding an appropriate amount of water or broth and bringing it to a boil, he added the fish bones and simmered until the broth turned white. One by one, he gently placed the marinated fish fillets into the pot, cooking until they turned opaque. Seasoning with salt, chicken essence, and white pepper, he transferred the cooked fish and broth into a serving dish, garnishing it with chopped scallions, minced garlic, and chili. A delectable plate of sour and spicy fish was ready to serve. He then stir-fried the chicken and prepared sauteed potato shreds and a bowl of gnocchi soup. Once everything was complete, He Yuzhu called for Yushui to help Grandma Long to the dining table for dinner. Grandma Long, leaning on her cane, approached the table where He Yuzhu had already served the gnocchi soup and 3 fluffy buns. "Wow, we have sauerkraut fish and stir-fried chicken. Grandma, there's gnocchi soup too," Yushui exclaimed loudly as soon as she sat down. "Shh, keep your voice down. Uncle's house hasn't suffered much damage, but they haven't gone to the guest house yet." He Yuzhu gestured for her to lower her voice. Grandma Long, however, asked softly, "Zhuzi, what are you saying?" "I can't hear." "Nothing, Grandma. Please don't trick me again. If you didn't hear what I said, why are you speaking so softly?" He Yuzhu smiled. "You little rascal, you are asking for a beating," she retorted, tapping her cane lightly on the ground. He Yuzhu found it amusing and placed a piece of sauerkraut fish in her bowl. "Grandma, try this fish. It's delicious." Grandma Long lowered her head to take a bite and exclaimed, "Zhuzi, your cooking skills have improved. This is wonderful. If you like it, eat more. Making this sauerkraut fish is quite a hassle. I put in a lot of effort to get it just right. If you find it tasty, I'll make it for you whenever I have time." He Yuzhu replied, Sure, that's what you promised." Grandma Long chimed in eagerly. "Yes, I did say so." He Yuzhu chuckled at Grandma Long's enthusiasm. "I'll be looking forward to your fish every day," Grandma Long said joyfully, placing a piece of fish in her mouth, her eyes narrowing into slits of delight. "Grandma, eat slowly. There's plenty of fish left," He Yuzhu cautioned her, concerned she might choke on a fish bone. The 3 of them enjoyed the fish, chicken, and potato shreds, each with a bowl of gnocchi soup and a large bun. Although Grandma Long found the chicken somewhat tough to chew, she was thoroughly satisfied, particularly with the gnocchi soup, which she devoured completely. After their meal, He Yuzhu suggested Yushui assist Grandma Long back to the main house for some rest while he washed the dishes in the kitchen, ensuring it was spotless. Once everything was in order, he returned to his own room to rest. Seeing Yushui still chatting and laughing with Grandma Long, He Yuzhu worried that the two of them sharing a single goose-down quilt might be too cold. Seizing the opportunity while they were deeply engrossed in conversation, he entered the space once more, retrieving another goose-down quilt and a cotton quill cover that appeared reminiscent of the 1950s. After preparing it, he brought it out and carried it to Yushui's room. When Grandma Long and Yushui noticed He Yuzhu entering with the quilt, they both paused for a moment, exchanging amused glances before bursting into laughter. "Zhuzi, what is this?" Grandma Long asked, slightly surprised. "Brother, is this a quilt for Grandma Long?" Yushui inquired. "Yes, Grandma Long is getting older. She needs to keep warm and not get cold again," He Yuzhu replied. "Thank you so much. Zhuzi, I promise I won't let you down." Grandma Long expressed her gratitude. He Yuzhu shook his head with a grin. "What are you saying, Grandma? Given how well you treated my mother and me when we were young, it is only right that I take good care of you. Silly boy, I know your intentions. I am well aware of how the people in this courtyard are. Don't worry, everything I have will belong to you from now on," Grandma Long added before reminding him. "But it's getting late. You should go rest." Turning back, he addressed the rain, saying, "Rain, we shall extinguish the lamp and retire for the night." Upon hearing this, He Yuzhu exited He Yushui's room and returned to his own quarters to rest. The following morning, He Yuzhu was still in a state of drowsiness when he was suddenly awakened by a cacophony outside. After donning his attire, he opened the door to find a remarkable scene. No fewer than 20 individuals had gathered in the courtyard, each bearing their tools, unmistakably members of a construction team. To his surprise, He Yuzhu recognized several of them, including Master Li and 3 others who had previously repaired his house. He approached Master Li to extend his greetings. "Comrade Xiao, my young brother," Master Li addressed him, arriving with the engineering team, but he seemed momentarily at a loss for words upon seeing He Yuzhu, but quickly regained his composure. "Comrade Xiao, it has been many days since we last met, and you appear to have grown even stronger," he said, chuckling amiably as he engaged in light banter with He Yuzhu. "Master Li, you flatter me. My physique pales in comparison to yours," He Yuzhu replied, hastily adopting a humble demeanor. "Very well. Comrade He, today our engineering team comprises over 30 individuals. We shall assign 10 workers to each of the front, middle, and back courtyards, while I and a few apprentices will focus on the back courtyard. So I must attend to that now," Master Li explained before making his way towards the rear. Upon hearing that Master Li was responsible for the repairs in the back courtyard, He Yuzhu promptly followed him. "Hey, Master Li, wait for me. I still have something to discuss," He Yuzhu called out as he hurried to catch up. "Comrade Xiao, what is it that you wish to convey?" Master Li paused and turned to smile at He Yuzhu. "Master Li, I would like to inquire about the current members responsible for your engineering team," He Yuzhu asked. "The overall supervisor is Team Leader Liu, whom you do not know. As for myself, I am in charge of the back courtyard. Do you have any queries?" Master Li countered. "Master Li, may I take 2 minutes of your time for a brief discussion?" He Yuzhu grasped his arm. "Very well." Master Li immediately halted, turning to the construction team members trailing behind. "You may proceed to the back courtyard. I shall converse with Comrade He for a moment," he instructed. Upon hearing this, the group made their way to the back, leaving Master Li and He Yuzhu standing aside. He Yuzhu led Master Li to a secluded spot in the middle courtyard. "Speak, Comrade He. What is it that you require?" Master Li inquired as they came to a stop. "Master Li, to be candid, there's a room in the back courtyard that belongs to my deaf grandmother, and I neglected to request your assistance in repairing it last time. Since the opportunity has arisen, I would appreciate it if you could restore it in accordance with the standards of my own repairs. Please replace any necessary tiles and beams to match my house, and I shall compensate you for any expenses incurred," He Yuzhu articulated.